Time now for The Lead.
What's it like inside the bubble? Does your head ever give you trouble? It's no sin. Trade it in. Hang on. Help is on its way. I'll be there as fast as I can.
Leads are brought to you today by Subaru. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Do I have to guess? I mean, we play it all the time. Little River Band. Help is on its way. How come, Shime?
Well, because a lot of people think that last night's draft pick is help that's on its way for the New England Patriots.
But you don't.
No, I don't.
You're disappointed.
Yeah, I don't love it.
Yeah.
I wonder if there are a lot of fans that are disappointed. I would feel like I don't think anybody thought offensive lineman.
Shime has not been this disappointed since he saw the forecast for the furry convention. It was going to be in the 80s.
No, I like a hot day.
Okay, all right.
I sweat regardless of the temperature. So
is that your lead this morning?
No, so I've already yelled about that this morning, Greg. So instead, I want to make it mock draft related. But so Tom and I, shout out to Tom for the assistance here. We went through and graded me against Mel Kiper and Daniel Jeremiah, my mock drafts. And I just want you to know, you can think that I'm full of BS. You can think that I'm an idiot. You can think that I'm fat and stupid. I don't care, because you know what I did last night? I had the exact same grade as Mel Kiper on the mock draft. We both got, so the system that Tom came up with was you get 1 full point for each player you exactly get correct with the team and the pick number selection. Okay. You get a half a point if you paired the correct player with the team, but simply in the wrong pick. Me and Mel Kiper both got 4.5 out of 32 correct. We both had 26 of the 32 first-round players correct in our first-round mock. So you can say what you want about me. I am equal to Mel Kiper in every which way, and in some ways probably better. However, Daniel Jeremiah crushed both of us. He had 6 correct overall. He had a bunch of correct player and team pairings that were just in the wrong spot, and then had 29 of the 32 players in the first round. The best mock draft that I've seen so far, though, was like Field Yates. He had over a quarter of the picks correct in the first round, and then I think he had like 30 out of 32 players correct in the first round as well. So good for Field Yates. But Shime is equal to and or greater than Mel Kiper, just so you know.
Oftentimes, it's not the actual person that's being talked about that says it themselves, just so you know. Like
I know.
Others, some people leave it
Greg,
to
if you're
others.
not going to be your own best number one cheerleader and your own number one critic, then what's the point?
Oh, what a way to – can I get that perfectly dovetails?
Yes, Curtis. Go
that.
ahead.
Into my lead. And a quick lesson for you, Shime, John Curtis. Self-praise is no praise.
Fair enough.
But I'm still trying to work on that. So we talk about a cheerleader. We all remember where we were on Super Bowl Sunday getting ready for the Pats and the Seahawks. Greg, you were there.
Yes.
Mego, you were there.
Yes.
Wiggy had flown home after a wonderful week in the afternoon. And there was a T-shirt worn by Belichick's girlfriend that had Robert Kraft on it in an incriminating position. And I thought yesterday, this is my own silly, dumb head, that, probably not, whatever, that I thought immediately, if not for the insane behaviors of Belichick and allowing his girlfriend to do that, what an opportunity to come back, the conquering hero, to surpass Shula. You have a quarterback, you have a defense, you have a good team, you're not too old, you're still coaching. Belichick comes running back and is hired by the Patriots as they say goodbye to Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
And obviously not going to happen, but I do believe if not for those things, he would have been back. Secondly, this is my crazy head. Josh McDaniels yesterday, you'd be lying if he wasn't giddy Like, you know what I mean? Like, he sees this as his golden goose. If Vrabel's fired, he's the head coach at 50 with Drake May and a very good team. I mean, this is such a crazy situation because obviously it's salacious and wild and all that. But it's also an unbelievably great job right now, in large part due to what Vrabel did. But like just like with Ime, Missoula came into a team that was ready-made to compete.
Yeah.
And whoever would be inheriting this would be incredibly fortunate. So
I just think I would disagree with you a little bit and say, based on the state of the relationship and all the things that went on between them, that if they were to say goodbye to Mike Vrabel, they would more likely go back to Gerard Mayo than they would Bill Belichick.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Now they say the Bill Belichick
Yes.
ship has sailed. No.
Yes.
That ship has been destroyed. That was
It's at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, that is a ship that
Santo
is,
loves it. It's
that
Edmund
is like
Fitzgerald.
when you played Battlefield as a kid. Yeah, you sunk my battleship. Yeah, that ship has been absolutely destroyed with Belichick coming back here. I would bet Mayo before.
Oh, I agree. He's not coming back. But if not for those things.
I give you the Josh thing, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Vrabel's going anywhere, but if there were something, else that was like where Robert Kraft had to make a really, really tough decision, I think, he would definitely go to Josh McDaniels to elevate him. Yeah.
This is Steve from Nashua. Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. Anyways, look, I'm calling. I know, Sean, you're upset with that draft pick. I don't know, man. Look at the Super Bowl and the playoffs. You had Drake taken and torn up. And I know Will Campbell's talking about he doesn't want him to fit inside the car. And I think he's a team guy. I think, Vrabel, if he sticks around, we'll talk to him. And again, he's a team guy. I think he'll be okay with moving in. You put that tackle or left tackle maybe for a year, push one to the right tackle, whatever it may be. Moses on the way out.
Your signal's not so great, but I mean, they addressed the need. Wiggy, you're open to the fact that may have been a reasonable pick based on a need, correct?
Yeah, I get that part of it.
Scheim is not. Scheim is very disappointed.
I get Scheim's disappointment. I think you had more of a need at the edge position where you could have went edge 31 or moved up 28, whatever you wanted to do, and then get your offensive tackle need in the second round and still get a capable player.
Okay. Draft coverage here on WEEI is brought to you by Chock Full of Nuts Coffee and by Frank's Red Hot, and we are back with the rest of the leads coming up next.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops.
just told me during the break, Curtis, that he now believes that Mike Vrabel may have done a little bit of flirting outside of his marriage at some point.
No, I'm on board.
Over the last 6 years.
I'm on board.
It was the photos. It was the
cap.
it was the proximity in the bar of the hand to the knee that did it for Wiggy.
Nope,
So
I am
he's getting-
on board.
He's getting closer.
Let's
That
cool
is-
it a bit with
That's a
these
big cap.
wild allegations.
You know what's more incriminating than the interlocking fingers is when you put your knees between somebody else's knees. The interlocking knees.
yeah.
If you're sitting next to someone at the bar and you're accidentally your knees touch, no big deal. But you got those
Right.
knees threaded between someone else's knees.
And then a lean
You
in.
see that, and you go smashing.
Right.
Like they are clearly smashing.
And then a nice lean in after that. Oh, yeah, something's popping off. I'm ready. I told you, I'm not surprised. Whoever's got this intel, I would not be surprised if we get some screenshots, text messages that blow our mind.
You're stuck on that.
Oh, yeah.
Does this come from some sort of a cheaters reality show that you
No,
watch?
because- Because generally, like, the pictures are always incriminating.
Yeah.
But it's the text messages that really take to another level, because you go, they were saying what? She did what?
Yeah.
He sent her what? He paid her how much?
Well, the world got a statement from Mike Vrabel prior to the draft last night, and we will get to some of that during They Said It coming up. Can we open the window, World of Boston weather window for Curtis? With the weekend finally here, Curtis, what do we got?
40 degrees right now in downtown Boston, afternoon high, sunny in the mid-50s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high in the low 50s, and Sunday looks really nice, approaching 60. Look out, partly cloudy and dry on Sunday.
Okay. You can get a whole house full of windows installed for just $99 a month from Window World of Boston. So go to windowworldofboston.com. Mego, good morning.
Good morning. Would you
By
guys?
the way, another great week from you. Thank you very much for being
thanks
here,
so much,
helping us out.
guys.
I feel like you've grown to be one of us, and so we are delighted so far with what you bring
well,
to the show.
that means a lot to me. Thank you for
Yes,
saying that.
yes.
Would you guys prefer I go sports or non-sports lead? I've been doing a lot of sports leads this week.
Non-sports.
Yeah, I'm with
Okay.
the non.
I think my
non-sports.
sports one I can just say in our other sports conversations.
Perfect.
There's a new article in the Globe that I read this morning, and I thought of you guys. In the decade following 2012, the share of adults 50 and older having some kind of roommate increased by 60% nationally,
Wow.
60%?
according to data. And according to roommate search engine Spare Room, the trend is even more prevalent in Boston. The share of Boston residents over 45 years old seeking roommates on the platform rose 50% between 2020 and 2025, a higher rate than Los Angeles or New York. And the number of clients under 45 looking for roommates is actually down. So this whole article is about people who are over 50 or over 45 who are now, after living alone or living with a partner for several years, they're seeking out roommates.
I get it.
And they're in
One of them
roommate
is-
situations.
One of them is the head coach of the New England Patriots.
Looking for roommates. It's expensive out in these streets. Any chance you can split the rent with me?
I want to know from you guys, if you had to find a random roommate, how long do you think you could bear living with them?
Oh, God.
At
it's
this
the
point in
worst.
your lives,
It's-
how long could you bear to live with a rando?
You mean a rando?
A true rando. Like, I don't think people use Craigslist anymore, but maybe like a friend of a friend or somebody. You're literally you're there to split rent.
All right, true rando. I probably couldn't do true rando because I like a very clean house.
You like to walk around naked
I'm
at
always,
all times.
I'm always in the nude.
Yep,
Yeah,
you're
that
always,
is true.
Always in the nude.
Like I could the living room area, I could spend the majority of the time in the bedroom and that kind of thing, which, if I'm single, I'll probably be spending most of my time in the bedroom.
Okay.
Sick brag,
Shout
bro.
out. Shout
Sick
out.
brag, bro. Hey, when there won't be no sock on the door, come in at your own leisure.
This is 1950. Sock on the door.
Did you ever have a roommate? Like, and I don't count college. Like, 'cause
Oh, yeah.
everybody has.
I had tons of roommates.
Okay.
Yeah, you met one of them, Alaska. She
Oh,
was
yeah.
my first roommate in Boston because
Yes.
she was my best friend from college. And so when I moved to Boston, she was my first roommate.
Yeah. I think it's easier. It might be easier for women than it is for men.
Of course.
Yes. Because we like making a home together.
Yeah.
Women are like, we're like,
can share
oh,
each
we're going to get this new coffee table.
The
Okay,
only-
bachelor night. Like,
Oh, share each other's clothes. Like,
Exactly.
that'll
Oh,
look-
yeah. There's like, I've had friends who, when they moved in with their boyfriends or fiancés, they were like kind of depressed. They were like, oh, I'm not going to get to be here getting ready to go out with everybody anymore.
The only thing every guy in college truly learns is his roommate's schedule. You know it backwards and front. Like
Because that's when you get the time to yourself.
Absolutely. And I would always, like, you'd have a buddy who, like, was going after an extracurricular or taking on, like, a buddy of mine became an EMT, and I was like, this is the greatest roommate ever. He's gone all day, every day. I couldn't live one night with a roommate as a guy now that I don't
Even
know.
because when I was in college, I never had a roommate. I was fortunate. And then I had like a split dorm, so there was a door, so it was like technically no roommate. I got one roommate, and then I married her, and she's been my roommate ever since.
So you've never had a true roommate?
No, I've never had a true and I feel like with men, or at least for me, men are like, dogs in the sense of we like to pee on the fire hydrant and claim stake to that area. And I feel like if I have a roommate, one of us has to be the alpha in the apartment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, very interesting. Obviously, the economy is tough, and so people are finding themselves after the age of 50 with a new living situation, and oftentimes it includes a roommate.
They also included intergenerational roommates. So people in their 50s living with people in their 20s.
That's Greg's current.
Just to split
Curtis,
rent.
it doesn't count if you found your soulmate. Like, that doesn't count.
I agree.
Yeah. Yes. Well, what Chime? What?
Well, the other part of this too is, Mego, you mentioned that the amount of people looking for roommates under the age of 45 is actually down, correct?
Yes.
Is that just
according to the
because
search engine.
Is that just because younger people are just still living with their parents, so they're not
Probably.
searching for roommates?
Yeah, they've got that intergenerational roommate with their own family.
Was it weird living with Lauren for years as just friends, and then
that's right,
and then turning that into
never happened, Greg.
Trying to turn that into a love scenario.
That never happened.
It didn't happen. Okay,
Nope,
all
that
right.
never happened.
All right, Mego, thank you. Excellent lead. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So tonight, the Celtics will take on the Philadelphia 76ers, and this is a game where you give this team zero life. You go out there, you dominate this game, because you don't want to be in an Atlanta Hawks, New York Knicks situation where you lose this game. Atlanta's up 2-1 in the series. Heading into game 4, they have this confidence, and you damn sure don't want to stumble and trip coming back to Boston being down 3-1. This is a game that you have to make sure that you go down to Atlanta, you win this first game. So now if you do stumble in game 4, when you come back to Boston, it's basically a 0-0 series type of atmosphere. But tonight, I feel like if you can put your foot on their necks, you are clearly the better team. I don't care if Joel Embiid comes back or not. I actually want him to come back, because then maybe that throws a little bit of a monkey wrench into the flow of the game that the 76ers want to run. But it's a game that you have to come away with a nice, controlled victory. So then heading into game 4, you can hopefully put your foot on their neck, win game 4, and then come back to Boston and close it out at a gentleman's sweep.
What are we going for? 55, 63 point attempts tonight, maybe?
I mean, I know we're going to be north of 43.
Are you going to be there?
No, it's in Philly.
It's down there.
That's right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so I mean, I haven't been to Philly in a long time, but I will be watching that as well as the draft. But tonight is so critical, Mego. You understand what this game 2 means, and we see it with the Bruins, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Bruins last night, they stubbed their toe. Now they look at this series. Buffalo is up 2-1, and like I said, I've never been in this situation, because in the NFL, it's just one and done. But I know as a player, you have to be thinking about our backs against the ropes a little bit.
Yeah, and we talk about the Jays a lot, obviously, because they're the superstars. But I would love to see Pete Pritch and Sam Hauser get it going and start draining some of these threes, because it's not fun to watch when they're not falling. Like, it is tough.
Right, because everybody, like the 2 Jays can score in other ways. But sometimes when those threes are not falling for those other guys, like you said, Mego, Pritch and D. White and Sam Hauser, they kind of tend to disappear offensively.
As long as you bring up Philadelphia,
Mm-hmm.
can I just say, how dare you, Dunkin' Donuts?
Okay.
We have supported you for decades.
All right.
Since you opened the first Dunkin' Donuts ever in Quincy, we have every day come to visit you and given you our money. How dare you rename the Boston Cream Donut in favor of the people of Philadelphia? And I may never go back. I did go this morning because it's very convenient, but
Is this a nationwide thing?
but I may.
So very committed.
I may never go. It's very difficult for me when it comes to boycotting. If it involves food, it's very
Yes.
difficult for me.
Well,
I
you'll boycott the donut.
Is this a
I-
nation?
Can you commit to boycotting the donut?
Yes, they have it. They are supporting. Dunkin' Donuts is basically supporting the 76ers.
They
Wow.
changed Boston cream to Philly cream
No,
in
thank you.
Philly.
All right.
No,
well,
thank you.
well, then we need to
Oh.
change it to a Boston cheesesteak, or what do they call it, Philly cheesesteak?
Do we even sell those around here?
Yeah, but we call them steak and cheese.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, thank you, Wiggy. Alex Cora was on this. You probably thought the donut thing was my lead. Alex Cora was on this show yesterday, and Curtis brought it up briefly afterwards. But I thought about it a lot yesterday. Sounded like a guy who has absolutely no concern whatsoever about his future with the Boston Red Sox, regardless of what apparently happens on the diamond. So I am, and we talked about this after the show, Curtis, you and I briefly.
Yep.
Where does that job security come from in his mind?
The owner.
He's been told, listen, you're all set, you're the guy. How long is it until Alex Cora is bumped up to the role of general manager of this baseball team? I think it's
If they don't make the playoffs, I think it happens this offseason. Breslow's gone. He's the GM. Veritek or someone's the manager. And you know what I found interesting thinking about this yesterday, Greg? He doesn't like that young players are rewarded with long-term deals without proving themselves at the big league level because it creates a malaise or a lack of urgency. Yet that's his gig exactly. He's a manager free of any accountability. He's been given the deal he's mad that Roman Anthony got.
yeah.
And he thinks it's bad for them, but great for him.
He pissed off some people. Like Adam Jones yesterday was pissed when Alex Cora said, asked him about the future, and he said, I'm really only concerned with getting my family packed and ready to go to Puerto Rico.
I mean,
I
there's a
just,
time in Boston where if the manager said that after losing 2 straight to the Yankees, the city would have been on fire. Like, he is the only person that gets away with that.
So, and this is where I go. I think that, a lot of you guys are naive in the fact that you believe that Bresbot makes all these decisions and Cora has no say in it. And it's like, this is all a Bresbot thing, like Peyton Tolley, Big Stash was a Bresbot thing. No, I think that Alex Cora has a lot of say in the decisions that the organization makes. I ultimately think that Bresbot is the fall guy. He takes all the slings and arrows. But I think Cora is in there just as much and on board with everything, because you can't tell me he's safe because he's John Henry's boy, but yet he has no power or he has no juice. Like, those two things don't add up. If you're my boy, you got plenty of juice.
I get what you're saying. I don't think he has zero influence. He said yesterday when you asked him about it, Wiki, like, yeah, he's in the room for a lot of discussions.
Right.
I just don't think that he has as much power as he would like in terms of keeping someone like Bregman. Like, I think he makes
but he can
his
go get
opinion
Bregman.
known.
But how does he go
Right.
get Bregman?
But it's different between going and getting a free agent and saying, hey, the philosophy you guys have of having no trade clauses on guys who are looking older than 30 sucks. And them saying, well, that's how we do business.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I mean, listen, I love you guys. Mego, I love you, sis, but I think if Cora has the juice to get guys and Cora has the, feels as safe, like
I think he has juice. He told you yesterday that he has juice.
Right.
I was told, I was whispered to, that he vetoed a Jaron Duran trade.
There you go. See? Right again, Wiggy Shime. Put that somewhere.
So
That was last year?
Last
off-season
offseason.
was. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
There you go.
I mean,
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think because we've seen in the past, and Cora's tenure as coach or manager, who's easy to blame? Dombrowski, Hein Bloom, now Bresbot. And he kind of just goes away like, oh, everybody's already thinking I don't have the juice. So it all falls down on the GM.
this is Mike from Myrtle Beach. Hello, Mike.
How you doing?
What's up?
I'd like to make a prediction, and if I'm wrong, it's not going to be a problem because the standard would be against Sean and Curtis in their predictions, so I got really nothing to worry about.
That hurt my feelings.
All right, what is it?
Sorry. All right, my prediction is this Monday, there's going to be a second Boston Massacre that both Cora and Vrabel will not have a job by Monday.
Get
This
out
coming
of
Monday.
here.
Okay.
Get outta
Thank
here.
you, Mike.
Let's-
I've never felt better about my
Okay.
predictions.
Both Cora and Mike Vrabel are gone by Monday. Okay.
Yeah, if that happens, I'll eat my shoe.
Well,
What would you drink out of it?
Oh, I'd down a Guinness out of that
Park,
puppy.
if you were at Fenway Park, would you drink out of it?
Sure. Yeah, if Cora and Vrabel get fired, I will go into the WEEI suite, pour a beer in my shoe, and drink it right there for the world to see.
The Mitchuation told me he would like to do that at road shows throughout the road
Really?
show season.
Boot beers?
Yes.
Ew.
From the shoes of roadshow attendees.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
And he was smiling when he said it.
He's doing that, right? He's not saying he would like us to do that?
No. He
Oh,
was
have at it,
all
Mitch.
right. Good job.
Mitch, if you're going to do that, send in an application yesterday to the new Fear Factor and try to win yourself $1 million.
Fear Factor. Didn't Rogan host that?
Yeah, but
one?
now it's
Now it's what, Johnny Knoxville?
yeah,
or
now it's
something?
Johnny Knoxville.
I loved that old Fear Factor. I
me
remember
too.
one time Rogan screamed at everybody because they wouldn't eat the cockroaches, and he just picked up 3 of them and shoved them in his
Right.
mouth and said, "That's why I'm the host."
That's why you do it. Yeah, it's Fear Factor House now. They all live in a house.
Wow.
So I think it's $1 million prize.
We need more reality television,
I
really,
do.
honestly.
Hey, speaking of drinking things, is Blue Bottle an advertiser?
No, I don't believe so.
I tried it yesterday. I don't get it. Like I had
Oh,
it.
the expensive coffee places,
Yeah.
you don't get the whole thing.
I don't like
Yeah.
I mean, I
I
don't. I do not like the flavor of coffee. It's just a necessary evil. But like the people that it to me, it's like the beer people. Like beer's gross.
Well, you
And it's-
should
Yeah.
you should see the lemmings, no offense, Courtney, in line every day waiting for the Ralph Lauren coffee truck outside my building.
Oh, Alaska was so excited when she saw that. She was like, "Oh my God,
Okay.
the Ralph Lauren coffee truck."
We need to figure out a segment for Alaska. Like it's a great name. Anyway, carry on.
So what's
Greg.
coming next? What's his name? Versace Juices?
Well, I
That doesn't sound right.
You don't like Versace Juices? Or maybe Gucci Juice is better. You know who could be looking for a reality show?
Braves?
Oh, maybe him or Rossini. Where to Find Love?
Oh yeah.
Love After 40.
Yeah, maybe.
You know,
It could be possible.
the Golden Bachelor or Bachelorette.
All right. Let's get to Shime and to what is trending right now.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. The Celtics take on the 76ers in Game 3 of their playoff series tonight at 7. In the NBA playoffs last night, we saw the Hawks beat the Knicks 109-108. The Raptors beat the Cavaliers 126-104. And the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets 113-96. The Bruins fell to the Sabres in Game 3 last night, 3-1. The Bruins now find themselves down 2-1 in the series, and they need to tie it up Sunday at 2 o'clock. The Red Sox, well, they got swept by the Yankees. They lost 4-2. I guess it's an improvement, though, right? 4-0, 4-1, 4-2. Gradual improvement for the Sox. Peyton Tolley was good in his season debut for the big league club. He gave up only 1 run on 3 hits, striking out 11 in 6 innings of work. The Sox are off to Baltimore to start the series with the Orioles. First pitch, 7:05, with Will Fleming and Cooper Boardman on the call. You can catch all the action right here on WEEI, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. Rob Bradford will get you ready for first pitch on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 6:05. The first round of the NFL draft was last night from Fernando Mendoza, as everyone expected, was your number 1 overall pick by the Las Vegas Raiders. The big shock of the draft, the Rams took Alabama's Ty Simpson at pick 13. And your New England Patriots traded up a couple spots to pick 28 to take offensive tackle Caleb Lomu from Utah. Trending Now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. That's what's trending. We've got They Said It coming up here on The Greg Hill Show.
So the Patriots with their first pick, the AFC champion Patriots on the clock. No more.
With the 28th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah.
Now look at this. Madness the magnet keeps attracting me. I try to run, but see, I'm not that fast. I think I'm first, but surely finish last. Cause day and night, the lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night.
Well, that ruined Shime's night last night, but I don't. What is that? What, if anything, as one of our favorite prosecutors used to say, Curtis, what, if anything, does that say to you about Will Campbell?
Who, if anyone, was making the picks last night? I got to tell you, that was a pretty big. If you want to talk about Mike Vrabel and his role in the organization, does anybody dispute that Will Campbell was his pick?
No,
I don't think so.
I mean, he went out of his way. He personally worked him out. He was doing all that. This is an indictment on Will Campbell. It is.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's not, you need 2 tackles and all of that, but if you're drafting a tackle in the top 5, in the immediate ensuing draft, you take another tackle and you trade up for it in the 20s? Like,
Wiggy, you played the game. How hard is it to move left to right?
I think it's very difficult, especially if you've played the position so long, left tackle, if you played the position right tackle so long. I think you're just muscle memory, the way you move. If you're a right-handed guy in general, having your right foot back and kicking off with your inside leg and your left foot is a little bit easier versus being on the left side. I remember as a tight end, being able to go from both sides, you had to teach yourself how to and practice a lot how to get in a left-handed stance.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you're so used to being left tackle, that means your left foot is back all the time. Now you got to go to the other side and play right. Now you have to teach yourself, my right foot is back and I'm in a different stance.
How do you think Big Country feels about them making that pick?
I think Big Country has to have a little concern. I know he was the 4th overall pick, but they moved up to get this kid. Now, granted, they moved up from 31 to 28 or whatever it was. Yeah, 28. But they still saw something in this kid. And it tells me, all right, they see something in him, and they're like, you're either our future right tackle, or if Will Campbell, somebody that we believe is a left tackle, can't get it done, do they then say, Will, we're moving you to the right, and now we're moving, how do you say his last? Lomu to the left.
Well, I think it's interesting because in my experience, I know it's guards, but still offensive linemen. Isaiah Wynn, remember him?
Yes.
Even Mike Nwenu, those guys do not like changing sides on the line.
Nobody does.
So if you're then moving Campbell, I also kind of thought that, this can also indicate that Campbell kicks into guard. I don't know that would happen this year because...
Well, when Elijah Vera Tucker gets hurt, it's going to have to happen.
Well, I don't know that it would happen this year because I don't know that this kid will be, ready for real time this year. But I also think it would indicate that.
But then you're still looking for a tackle because...
Well, you would be hoping that Morgan Moses is healthy enough on the right side.
No, but even if it's next year, right? Isn't Morgan Moses, I think he's got 1 more year left on his deal. Correct?
Yeah.
So he's going to be 38 years old. Now you're kind of banking on a 38-year-old?
Yeah, he's going to be around that. Yeah, it's true.
So now you're still...
He was a part-timer in training camp last year, and it worked out for him.
Right. So now you're still looking for... If you were to kick Will Campbell into God...
Here's the other thing. Will Campbell is Drake May's guy. They are tight.
Yeah, that don't mean
nothing. So you don't think that means anything?
Not in the world of... it's not like Drake May is Tom Brady. It's still me.
You don't think he has anywhere near that power yet?
No, it's about Mike Vrabel. If Will Campbell, if Drake May goes, hey, listen, Mike, we should keep Will Campbell left tackle, Mike Vrabel's going to be like, listen, kid, shut up. We're moving.
This is Keith in the truck. Hey, Keith.
Hold on. They just got rid of Adarian Lowe. I think they lost Mumford. Obviously, they have a 35-year-old right tackle. It has nothing to do with Will Campbell. Tackle is a really important position, probably, in my opinion, second most important, beside, defensive end, whatever, or pass rusher. So this has nothing to do with Will Campbell, but it gives an opportunity to probably have the kid swing for a year. And then, if he's better than Will Campbell, fine.
Yeah.
You put him at left tackle, and maybe Will Campbell can go right side. But has nothing to do with Will Campbell. They actually really needed a tackle.
Okay. All right. Well, it upset Shime.
Yeah, it's so dumb. Like, what? So basically, if they needed a tackle because Will Campbell sucks, then you wasted the number 4 overall pick 2 years ago, is what you're telling me.
Shime, didn't you feel that way in the moment?
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been.
So-
to be fair, I've kind of hit on the last few Patriots first-round picks. So
Shime, you can't say that when your mock draft had them trading out of 31 to go back around.
what does that have to do with this?
Because you just said you hit on the last couple.
No,
of
I'm saying
picks.
I'm saying no.
And
I'm
everyone
not saying
knew they were taking the
I'm not saying
quarterback.
nope. That's not what I meant by that statement. I'm saying
That's not what I meant by that statement.
nope. I'm talking about my evaluations of the players they took over the last couple years in the first round have been spot on. Drake May was a runner-up for MVP. Will Campbell was average to below average the entire season.
So you're saying because of that, we should feel really bad about Lomu?
You should be very nervous.
Well, here's the issue here's the issue, Greg, or potentially Pandora's box that you open up. Let's say Will Campbell struggles at left tackle this year. You traded up to draft an offensive tackle who played strictly left tackle in his career in college in the first round. Now the questions going into next year's training camp or the following year are, do we move Will Campbell to right? Does the Lomo kid now, does he become left? So there's questions that are going to be asked.
Well, you can move either one of them to left guard.
Right, but here's the problem. To Shime's point, you wasted the first overall pick on a left guard.
Yeah.
If I would ask you this on the draft last year, whenever last year's draft, hey, the Patriots took a left guard at number 4.
Yeah, we had this conversation then. Like, are you drafting someone who's eventually going to be a guard?
All right. Well, Patriots have made a pick. You can talk about that all day here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It. They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law. If you've been hurt at work and you need help, go to Catches. Don't make any other call. Just go to Catches Law. They are really, really good at what they do. Over $3 billion won for injured New Englanders. That could be you. Go to catcheslaw.com. Shine, what's up first today?
Well, Greg, another thing that infuriated me last night was the Boston Bruins losing 3-1 to the Buffalo Sabres at the TD Garden. They're now down 2-1 in the series. Marco Sturm talked after the game about how Jeremy Swayman was kind of getting whacked a bit late in plays and kind of after whistles here.
He was.
He was getting smacked around a bit by those Sabres players. Here was Marco Sturm.
Yeah, no, we addressed it. Happened today again. Again, that's one way they try to do, and they've been doing it the 3 games. It just seems like they didn't get a call yet. So I'm waiting too. But it's obviously not my control.
I mean, it was going on. I don't know that I like essentially whining about it to try to get calls.
Right.
Like,
No, that's the right way to do it. Squeaky wheel gets the grease in this situation. You saw the Lightning coach do it multiple times in playoff runs. Like, this is just what coaches do. This is fine.
I've hit on the last 3 Bruins coaches, if we're being honest.
If my math is correct, this team has given up 8 goals in the third period in 3 games. Is my math correct on that?
Sounds right.
Which is an issue for me.
Yeah, that is a major issue.
That is an issue for me. And now you're dealing with a goaltender that certainly looks, he may not be as hot as your goaltender, but looks like he's dialed in.
And he has the confidence. Because we talk about confidence, and that's one thing as a former athlete and being in playoff situations and postseason. The more confidence you have, the more you feel like you can do things.
Those guys were very confident. Like they did not look like a team that was flustered by no playoff experience. Like
Right.
they came into play in your barn and
Right.
they looked very confident.
And
So,
every win that they get, that just adds, adds to that confidence that they have.
And what's a more embarrassing stat from this week in Boston sports? That the Bruins have allowed 8 third-period goals, or that the Red Sox scored 3 runs in a 3-game sweep against the
I
Yankees?
think it's that one.
It's definitely
Horribly.
the Red Sox.
Yeah, it is. All right, what's next, Sean?
Well, Greg, let's go back to football for a moment. Roger Goodell was at the draft last night, obviously, who's announcing each one of the picks. He hopped on with the ESPN crew and was asked about the Mike Vrabel situation and if the NFL would look into it, if it's a conduct policy violation, anything like that. Here was the back and forth between Greeny and Goodell.
The league has suggested this is not a violation of the personal conduct policy. I want to make sure that I'm getting that exactly right. So as of this point, based upon what you know right now, this does not feel like a situation for the league to become involved.
No, this is not a personal conduct policy as we know it today. It's a personal matter, and we'll leave it at that.
Is that the kind of thing that typically you would talk with the team about? If the Patriots seem to be handling that. I think a lot of fans would wonder what, if any, role the NFL would have in something.
I think the teams handle these matters when they're personal matters, and they have a lot more information that can benefit everyone involved.
Yeah.
Did he happen to ask him about the Kansas City Chiefs coach who was arrested for domestic violence on his daughter, I believe, yesterday?
I
Or
didn't
did that
see
not,
that.
did
I
that,
didn't see
this.
that
What?
not come up at all?
No, I didn't see it in the interview.
Oh, wow. Okay, didn't ask about that one, just about the Mike Vrabel affair thing.
Holy cow, I totally missed that story.
You did?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
to be
surprised.
fair,
I'm surprised because you've been spot on when it comes
No.
to that team and what's around them.
that is a Dave Merritt entered a not guilty plea. He was arrested for domestic battery after reportedly causing bodily harm to a daughter. What the F is wrong with people?
Yep, no question about that for Roger Goodell, though.
The Chiefs in the coverage of their team is the biggest anomaly in the history of sports. Almost, give me an example of a dynastic run where the team isn't picked apart. Like, that's the fun of it. Whether it was Jordan in baseball and betting, whether it was the Cowboys of the 90s, the Patriots, the Raiders, like, it's crazy.
All right, we got to take a break, but we will continue with They Said It next, including what Peyton Tolley said. Wiggy's guy, Big Stash, after an excellent outing at Fenway yesterday.
You can watch the Greg Hill Show live stream every day on Twitch and YouTube.
at about 9:20 or 9:30 this morning. You can leave a voice note at any time, any day on the Odyssey app on any topic. The draft, the Red Sox swept by the Yankees at Fenway Park in our backyard for the first time in almost 5 years. Bruins, that series now 2-1 Sabres. Celtics tonight. Any topic worthy of a voice note for us, leave it on the Odyssey app, and we will play the best ones back coming up at about 9:20 or 9:30 this morning. On Monday's show, we will share with you the news on the new afternoon show here at WEEI, and I believe that is 9 o'clock on Monday. Am I correct about that, Curtis?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. All right, 9 o'clock on Monday. We'll have that information for you. In the meantime, we were in the middle of They Said It, Shime. What is up next?
Yeah, your Boston Red Sox lost to the Yankees yesterday 4-2. That ended in a sweep by the Yankees of the Red Sox. But Peyton Tolley was pretty good. 6 innings, 11 Ks. He talked after the game about getting to face the Yankees. Here was Peyton Tolley.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's especially being part of the Red Sox, you know, you want to beat the Yankees all the time. You know, having a night like this is fun, but as you can tell, this locker room wants more than just a good pitching performance. So, you know, happy with how it went, but at the end of the day, we want to win, and yeah.
Well, that's a bright light, I guess, right?
A good outing.
Could have used it sooner.
Or you could have left him in there if you're the manager. But that I won't blame Cora on that one.
No.
That was a call from Bresbot upstairs down
you're
to
right. You're right,
to
Wiggy.
the dugout.
I gotta shut my mouth now because Bulldog Wiggy. I gotta look out for him.
I went to Georgia too.
Yeah, he says all this stuff about like I'm gonna ask Cora this, I'm gonna ask Cora that. Everybody in the Twitch chat's like Wiggy's not gonna say anything, and then Wiggy's like, so are you on the hot seat?
I always ask the questions. I just do it in a way that is, you know, is a little bit more of. I learned from Howard Stern. Make it personable. You add yourself in there, and boom, people will talk to you.
Well, if Alex Cora and Craig Breslow are safe throughout the season, is there somebody who is sacrificial lamb? Is would you fire the hitting coach? Would you?
Maybe the pitching coach, Andrew Bailey.
Maybe Andrew Bailey goes.
Yeah, he could be on the hot seat.
I know Manny Ramirez is looking for a gig as a hitting coach.
I would hire Manny in a minute
because of his work ethic.
Well,
he's got a very strong work ethic.
Well, I don't care what you say about Manny Ramirez as a player and some of the off the field stuff, but based off from just talking to people that played with Manny, they said he was the best when it came to studying pitches, working on his hitting. Like, why would you not want to hire that guy? It might be some other stuff you have to deal with, but hey, you got a great hitting coach.
I don't really know who he's been like since he's been a player. You know, like
he's been quiet.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't really have an idea of what he would be like in that role because I don't know who he is outside of being
played
a player.
Overseas. You know what he did? He helped his kid out a ton. He's always teaching his kid, and I guess his kid is a pretty good prospect. Pretty good hitter down for the Red Sox in their farm system.
Well, Alex Cora said yesterday it's early on this show and can't really judge his team until 45 games in? Is that what he said?
Yeah, I think he said 50 or something along those lines. So, all right, so I guess we got time.
Yeah.
That was just such an awful week. You didn't even show up. You got swept. You didn't even show up. You finally get a lead yesterday. You get 11 strikeouts. You pull Tolley too soon. You gag it away, and then nothing. Awful.
This is Jay from Southie. What's up, Jay?
Hey guys, Wiggy, this is for you. Mm-hmm. When Chris Curtis brought up that we needed hitters during the Yankee series, we failed to hit. You felt like them getting pitchers was going to be enough, and Chris Curtis said, if you look at those games, the only thing you take away is that we did not hit the ball, right? So whatever all-city catcher takes you have regarding the Red Sox, they're now null.
Jay, did you watch the games?
My Southie brother.
Jay, did you watch the games? The reason why you lost.
I watched the game.
Okay, so the reason why you lost in that final game is because Brian Bayo went 2 innings. The other reason why you lost that series is because you lost the game. I think it might have been 3-2, where you did a good job pitching, but your third base coach held a guy up at third base rather than send them home. So it wasn't necessarily about your hitting. It was about the fact that your pitching could not get the job done. You had to go to your bullpen. And the final game of that wild card, I believe, was the final game where Bale only went 2 innings.
We're talking in this series they scored.
No,
3
but
runs.
he was talking about the playoffs from last year.
He was?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
he
what
was.
Oh.
Yeah, he was.
All right, Jay, good call. Love you.
This is Kevin from Quincy. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How's it going?
Excellent.
I think Curtis would agree with me. Like, we got to stop saying, like, it's early. There's a lot of every game in baseball counts the same. The ones in April count exactly the same as the ones in September. And the reason why you ended up playing 3 in New York last year instead of 3 in Fenway is the difference of a game. So we have to stop saying that.
Well, that's what Alex Cora says. He says it's early, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything has a right at the end of it. It's
Right.
early, right?
Right.
Like, so,
When did they trade Devers? How many games into the season last year was that? It was May, right? Now I'm doing it.
No, I think it was. I want to say it was pretty early, right?
June 15th, 2025.
Oh, June 15th. So.
Shine, you didn't continue it.
What? Continue what?
The right.
I think it was June 15th, right?
Right.
I think it was
Right.
Father's
Right.
Day, right?
Right.
They had just swept the Yankees and they
Right.
traded Devers, right?
Am I right?
You're right.
All right.
Howard Stern, right.
They said it.
Changing my
We are-
nickname.
What are you changing your nickname to?
I'm changing my nickname to, thanks to somebody in the Twitch, Raw Dog Wiggy.
Oh.
Wait, no. That's,
Yes.
Wait, why?
Because
Listen, you did ask the question.
the acronym for Raw is Right Again Wiggy.
That was a heater yesterday. Absolute heater.
I
at
appreciate
Alex
that.
Cora.
Yeah.
I
And
appreciate
he said
that.
he does not feel like he's on the hot seat at all, in the least. So full heater.
I asked about the Michael Parsons trade to Mike Vrabel. Another heater.
Yes.
I mean, he shut it down. Said we only focus on guys that are with us. But you know what, Mego? Raw Dog, when he's on asking questions, he's bringing the heat.
Okay. The news with Mego coming up next.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show on W.
say to you? She's a lawyer, so she knows. I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
The news.
You're putting me in handcuffs and you're Mirandizing. You're not Mirandizing me. But you're going to regret this.
Yeah.
You're going to regret it.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
I never said he was soft. I think he's as hard as they come.
The news is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in men's sexual health, with 6 locations across New England. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com.
I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
On WEEI.
Back in Newport to end the roadshow season this year, right before the 4th of July, we announced all of the roadshow dates and locations last week, and you can find them on our social media. We have been invited on a schooner cruise while we are down there, Curtis, if you would like.
I mean, I'm never turning down a boat trip with you after we went to Naples.
All right, so looking forward to it. And, also, we were so busy yesterday talking about nothing other than Mike Vrabel that I did not get to announce the details on our trip to the Cape and the road show in Wellfleet. And we are once again doing a fundraiser for the foundation on that Friday afternoon, which is called Rock and Raw, and it is at the Pearl, which is a great spot in Wellfleet. It's happy hour. The Boston Naturals are playing one of their only Cape Cod shows, and so tickets went on sale. It's raw bar, it's Cape Cod, it's happy hour. I hope you'll join us. You can get information when you go to thegreghillfoundation.org and get tickets there, and then you can make the road show a Thursday, Friday thing, so you can stay if you're going to join us for that road show. From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. Right now, here is Mego with today's news.
A Wilbraham man was arrested and is accused of beating his wife to death at Hotel UMass Wednesday night. Jeffrey McDonald, 36, pleaded not guilty to murder and assault and battery upon a police officer in court on Thursday. Both he and his wife worked at the university. Officers were involved in a violent struggle with McDonald after they responded to a 911 call from the hotel. According to court documents, McDonald admitted to police that he had intentionally beaten his wife using his hands, feet, and a variety of blunt objects, adding that he intended to kill her. A UMass student spoke with WHDH.
Woke up this morning to a email about a murder, so I don't really know what to say when there's a homicide on campus, you know.
Oh, it's awful. Horrible. So I'm sure that will be adjudicated in court, and hopefully it goes the right way.
I don't really, I'm sorry, I don't really get, it says he admitted to police that he was trying to kill her, but he's pleading not guilty.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes, so we'll see what happens.
4 children and 1 adult were hit by a car in Boston Thursday morning, according to police. Police responded to the area of Harrison Avenue and East Brookline Street at approximately 10:29 a.m., so in the South End. When officers arrived, they found a group of children were struck by a motor vehicle while crossing the street. Police said the driver stayed on the scene. A man who was passing by said he saw the injured children as police cleared the area, and WHDH talked with him.
Just driving by when the police had the street shut down, traffic directing everybody, and I noticed some toddlers. They were all wearing the same school shirts, the ambulance was there. They would look like they were in pain, obviously, but I couldn't see too much. They had to get going, move out the street.
That's so scary.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Like, you always see the little kids around the city walking, and they have, like, the little rope that they hold on to. Like, that is the cutest thing in the world to me when they're walking from one building to the other. It just breaks my heart to, like, think.
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, I don't know what happened in this case, but anytime you see that, it's so clear. Like, there's 3 or 4 adults.
Yeah.
They're like little ducklings walking along. They're so cute. You're like, oh, there they are. They're all holding the leash together. A U.S. soldier, this is wild. A U.S. soldier involved in the military operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has been charged with using classified information about the mission to win more than $400,000 in an online betting market.
I'm sorry.
Markets, Curtis.
I'm sorry. If Nancy Pelosi and that jackass in Kentucky, whatever his name is, the old 100-year-old guy, McConnell, can do this with stocks, why can't a special agent do it? Right?
Yeah, I mean...
Nobody should be allowed to do this.
But they do without any issue. Bipartisan losers in Congress enrich themselves with inside information every day. If you're on SEAL Team 6, why can't you?
Here's President Trump. Let's hear from him.
The whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino. And you look at what's going on all over the world, in Europe and every place they're doing these betting things. I was never much in favor of it. I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is. No, I think that I'm not happy with any of that stuff, but they have all these different sites. They have predictive markets. It's a crazy world. It's a much different world than it was.
It's pretty sketchy. Like you can get inside information and then go and make money on it on Kalshi or whatever the Polymarket platform is. And I'm surprised because they have no control over it either. So you can bet on anything. You can bet on whether Mike Vrabel is going to keep his job or not. Mm-hmm. And so at some point there would be some people who might have inside information on that.
Diana Rossini better lay down a bet
who can Who can make some money.
Glad you finished that sentence.
Right. But Greg, like even during this war in Iran, right? Like the president will say in the morning that, they're close to a deal, and immediately the stocks go way up and oil prices go down. So what would preclude him from calling his son or telling a guy, good morning to invest? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I just don't know how you're able to prevent this stuff from happening.
Without snitching on anyone, do you guys have friends who use these apps?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know anyone who uses. I know tons of people who do sports betting. I don't know anyone who uses these yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
It seems like it's the Wild West.
Yeah, it is.
It's absolutely nuts. A statue depicting Pharaoh Ramesses II, the pharaoh believed to be in the biblical story of the Exodus, was found at an archaeological site near the Nile Delta in Egypt. Egypt's Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Antiquities said that the statue, even without legs and its base, weighs as much as 6 tons and stands 7 feet tall. The statue has been transferred into museum storage for further preservation and study.
So the big thing here would be that finding this statue perhaps proves the Bible to be accurate, correct? That's why people are all worked up and excited about it.
What
right?
I couldn't find was like the date that they think it goes back to.
Yeah.
They just say that it's clearly ancient.
All right.
But I think because it's recently been found, I don't know if they can actually date it.
There are people out there who think that the Bible is not real, that it was not written by a man?
Well, it's a book.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
It's a book.
I know
there are people who think it's fiction.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, yeah.
Yes. I mean, there are people who think it was written, through other people by God. Certainly.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You understand the whole thing.
Yeah, I get it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I feel the same way about Bradford's Chasing Steinbrenner. I think that thing is written by God. But in all sincerity, do you have any desire to do the Egypt, go to the pyramids, see that stuff?
I'd kind of like to, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
It's kind of hot. I mean,
it's a while.
I tend to sweat a lot. Because could somebody carry me up to the top of the pyramid like the Pharaoh, or how does that work? You have to hike up there yourself?
I think you have to hike up there. Too much quicksand out there for me. I don't trust it.
Are those photos real where they show the pyramids and then there's the city right there?
I have no
Because you
idea.
always think about the pyramids as if they're I do, as if they're in the middle of a desert area. But then sometimes you see photos online and it's like, oh, there's your neighborhood right there.
Well, the pyramids were built by the aliens.
Yeah.
I mean,
right?
I don't doubt that.
100%.
I'm kind of on that side of the
street. So the
pyramids
pyramids are kind of like Lambeau Field. So there's a neighborhood surrounding the pyramids.
So you meant because Lambeau Field was also involved with aliens.
No, I'm just saying the way you said it was like a neighborhood right
Google,
around the pyramids.
Google it.
All right,
I think if you look up pyramids in a big landscape view, you see neighborhoods right there. Unless these are doctored photos that I've totally fallen for.
Google it. All right, what else?
A 1997 Kobe Bryant Metal Universe Precious Metal Gems green trading card was purchased for $3.15 million in April, so this month, by the alternative trading platform Alt. This purchase set the record for the most expensive solo Kobe Bryant card ever sold.
$1.429, $626.
Shime, do any of these terms mean anything to you? Metal
Yeah.
Universe, Precious Metal Gems, green?
That part doesn't. The card itself, I understand. The trading platform I use all the time. It's how I use to price a lot of cards. Alt. I have the app on my phone.
So they do Pokemon as well?
Yeah. Alt has like everything. You can kind of look at all of the recently solds on eBay so that you can kind of price out the market of where the card currently
Is there any
at.
like social component to that? Like, is there a
Antisocial.
chat?
No,
Is there a
not- no,
chat
not at
people
all.
use?
Not on.
If you try to get social, especially with a girl, they kick your head off.
Right, cooties.
That's not true. I'm married.
Yeah,
friend zone.
Yes, you are.
Nope, married.
Big money in it, though. Big money in trading cards, whether it's
Massive right
Pokemon
Oh,
or.
$3.15 million
That
for
is
one,
nuts.
for one card.
That is crazy.
Big money. That's why
Shime, I have
Brady
a-
invested in it.
Yeah.
I have a business idea for you.
Go ahead.
A we sell your stuff on eBay store. What do you think?
Like my Pokemon cards?
It's from 40-year-old.
He doesn't get it. Shime, have you ever
Sorry,
done
right over
like breaking decks on camera for Pokemon cards?
No, I haven't done that.
Because they do that with sports cards.
Yeah.
What do we do at a roadshow pregame?
Well, yeah, he brought.
Pack battle.
So yeah, we
Yes.
would like to do pack
Yes,
battles,
pack
but
battle.
we
Yeah.
didn't have the proper packs to do a pack
Yeah,
battle.
yeah.
He
That's
brought a
so
three-man deck.
embarrassing.
We going to do that again this roadshow?
Oh yeah, we got to just
Yeah.
grab packs of Pokemon cards. I'd be happy to do
Yes,
pack battles.
Yeah.
One
Let's
guy
go.
brought his own. He was ready to go.
Yeah, he brought like a whole deck.
He was ready.
How do you define guy?
But Shime was
That was a guy.
packless. So-
That guy was into it. His mom dropped him off right before it. It was great.
She was like, honey, I'll be back at 10.
My mom doesn't drop me off anywhere, and I love Pokemon cards.
You told them.
Apparently, there was a fight around the corner actually this morning over Pokemon cards.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, at the Target right around the corner.
What?
Yeah, my buddy was there at 7:30 in the morning because he goes to Target like every day.
No
To
job.
buy
No,
Pokemon
got
cards?
Job,
No.
job to get to or no?
Oh yeah, he works in the afternoons.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, you might have actually met him
Ooh.
at my wedding.
Big announcement.
Which guy?
My buddy Brian goes by Goo.
Goo.
I don't think I met Goo.
Yeah. Well, you guys were talking over at the bar, so
Oh,
he may
yeah.
not have introduced himself.
What,
May have just said
what
hello.
does he do? Remind me so I know.
He works in radio, but at a different place.
Oh, yeah. No. Good guy.
Yeah,
works
great
for
guy.
Works for WBZ.
Has great hair.
What's his name?
Goo. Brian.
No. You could give his full name.
Yeah,
Like, don't worry
Brian
about it.
Antonelli.
It's not 1974. You can mention other
Sorry.
radio stations.
My guy Brian.
People aren't going to
Does
immediately
podcasts with
scramble
Keith
on-
all the time.
Oh, somebody just mentioned WBZ. Let me scramble over there
No.
to the AM dial
Right.
and listen
Oh,
to him.
traffic coming up in 7 minutes.
problem.
Very, very nice guy.
Yeah, he goes to the gym early in the morning, then pops into Target and saw a brawl over Pokemon
Really?
cards this morning. Yeah.
What does he do at Target every day?
I don't know.
Pokemon cards he
'Cause
gets.
he's over there buying Pokemon
Oh, sometimes
cards.
do that. Sometimes looking for other stuff.
Maybe a snack
Getting
or two,
groceries. Yeah.
maybe a pretzel or something like that.
They got a
Slice.
big. I think it's a big ass Target over there, so you can get like food and stuff. Maybe you're cooking lunch or dinner or something. I don't
It's
know.
kind of excessive to me.
I think his gym is like right around the corner, so he just
Yeah,
stops.
I understand going to the gym every day. Going to Target at 7:30. I don't want to like Target shame anybody, but that's kind of crazy every day.
I don't know. I go to Target quite a bit.
Maybe like
love
twice a
Target.
week.
I mean, Target was built to have a toddler run around. Everything else seems a little overdone. Like I couldn't imagine going to the same Target every single day. But I'm bored. I'm dull. I watch the news.
A lot of documentaries.
Get into a habit. Like for a while, Shime, you were going to Thabaro every day for life.
I couldn't tell you the last time I went to a Sbarro. Actually, the last time I went to a Sbarro was probably when it existed down at like the Kingston Mall.
Logan Airport, Terminal A, got a beautiful Sbarro.
Oh, there you go.
Really?
Yep. And a Chick-fil-A.
All
New
right.
York slice.
Can we pause on the news? Get
Yes.
to the rest of it coming up right now, Shime, though, and what is trending this hour.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
The Celtics take on the 76ers in Game 3 tonight at 7. In the NBA playoffs last night, we saw the Hawks beat the Knicks 109-108. The Raptors beat the Cavs 126-104. And the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets 113-96. The Bruins fell to the Sabres in Game 3 last night 3-1. The Bruins now find themselves down 2-1 in the series. They need to try and tie it up Sunday. Puck drop for that one is at 2. Elsewhere in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Hurricanes beat the Senators 2-1, and the Avalanche beat the Kings 4-2. Your Boston Red Sox, they got swept by the Yankees. They lost yesterday 4-2, but Carlos Narvaez had himself a solo homer in the bottom of the 5th inning, which is yesterday's Play the Game, presented by Nissan.
Into the wind, he throws, and Carlos drives one high and deep into left field. Adios! El Capitan puts the Red Sox ahead 2-1.
You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full lineup that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. The Sox are off to Baltimore to start up a series with the Orioles. First pitch 7:05 with Will Fleming and Cooper Boardman on the call. You can catch all the action right here on WEEI, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860.
It pains me, but Will Fleming, much better home run call than Ken.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that is electric. Ken's Worcester one was just abysmal.
Put a smile on that one.
Yeah.
It's just the energy factor, like Shine
100%.
said.
Just got to increase the juice level.
That's it.
all.
Just turn the volume up.
Bang.
Our guy.
When's Ken back from vacation?
I don't know.
Monday, maybe?
Could be.
Maybe Monday? Okay.
I hope so. I miss
All right.
him.
I don't know if he has anything going on Monday or not, but maybe we'll see Ken Monday.
We could. Very well.
Okay. All right.
Rob Bradford will get you ready for first pitch on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 6:05. And the first round of the NFL draft was last night. Fernando Mendoza, as everyone expected, went number 1 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. The big shock of the draft, however, was the LA Rams taking Alabama's Ty Simpson at 13. And your New England Patriots traded up a couple spots to pick 28 to take offensive tackle Caleb Lomu from Utah. That's what's trending. We've got more of the news coming up next year on The Greg Hill Show.
Tonight, Sox and O's, the Mass Mutual.
the last 2.5 weeks? We go from your original statement about, any insinuation the photos were anything other than innocent was laughable to your comments Tuesday to now deciding to go to counseling. What is that process?
Well, that's a private and personal matter. I don't think that those comments. I think that was, always an attempt to protect your family, and I would never be dismissive. But I think my family and this football team are the most important thing, and that's what I plan to do. And I'm excited about the challenge with both of those things.
It's hard for me to say I'm sorry. I just want you to stay.
Mike Vrabel, who addressed the media and his situation last night about 7:20 or so. And I don't know, for those who wanted him to say, I'm sorry, like the Chicago song, or wanted an apology, or felt like he lied when he called those photos and that situation laughable, is that enough when he says that I did that to protect my family or whatever he just
Don't nobody
said?
believe that.
Huh?
I mean, ain't nobody believing that.
I believe that.
Oh, do you?
I think he is intentionally keeping his statements vague enough that nobody can say, oh, look, he just admitted it. He admitted it. Like, it's very obvious his tone, but I think he's trying to prevent further hurt.
Well, you had me on like, all right, they're laughable with the early photos, but once you go out there and you say, oh, this is laughable, ain't nobody buying this, and then more and more photos start.
He obviously didn't think it was going to come out to this extent.
Right, so that's why when I look at it, and he basically dug himself a deep ass hole when he did say it was laughable, and then you get because you had me in the beginning like, all right, well, maybe it was just like, they're meeting each other and all right, they're in the pool and whatever, nothing crazy to see here, and then it's like, oh, damn.
I that's not how I would describe it, and I'm not judging the man. I certainly would not say that I'm better or worse. I certainly made similar mistakes in my life. But what I would say is you're protecting yourself. He was protecting himself, copping to the least amount of publicly consumable information at the time. You hire a crisis communication team because you're trying to protect yourself. If he was
I try to get my money back on that. Whatever they
right. Honest to God, have you ever seen someone who we all believe Mike Vrabel's a smart guy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Someone as intelligent as Mike Vrabel get such horrifically bad advice and listen to it.
They both did.
Yeah.
Because even Rossini's resignation letter, she was like, still kind of like doubling down, like, no.
Well, that's the deny approach.
No. I get that until there's a point where it's like, oh, you can't deny no more.
But that's the green light for Kraft and the organization, that is where it is his job. Like, all this other stuff is decisions he's made. We don't know people's home lives, so that's whatever. But the second you tell your boss something, and it's proven that they call their friend at the New York Post, one of the big partners who owns Fox, all that, Rupert Murdoch, telling him to spike the story. And then it turns out that the story that you were told wasn't even a fraction of the reality that was going on. I mean, that is a huge, obviously, probably not, but if you're risking losing a ally like Rupert Murdoch, say what you will about him, one of the most powerful people in America, then I don't know how many more things that he has. Like, if Mike Vrabel has another slip-up, people will forget about the Super Bowl in 2 seconds.
But you think maybe Kraft's kind of like doing him a solid where Vrabel maybe told him like a little bit of the truth in the meeting, and he said, all right, let me try to do you a solid and see if I can squash this story so it doesn't come out?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
Yeah,
I think Kraft was trying to protect Vrabel 100%.
Right, but I'm saying, do you think Kraft, there was a little bit of
like he knew a little bit more?
Yeah, like, like Mike was like, all right,
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I don't think that I doubt that the conversation was like, hey, this is all total fabrication.
Yeah, that's my point.
I have a question about, should this end, right? Like, obviously we don't know. I would say odds are probably not going to be fired right now. But Kraft made a point of saying how bad the investment was in Gerard Mayo because he paid Mayo and the entire coaching staff and fired them after 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to use cause for this? Like, is there a way that Kraft? Because in other words, I don't think Kraft's going to pay 2 coaches for 4 years to do nothing.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's some kind of vague moral turpitude clause in the contract that you could use if you wanted to. I just think they made it clear, very clear yesterday that they're standing beside him.
Yeah.
And he made that very clear yesterday too. Like he didn't look to me, and Curtis, I know you and I disagree on this, but he didn't look to me like a guy yesterday who was worried about his job. He looked like a guy who's worried about his family.
Yeah. And I need to fix this.
And when I say that, I get it. People are going to go, should have been worried about his family for the last 6 years. And you know what? He'd probably tell you that he was too.
Right.
Like he probably feels the same way that he should have been.
Right.
And it's clear, I'm sure, that he regrets every minute of that.
Right.
And it's not an excuse.
No.
But who among us hasn't had experiences in their life where they did something, it hurt someone else, and they felt bad about it? Like, that happens every day. It doesn't mean that nobody's perfect. Nobody makes every right decision.
Mm-hmm.
But when the Jim in the car makes a mistake, it's not on the front page of the New York Post.
Right. I understand that point. The damage is done. The damage was done 6 years ago, and for however long it lasted, and for however long it is, the damage is done with the family element. His job now with the family is to show that I can change, I can be better, I can do all the things that I need to do, that I can't change what I've done, but what I can do is change who I am moving forward and build that trust, build that relationship back up. Like, that's what I think I got from seeing him yesterday. He's trying to do now moving forward.
Those who believe that there should be some sort of repercussion, and that repercussion should be that he is no longer the head coach of the football team, argue that it will be difficult for him to do that part of his job, to focus on his job going forward when he has this going on with his family. But
because a lot of people
do that all the time.
Right. There are situations where, and I know it's completely different, where people have jobs or a professional athlete and their kids might be dealing with something like an illness or sickness that, that they have to deal with, and you still have to compartmentalize and focus on, all right, I need to do this job even though I know I got stuff going on at home.
I am so tired of these text messages like the 781 text that says, Greg, stop carrying his water. I'm not carrying his water. I care about how he is as the coach of the New England Patriots. Mm-hmm. That's all I care about.
So what?
And sorry about that, but what people do in their private life doesn't get me all riled up. Maybe it's because I'm an old man. Maybe that's the reason. I know people make mistakes. I know some people are able to work really hard and overcome them, and I know some people aren't. I could care two S's about that. I care about how he is as a football coach, whether he's going to be able to get the respect back of his team, whatever. That, like, all those things will bear themselves out.
Now you're coming into my world when we're talking about the athletes, and I'm like, I don't care what they do, as long as you can go out there and you can win games for me.
But I don't think he should be fired. I don't know if he will. My thing is, like, for the people that say that, Tom Brady was with Bridget Moynihan. She became pregnant, and he started dating another supermodel. Bill Belichick, the litany is long. If you want to go through, like, the stars in Boston and how they have treated women in terms of relationships and fidelity, like, we could do it. It's just, it depends when you do it, who breaks the story, and who it impacts. But to say that, like, would we all agree if a good friend of ours, or if Bridget Moynihan was your sister, you would hate Tom Brady?
Right, but I think some people...
Right? I mean...
No, you're right, but I think...
What's worse than getting someone pregnant and then immediately dumping her for a supermodel?
Yeah, I understand, but I think, like, some of the people that might have issues is, like, hold the same energy for people in other situations, like whether it's Brady or it's Vrabel, it's because you like them. But because when we talk about this, and like I said, I brought up because I think it's a very good comparison. When I bring up athletes who might be doing dirt doggish stuff and getting, multiple baby mamas or something like that, people go, I don't want to deal with that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want him. He's such a bad dude. But I'm like, well, that's his personal life. As long as you're not breaking the law and you can help my team win games.
Well, so here's the question to me with all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is gonna happen Saturday? I'm not talking about like just in
the draft.
Yeah, because even yesterday he's at the podium and he's saying, well, I'll be reachable, but I need to be there for my family. This is what my family needs to do, and I'm going willingly.
Right.
So what happens, like, just because I know it's day 3 of the draft, but 3 of the best players you've had in Patriots history, Tom Brady, Julian Edelman, and Randy Moss, all came here either through the draft or a trade that happened on the final day of the draft.
Is Mike Vrabel known as some kind of a draft savant?
What's the difference between the 2 drafts that we just had over the last 2 years? Mike Vrabel came into town.
They have been preparing for the draft for a long time. He has been, probably regrets one trip to a senior day, but he's been going to watch guys, to throwing the basically, theoretically throwing the pads on. Like, they know who they want to draft. Like, I don't get that argument either.
Well, it's changed, Greg.
Yeah, what if somebody comes up on the day?
Okay, Elliot Wolf. Why is Elliot Wolf there then? Like,
I don't
Well,
know.
nobody wanted him there. Now all of a sudden, we'll be fine. Elliot
Well,
Wolf.
the Crafts wanted him there.
He brings the croissants.
Yeah, he brings the croissants. That's
I
why.
love it. I mean, if he brought me a croissant, I'd kiss him.
Well, I think he'll probably, Mego, to answer your question, he'll be like, hold on, Doc. I know we got some things going on, but I got to take this call real quick.
That doesn't seem that effective.
But
then immediately the missus is going to be like, let me see the phone.
But if you are reachable,
is that Elliot? Is that actually Elliot? Let me talk to Elliot before you talk to Elliot.
But if you
the pick is in.
But if you are saying you are reachable, and you're right, Mego, there are a lot of things that transpire between the 4th and 7th round when it comes to certain plays. You might have had your eye on this player, and then it's like, and we know in those war rooms, guys don't see eye to eye. One guy might like this guy better than the other guy, and generally that's where the head coach has to step in if they have power to be like, all right, we're going with this guy. And if Mike Vrabel is not there, then who is that? Elliot Wolf, who then has to make the final decision?
Like, I don't think he should be fired at all. I don't.
No.
And I don't think he will. I just think he should just say I'm away for the whole day then. Because it's this, like, halfway stuff, to me, it doesn't read as legit.
Well, that's what Jones and Keefe were talking about.
Don't go halfway. Just say I'm off on Saturday.
Jones and Keefe are very much in the opposite opinion of me. They think I make excuses for them. So, but I just it doesn't affect me the way it affects some people. Like, I understand that people do dumb stuff and make mistakes, and that's on them. Like, it's like everybody running around judging other people like they're perfect is bizarre to me.
And it's a big deal. He has gone to the podium twice. I don't understand people going, oh, he's doing it at the last minute. He is going up there and taking questions from the media a couple times this week.
This is Mike in the car. Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Mego, great job filling in. Really enjoying it.
Oh, thank you.
Real quick, hey, and this isn't what I called about, but Shine, buddy, congratulations. I looked at the pictures. Bro, your wife is a dime. How did you pull that off?
She looks so beautiful.
I can't explain it. I outkicked my coverage by a large margin.
Andy was a friend for a while.
I mean, you can't even tell in the pictures that she's legally blind. It's great. But anyways, no, the reason why I called is, I still agree with Vrabel's word choice in his initial statement, which is laughable. Not that there was nothing going on, just the fact this has been reported with such breathlessness as if it's the biggest story and as if he's the first guy ever to step out on his wife. Listen, I don't approve of it. I don't think it's morally the right thing to do, but I just don't care. Are we going to start legislating people's bedroom? Where was everybody's indignation about the fact that Steph Diggs had 4 baby mamas in the last calendar year? Nobody cared. Everybody was like, oh, Cardi B is great. She's going to be the new queen of New England, blah, 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 blah. It's just ridiculous that we are so obsessed with what's going on. We're analyzing these pictures like it's a goddamn Zapruder film.
Yeah.
But that's kind of cap a little bit because people were like, "Oh, Steph Diggs, why would you want him? He's on a boat."
Stop.
Come on, Greg. Like,
Wiggy,
you
stop.
got revisionist
turn
history.
all of these things into the same issue.
But you're capping though. Like you're sitting up here and you're going like, all of a sudden now.
When did I ever say Steph Diggs having baby mamas was a negative for the football team?
You were like, I don't want this guy. I don't trust this guy at the beginning of the season.
You mean when he was on a boat? When he was on a boat doing drugs?
He wasn't on a boat doing drugs.
What was he doing?
He was dancing with a bunch of girls.
What did he have in his hand?
No, Greg.
What?
There was nothing he had in his hand.
What was
you
it?
believed it
What
to
was
be
it?
drugs.
What do you think it was?
I don't know what it was.
Bubblicious?
I have no clue.
Broke that picture down big time, too. Could have been a pick later.
I don't know what it was.
I know you don't.
Right. He's asking what you think.
Right, but I'm allowed to have an opinion on somebody based on that.
No, your opinion is he had drugs.
Yes, I do believe it was.
But there was no proof he had drugs.
Right.
Oh, there was a video.
There was a video of him
yes.
with some pink substance in a package.
Right, probably Pop Rocks.
Right. Wiggy, what do you think what it was?
I
Not
don't
what
know
you know. Nobody knows. It's
I don't
think.
know because I don't know.
But that's the job. What do you think it was?
It could have been candy for all I know.
That's not what I asked. I said it's not what it could have been.
Diggs is on a boat handing candy out to a bunch of people who were twerking.
Right.
Like,
what do you think it was?
Does Miami
I don't
have
think
a
it was
Chatham
drugs.
Candy Manor?
You don't think it was?
No, I don't think it was.
I
don't think it was.
I love
cocaine.
you.
That is
You're
cap.
so fraudulent.
I don't think it was pink
What do you
cocaine
think
when
it
everybody
was?
was calling
What do you
it.
think it
I don't
was?
know. But I don't think it was pink coke.
What do you think it was?
I just told you. I have no clue.
Another kind
Nobody's
of pink
asking
drug?
what you know. It's what you think.
I don't, at this point, Curtis, I don't know what it could have been. But I don't think it was pink cocaine. That's what everybody said it was. I mean,
This is
boy, I tell you, boy, you guys are funny.
No.
Yeah.
This is
All right.
Paul from Stoneham. Hello, Paul. Paul.
Hey guys, sorry about that.
That's all right.
You know, I got a great show, first time caller. I had a few thoughts on this thing. This whole thing with what's happening Saturday. I mean, he's got 2 adult boys. You know, you really think they're all going to sit around a campfire up in Maine and talk this thing through? I mean, he's going to take care of himself, right?
Are you kidding me? I like really? Are you you have zero humanity inside you at all? Like, you don't think he has to go and explain to his 2 sons what's going on?
You really think this is all new?
What?
You really think it's all new?
What do you mean?
What's all new?
To his family?
Yes.
You think this is the first time, right?
Yes, no, it's not the first time. It seems like it's an affair.
Yeah.
It seems like it's an affair that's been going on for 6 years that I'm guessing
Well, that's my point.
What's your point?
He's going to take care of himself.
He's what?
I think he's going to, maybe it's alcohol, maybe it's the sex thing. I think he's going to take care of himself.
Well, remind me if I'm ever having an issue to not reach out to you and ask advice, because I don't like I don't somebody who is choosing to put their family first over work. I don't understand how that is a selfish thing.
That's the right thing. My feeling with it is like, why is it halfway? Don't say you're available. Just go take care of what you need to take care of. Like, that's the right thing to do.
Too, also. Like,
yeah, but he's there for the first 2 days. This last day.
Why are we acting like this is the first person in the United States of America to have an affair? It happens all the time in every workplace in the United States of America. And people get caught, and then they make a decision, which is I'm going to stick with my wife. I'm going to do whatever it takes. Or I'm going to stick with my husband, because both sides do it.
Right.
I'm going to do whatever it takes to fix my marriage for the sake of me, for the sake of my partner, for the sake of my kids, whatever it is. Or I'm not going to, but they still do their job while they're doing that.
Yeah, I think he can easily do both. And I think he's kind of saying that's what he wants to do and do both. We're going to base Vrabel on his actions moving forward off the field, right? So if there's other situations that happen off the field moving forward, then they're going to look at, or his family's going to look at him differently. Like, were you really trying to do this, or was this something that you were just saying? But I agree with you, Greg, is that people can do both. They can have situations that are not good, taking care of them, and still do their job. You know, it's just, and that's what it looks like he's going to do. And granted, he might not be there.
Oftentimes, those people who are having affairs aren't busted because they're not well known. And Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
And so they have the privilege of not having the entire world pry their gossipy little fingers into their lives.
Right. And think about how many people are going to counseling right now and that are working and married going through this stuff that you don't know about. I get that.
All right, we got to take a break, but more to come next.
WEEI. WEEI.
'cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man's money. It's a bitch, girl, but it's gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. Say money, money won't get you too far, get you too far.
Draft coverage on WEEI on day 2 of the NFL Draft, brought to you by Chock Full of Nuts Coffee and by Frank's Red Hot. And this is Colby from Charlotte. Hello, Colby.
Hey, I'm just wondering, can we all agree that this draft has been, talent-wise, probably one of the worst drafts within the past 5-10 years? I think we all agree on that.
Sure.
Sure. So, why am I waking up this morning and scrolling on Twitter and Shime's about to go walk into traffic because we traded up our 125 pick to go get a tackle, which, in my opinion, is probably the biggest hole in the roster because he wants to go draft somebody who's going to play. Well, tell me, who the hell are we going to draft that's going to play? I mean,
Colby, that's a great question because
quarterback.
Colby, that's a great question. I'm glad you bring that up because, as you pointed out, Caleb Lomu, if everybody's healthy, is not going to start for this team. Whereas there's probably, I don't know, 4 pass rushers that were on the board that you could have gone and got and could start for you day one.
Yeah. It was a good
There's
draft.
plenty of them.
It was a good draft for edge guys. For people
there's
to
a bunch
say
of
it
them.
wasn't a good.
That's really your primary issue is that you want him to go get an edge guy.
Well, that's that was your biggest hole, right?
Definitely.
When you look at your team, you go, okay, what's our number?
I don't know. You could argue, based on watching the Super Bowl, that protecting Drake May is your biggest need.
Greg, I don't disagree with you that the offensive line is bad, but will Caleb Lomu be starting on day one if this offensive line is healthy?
Probably not.
Then how does it impact? Then it doesn't matter. What's the point of drafting him? He's not helping you protect Drake.
Right. Is what.
And
when you
look at, you can make long-term investments at the offensive line position in the middle round.
Right.
You don't need to waste your first-round pick on that.
Yeah.
Get a guy that can actually start for you.
I would guess from what they said after, what Elliot Wolf said after was, oh my God, this kid's here, and we think that he's actually a really great talent. He was out of reach. It's worth taking him because here's the financial aspect too. Tackles are so freaking expensive.
Right.
If we can develop this kid and then Morgan Moses retires next year after this coming season, then we can throw him in there and we don't have to spend money on that with all these contracts we have coming down the pipeline.
You are taking some heat on the social media platforms for that take this morning.
Yeah, the silly aggregation accounts are out here calling what I'm saying. I believe the term was effing diarrhea.
What accounts?
Oh, like the Savage account and stuff like that.
No,
Savage is after you? Yeah, the crazy aggregation accounts that are probably somewhere, deep in somebody's basement and don't know what they don't have actual jobs to do or anything like that. So it's cool.
And I would say the biggest issue in the Super Bowl, you're right, in the playoffs was your offensive line, but those issues were because you felt like maybe Will Campbell was injured, Jared Wilson was just young and still learning. I think everybody felt good about the center before they traded him, Bradbury, and everybody felt cool about Michael Onwenu. So it wasn't like you had issues at the O-line because you didn't have players. You just had young players on the left side. So by you going to get another young player doesn't fix the issue that most people think you already had. If you went out and got a veteran free agent, and then you're kind of fixing the issue.
Yeah, like that Packers guy that they were rumored for early.
The offensive lineman?
Yeah, in before free agency.
Right, and that's so I think when you
does the pick say to you that you think they're getting A.J. Brown?
Yes.
When you combine that up with Philly and their pick.
The Philly pick tells me A.J. Brown's gone.
Correct, from Philly.
Adam Schefter told me he's gone.
Right. Now you don't pick until late in the second round. Now the question becomes, is there a team that didn't get their wide receiver? Is there a team that might say, like the Rams? The Rams drafted a quarterback. So now people are like, oh, the Rams, maybe they could be in on a wide receiver. Devontae Adams is getting older. Puka Nacua has these off-the-field issues. We don't know what's going to go on with him. So now do the Rams now jump back into the mix and going, all right, we're interested in Puka Nacua?
All right, well, Shime not happy.
Excuse me, Jabron.
Shime, not happy.
Not at all.
That thing's got 11,000 views already.
Does it
People
really?
are losing
Oh,
their mind.
I got to go look at it.
We are going to get to Hill Notes coming up, so you have time to leave one on the Odyssey app on any topic. Mike Vrabel, a topic, certainly. The draft, a topic. Bruins loss. Celtics game tonight. Red Sox swept by the Yankees. All of it. Leave us a Hill Note. We'll play the best ones back coming up next hour.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
Like we do every week at this time, the Greg Hill Show on WEEI in association with ILoveBostonSports.com and Acrobatic bring to you. Now, everybody know I got Celtic pride, but round one, the team's looking like Jekyll and Hyde. Game one, we got exactly what we expected, but then the same group looked wild disconnected. I was all upset, and my homie said, chill, Dread, we just lost one, like Miss Lauryn Hill said. He said he's proud to see me this dedicated, but if I think we might lose, I'm miseducated. Don't let it negatively impact you, cause we got Jaylen Brown and he's our X factor. But here's one way to lose swiftly. Jack tons of threes and go 13 for 50. You was at the game and started with please rise, but then you left the garden like how we lose to these guys. Add to that the $25 cheese fries to add some indigestion when we should've just breezed by. Playing like this, how will they get that thing, that ring, that ring? It's time to dive into the deep end and get silly and win both games this weekend in Philly. Speaking of the garden, it was too kind to Buffalo, who went up on the Bruins and things are looking tougher, bro. But don't suffer, yo, get fired up. Bring more in game 4 and tie it up. And either way, at least you having fun. Hell, y'all score more goals than the Sox get runs. Against the Yankees this week, they almost had none. If nobody can hit, then how we gonna get it done? Against New York, we got slammed and hard. I hope they turn it around at Camden Yards. I'm channeling Patino right now in what for? Cause Bregman is not walking through that door. No Manny being Manny, and no Big Poppy. No more Rafael Devers, this is sloppy. As far as expectations, this is way off. It's only April, but all I can think to say is playoffs. The Vrabel scandal's more than I can handle, so I'ma leave them bars on my studio mantle. I ain't see the marathon and I don't know the contenders, but I'ma guess the winners were from Kenya. Turn it up!
Acrobatic. Weekly wrap up. Always excellent.
Yeah.
Guys, always excellent. Coming up, Hill Notes. Can we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis with the weekend here, please? Curtis, what do you see or feel out there now, and what's coming this weekend?
What was the movie? Was it Mean Girls, where she'd like go outside and did the weather? Am I remembering that wrong?
Yes.
It's like I have
Amanda Seyfried's
ESPN or something.
Yeah.
I can predict the weather.
A great movie. We're going to make fetch happen, Mego. 44 degrees, sunny right now, afternoon high of 54. Weekend looks relatively good. Partly cloudy tomorrow in the low 50s, and then Sunday might be approaching 60 in Boston.
Window World Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. So if you want to get your home ready for spring, go to one of their 4 local showrooms. Go to windowworldofboston.com to learn more. This is John from Franklin. Hey, John, what's up?
How you guys doing?
Great. Happy Friday.
Yep, happy Friday to you guys. So, make a long story short, I grew up in a family where my dad played Major League Baseball, and just the things you saw in the locker room, it's a make-believe world. My point is, Mike Vrabel's probably been cheating, I don't know, for a long time is my point. I don't think he should be fired, but he needs to get help, and the family needs to get better. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
But see, I don't like that statement because it now you equate, because there are people in the world of professional sports that you see because it's out in the public eye that have cheated. So you go, oh, Vrabel's probably been doing it forever. And I'm not saying he has or he hasn't, but when you start basing your opinion on what you see that the media has put out there or the stereotype of what the media has said about athletes, or it's just like, then I'm like, bruh, how educated are you on a subject, or are you just basing it off of what the media has painted a picture?
Wiggy, to me, that is the equivalent of saying, like, well, all female reporters have something going on with players or somebody in the locker room. Like, just because you have heard of one person doing it, doesn't mean a whole group of people are doing it.
And you instantly go to that. It's like, come on, man. And it's like, oh, they're professional athletes. Like, they're around it. Yeah, maybe you live a lifestyle where there might be more people to try to get after you, whether that's financially or whether that's, you're around a lot of women. But to think that, like you're instantly going, well, I mean, that's just what athletes do. He's probably been doing it forever. That's like, come on, man. That's just, to me, that is an ignorant thing to say. It's like when people say, oh, this is why you shouldn't own pit bulls, because They
You and the pit bulls
well,
this
it is
week.
because it's.
I love it. You're
because-
just like you're very protective.
Well, it's because the media has painted a picture of a situation that there's been some bad incidents, but the media paints this picture and that this becomes the reality. So you're buying into a stereotype. That's all I'm saying.
How do you feel about the artist Pitbull?
Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305.
Love
Mr. 305.
Yeah, he started that. He started out that way.
Fireball, great song.
He started out true hip hop, and then he kind of went off to pop hip hop.
I have a surprise for somebody on this show this morning. And so we just got a delivery of food here.
Okay.
Which somebody sent over.
Ooh, we got action.
It smells really, really good. There are bagels. This is from Hazel's Bakery, which I'm not familiar with. Anybody familiar with it?
No.
I think I know what this is.
Do you know what it is?
Well, I left James's car seat upstairs for my dad because he's picking him up. So I figure
Your parents, tomorrow is your 10th anniversary of sobriety?
It is, yes.
And your parents sent all this in
it's very
to
nice.
celebrate you, Curtis, and that accomplishment. So
it is a wonder.
Which is extraordinary.
All right.
And so
Love a good bagel.
Right. Well, the best thing is Curtis does something incredible. We get to eat
Right.
afterwards.
Appreciate that, John.
I would like to thank my dad for getting me out of a pit bull conversation, and I am. I feel like there are times when Wiggy and I begin a debate where anybody could go back and just replay something from 3 years ago, and it's the exact same that we're both saying. We're just both like trying to tell someone who's never going to move off of a point that they should move off a point. But in all sincerity, I am incredibly, incredibly grateful to just this show and the people I've met. That sobriety is a wondrous thing. It gives you a ticket. It doesn't give you freedom to do anything you want. It gives you an opportunity to change your life, and hopefully trying to do that. And I just would like to say, in all sincerity, there is one person who I will never be able to remember. You know, I remember I never knew his name, who I was with in the Boston Medical Center, and he was by himself for 3 days when I had my family coming and going, and he gave me a spoiled punk brat from Dover, a guy that had lost everything. He gave me such an understanding, and he gave me lived experience that I never had to deal with, because he shared it with me about every time you come back to the hospital, fewer people come visit you. That you have this family, don't squander it. These people are here, and I've lost everything. And, like, think of that. Think about me, like punk loser Curtis, sitting in there, and my dad's bringing me in bagels and the newspaper and all that. And I just will always be grateful to him that he was able to look past the total inequities of our lives and to share with me that poignant reminder of what I was going to potentially lose that he had lost. And in those moments, he shared it with me. And the other was, you know, just there, then, forever. I've made a million mistakes. I've been dishonest. I've been someone that has not lived up to the life that I have been provided, and the people that trusted in me, and specifically just to stand with me in that hospital in those days. And since I'm just deeply grateful to all of it. So thank you very much to everybody, and specifically to the people who listen to this show, who have come up to me in my life and expressed gratitude for the story. There's so much negative things about sobriety out there. And to everybody that has someone in your life that is dealing with addiction, I ask that you seek to understand what they are medicating, not what they are using to medicate. And all of that, thank you very much.
I would like to ask for your advice, because I realized last night that I am addicted to seafood towers.
How good was Maple and Ash?
Place is fantastic.
It looked tremendous.
Did it look good?
It looked so good.
What they have?
Great job being an Instagram influencer.
They have the candelabras with the actual flame on the table,
Ooh,
which worries
dripping
me.
wax.
It worries me in our city of Boston. But the place is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to give every steakhouse in our city a run for its money. But the food was great. I just had a half of a salad, half of a wedge. I may have had a cowgirl ribeye also, a bite or two of that.
Cowgirl
Did you
ribeye?
reverse the
Yeah.
plate?
Did Lindsay know about that?
I didn't there was no reversal at all, Mego, but we know where your mind is at. But it was good. It was the place is great. Place
God, just because she covers the Patriots doesn't mean she's like that.
No, I did make the joke. Curtis,
she did.
I've never said this, but like your sobriety journey is just so inspiring. Like I'm just filling in, but the day-to-day strength that I see that takes for 10 years. Like it's an inspiration. Like kudos to you.
Keep
I just
grinding,
wanted to
kid.
say that.
Keep grinding.
Hey, thank
Greg,
you.
you had a double no one meal for you yesterday because that
Oh, yeah. No,
sandwich.
the French dip sandwich.
That's
new at Ocean Prime.
I'm gonna think I'm
With
gonna
the
get me one of
salad.
those.
With the salad.
Nice salad
Yeah.
with it.
I didn't think I'm gonna
I
get
had
one of
to
those.
try it. Can I?
Wow, that looks so good too. I
Don't
missed
it?
that.
That's what I'm saying. I saw
Holy
that sandwich.
smokes,
I
Greg,
was
you were
like,
eating like a king
I
yesterday.
had a business lunch.
yeah,
It was.
well,
I had lunch with our pal Greg from Whalers yesterday.
Greg? I love Greg.
Yeah.
well, you better call your trainer Dan and
Well, I don't
Double
eat-
up.
I just had a bite of the French dip part. I
Okay.
just ate the salad.
that
a
sandwich
bite.
looks so good.
Now, do you
looks
look at the
really
menu or
good.
no? You just walk in, you know what
I
you're
walk in, they tell me what's new on the menu. I
Right.
say, I'll give it a try.
I am definitely gonna get out of try.
Because I heard you just wanted a salad, but they said we need to see if this is good.
This is Johnny in the car. Johnny, good morning.
Good morning, sir. And good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Mego and Mr. Curtis, congratulations on your 10-year sobriety.
Oh,
I
not me.
appreciate that.
Just
Curtis,
This
your speech. Julia Hill is listening and just sent me a text and said your speech nearly brought her to tears. So,
Well, was it about the Vrabel take or that? I don't know.
What's
Julia
up?
is a very sweet girl.
Well,
what's up, Johnny?
now I'm going to talk about the Vrabel take.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm a retired police officer, which has a rich history of males and females cheating on spouses. And I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, nobody cares that Vrabel cheated. However, when you said about normal people, listen, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Mike Vrabel signed up to be the head coach. Mike Vrabel took the money. Mike Vrabel took all the accolades and the press releases. Nobody cares that he cheated, but and you equated him to like an average Joe. Listen, the manager from McDonald's in Fall River who cheats on his wife, he still gets caught and he still goes to work. All I'm saying is, yeah, fix your family, but dude, you got to go to work. If he's supposed to be there, he is supposed to be there.
Okay.
I hope his family works. I hope that they can work this out.
Yeah,
But you gotta go to work, man.
He's not missing. He's not missing on the sidelines in an NFL game. He's missing the last
but
day
this
of
is the draft.
He's missing the last day of the draft day. Like he's not.
I think it's an issue
Where
that
they
he's
have the
missing.
most-
Okay.
I listen,
okay,
it's
that's
Johnny.
fine.
I think it's an issue. I'm on Mego's side of the street.
Yeah.
I think it's an issue that he's missing the last day of the
no.
draft.
I want to be clear. I think
Oh.
Saturday, yeah, it could be an issue, but I just don't get the halfway thing. That's what I don't get. He's reachable. You're not going to be reachable. You're going to be in counseling. So just go with your family and take the day.
Home. When he says counseling, he's going home. I'm sure they're going to sit around and talk about it, and he's going to apologize to his kids and
But Greg, I feel like this, right? We've been trying to figure out why the vitriol and rage has been percolating from Patriots fans,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I just think if I'm Joe Patriot fan and I don't follow the minutia, with all due respect, I'm not knee deep in Scheim's mock draft, and you should be. I feel like there is a genuine feeling of I don't know how to describe it, like there is a feeling like you have been spoken down to as a Patriots fan. That over the last 2 to 3 weeks, you have had a real and raw feeling of betrayal that your coach said this is laughable, and then he talks to the media, and then he's doing it feels like it's all been done backwards. And I think the Patriot fan is like, just level with me and we'll move on. And I don't think they feel like they've been leveled with, if that makes sense.
No, I think that both of them, but in this case we're talking about Mike Vrabel, lied. And I think that he may have to overcome that with some people if you are somebody who believes that people don't lie in their personal lives. He didn't lie to you about work. He lied to you about what's going on in his personal life.
Yeah.
And so if you think that you are owed honesty from somebody like Mike Vrabel when it comes to their personal life, then I'm sure you're pissed off about it.
Well, and
I don't know why you believe that, though. Mm-hmm. I don't know what business it is of yours, what the two of them, either of them and their particular spouses have going on in their personal lives.
Well, because you're a fan of the team, you hold your coaches and players to a specific standard. You take what they tell you as gospel on how you should act, how you should, what they're telling the team, and you buy into that. And then when they see you do something, they don't know you. So people don't know Mike Vrabel personally, so they're not going to see him go to counseling. Maybe his behavior changed with his family. So they can't say, oh, I can see how he's changing his ways. Yeah, they only see the outside and they go, you are a bad person.
Yeah.
Because I held you to a different standard and you broke the number one cardinal rule, and you cheated on your wife of X amount of years, the mother of your children, and you just flaunted it willy-nilly, and you tell your players to act like this.
Yeah, I understand that some people are going to feel that way. So is that how you feel?
I feel like it's not how I feel, because I know there's probably more to it when it comes to him and his family that I don't know about. And as a former player, I understand the spotlight. And one of the things that stood out to me when I was a kid that I remembered, and so as I became a professional athlete, one of the things that stood out to me was the Charles Barkley commercial where he goes, I am not a role model. And as I became a professional athlete, I looked into that and I go, the only one I want to be a role model for were my kids, because I'm able to teach them every day. I'm able to talk to them every day. I can't do the same for your kid if they're watching me on TV. And as a parent to kids who are fans, I would never say that guy should be your role model. You should like what he does, and maybe you want to aspire to be like him as a player on the field. But the role models are the parents, your teachers, the people, for me, my high school coaches that I were around. And so I subscribe to a different thing where I don't hold athletes and coaches to this higher standard.
All right. Coming up, we'll get the Hill Notes. Right now, Shime and what is trending right now.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by Subaru of New England. Your Boston Celtics take on the 76ers in Game 3 of their playoff series tonight. Tip-off for that one is at 7. In the NBA playoffs last night, we saw the Hawks beat the Knicks 109-108. The Raptors beat the Cavaliers 126-104. And the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets 113-96. Your Boston Bruins fell to the Buffalo Sabres in Game 3 last night, 3-1. The Bruins now find themselves in a 2-1 series hole and need to tie it up on Sunday. A puck drop for that one will be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Elsewhere in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Hurricanes beat the Senators 2-1, and the Avalanche beat the Kings 4-2. The Red Sox, well, they got swept by the Yankees. They lost yesterday 4-2 in his season debut for the big league club. Peyton Tolley was great, giving up only 1 run on 3 hits, striking out 11 in 6 innings of work. Sox are off to Baltimore to start up a series with the Orioles. First pitch 7:05. With Will Fleming and Cooper Boardman on the call. You can catch all the action right here on WEEI, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Network. Shaws, proud to be local since 1860. Rob Bradford will get you ready for first pitch on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 6:05. And the first round of the NFL draft was last night. As everyone predicted, Fernando Mendoza was your number 1 overall pick, going to the Las Vegas Raiders. The big shock of the draft The LA Rams took Alabama's quarterback Ty Simpson at pick 13, and your New England Patriots traded up 3 spots up to pick 28 to take offensive tackle Caleb Lomu from Utah. Trending Now is brought to you by Subaru. Let love bloom in the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. Buy with 2.9% financing or lease for just $345 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. That's what's trending. We've got Hill Notes coming up here on The Greg Hill Show.
WEEI.
WEEI.
Jones and Keith coming up at 10, and we will get to Hill Notes from the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win in a couple of moments. We are back on Monday with an announcement about the new afternoon show here at WEEI, and so I believe that will be at 9 o'clock on Monday's show. This is Pat from New Jersey. What's up, Pat?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
Just going to the pick. I love the pick. I think it was a definite need. We all saw the Super Bowl last year. The line was atrocious. Maybe he plays right. Maybe he plays left. We talk about, getting upset about Campbell. He may be a guard. If he is a guard, you need to correct that sooner than later, right? You want to fix that ASAP. Best case scenario or worst case scenario, this kid plays left tackle, Campbell slides in as guard, and then you have the left side of your, line kind of shored up. But if you keep playing Campbell at left tackle and, clearly he's a guard, May's going to get killed. He's not going to see through the end of Campbell's, rookie deal. So I think it was definitely, the right pick. It's definitely a need. I'm happy with it.
No, I guess the argument that maybe, I don't want to speak for Shine, but if you are thinking that he is going to move into Will Campbell's spot, you picked a very similar player, at least when it comes to physical attributes.
Yeah, you picked a player that needs a lot of development time. Like, he's young. He is really young. And maybe the ceiling is high, but the floor is also really low because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. He needs to add some weight. He needs to strengthen up. He needs to become a better run blocker. He is athletic, which is great, and that's a good base to have. But, I don't know. If you're all along, you've been telling me that Will Campbell's your left tackle. If that's the case, then why are you drafting another left tackle? You have technically a starting offensive line right now. As of yesterday before the draft, you had a starting offensive line. According to the depth charts, you still have your offensive line. He is now a swing tackle backup. So I would have preferred you take a pass rusher that could have started for you day one and impacted the game and stay competitive. You have holes you need to fill in order to continue to be competitive this year, not just worry about 5 years from now.
508 Texter says that they're going to have to admit that the Will Campbell pick at 4 was a bust. I don't know.
Well, even if they do that,
I don't know if they're going to.
If they move,
pretty quick to do that.
Yeah, if they move Will Campbell to God or to the right side,
then they're admitting it.
Yeah. But the only problem with that is, and I to the caller, I get what the call is trying to say, but the only issue now is you don't know if this other kid is going to have issues at left tackle. So when you throw him in there, let's say Will Campbell has a bad year, because I think Will Campbell's going to get the whole year, and he's going to get a long leash.
Not going to have an injury. No injury. Hopefully not. Yeah. There's no injury excuse.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't have an injury. If he's healthy, he's going to play the whole year at left tackle, and then you're going to be able to know, all right, and if he doesn't have a good year, now what's happening is next season, the season after this one, you are heading into camp with a proven unknown at left tackle.
All right, let's get to Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric. Correct me if I'm wrong. We all know Mike Vrabel started his college coaching career with the Ohio State Buckeyes. But given all the breaking news lately, it sounds like he may have been better suited to be coaching the Carolina Gamecocks.
Jeez. Too soon.
No. Have you seen some of the memes?
Oh, yeah.
The Maury Povich one is funny.
One of the only things AI has given us the value.
Yeah, you don't get too soon. Not in today's world.
I have a total conspiracy on this Vrabel stuff. It's not Rossini's husband that's responsible. It's not some private eye with a long lens. It's the owner of the Titans. Think about it. 6 years ago, in a bar, where was he? Where was he coaching? She still has that axe to grind, and she's doing anything she can to destroy him.
That's interesting, but
because it goes back that far.
Yeah, it does, but you'd have to know his every move and every movement. So do you have somebody in his inner circle that's feeding you this information? Is there a rat, like Mike says, in his inner circle?
Or could it be the owner he refuses to name from the Tennessee Titans?
Yes.
Greg has made this observation to me. It's a very brilliant one, I think.
I did wonder why he was out of coaching for a year after that.
Right.
And if there was if there was something going on and that owner knew about it, did that owner then reach out to all the other owners and say, this is what's going on, and that's why it took him a plus year and a half plus whatever to get back in the NFL?
That was a firing of Mike Vrabel that in the immediate present, everyone said, this is so dumb.
Right.
He's such a good coach.
Right.
And then it took him, a whole another cycle to get another job.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But he did get another offer, allegedly, from the Jets. And I guess...
Who reported that? Diana Rossini?
Yes,
or was
Diana
that
Rossini was the first one on that
actual
one.
report?
But I can go down this conspiracy wormhole with you. It just... They would need, the owner of the Titans would need somebody in his circle to be like, he's going to be here. He's going to be there. Knowing that not only is he going to be there.
So, but you think it's the husband. If it's not the Titans owner, then you think it's the husband. And so the husband finds out about it, and then he's willing to publicly shame the mother of his children. And I get it. Like she
dogged him.
She did.
So it's
she
his payback.
did. I understand that, but
one of the
it's
kids is
also
named Michael.
Yes.
If I'm the husband, I'm like, oh, damn. Oh.
No, listen, the affair seems like if it was happening, she went on and got married to the guy. Like, that's savage.
Yeah.
Right, but...
I mean, that's savage.
That's like the most romantic, happy time you guys are planning your wedding together. And you're, like, going on bachelorette
But
parties.
and the guy got money? And he loaded?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about scorched earth. Your kid could potentially be named after somebody else that you had a potential relationship with.
And she's saying goodbye to free Shake Shack, which is like awesome.
So, yeah, I mean, he's probably willing to say, oh, I am going to make you pay and I'm going to make you suffer. You think it's over? Not just yet. And then we're like, oh, is that it? And then, boom, here comes another shoe to fall. It's like,
But to Greg's point, that becomes very painful for their family.
He might, at the point,
The kids are little, but they'll know about it eventually.
He might not give an F being in that moment. Some people get
I understand people do that, but then they don't realize that later on the kids go, wait a second, how did everybody find out about my mom? And it's the dad who did it. Like,
what do you think the dad's saying to the kids? You know what your mom's really like? Let me tell you how she really
that's
is.
awful for the children.
But that's how
I understand that people don't care.
Yeah, there are some people who feel like, this is, I loved her but this is how she treated me,
You guys laughed at me last week when I said you'd be talking to Josh McDaniels in the fall. My prediction is Vrabel takes a paid leave of absence for 2026. Josh becomes the interim head coach. This is beyond
an affair between two married people, somebody's out to get Vrabel.
Well, yeah. I mean,
that did pop in my head. Like, I do think that may be an answer where you don't. Robert Kraft is able, because I think McDaniels has still got another year being paid by the Raiders. So you kind of organize it in a way where he's not actually the head coach. He's got an interim tag, and you give Vrabel some time. I don't know. I mean, but yesterday afternoon, did you guys feel, or where did you stand yesterday, and has it changed today about what you think Vrabel's future is like with the team?
It didn't. Once they released their statement and he spoke last night, I feel like his job is secure.
I think he's secure.
Yeah.
I do wonder, as one caller brought up earlier, and everybody laughed him off, will it get to a point where he does say he needs to take like a little time? Not like he's leaving the job completely, but I could see something where he says he's taken 2 weeks or something like that.
Well, I'll tell you this: if it's a McDaniels Monday, he better keep his filthy hands out of my blueberries, because my blueberries bring one man to the yard, and they are only for one man. My blueberries.
Thank you.
I'm a one blueberry man.
All I know is that this season of Hard Knocks is going to be crazy.
Well,
they don't have it this season. It's next
season, 2027. So you're gonna have to wait a year.
Wiggy, not the Red Sox sweep you were hoping for, huh, buddy?
Oh, well.
A little off on that one.
Well, when I said that, people go, "Oh, it's still early in the season." Won't mean that. Well, it's still early in the season. It's a long way to go. I mean, you lost 3. Now you got Baltimore. Climb that hill.
The biggest surprise of round 1 last night wasn't that LA took Ty Simpson or that the Patriots traded up to get an offensive lineman. It's that when Ben Roethlisberger came out on the stage, he didn't look like Brendan Fraser in The Whale.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Brendan Fraser went
That's
the other way.
an interesting film. Did you like it?
No, I never saw it.
You didn't see it?
I had no desire to see it.
No,
Oh, you didn't have any desire to it?
I love Brendan Fraser in The Mummy.
Yeah.
Give me that Brendan Fraser.
Well, he's coming back. They're doing a Mummy sequel, a reboot, or something. So he'll be back in The Mummy. Maybe, he'll get on the Ozempic or something.
You gonna go see Michael this weekend?
I probably won't go this weekend because my daughter's having her
baby
shower tomorrow, and my in-laws and family are in town, so not this weekend. I'll probably catch it next week or the following week.
Did you watch the original Michael with John Travolta as an angel?
The original Michael.
That was actually a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
Who else was in that? There was somebody else in that.
I don't know.
I remember what you're talking
They had the
about.
world's biggest ball of yarn. I
Yeah.
remember that.
I remember what you're talking about. I think I did see that a while ago.
All right, can we think of a different quote-unquote punishment than drinking beer out of his own shoe? Come on, guys. There's probably worse going on in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Hey, Sonny Gray, if the Red Sox were a tree, would it be a weeping willow?
That's a good one.
How long is he gone for?
I don't know. 15-day. Oh, I almost said the IL.
Yes.
15-day IL now, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, thank God for Peyton Tolley.
Even though Peyton will go out there and give you 6-7 innings or whenever Cora decides to pull him, you can't hit the ball. They need to start serving up softballs or something for the other team, so maybe the Red Sox can get some hits.
Mike, Diana, when it comes to 6-year-old Michael, Mike Vrabel, you are the father.
Yeah, that is wild.
But somebody was texting in earlier saying that she named him for her father or
Maybe she did.
grandfather or something like that.
I don't know. I guess it's the tweet.
The tweet is weird.
Yeah, so I mean that's
the tweet is weird.
If she would have said across all sports, I told you, you would have got me on Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Or maybe even Mike Tyson.
All right, is that it, Shime?
That'll do it today, Greg.
All right, Hill Notes, as always, brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric. WEEI, New England Sports.
inside a memory. You forgot about a destiny. You buried me. Didn't you? Didn't you love me faster than you did? Want me straight into the ground, drowning deep inside your walls.
Jones and Keefe coming up momentarily. A reminder that Monday we will have some news on a new afternoon show here at WEEI, and that will be at 9 o'clock on this show on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll wrap the draft up, be able to do that on Monday. Hopefully Shime will be in a better mood after the Patriots make some picks this weekend. Eight of them tomorrow without Mike Vrabel. So
I'm interested. I am so interested, obviously, for the Celtics game tonight. But like Shime, I love watching the draft, so I'm going to be interested to see what they do in round 2. The A.J. Brown situation is still one of those things. I'm starting to look at some of those teams that might have been in the market for a wide receiver and what they do. Because the Chargers took
Akeem Messidor, the pass rusher at University of Miami.
Yeah, so they still could be in the market for a wide receiver.
Seems like George Pickens might be available as well, so like that's another option for other teams and for the Patriots. He signed his franchise tag, but it seems like the Cowboys are open to trading him.
Question for the room.
do they have to consult with Bill Clinton on that one?
I don't think so.
Did you see him show up in the middle of their press conference?
Yeah. Jerry Jones almost fell over.
I know. He almost fell on top of the president.
It's so weird. We haven't seen him for like years, and now in 48 hours, he's all over the country.
Well, question, who would you want if you could get A.J. Brown or George Pickens?
Oh, man.
A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown, I think.
I think I might want George Pickens, Wiggy.
I might
You're
younger.
such a contrarian.
No, it's just he's
Wait till
younger.
that gets aggregated.
You don't have to worry about the knees.
Savage.
Yeah.
He's great deep ball
I
receiver.
might be with you, big dog.
I don't know. Like, I would be happy with either. I might lean Pickens slightly.
Yeah, Sean, I might be on that train.
Especially because you have Romeo Doubs, who's more of a possession receiver anyways. So Pickens can be more of your big play guy. I don't know.
Pickens with a quarterback, you kind of got to see what he
was so
potentially
good
could
last
be.
year.
What do you have, almost 1,400 yards?
He's a freak.
Just some food for thought.
Also
over
a
the
Georgia
draft.
Bulldog. Woof,
yeah,
woof.
yeah, but even if he wasn't, just some food for thought for the draft as we watch it. Start to wonder what the Patriots will do. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if some other teams, Kansas City, because you know what I thought when Kansas City traded up? I was like, oh, they must be going after one of these wide receivers.
Yeah, they saw Tate go early, so they wanted either Tyson or Lemon.
Right, and that's what I was thinking. And then they ended up taking the cornerback, the kid from LSU. I was like, all right, I get it, because so maybe they could be somebody who comes in, sneaks in the pause, backdoor for A.J. Brown. So if I'm the New England Patriots, this is something that, you better put your foot on the gas and go get him.
All right, well, sadly, we got to go.
Yeah.
Great week, everybody.
Yeah, it was a good one. Good job, Mego.
Not for the Red Sox, but
congrats, Curtis.
Thanks, buddy.
great week. Yeah, Curtis, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Great
Thanks
job.
for the treats.
Oh, no problem.
All right.
Put it on my tab, Dad.
Jones and Keefe are next. Go Bees! Go Seas!
Now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run. Well, it might be a long time.
Are you ready? Are you ready, Chris Scheim, for a show without Jones today? No Jones. He had to seek out some counseling.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so he's unavailable today.
Is this the result of QuiltCon?
It might be QuiltCon. They had to be like, you know what? Take the Friday. Take the Friday after round 1 of the draft, after Game 3 of the Bruins, before Game 3 of the Celtics, and just work on some counseling. So that's where he will be. He will be back on Monday, as far as I know.
All right, for now.
So I'm not making Scheim work a true double. Scheim's only going to be here for an hour, so we'll do a lot of draft talk in this hour, Mike Vrabel talk, but the rest of the show, there'll be plenty of Bruins, there'll be plenty of Celtics, and Rob Bradford is going to join us at the stroke of 11 o'clock.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't know if you saw this, but the Red Sox just got swept by the Yankees.
I did happen to see that. Peyton Tolley looked good, though.
Friend of the show, Peyton Tolley, looked great.
Hoss of the week.
Hoss of the month, maybe.
Yeah.
After that performance.
That was great. 11 strikeouts. Love
Sox
that
even
from him.
had, I think, 2 players cross home plate. 2 guys.
2
touch home plate.
Well, see,
in the game.
Keith, that's the thing, is you saw gradual improvement throughout the series. 0 runs in game 1, 1 run in game 2, 2 runs in game 3. Next time they play the Yankees, they might even score 3.
Maybe tonight, maybe against the O's, they can score 3.
That'd be kind of nice.
5-3 or 6-3, somewhere in there. So they're a mess. Bradford can maybe help figure out how they're going to turn things around a little bit. But Mike Vrabel spoke before the draft, and we can talk about some of the stuff that he said there. But because our WEEI draft expert is in the house.
Thank you.
Your reaction to the Patriots trading up from 31 to 28. They have to throw in pick 125. They move up 3 spots, and they draft an offensive tackle.
Yeah, Caleb Lomu, who, it was not on my list of offensive tackles I even liked. And so at this point, it was kind of the last offensive tackle before you really fall off a cliff to the next tier.
He was the 7th offensive tackle taken.
Yeah. Which is in a draft that is not supposed to be very good. This is a crop of guys that is mediocre at best. And yet here you are trading up for the last offensive tackle. It's a guy who needs to put on weight, isn't a good run blocker, has a problem anchoring against power rushers, debatably short arms, tiny baby hands.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't love this.
That hand's not a good sign.
25th percentile hands, Keith.
Little hands.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure your hands might be bigger because I think years ago we measured on one of the old programs we were a part of.
I have thin fingers, thin piano fingers, but when you
sick brag, bro.
But when you measure, what is it, thumb to pinky like that?
Yeah.
They weren't tiny. They weren't bad.
No, and I have little baby hands, so I resonate with people. Yeah.
Yeah, you got share gloves with Lomo.
Yeah, exactly. That's great. Keep ourselves warm.
I'll do you one better. We did earlier this week, Jones and I, 5 players that we want at pick 31 and 5 players that we don't want at pick 31.
All right.
5 players we don't want. My number 2, Caleb Lomo.
Kind of nailed that one. Good job by you.
Most of it was, even aside from your scouting report breakdown of them, was just I don't want that position. I don't want them to take a left tackle in back-to-back drafts. So I understand. And then a lot of the comments were like, hey, did you see the Super Bowl? You need to protect Drake May, which I agree with. But Will Campbell's your starting left tackle. They told us that after the season. Vrabel was adamant that he's your starting left tackle.
They told us again last night after the pick.
Right. Apparently, Will Campbell's already texted Lomo, so they're best buds.
Nice.
Morgan Moses, who is an older player, but he's your starting right tackle. You still have Onwenu. You still have Wilson. And then you got Vera Tucker.
Paid him.
That's your offensive line. I don't doubt that you need more guys. You need... Maybe even the second round, third round, you need to add some more offensive linemen because those 5 guys aren't going to make it through the whole season. But this, I don't like. I don't like it at all because you had such a glaring need at edge rush. You don't have any starters at edge rush, and there's a bunch, and some of them are still available. So who knows? Maybe they trade up again, and maybe they get one of those guys. But in the moment, I really didn't like the pick.
Yeah, I hate it. It's not a guy that's going to start for you. This is a first-round pick. You needed an impact player. You were just in the Super Bowl.
Right.
I don't expect you to be back in the Super Bowl next year necessarily, but I expect you to be competitive and in the playoffs. And by adding a guy that's a depth piece now, which you can get, by the way, in the middle to late rounds where you have 8 picks, you could have added a starter to your defense and made your overall team better.
Yeah, and so when they drafted Nate Solder, that was another one of those picks that was a first-round pick. It was even higher than this, and he wasn't going to be the starter right away. But the team was also a Tom Brady wagon. They had a better roster.
You roll out of bed and you win 12 games.
Yeah, so this team, they were in the Super Bowl, and that's great, but I don't think they're in the position to be just drafting backups in the first round. I would have been happy. We can get into some of the players that are available still for them, but I think you could have easily taken edge rusher, maybe even a linebacker. Jacob Rodriguez is out there. He could start for you right away.
I'm interested.
I like that guy
him
quite a bit.
I think you could have gone tight end. There's another
tight end,
Eli Stowers is out there.
Another guy
and I think too, if you're going to go for a depth position in the first round, you could have gone with a guy that's at least going to rotate in, right? There's some defensive tackles I really like at this point. We've already talked about edge. There's a couple corners I really, really like that are still available. So, like, those guys, yeah, they're depth pieces, but at least they would have seen playing time. There's a good chance Caleb Lomu doesn't see the field.
All right, so if Will Campbell was a really, really good left tackle, like a knocking on the door of like a Pro Bowler in year one,
yep,
do they take this guy here?
No.
I agree. So
There's
that's
no chance.
That's the other part. So they might even start next year with him at left tackle, but maybe they're already thinking that they're going to move on from Will Campbell. So, like, are you committed to your number 4 overall pick, the first pick in the Vrabel run here, or are you not? Like, I feel like it is kind of mixed messages. Like, is he going to be a guard soon? Or is Lomu just going to redshirt all season? Like,
Which
that seems like
awful.
a waste.
Especially for a tackle. Tackles don't need a redshirt. Quarterbacks, you can argue need to redshirt. Sometimes receivers, tight ends.
Yeah.
Offensive tackles don't need a redshirt in the NFL. You just saw Will Campbell and Jared Wilson play almost an entire year. And were they great? No. But they were serviceable.
Yeah.
It was a hell of a lot better of an offensive line than you had the year prior.
Yeah.
And so, like, I just look at this and I think it's kind of a waste. It feels very without a plan because you're either telling me you drafted this kid to sit behind Morgan Moses. He'll take over at right tackle next season.
Mm-hmm.
You drafted this kid expecting Elijah Vera Tucker, one of your biggest free agent signings, to get hurt. And then he's either going to play guard or you're kicking Will Campbell to guard. Or you're telling me that your number 4 overall pick from last year is, in fact, actually a guard and not very good at tackle, and he's going to be the replacement. All of those options are terrible.
Yeah, I don't like it. Matt Miller from ESPN, his post-draft analysis of Caleb Lomu to the Patriots. He says, watching Will Campbell struggle in Super Bowl, whatever it was, 60, and realizing Morgan Moses is 35 years old, it felt as if the offensive tackle was a very important position for the Patriots in round 1. So that's his opinion. Lomu's experience is exclusively on the left side, and he didn't give up a sack last season, but there's an opportunity to try him on the right side if he can add strength to his lower body. As a run blocker, he's a work in progress, but as a pass protector, he's incredibly clean.
So he's really good at, like, mirroring speed rushers. To his credit, he's extremely athletic. Like, they drafted a guy who can move. Like, this is not some, Trent Brown type who's just going to stand there and be a wall. Like, Caleb Lomu can move, but the issue is when he moves in the run game, he doesn't move people off their spot. He's not strong enough. And then in the pass game, he goes up against Will Manderson, and he's going to get manhandled.
Well, yeah. Manderson does that to a few people.
Yeah, once or twice.
He concludes by saying a redshirt season might be in his future, but he could be the team's long-term play at right tackle.
Why are we redshirting tackles?
And is he
Who redshirts tackles?
Well, I guess they might. Is he playing right tackle because he can't play left, or is it because Will Campbell's definitely the left tackle? Because if you end up with a right tackle and a left guard, your first 2 first-round picks, I don't really like that at all.
Well, I think they say right tackle just because they're assuming Will Campbell's going to stay at left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's kind of my guess. I don't even know if he could play right tackle. He's never played right tackle.
Yeah.
He's only played left tackle.
Only played left tackle. And so it looks like you're just going to have a guy that's going to get thrown in there. And if you told me, like, that's why, like, the round matters so much. Like, so, like, if tonight they took a left tackle and you're like, he's going to redshirt, I'd be like, okay.
That makes sense.
He's going to redshirt.
100% agree.
Like, when
you take Jennings
Sebastian
Dunker.
Vollmer, not this year, but I'm saying, like, when they took Sebastian Vollmer, I think he was a second-round pick. And you're like, all right, we'll wait and see what this is. Or guys like Joe Tooney were third, fourth-round picks, and Shaq Mason were, like, third, fourth-round picks.
Mason was, like, a 6th-round pick.
Or maybe he was even later, but, like, those were 2 guys. Now, they were guards, but still, like, they were offensive linemen kind of projects, and they both ended up being really good. It's all about value.
Yeah.
Famous man has once said, it's
Absolutely.
all about value. And that's why, like, I never want to draft a guard in the first round. And I think for this team specifically, drafting a backup seemed like a miss. So I didn't like that.
Yeah, there's so many other opportunities, right? If you're not confident in the A.J. Brown trade, there are receivers available. There's a bunch of edge players available that I really like.
Yeah.
There's so many other depth pieces you go on with that still impact this team. Caleb Lomu doesn't impact this roster in 2026 if people stay healthy.
So you can talk about Caleb Lomu all day long. If you like the pick, hate the pick, you can let us know. The other thing that jumped out from the draft, really a couple things from the draft. One is that the Philadelphia Eagles took a wide receiver. And so it already confirmed something that was all previously confirmed. This is like when Adam Schefter will swoop in on an Ian Rappaport. He's like, I can confirm confirmation. So
Can't
we
confirm.
know.
It will probably happen.
Yeah, he's for sure out of Philadelphia. I assume that he is here. I don't know if anything else happened in the first round where you thought that maybe a team wanted a receiver and didn't. Now, would they circle back and talk to the Eagles, or is this still just we now wait till June 1st and he's a member of the Patriots?
Yeah, Mekhi Lemon fell a lot farther than I thought he would, so I'm curious if the Chargers were a team that thought, if Lemon falls to 22, we'll take him, otherwise we'll take Messidor. So that's a team I would watch out for in terms of trading for a receiver. I would also keep an eye on the Kansas City Chiefs. They have shown the willingness to wheel and deal, especially in this year's draft. They go up for Delane, and then in the end of the first round, they take Peter Woods. So they still need a receiver, probably at some point to pair with Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. So I would keep an eye on them. Those are a couple ones. Even the Browns, as well, as another team I would keep my eyes on. I know they took Casey Concepcion. He, to me, is not a legit number one guy. He's kind of a number two. So those are kind of three of the teams that I would keep an eye on to swoop in for A.J. Brown. And now George Pickens could also be on the table. Signs his franchise tag.
Would you be in on Pickens?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Pickens, wild man.
I kind of like it.
I
like wild man in a good way. He is a freak athlete.
No, he's really, really good.
I've never seen somebody play football the way he plays football.
He's kind of nuts. I liked him coming out of the draft,
Loved
but
him.
obviously the Patriots like Tyquan Thornton that year. So
don't remind me.
What are you gonna do?
That was disgusting.
So yeah, I guess there's another guy on the table. I would say AJ Brown, though. It seems like it's a done deal. Although we know he's leaving Philadelphia, and now will the Patriots be willing to, what is it going to cost? Will it be next year's 1? Will it be next year's 2? Will it be whatever it is? But it looks like they're going to have all their draft picks for this year, and then maybe still get AJ Brown, which I would still say very successful offseason. Doesn't mean I'm not frustrated by this first-round pick. I feel like you could have done better. But let's see. Some of those edge rushers did get punted down to round 2. So maybe you still get somebody there, right? And then you walk away from the first 2 days of the draft, and you're like, all right, they did a draft. Maybe they did it in a different order than we wanted, but maybe they still went after the needs.
Yeah, it may. At the end of the day, it may feel like the Detroit Lions draft from a few years ago where they draft Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, and Brian Branch. And if you had just swapped the order in which they drafted him, it would have looked like a great draft. And hopefully that's the case. It seems like it's not going to be uber expensive to trade up either. Yeah. So there's a chance that, one of the 4 or 5 pass rushers that I still like are available in the middle of the round. They can trade up and grab them, and I'll end up, being okay here, especially if they get A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I know. So they have a second-round pick and a third-round pick for tonight. Then tomorrow, where Mike Vrabel will not be around. He'll be available via phone, maybe a quick FaceTime, maybe.
Like Jones, if we call Jones, he'd be available.
Jones right
to us?
now. I'm sure he would answer the phone.
Appreciate that.
In the middle of his counseling, they have a 4th round, a 5th round, 4 6th-round picks, and a 7th rounder.
It's too many 6th rounders.
It's a lot.
You don't need that many.
Well, maybe they'll trade up, and it'll be the Wolfpack. Wolfpack will be the one in charge of that. I guess he'll be the one making those moves. But still 2 picks for Mike Vrabel to weigh in on tonight. I would hope that they go edge rush. Maybe even tight end. We'll see what they end up doing there. Another thing that jumped out just as a draft fan was the Ty Simpson pick.
This
terrible,
unbelievable,
terrible pick. So Ty Simpson, I can't.
So I don't actually think it's terrible.
Oh, really?
Sean McVay thinks it's terrible.
He does.
McVay does?
Yeah, McVay didn't seem happy about the pick.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Yeah, he was.
They were asking him about it, and he's like, he'll compete with Stetson. That's all he said.
With Stetson?
Yeah, it's a backup.
I know who he is, but wasn't he like a 7th-round pick, or was he undrafted?
No,
no. You know what? He was overdrafted, too.
Yeah, he was like 5th.
Yeah, he was. He got drafted higher than he
should. And Simpson said that he never talked to McVay throughout the whole process.
Now, I saw the Schefter.
Really? That I missed.
Yep.
Schefter did say that the Rams called Stafford yesterday during the day, and we're taking Ty Simpson.
Wow.
So I guess Stafford, at least got
So there was a
to
ton of scuttlebutt about this yesterday morning heading into the draft. I didn't believe it. I thought it was kind of last minute, here's a smokescreen type thing, but it ended up being reality. And if I'm Ty Simpson, this is quite possibly the best location you could be drafted to, right? If you're hoping to be a successful quarterback in the NFL, you're behind an all-pro, possible Hall of Fame quarterback on a really, really good football team throwing to Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and have a good offensive line, and you have Sean McVay as your head coach. You get to sit for a year. You don't have to play. That was the big thing with Ty Simpson. He only played 15 games, and only half of them were really good.
He wasn't very good. He's one guy, I can't claim to have seen all the players play that were drafted last night.
Yeah.
Ty Simpson was on TV a lot. I saw Ty Simpson a decent amount brag. not great. Not impressed.
It's really easy to watch all of Ty Simpson's tape because there's just not a lot.
That's true.
So
That's true.
He just hasn't thrown a ton of passes, and so this is the perfect spot for him to sit for a year and then maybe compete for the starting job in 2027.
So I get drafting a quarterback if you're the Rams relatively high because Stafford's old.
And you lucked into a top 15 pick because the Falcons are a bunch of idiots.
But this isn't the draft to draft a quarterback in the top
fair.
15. Even Mendoza, I don't love, but he's like, all right, you have to do that. The Raiders are like they had to do that.
Had to take him.
The Rams didn't have to do that. I wonder if Simpson would even have been a first round pick, let alone 13th overall. I know in your mock you had somebody trading up with the Pats to get him.
It seemed like the consensus was the Cardinals would come back in and get him. Like everybody had that in the 30 to 31 area. That didn't happen. I'm like, no, we're going to take him at 13.
But this is a bad quarterback draft.
Yeah.
It's a bad draft overall, right? Most people say not a lot of high-end talent, and maybe somebody you get at 50 is just as good as somebody you get at 30, or maybe even all the way down to 60. Like, it's just kind of an draft overall. And then this play might not be the worst. Like a few years ago, I'm trying to think who it would have been. Like if you got like Jalen Hurts or Twitch chat talking about like Jordan Love, he was picked in the 20s when he was going to be a backup. Like a player that was viewed as like a pretty good quarterback draft. This one wasn't. So I just thought that was odd. I do think the Patriots draft a quarterback tomorrow. It'll be interesting.
Oh, like the third emergency quarterback behind Tommy DeVito?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
But Mike Vrabel won't be the one picking it.
No, he won't. It'll be Elliott Wolf.
Which is also kind of an interesting.
I mean, technically, Elliott Wolf picked Drake May. So, he has a good hit rate with quarterbacks so
I guess
far.
technically, I guess.
One for one.
I suppose that he did. Anything else from round one jump out at you? We'll move on to some of the Vrabel comments from prior to the draft in a moment. But I thought the Jets, actually, they had 3 picks in the first round. I thought
Omar Cooper, Kenyon Sadiq. I didn't love that pick.
Oh, you don't like Sadiq?
Not at 16.
Okay.
I thought Sadiq was kind of an end of first round, beginning of second round player. David Bailey at 2. He's going to come in and be really good right away. Yeah. I prefer Arvell Reese. I think Arvell Reese is more dynamic and just kind of brings more to the table. But David Bailey came in. He was really successful at Texas A&M. Texas Tech last year. He'll come in and be an immediate pass rusher for them, like without a doubt. They need defensive pass rush and cornerbacks because they didn't have a single interception all last year.
No picks.
Not a single one.
It's like insane.
Well, so and I think that's my big thing is instead of taking Sadiq, I would have looked at, I don't know, another pass rusher or a corner to help you on defense, and then you still get Omar Cooper to assist Garrett Wilson. Like, I think that would have been better for the Jets. The team I think had a banger of a draft
was
Dallas Cowboys. Absolute smash home run with Caleb Downs into Malachi Lawrence. I loved Malachi Lawrence. I thought he's really raw, but he is an awesome pass rusher. I think he's going to be really good. And then, I mean, Caleb Downs is, in my opinion, arguably the best actual football player in the draft.
How about all the Ohio State guys? It was like half the first 12 picks, I think, were Ohio State or something insane like that. It was just like nonstop.
It was like 3 of the first 10 were just
nonstop.
Ohio State guys.
You think Fernando Mendoza is going to be any good? Not necessarily this year, but just like in general, you think he'll be like a good quarterback?
I think he'll be fine.
I don't really think so.
Like I think my ceiling is like good Jared Goff.
My working theory, and we'll see how this goes. I wonder if we're going to just see like Kirk Cignetti is the greatest coach ever, and maybe his players don't translate. Now, there's not enough of them, right?
Yeah.
Because there's like James Madison and some of the places he's
But you're going to get a bunch of them this year with Omar Cooper,
So
Fernando Mendoza, guys like that.
So, I mean, it's just a theory that we have to wait and see on, but I wonder if – because there was a time, and then it flipped, but like Nick Saban didn't have great pros, and then he did.
Yeah.
That he obviously did. But like I'm curious on Cignetti.
Well, especially because a lot of his kids, though, were transfer portal guys.
Yeah.
So I think, especially early on, you might see a lot of them have success because he just plucked the best talented players from other places that didn't want him or they wouldn't pay them. And so he was able to get guys. And so this first crop might be really good. And then a year or two later, maybe they aren't as good.
All right, so if you have thoughts on the Patriots draft, you could jump in here at 617-779-7937. Shime and I don't love the pick at left tackle.
Not my
or
favorite.
backup left tackle, we should say. Will Campbell is their
swing
left
tackle.
as for right now.
Ooh, will Lomu be in the jumbo package?
Could be. Was it Taylor Kyles was tweeting about that?
Oh, I didn't
He could
see
be
this,
like
did
a
he?
third tight end or something.
Friend of the show, Taylor Kyles?
Yeah, I think he was saying that.
Well, like I said, Lomu can move. No Thayer Munford anymore. Maybe he's your jumbo package
Yeah, who was
guy.
the guy that had 5 penalties in a row that they got from the Giants? Get rid of him.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. By Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. And brought to you by Chuck Full of Nuts Coffee and Frank's Red Hot. Mike Vrabel addressed the media for about 7.5 minutes prior to the draft. He did not speak afterwards. That was the Wolfpack, Elliot Wolf. But we'll go through some of the stuff that Mike Vrabel said. Something kind of bothered me that he said. So we'll get to that. Shime's going to sit in here until 11. Rob Bradford will join us at that point. And right now, here's David with What's Trending.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's What's Trending on WEEI.
The Bruins dropped Game 3 against the Sabres last night. Final score was 3-1. Tanner Jeannot had the lone goal for the Bees, while Jeremy Swayman made 25 saves in the loss. They'll look to even the series on Sunday at 2 p.m. Celtics versus 76ers shifts to Philadelphia for Game 3 tonight. This series is currently tied 1-1 after the Sixers won Game 2 on Tuesday night. Tip-off from Xfinity Mobile Arena is at 7 p.m. The Las Vegas Raiders drafted Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza with the first overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Patriots traded up with the Bills to take Utah offensive tackle Caleb Lomu with the 28th overall pick. The Bills received the 31st and 125th picks from the Patriots in the deal. The draft continues tonight with rounds 2 and 3 beginning at 7 p.m. The Red Sox were swept by the Yankees after losing the series finale 4-2 last night. Peyton Tolley made his season debut and allowed 1 run through 6 innings while striking out 11. The Sox look to right the ship this weekend on the road against the Orioles. Brian Bayo gets a start tonight against Brandon Young. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. Mass Mutual pregame show with Rob Bradford begins at 6:05, followed by first pitch at 7:05. I'm David Azer. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Original WE.
Going to play.
There's
On
more
the
money
edge.
at edge.
Yeah,
Exactly.
100%.
And so if the Giants view him as a linebacker, then they keep everybody. But if they view him as an edge player, Kayvon Thibodeau should absolutely be available.
I would be open to that for sure. Let's go to Eddie in the car. He joins us next. What's going on, Eddie?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Very good.
Hey, I feel bad for Vrabel. I feel bad for him. But you know what? First of all, he doesn't deserve to get fired. But part of the problem he has, I think, is that, he kind of is this really nice guy, and everybody just loves him. And I wouldn't say he's like a choir boy, but, I think this is a little shocking for a lot of people to see. And then you think you dealt with it all last week, and then you got more coming out. I just feel bad for him. I hate to be in the position he's in. He's a great coach. They just need to get through this.
Why do you feel bad for him?
They need to hold on to Vrabel.
Why do you feel bad for him?
I feel bad for him because
he got caught?
No, I just feel bad for him because, again, this is a guy whose reputation, people looked at him in a certain way, and he's been kind of opened up like a can of worms, and you get a chance to see the ugly side of him. And I think it's unfortunate because when it comes right down to it, the guy is a damn good coach, and he put the Patriots back on.
Well, listen, I'm not firing him by any stretch, Eddie, but I don't know.
He did this to himself.
Yeah. Like, this isn't. You can have a lot
It
of
also
feelings
wasn't like
about
a
this.
one-time thing.
No.
It seemed to be a long
He's got real
thing.
buzzard's luck. He's had an affair for at least 6 years.
Because you want to know how this
according
is?
to the photos.
Because you want to know how this is never a story? Like, Rossini doesn't get married to that guy. He has a divorce, and they get together, and then it's just relationships. Like,
But
that's,
then also, it's still weird just because of the
It's
dynamics
weird,
of her being
but
like an
it's-
NFL insider.
but it's not a giant story. Like, it's
No,
not.
no, it's very salacious, and it's obviously very New York Post. But I'll tell you what the most insulting thing of the whole thing is. He's not my husband or wife, so I don't care that he had an affair. Like, that doesn't impact me.
Nope.
I feel like him lying about it is insulting because it's like you got caught red-handed and now you're just lying about it. I equate it to like the steroid guys. When Andy Pettitte got caught with steroids, it's like, yeah, I did steroids. And everyone's like, cool, move on. Rafael Palmeiro's like, no, I didn't do anything, and this is crazy. I'm going to sue everybody. And it's like, you made it worse.
Yeah.
He made it worse by saying it was laughable. They saw the photos, and he had to know that those weren't the only photos, or there's probably other examples. There's other times. It's not the first time he's met up with her. And he's like, any other thought about this is laughable. It's like it's laughable to the point where you've had 2 press conferences about it, and you're going to miss day 3 of the draft. That's how funny it is.
So I think the misstep, I think the initial comment, I get it, especially like his justification of it. I was trying to protect my family. Like, I'm just, I at least understand the thinking, but then you do the next press conference and you don't really admit it. And now you have to do another press conference.
Still didn't really do much.
That's kind of where I'm like, all right, like now we're kind of just
So here's a little bit more
trotting him out there.
I've sort of latched onto this. Here's when he was asked about initially saying all of this was laughable.
Could you explain how over just the last 2.5 weeks we go from your original statement about, any insinuation that the photos were anything other than innocent was laughable to your comments Tuesday to now deciding to go to counseling? What is that process?
Well, that's a private and personal matter. I don't think that those comments. I think that was, always an attempt to protect your family, and I would never be dismissive. But no, I think my family and this football team are the most important thing. and that's what I plan to do. And I'm excited about the challenge with both of those things.
When he was literally being dismissive in his statement.
Yeah,
and he's
kinda
saying, like,
was.
I wasn't being dismissive at all.
Nope, that's exactly what he was doing.
And he's like, well, now I care about
And
my
also,
family a lot.
the reason you're speaking to the media is because of that private and personal matter. So
You're having a press conference, but you can't talk about it, so you're just up there. And, like, this is tough. I do think eventually, especially if the team is good, because I agree with the last caller, he is a good coach. And I think once you get back to the field, hopefully he's available. Hopefully there's no counseling on Sundays, and he's able to be out there on the field. And if they win games, I think most people will not necessarily forget about it, but they'll sort of look the other way and be like, people make mistakes, and they'll be fine with the winning. If you start losing, it's going to be added onto it. If the draft picks on day 3 all suck, he's going to be associated with that for fair or unfair.
Yep.
He will be sort of lumped in with that. And I don't know. I mean, I look at it this way. Like, out of the sort of 3 different things that have happened, I would rank it as him missing the draft on tomorrow is the biggest issue in all of this.
100%.
Him lying to everybody and treating us like we're dum-dums, to me, is second, and then him cheating is third.
And
That's
so,
how I view it.
So I tend to agree with you. I think the missing actual football stuff is what matters the most.
Well, and that's where
because
you
it's
can't
now
have the-
affecting your job.
Right, and there are so many people that wanted to be like, guys, this is a personal matter, and leave it alone, leave it alone.
That was me. I defended him until the most recent stuff
Now,
came out over the last couple
this
days.
stuff.
Now I'm like, there's nothing to defend anymore. Like, you got caught red-handed, brother. You got to just face the music. And if he had just... Honestly, if he had, instead of saying it was laughable in his initial statement, just said, like, this isn't true, like, this is unfounded, and that was it. Like, just simple statement, like, just without the laughable not being dismissive of
the
it, but just
laughable
being like,
was a misstep.
yeah, and then you come out and there's no middle press conference, and then it's just yesterday's press conference.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's a lot easier to stay on his side, but the steps he's taken, this has been poor crisis management.
I'm glad you brought that up. Both sides have apparently hired like crisis management teams, which I feel like have never worked with a crisis.
No.
Have never resolved a crisis.
Rarely.
Just yesterday, late in the day, Diana Rossini like unplugs her Twitter account. People were finding all these old tweets and they were just insane.
It's
and
so
this whole
bad.
thing with her kid being named Michael, born in 2021, I'm like, we don't want to go full Maury Povich, but like that's what this is what this has become.
I found out that Michael's her favorite name and wanted to know who the best professional athletes that were named Michael.
No, it wasn't just that, Nick. It goes, who is the best NFL player or coach named Michael? Well, I can think of one.
It's so
like,
bad,
come
man.
on.
It's and Stacey does a great job over there with the Patriots, and I don't know how it evolved into this. I think it's just because like either Vrabel kind of lied to them or like something about this is just it got real out of hand real fast.
Well, yeah, it's only gotten worse because they couldn't really put out the fire, but there were plenty of people sort of like you that based just on the roof deck photos were like, whatever, like, you know, he's got something to deal with at home potentially. I don't know what their arrangement is, but like you got to figure that out. But
there was also nothing like completely damning. It was not a good look, those original photos, but it wasn't
interlocking fingers.
Yeah,
on
like
the hot tub.
I get it, but
with no friends there, even though you said there were friends there.
Agreed.
Okay,
yes.
sorry.
No, but
I
like,
don't know. I saw a picture with you, me, Billy, and Jones all in the pool.
Oh, that's true. There was one with us in the pool,
But
too.
like in the hot tub, they were a couple feet apart, chatting like friends. in the pool, they were in separate chairs. Like my whole thing was they were not like canoodling.
How many hot tubs have you been in with nobody else around and just another female? Nobody else around.
Nobody else around.
Nobody else around.
Never.
Okay. All right.
Fair. No, I understand that, but like.
And then
initially,
you just got married, so it actually wouldn't even apply to that. But I'm just saying, like, that is a wild thing. But anyway, so people could draw their own conclusions. But I guess there was some deniability, I guess. And then there's like the breakfast photo, and you're like, all right, they spent a lot of time together, still no friends around. And then the pictures from 6 years ago.
and then
is
I'm like,
insane.
yeah, okay.
It's like, what are we doing?
I saw them at the picture from the casino, and then the pictures of them.
Then that was from 2024.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that came out after we got off the air yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
it was like a couple days after we got fired from the Titans.
Yeah,
I think
because it was right after the Senior Bowl, right? I
Yeah,
think so.
right
They were
around
down in like Alabama in Mobile, is my guess. She was down there for the Senior Bowl. He was down there for the Senior Bowl. Link up,
Unreal.
go gamble some money,
I guess.
get the adrenaline flowing. I do like a good gamble sesh.
But then it's like it is impacting your job now.
Yeah, now it is.
Like that's the thing.
You're
because
missing draft days.
Even with all that other stuff, if you were like, he hasn't missed a thing, and then one of the questions he was asked yesterday is like, hey, you gonna miss anything else? And he's like, well, I'm putting my family first. I'm like, what does that mean? You're going to miss OTAs? You're going to miss a minicamp? You're going to miss a training camp? You're going to miss a game?
Keith, I might spontaneously combust if Josh McDaniels is the head coach of this team in the fall.
He might be. No, he won't be. I don't think so. Let me for the record say I think Vrabel's the head coach of the team, and I think he should be the head coach of the team.
And I think that's fair. I'm just saying, like, what if he steps away? Not that he's fired, but like, what if he steps away to handle his family stuff?
Could have a year-long counseling.
Like, because
possible.
In that case, I may spontaneously combust.
Yeah,
that would be awful.
He did.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dave in New Bedford. He joins us next. Hello, Dave.
Hey, guys. One of the things that really irks me about this whole thing with Vrabel is Kraft. Kraft trying to squish the story. Didn't he learn his lesson when he tried to hire a lawyer for Hernandez? Like, just stay out of this stuff. Don't do anything. Don't say anything. Let the grown man handle his own private affairs and stop trying to step in and do this stuff. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that really bothered me with Kraft doing that again. How do you guys feel about that?
So I actually lean in the opposite direction. Like, I kind of respect Kraft for just like standing by his guys.
He must have saw this coming and was like, let me try to get in front of this.
I bet all he did was call Mike and say, is this real? And Mike was like, no, it's not true. And he immediately leapt in response, which is what you do for like your boy. And
similar, like both, maybe this was true where like Diana Rossini's boss initially defended her.
100%.
Like,
it's the same thing.
Crap.
Yeah. And then he was like, I stepped in it.
And that's bad. Like, depending on how forthcoming Vrabel was to his boss.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't need to tell you and me the truth. But if he needs to probably tell his boss, just so he's like, am I defending you, like, knowing the whole story or not? So that's where I think you could run into some issues there. Like, because it could come back to make you look bad.
Yeah, it definitely can. But, like, I think in the moment, like, in that reaction, I respect Kraft for standing up for his guys. Like, hey, is this true? I will shut it down immediately if we have to. And then, unfortunately, it got worse.
All right, we'll continue with Mike Vrabel, who addressed the media yesterday prior to the draft. And also, before Stein gets out of here, we'll give you our top 5 guys that we want the Patriots to draft in round 2. That and more of your phone calls coming up here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI.
Tonight, Sox and O's, the men.
Backyard Jones and Keith, WEEI. No Jones today. Taking on some counseling. Chris Scheim is in for a few more minutes. Rob Bradford's going to join us at the stroke of 11 o'clock to talk about that baseball team.
He looks good in that baseball isn't boring hat, by the way. I got to tell him.
He looks fantastic.
That hat is nice.
So if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, you'll be able
Are you
to see
angling
that.
for a hat, Scheim?
No, I'm just giving
Kinda.
Rob some credit.
A little bit.
I mean, I'll take one, but no, I just give.
You want
I do wear a lot of hats.
Baseball isn't boring
baseball.
shirt. A baseball.
Baseball. Adios, baseball.
Some good calls. Will Fleming got a good call last night on Narvaez. Unfortunately, that was about it.
You name that video game?
Which one?
Adios, baseball.
What is that?
Backyard baseball. Pablo Sanchez,
Pablo
the
Sanchez,
MVP.
The GOAT.
Yeah, the GOAT.
The GOAT.
Come on now.
We have a new show coming for you on your drive home. Listen Monday morning at 9 on the Greg Hill Show for a major WEEI show announcement. They will join Greg, Wiggy, Mego, Curtis, and Scheim.
Yes, sir.
In studio. This will be a first. Before we get back to the calls on Vrabel and the draft, give me some players, Scheim, that you like that are still available in round 2. A lot of my guys I wanted at 31 are still available,
Yeah.
so I might just pick from that. But what do you got?
All right, so number 1, I got Zion Young, edge out of Missouri.
Ooh.
I really like a couple of the edge guys here. I think I'm leaning Zion Young just because he's longer. He's 6'6", 262 pounds. They need a pass rusher. This is a guy I would target. I would have even looked at in a lot of mocks. He was going in the end of the first round there. This is a guy I really like. They comp him to guys like George Karlaftis. So I really like Zion Young. That would be my number 1. Number 2, Eli Stowers, the tight end out of Vanderbilt.
Oh, yeah.
I think tight end is a massive need. Hunter Henry's getting a little older. He's really your only tight end. I don't think Julian Hill is going to contribute in the pass game. Reggie Gilliam's a nice run blocker. Again, not going to contribute in the pass game. I would like to be able to trot out 2 tight end sets. So give me Eli Stowers. Jacob Rodriguez, a name you mentioned earlier. That's a position of need, I believe, as well. Linebacker. Spillane was hurt a lot of last year. And so I think you just need depth at that position. Jacob Rodriguez would be that guy. I love the D tackles in this draft.
Okay.
Xavier Harris, the D tackle out of Ole Miss. I think would be an awesome fit for this team. And lastly, it's just a guy I love. It's not necessarily a need of the team. They're kind of, I wouldn't say deep at the position, but they have a lot of players. Give me D'Angelo Pons, corner, Indiana.
Pons?
Yeah, he's,
right.
dude, this guy's awesome. He's only 5'9", a little bit
guy. Put him in
of
a
a guy.
pocket. That's okay.
But let me tell you, this
All right.
guy can play football. I love the way D'Angelo Pons plays corner. So give me Pons.
All right, good. Some overlap. I like Cassius Howell, the edge rusher from Texas A&M. I like Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't go in the first round. I think that would be a really fun pick. I think people
There's a
would
couple
love him.
linebackers out here that
That'd be good.
people like.
Eli Stowers, I'm with you. Also surprised he didn't go in round 1, the tight end out of Vanderbilt. Then a couple of other edge rushers are Mason Thomas from Oklahoma, I would take, and even TJ Parker out of Clemson. All those guys are still available on the board.
Nice. Okay. So
I'm kind of rooting for Rodriguez, even though I had Howell on my board higher. I think Rodriguez might be a more fun player. Now, it doesn't fit the need of like an edge rush, but probably should have addressed that in round 1 anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, again, linebackers have been shown to be versatile, and I think Jacob Rodriguez, funny fact about him, originally signed to be a quarterback at Virginia.
That's a funny fact.
And then changed over to linebacker and went to Texas Tech.
Now he's the quarterback of the defense.
And then led the country in forced fumbles last year.
Yeah.
Guy's a menace. Nick wanted to give him a Heisman vote.
Hell yeah,
He
Nick.
should have been a Heisman
He's a
finalist.
demon. Texas Tech was really
I believe
good.
he finished 5th in the Heisman voting last year, so he
did?
just missed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I like the top 3 linebackers available. Anthony Hill Jr. out of Texas, C.J. Allen out of Georgia, Jacob Rodriguez out of Texas Tech. I like all 3 of those guys if the Pats were to pick one of them up.
All right, let's go back to the phones. We got Jim in Maine. He joins us next. What's up, Jim?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good.
I love the show. I laugh so hard at you guys every day. Sean, I listen to you every weekend, my friend.
I appreciate you,
love the
Jim.
Greg Hill Show. 8 hours of joy listening to you guys while I work.
The best.
So anyways, it only dawned on me after the 2020 pictures came out. She's in New York. She's going to meet Mike. It's a new thing. She's got a friend. She's like, I'm going to meet this guy in this bar. Just come, sit. Those pictures were 6 feet from where they were sitting. She had a friend sitting there at a table having a drink, snapping some pictures. She hung on to those photos for 6 years. She did. He's telling her the boys are young. When they grow up, I'm going to divorce my wife. We're going to get together. Every chance she got, she sent Vrabel a message to say, hey, I'm divorcing this guy. All the stuff she said on the air about divorcing her husband, she's telling him constantly for years, I'm available. I'm available.
I don't know.
I feel like there's a bit of a reach.
I'm all for conspiracies,
Yeah.
but yeah, that one seems like a stretch.
I don't know why you would have a friend come and take pictures.
And
That
she's
doesn't make sense
still
to me.
denying it to this point and lost her job over all this.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't.
And has since deleted her Twitter. Like,
now I don't know what's going on with her kid named Michael. I don't know about that.
That's
a whole nother thing.
That's a whole can of worms that we are going to need to call Jerry Springer or Maury Povich for.
All right, let's go to Mike in Framingham. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, guys.
Hello.
What up?
Well, on my big scoreboard, 12 Super Bowls, I've got Raymond Berry, Bill Parcells, and Mike Vrabel 0 for 3 with the 3 biggest losses. And on the other side, I have Bill Belichick 6 and 3. And before I hear the Brady argument, the defense and Adam Vinatieri had as much to do with that as Brady did with those early wins anyway.
What's
the
argument? What's the purpose of this call, real quick? What's your point?
I find it laughable that people are sitting there thinking that Mike Vrabel's such a nice guy, such a sympathetic figure, and that Belichick walks around with horns and a pitchfork. It's ridiculous. That guy, Belichick, was vilified even when he was winning here. I mean, the personalities are all well and great. 6 and 3, okay? That's the bottom line. He's the greatest coach in the history of the game, and Mike Vrabel is a good coach, but he can't carry Bill Belichick's clipboard.
All right, Mike. Mike, just a big Belichick defender.
Was Belichick villainized here when he was the head coach?
He did an awesome job at North Carolina last year. Led them to not a bowl game, which is really difficult to do.
When he was here, we defended the wall constantly.
I haven't mentioned Belichick once all show. I don't know what that guy's issue is.
I don't,
he just
I don't
was
either.
upset.
But
Also,
like,
Vrabel's coached one season and made the Super Bowl, so I
Yeah.
think Vrabel's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he's done all right. Done pretty good.
Yikes. We don't need to do that whole thing about Brady and Belichick and all that other stuff. That's a weird take, but if you're defending Bill, I get that's great.
Big Bill supporter here.
Shime, a pleasure. You're back on tomorrow morning?
Yeah, me and Mego here 9 to noon tomorrow morning. So we'll react to rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. We'll react to Vrabel, Celtics playoff game tonight, the whole 9 yards. We'll get it done tomorrow.
Excellent. All right, we can continue to take your thoughts on the draft from last night and Mike Vrabel speaking prior to the draft. We also have the Bruins, who lost Game 3 to the Sabres. Celtics play Game 3 with the Sixers tonight. And the Red Sox were just swept by the Yankees. So Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring will join us in studio coming up next.
Jones and Keefe on W.
Swinging a liner into right field, another hit. Abreu plays it on a hop, kicks it away to the right. One run is in, and Bellinger will hold at third. Throw to second, gets away from Story, and it's 4-2 Yankees. And Judge is basking in it. Bednar is ready. He throws. Contreras swings and grounds one to third. McMahon's got it. It's going to end the ball game. Throw across to first. Picked out by Rice. And the Red Sox are swept by the Yankees. A disaster of a homestand for the Sox. They fall 7 games below 500, 7 games behind the Yankees. The bullpen does not hold a lead tonight. And on a night where Peyton Tolley was great, the Red Sox once again scored 2 runs or fewer.
That's what it sounded like last night here on WEEI. Will Fleming on the call as the Red Sox lose again. They get swept by the Yankees. They've lost 5 of their last 6 games. They've fallen to 9-16 on the year. This is Jones and Keefe. No Jones. Rob Bradford, though.
Yay, baseball.
In the house for the next hour. Baseball isn't boring. Red Sox are.
Yes,
quite boring.
Like I said yesterday, asterisks.
Yeah,
There's an
I know.
asterisk.
You gotta read the fine print. It's been a lot of the same, right? Like we talked to you yesterday about it after they had just lost 4-1. They come out there, they lose 4-2. It's just they got really no juice, no pop,
no
lineup,
gumption,
no gumption. I don't know what it is. The lineup's bad. I thought you got a nice boost and a great performance from friend of the show, Peyton Tolley.
Yeah. Oh my goodness,
he was awesome.
He was thinking of you guys the entire time.
I think he was.
It was weird because when you had good things happen, you're kind of thinking, wait a second, that can happen?
They were winning 2-1. I'm like, this is a
well,
weird
he strikes
feeling.
out the first
Yeah.
5
Oh, that
batters.
too, yeah.
Marcelo Meyer hits the RBI double. What?
Yeah.
You can hit the wall
Sure
with
can.
a ball.
Sure can.
Carlos Narvaez hits a ball over the wall.
That was insane. to
You're
see.
like this. It legitimately felt weird.
Yep.
And then once you fall behind, you're like, okay, let's hit the exits. I mean, they're not coming back.
Do you pitch Tolley for a 7th or no? So it was at 93 pitches through 6 innings, but your bullpen right now.
Yeah, no, he hadn't been, probably not. But the only thing I would have done different maybe is brought in Whitlock instead of Weissert.
Yeah, Weissert, especially with inherited runners, is not the
guy.
guy.
Not great. Hasn't carried over from the WBC. But, okay, so here's my biggest takeaway from yesterday, which is, I think, the most damning thing for this team. And it was even before the game. It was Cam Schlittler warming up and how
fans were screaming at him.
Yeah, well, how apathetic fans were.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gone out to in Philadelphia. Have you ever seen that bullpen in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
It's like a shoebox,
actually, I have.
right?
Yeah.
It's made for people to heckle people.
It's a great spot for it.
Oh, it's
Philadelphia.
great.
Yeah.
And so in Fenway bullpen is kind of the same way. So everybody is talking about this. We interviewed Cam Schlittler a couple days ago coming in, and he's like, it's trending in the right direction, the rivalry and everything else. He's doing his part.
Right.
He's basically saying, come on out.
You need a villain.
And heckle me.
Yeah.
And nobody does.
No.
And nobody does. There was nobody out there to actually make this guy uncomfortable or try to make this guy uncomfortable.
Certainly none of the Red Sox hitters.
No, nobody.
Yeah.
Before the game, during the game, anything. And you juxtapose that against the best crowd that I've ever seen in my life at Fenway Park, which was a wild card game in 2021, and I get it. That was a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
But still, what we had was just such a demoralized fan base that you didn't even want to put up a fight when they were giving you the opportunity to put up a fight. And so, Rich, that was the biggest thing for me, is that you basically made this entire fan base fall asleep and bring up the A word, apathy, which is
not good.
Which is what's get people fired around here.
Well, I feel like we're running the risk, if we're not already there, of people saying, all right, I'm going to watch the Celtics and Bruins every night until they're done. Then maybe I'll check back in. Because like they're not giving you enough reason to pay attention and spend 2.5, 3 hours a night on this team. They're not doing it.
Not even close.
Yeah.
I mean, not even close. And the thing is, it's routine. It's clockwork. Where if the other day was the second game of the series when they fell down, or when Rosario hit the home run, it's like done.
Oh, game was over.
Done.
It felt like it was over.
If you felt it, even last night, you're down 4-2. You're down 4-2. There is no semblance of a chance that you're coming back, and that's the demoralizing thing. And they can point to, oh, look at Tolley this, and Marcelo get the hit, or Narvaez hit the home run, but ultimately it is the most anemic offense that I've seen in a long time. Now, if you look at the numbers, 2022 was actually worse, which I barely remember.
Oh.
And then they turn it around in May. But the difference is that you had J.D. Martinez and Rafael Devers and Xander Bogaerts.
Bogaerts was a classic guy. Remember, he would be pretty slow early.
Oh,
then
yeah.
he'd heat
Well, he's
up
from
and-
Aruba.
It's cold.
It's cold weather. Yeah. So, but I come back to it. It's this was I know that there was other things going on, the draft and the Bruins and everything, but still,
It's Red Sox Yankees. Though.
It's not only Red Sox.
Oh yeah,
it's not only Red Sox Yankees. It's Cam Schlittler, which if you had to pick one player in Major League Baseball where you're like, okay, everybody, gather around, come to the ballpark, even if we're 1 in 100, this is the guy we're going to go after. And I come back to Philadelphia. I went out to that bullpen. I remember after Merrill Kelly had said the fans are better in the Venezuelan game than the Philadelphia fans. So I'm like, I got to go out there.
Yeah.
And it was
Were they giving him
awesome.
the business?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, they were giving the business. No one was giving them the business last night at all. I mean, go back to that wild ccard game. Remember, Garrett Cole's warming up.
Oh yeah,
you had the Kermit the Frog guy,
Right.
and yeah,
I need something there.
Yeah.
Schlittler in the playoff game last year was insane, and then he wasn't even as good. He had 5 strikeouts, which
You're just bitter.
I am pissed. I had 9 strikeouts in a Yankee win. When it was a huge bet, and it blew up in my face. You could tell early on wasn't going to happen. Guys were making just weak, soft contact. They're hitting into double plays. I'm like, he's not getting his Ks, but he's also going to pitch 8 innings and just really had the Meyer double, the Narvaez homer. Like that's great, but pretty comfortable 8 innings.
Starters,
for
the
Schlittler.
Yankee starters, 22 and a third innings, 2 runs.
So the Yankee starters this season, I think, is what I expected the Red Sox starters to look like.
Yeah, well, the Red Sox, 2 takeaways from the narrative of the Red Sox coming in. Run prevention. Yankees, they do it really well, right? That's
They've been preventing a lot of runs.
But there's,
Certainly this series.
there's lessons to be learned. Number 1, have better pitching, and number 2, have alphas in the lineup, which you're actually going to hit home runs.
Yes.
And run prevention for the Red Sox, who knew that it was the offense. So
Man,
I mean,
it really is. Like the offense has just been so bad. Now I know because they didn't get Pete Alonso, they didn't really replace like a big bat. We knew they weren't going to hit a lot of home runs. Do you think even the Red Sox
did we? I mean,
I didn't think they were going to hit many home runs. I didn't think they would be this bad.
We didn't.
Do you think the Red Sox front office thought they were going to hit more home runs?
I
than
think
people
they
thought?
convinced themselves that they were going to hit more home runs. You go back to, remember the Zips. The
I
Zips.
knew it. Yeah, they had nobody at 20.
Nobody at 20.
Which
And-
that I thought was wrong.
Okay, and it probably is wrong.
I think Wilson
right, yeah.
Contreras and maybe Willie Bray were going to hit 20.
but Alex Cora was when that came out, that was very pushing back on that a lot. And the idea was all these guys are going to take steps forward. They're going to hit more home runs. I asked Roman Anthony the first day of camp, are you going to hit more home runs? Yes, I'm going to hit more home runs.
Yeah.
Okay, home runs are good. Science would suggest home runs are good. And then you have the WBC, and everyone's saying, oh, how come they hit home runs in the WBC and not here? Well, here's the news flash. The WBC pitchers aren't preparing for you.
No.
There's the scouting
Sometimes
reports.
it's a guy they'd just pick up off the street to go
I
pitch.
mean, remember Masa Yoshida's home run in the WBC? It was off an electrician from the Czech Republic who basically put it on a tee at 75 miles an hour.
Not on the Yankees. That guy's not on the
No.
Orioles.
Didn't he
You're
get
not
a
gonna-
standing ovation from the Japanese fans?
Oh, well, it's a results business.
Yeah.
You can only hit the
Respect.
pitches you can only hit the pitches that you're thrown.
Yeah.
But
I like
but I think that it comes back to, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. It's like, okay, who should be on the hot seat? And who is on the hot seat? How it always works is from the bottom up when it should work from the top down. So people are going to focus on Pete Fatsy. I'm like,
I don't think it does anything.
I think that's stupid.
Fatsy or even like Andrew Bailey, like I don't really see what that does.
I don't know how you feel. Anytime this happens all the time, like pitching coach, hitting coach, whatever. Like if a guy has any semblance of a track record, that which he does, then like what has changed? Well, what has changed is the players. And then you go to Cora, and then you go to Breslow. And Cora, I will say this: I said, I don't know. People can say like, oh, well, it's a results business and you're not winning. But look he's had 7 guys in the number 2 spot. 7 guys. And I would, thank you. You're welcome. And I would just say this, and we're trying to figure out what you do with what you're presented. So who should be on the hot seat? It's whether it's Craig Breslow or the group of people that Craig Breslow has put around him.
Yeah.
Like there's a team of baseball scientists in this organization.
I don't know if you heard Scoops Hill today. Greg Hill.
Oh, about the Jaron Duran thing?
Have you heard that before?
So
for people who missed it, real quick, for people who missed it, because there's been a big debate now. There are people on the morning show that are putting like the whole roster on Breslow. Wiggy and others are saying like Cora has a big say. Cora himself said on their show he has a big say. So we were kicking that around a little bit yesterday. But then today, Greg said he had heard that Cora vetoed a Jaron Duran trade last year.
Now, I think that some of this is semantics because I don't think Cora has the final say in any player acquisition.
Okay.
Right? So he can't really say, no, we're not doing this trade. Ultimately, it's Craig Breslow said either we are or we aren't. Now, when you look at like that dynamic, Craig Breslow probably asks Alex Cora, what do you think? Like a lot of times.
Yeah.
And Cora, in this case, may have said, hey, no, listen, I don't think you should trade Jaron Duran. I had heard other deals involving Jaron Duran, which, the Red Sox didn't do. And I don't know.
Not because of Cora or just
just because they didn't do it. Like, I don't.
But isn't there also a thought that Cora wanted Bregman a year ago and Breslow didn't, and they ended up with Bregman?
Well, they ended up with Bregman at a different price.
Okay.
I think if Alex Cora had his way in the Bregman negotiations,
he would have paid him right away. Right?
Would have been like, dude, he's sitting there at 5 years. Let's give him 5 years, which I was probably like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But
in hindsight,
to come back to this is that I'm not saying that he's wrongly saying, hey, maybe he pounded the table. Do not do this trade involving Jaron Duran. Now, I don't think Alex Cora said to Craig Breslow, don't trade Jaron Duran under any circumstance. But maybe there was a deal like, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Like as of that, I mean, that's my take.
Because that's part of what is giving. I think some people they're giving Cora an excuse by saying, well, the roster doesn't fit, which is true. So it's like an excuse, but it's also reality. The roster doesn't fit. But I wonder if there's something that he can do, even with the pieces that he has right now, that would be.
Well, do you think there is?
Yeah, I do, and I know people don't want to do it, but the only...
Oh, you with Raffaella, moving Raffaella.
Yes, I was 2 weeks ago. I was that, and it's been 2 more weeks of evidence that they should do that. And yeah, he has a great catch here and there, and a game-saving catch, but they're scoring 2 runs a game.
Yeah,
and so get Durbin out of the lineup. I don't want to pile on the guy, but like put him in Worcester, let him figure it out in Worcester. Have Meyer play third, Raffaella play second, Yoshida can DH, Anthony Duran, Abreu. Go from there and like let it play. Now, is Roman Anthony ever going to play again? Is he healthy? Like, that's a side issue, I guess, now.
The problem, so I don't disagree with you because it comes back to what we said yesterday. You have to do something.
Yes.
Like, you can't just be saying, stick with the process, whatever. And Carlos Narvaez, for the first time, somebody said, hey, enough with this. It's a long season. We got to win. Because you do. You have to, like,
well, that's good because it's 25 games in. And Cora said yesterday, well, you don't really know your team until 45 games. So if they keep doing this for 20 games, like there's no signs of breaking out of it.
So let's look at best case scenario about knowing your team. You don't know. Well, first of all, you don't know your team. That's the problem. Is that you could say this guy is going to turn it around in May. That guy is going to turn it around in May. But there's no evidence of that happening. Other than maybe
there isn't.
Other than maybe Trevor's story. Like maybe because we've seen him turn it around before, maybe. But we don't know about Roman Anthony. We don't know about Marcelo Meyer. We don't know about, certainly Caleb Durbin. We don't know about these guys. You don't know. Yeah. And so that's where it comes to the building of this team and having some semblance of certainty, a safety net, why everyone else figures it out. I said this before the Caleb Durbin thing. they can keep harping on, oh, well, it takes young players sometimes, and Pedroia in 2007. The difference is that you have other guys sitting there carrying where Caleb Durbin has come up with them in some really key spots where, like, it's make or break.
Double play,
you need
strikeout.
And they're not going to say this, but they were leaning on Caleb Durbin to be at least close to sort of a semblance of Alex Bregman.
I know, that's tough.
You know, and they'll say, no, he's not Alex Bregman. But what was the narrative coming in? Oh, my goodness, he's going to hit with more power of the wall, this and that, and fine.
And the difference, though, too, and I know you're not saying he's Pedroia, but Pedroia, that was his rookie year. So he was learning Major League pitching that year. That's not the excuse for Durbin. Durbin had 100 and whatever games
with the exception of, like, a month where he was eating McDonald's all the time.
Yeah, a month at McDonald's. Cribbage with Francona or whatever. But, no, but, I mean, he played 136 games last year. And it was fine.
And the other part about that is, not, I know there was forever ago for some people, but Cora carried Pedroia. There's no one carrying Caleb Durbin. This is another problem.
Connor Falefa or something like that.
Yeah, this is another problem. There's zero, and this comes back to maybe where Cora, it doesn't have a place to turn because he doesn't have a place to turn. Yeah. Like that is the issue. I mean, I just even Yoshida. Everyone's like, oh, you got to play Yoshida. He's the only good hitter. Okay, and even the walk off. It was a 50. Please. It was like a 3-hopper over the first baseman's head.
So me and Jones originally were like, it's not that hard, just sit Yoshida. And I know that's too bad, and you got to eat the money or whatever. But make him a pinch hitter, make him like on the occasional day. But you didn't need to get this like rotation going. But they apparently still need to do that. And then that's when I was like, all right, just put Rafael at second base. But in the meantime, it doesn't look like they're doing any of that. Let's go back to the phones. We got Rick up in New Hampshire. He joins us next on the Red Sox. What's up, Rick?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Hey. Yeah, I watch the Red Sox every night, and I am a avid fan. And it's like Groundhog Day. I'm getting very apathetic, as you would say.
Mm-hmm.
Is it me, or do they just take too many strikes right down the middle and then end up swinging at crap? And I'd also like to ask, what's up with Nate Eaton and Nick Sogard? I can't see them being any worse than what's going up here now. Thanks.
Great question, Rick. I would bring up, not that Sogard's going to change your season, but like Durbin's doesn't have it right now. It's an automatic out. He's not even like a Gold Glove defenseman or a defensive player where you're like, all right, at least we have that going for us. So yeah, bring up Sogard, bring up Eaton. Bring one of those guys.
And listen, I mean they value Durbin more than Sogard because he has a higher upside. And you finish, Nick Sogard's I think he's a major league player, can really help you. But they don't think that he's going to finish third in the Rookie of the Year vote, Durbin did. Yeah. So, but at this point, and this is another problem with this team and this organization right now, where do you turn? Where do you turn? You drafted 1 million pitchers, and we can sit there and celebrate all these pitching success stories, but where do you turn when it comes to position players? What if somebody gets hurt? Forget about it. I mean, forget about it.
Now somebody is hurt.
Right. Well, I mean, we've seen that, with Anthony.
Yeah.
And B, who is the guy other than Franklin Arias who's like in Double-A, who's 20 years old? Like, is he going to energize an entire lineup? The Pittsburgh Pirates, the place where Scheim was going to spend his honeymoon.
If a runner-up.
Pittsburgh.
Runner-up.
I mean, you would not surprise me at all.
If I went to Pittsburgh?
No. If Scheim, in that drone shot of the draft, there's Scheim and his beautiful bride, right there.
How many days of this?
On the way to Hawaii. But the Pittsburgh Pirates, they call up the number one prospect in baseball, Connor Griffin. But they're not saying, hey, Connor Griffin, you got to be like the answer to our problems.
Oh, no. They're not doing that.
But this is what they're doing with Roman Anthony right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Justin's in Brockton. He's up next. Hey, Justin.
What's happening?
Hey.
I was just calling because I heard you take about Fenway and not heckling Schnitzel last night. It's just kind of crazy because I don't know if you've been to any of the games lately, but the last time I went, I got yelled at for I got thrown out for saying tu madre at Adolis Garcia. So you can't even say anything. Never mind take pictures behind the bullpen. So as much as I love the heckle, they kick you out for nothing at Fenway nowadays. Never mind if I wrote like Schnitzel's mom's got it going on a sign or something. It's ridiculous.
All right, Justin. So how about that, Bradfo? He's putting it on Fenway. Maybe they're too strict there.
First
They don't
of all,
allow that.
if you were chaining Schnitzer, like I would say that would be more effective. It would be.
Do you think they would get that, or do you think they'd allow that, or are they going to throw him out? He's already been thrown out of a
my
game.
answer to that is that you never know unless you try. Like, and nobody was trying yesterday, and I do think it was because these fans are beaten down a little bit.
Yeah.
There's no way we're losing to a pitcher named Schnitzel.
Well, they have twice now. The last 2 times they faced him.
There it is.
Has not been ideal.
Yeah, I mean I don't. Were you at that game, that 2021 wild card game?
No, I watched that at home.
It was everybody.
It was
who,
insane. Yeah.
No, everybody says it was the best Fenway crowd of all time.
Was that Evaldi? Who pitched that game?
Yeah, Garrett Cole Evaldi.
Evaldi Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, you getting here on the Red Sox, 617-779-7937. How on earth are they going to turn this around? They just got swept by the Yankees, where they scored 3 runs total in 3 games. They're back at it tonight on the road against Baltimore. 7:05 first pitch here on WEEI. Bradfo is in until high noon. You can join us as well. Right now, here's David with What's Trending.
Now, here's What's Trending on WEEI.
Trending Now is brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Bruins dropped Game 3 against the Sabres last night. Final score was 3-1. Tanner Jeannot had the lone goal for the Bees, while Jeremy Swayman made 25 saves in the loss. They'll look to even the series on Sunday at 2 p.m. Celtics versus 76ers shifts to Philadelphia for Game 3 tonight. This series is currently tied 1-1 after the Sixers won Game 2 on Tuesday night. Tip-off from Xfinity Mobile Arena is at 7 p.m. The Las Vegas Raiders drafted Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza with the first overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Patriots traded up with the Bills to take Utah offensive tackle Caleb Lomu with the 28th overall pick. The Bills received the 31st and 125th picks from the Patriots in the deal. The draft continues tonight with rounds 2 and 3 beginning at 7 p.m. The Red Sox were swept by the Yankees after losing the series finale 4-2 last night. Peyton Tolley made his season debut and allowed 1 run through 6 innings while striking out 11. The Sox look to right the ship this weekend on the road against the Orioles. Brian Bayo gets a start tonight against Brandon Young. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Rob Bradford begins at 6:05, followed by first pitch at 7:05. Ready for a round of golf? Cover your greens fee with the money you found at findmassmoney.gov. You could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll checks, or a refund check that never got to you. It takes less than 30 seconds to search your name. Findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free. I'm David Azer. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
WEEI.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Coast to Keith, WEEI, live from the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win. Jones is getting some counseling, so Rob Bradford is in till high noon.
Ooh.
Talking about this baseball team.
Yeah. I mean, hey, but just a heads up.
Yeah.
All eyes on Mexico City this weekend.
Why's that?
Big Mexico series. But more importantly,
Mexico series?
Yeah, Diamondbacks versus Padres. Just bear with me.
Oh, they're in Mexico City?
Yes.
The
which
Snakes
is
and the
going to be like
Fathers?
800 home runs.
Ball flies out of there.
But also, each organization may or may not have purchased Baseball No S Arborito shirts to wear.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Out of all the moments in the Baseball Isn't Boring guerrilla marketing campaign,
Oh, I mean,
would the espresso machine for Team Italy be at the top of that list? What would be the moment where you're like, look at that?
oh, McAfee.
Oh, McAfee wearing the shirt.
Yeah.
A lot of people saw that.
Yeah, I mean, McAfee. I'm pretty proud of the Mexico Series ones.
Well, that's going to be great.
Yeah. But I told Greg Weissert, I said, did you buy the espresso machine?
Yeah, it went for a pretty penny.
15 grand.
Wow.
I mean, it would have been. It added 5,000 with the sticker on it. And then yesterday, Cody Bellinger, science would suggest that if you have a Baseballs and Boring hat, good things happen. He purchased his Baseballs and Boring hat before the game, put it in his glove, which you can see on my Twitter, and he gets a big hit.
Maybe the Red Sox should all wear the shirt.
That's kind of what I was. That's kind of what I was insinuating. I mean, what's their sponsor? What's the uniform thing they have?
Oh, Fanatics.
No, is that what they are?
Mass Mutual.
Mass Mutual.
Yeah, Mass
I mean,
Mutual,
I'm not gonna. All due respect to Mass Mutual,
Yeah,
there's
baseball's boring.
a whole nother arm.
I agree. Another sleeve. Go ahead, pop it
sleeve,
on there.
yeah.
So you were talking about like what can you do with the current team because trades aren't going to happen this early in the season.
You should do trades.
You think so?
This is desperate times, man.
It is. So I'm glad you say that because I agree. It's 25 games in. It's like stop pretending it's so early.
I've never seen it. And it's weird because I don't remember it being this bad in 2022, but science and math and stats would suggest it was.
Yeah.
And they turned it around. They went from, I think, 14 home runs in April to 37 in May. But I've never felt this way that this, like, how is this
But they still were
happening?
not a good team, though. 2022.
No, they never survived.
They were last place.
I mean, well, that May they turned it around, but they still didn't end up the month over 500.
Right. They turned it around like home run wise, but like they were still a bad team. I mean, right now they're like duking it out with Yordan Alvarez as to who has more home runs.
Oh yeah,
it's like a close race right now with one guy.
I mean, Ben Rice and Aaron Judge are lapping that.
Oh yeah, not even close. If you had two players,
do you feel the same way that when they hit a home run, it's almost
crazy?
like what is
how'd you do
it's
that?
like hitting. It's like the old rock and jock making the 25-point basket.
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you know what? You have no idea.
Rock
what
and
I'm
jock?
talking
Yeah.
All right,
Different shots, different.
And they would lower the 25-point basket. I mean, like
I don't know why they
hit the 25-point basket.
They should bring that back, Rock and Jock. So, all right, so you're in favor of like some sort of trade because I did think calling up Peyton Tolley. Now it's not like you called him up because you wanted to see what he had. Like you had an injury, so you brought him up. He did everything he possibly could,
including like
hulking up a couple times.
Like being. That's what you want,
It
right?
was great.
Yeah,
You
must have been so proud to know him.
I was like, that's my best friend. Look at him pitch out there. No, but he was up to the challenge last year against Paul Skeens. That was a cool moment. He was up to the challenge last night against Cam Schlittler. Good pitching matchup. Then the team blows it for him. And then it's like even more deflating because you get this like 11 strikeout performance and another loss.
He did hit at TCU.
Yeah, I know. Like he's like another one of these Shohei Ohtanis.
He was. I mean, it is. That's
Dallas Brady.
That's the thing. It's such a weird vibe over there because he strikes out the first 5 guys. He has this great performance. And he's hulking it up all the way. By the way, I saw the Hulk Hogan documentary. We can talk about that later.
We will. I finished it last night.
Oh,
we'll talk about it next.
Perfect. So he's hulking it up coming off the mound. But still you're thinking, that's nice. That's fun. But you're not going to score any runs. So, like, what's the difference?
That is a bad feeling to have.
Yeah, well, I mean, compare it to the scheme start from last year. I didn't feel that way. And that's another thing that's bizarre. Last April, Rich, they set a franchise record for home runs in April. That last year's team.
Was it cold in April?
I don't know.
Cora at least dismissed the cold thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Right now the Red Sox are tied with Rafael Devers Giants.
Yeah, Giants.
They each have 14 home runs as a whole team. The LA Dodgers. Do you want to guess how many they have?
Yeah,
So the number is 14 for the Red Sox.
So it's over 40, right?
Yeah, it's 42.
42. Yeah.
42 home runs.
I think I looked up home run per at bat.
Oh, nice.
And the Red Sox were at like 50 something. The Dodgers were, I think, at 22.
Yikes.
So that's a home run every 22 at bats,
Right.
Or any 20 at bats.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's and it comes back to let's bring it back to how this team was built and like who thought this was a good idea. The problem is, Rich, and I know that they don't want to hear it, but when Craig Breslow sat in that suite in Las Vegas, and I was like half looking at him and half looking at the sphere because I was like, wow,
that's cool.
That's cool.
You know they're making a sphere in DC?
No,
I think they're bringing
really?
one. I don't know like what year, but like the plan is they're gonna put spheres like maybe all over the world, but like the next one they're planning on is in Washington D.C.
Is China doing it?
Probably. Probably gonna do it even better.
So, so we're sitting there, and he says, and you probably remember the comments. He said, "Our priority this offseason is to get someone to basically walk alongside Garrett Crochet as a number 2 starter. Fine, like." Okay, Sonny Gray, Ranger Suarez, whatever. But then it's like more home runs. We need a guy who's going to hit home runs. We need a guy in the middle of the order to protect everybody else. And we're like, yes, you do.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
And do it.
And that's what I come back to. There was a reason you said that. Nothing changed in the offseason. So when you miss out on Alex Bregman, when you miss out on these other guys, and your pivot is to a luxury item, which is Ranger Suarez.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
Like, that doesn't make any sense to me because even then when you're saying, oh, well, this is run prevention, we're going to have low-scoring games, that's not how this works.
Well, no,
that's not how baseball works for 162 games.
And Cora specifically on Greg's show this week was talking about how, yeah, like a 2-1 game is great, but at Fenway Park, like a 10-9 game gets the place going, and we want the energy. And I'm like, well, you're not going to get the 10 runs by hitting a bunch of singles.
Well, you literally have to have 4 good things happen in a row.
Yeah.
And so the problem with this whole run prevention, we're going to have, like, remember the opening day. I apologize, mea culpa, for anything I said positive about spring training. Everything was wrong. But I spent 45 days here for no reason other than to bring back AM radio.
Yep.
And so, but you had that opening day game. What was it, like 3-1?
I think it was 3-0 maybe, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Or like,
but this is how. Here's the blueprint.
It was like Anthony Crochet, Whitlock, Chapman. You're like, there it is.
Anthony's getting on all the time. He's winning challenges. Look at this. They got it all figured out. But the problem is that why we applauded that is not sustainable for an entire year.
Yeah.
And even when you are in the game, even when you are, say, ahead by a run, that so much pressure is on the pitchers because you don't have any confidence that you're going to have any sort of 3-run homer to back you up.
Yeah, no, it's tough going. Let's go to John in Rhode Island. He's up next. Hey, John.
Hey, Rich, love the show. I just wanted a question for you in Bradford. A couple of my lady friends are taking me on vacation, so I promised them that I'd take them to Fenway Park, but I'm kind of in between because I want to protest because the team isn't good. So what do you guys think? Do you think I should bring them, or do you think I should find a different alternative date? Have a great weekend.
I would just find yourself a nice hot tub and maybe have the Odyssey app nearby and just listen to the game on the radio.
At this rate, they're going to have hot tubs in the bleachers. They're going to have to get people there some way.
People still are going to go. It's Fenway Park. They're not worried about that.
The weird thing is they have the power of the bobblehead is a real thing.
I like bobbleheads.
I know you do.
I also like those little cooler cups. I have the green one.
I
think I might need to branch out.
That is whoever thought of that. That's the MVP of the Red Sox right now.
It's been the best part of the season, no joke.
Yeah,
the cooler cups.
I'm not even joking.
No, I'm not either.
Yeah, this is putting fannies in the seats. The cooler cups are putting more fannies in the seats than the team.
That is true.
But we're not going to be like old men yelling at clouds, but it is a fact that they are leading into like Alex Cooper night, Noah Khan night.
Yeah, they just had Desperate Housewives, not a Real Housewives.
Well, I don't think that drew anyone in. I'm going to be honest with you. No.
The Rhode Island Housewives?
No, they came up But as I am wont to do, I'd like to make people put smiles on faces by giving baseballs and boring stickers.
That's really kind.
So the Real Housewives, I think it was last year, came off the elevator. I'm like, oh, they must want some baseballs and boring stickers. Zero interest. What if I gave you some bedazzled jeans that said baseballs and boring on the butt?
Oh, I
right?
like that. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That.
I can make that happen. But the problem. So what I'm coming back to is that there's ways to get people in there, but last night should not have been one of those instances where you needed cooler cups or anything to come and yell at Kim Schlittler.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Or whatever, what is this? What was he called?
I think
Schnitzel.
I think I called him Schnitzel.
Yeah. So I mean, it's that and Rich, apathy is the worst word. Like apathy.
100%.
Remember, and I'm not saying this is going to end with the same result with Craig Breslow, but you remember Chaim Bloom. I am convinced that the final straw for Chaim Bloom was two things in that year, 2023, which is you had the Dodgers fans taking over Fenway Park.
Devastating. Legit a parade.
It was. We were doing a show. What is happening?
That was a tough go.
And then there was a Yankee series where on the secondary market they were selling tickets for $1. And that was sort of like, okay, we cannot have apathy. We have not have apathy creep in. But the thing that is interesting is that Chaim Bloom was doing it in a way, and he did a lot of good things. But they totally took an enema to this entire organization. By the way, they had the thing where they come in and audit. They audit.
The
$1 billion audit for this thing. And here, I could have saved you some money. Get Pete Alonso.
I would have been happy with Pete Alonso. Screamed about it for 3 straight months. Nothing happened. How worried are you about Garrett Crochet?
I'm not that worried.
Okay.
Because he was pretty dominant up until he fell apart, at the end.
Yeah, but oh, are you talking about in the last game? So he got just blitzed against Minnesota. But
I was actually listening to Will Fleming, and it was like Will, he's like, he's cruising. This is the old Garrett is back. And then in a blink of an eye,
and it was over.
Exactly.
Yeah, the pig.
So I'm not super worried. But it comes back to,
because at least those starting pitchers, they have pretty much all gotten off to bad starts, with the exception of Early, the one guy without a track record. The other guys have a track record, whereas the hitters, which we were talking about, there really isn't a lot to fall back
what did
on.
Alice Cora, I think, on Greg Hill's show yesterday, said, what are you most surprised about? Is I thought our pitching would be better.
Yeah.
Which is kind of insane because...
And he singled out all the veterans. He didn't mention Early. He was like Garrett.
Well, you should mention Early. Early's been the best guy.
Right. And then Sonny Gray obviously got hurt. What do they do with Peyton Tully when Sonny Gray returns?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because he's too good, I think, to waste him. Because he was good all spring. He was good in Worcester. He had one bad one, but then he had back-to-back good ones. So he's been overall good this entire time. And even if all the starters are healthy, and I know you don't want to yo-yo these guys back and forth, but he did help them.
Yeah, this comes back to how the team is built and the Ranger Suarez thing.
Yeah,
I just think that they can say, and Craig Breslow said this, is no, this was plan B or C or whatever it was. Well, it was a luxury item. It was a luxury item. Yes, he has been good in the past, but he is the most innocuous $130 million player I've ever seen signed in sports. Not to say he's bad.
Yeah.
But it was, okay, you want to get that guy? Well, if you pay
Trevor Story of pitchers.
Even that
Story
though.
Was but that.
Even that. Here's the thing with that is sort of with Trevor Story, you knew that they weren't going to re-sign Bogarts, so he was the protection of that.
Yeah.
So I think that, it's like Detroit. Detroit signed Framber Valdez because they know Tarek Skubel's walking. Garrett Crochet isn't going anywhere. Brian Bayo isn't going anywhere.
No.
So
is Skubel going to the Dodgers, by the way?
Sure.
Probably makes sense.
I mean, why not? I mean, everyone goes to the Dodgers.
Yeah, I think so. All right, you can jump in here at 617-779-7937. Red Sox swept by the Yankees. We will get to the Bruins and the Celtics coming up at noon. I also want to get Bradford's thoughts on that new Hulk Hogan documentary. 4-parter.
Yeah.
Did you watch the whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. All right, we'll get to that coming up next year on Jones and Keefe.
WEEI.
WEEI.
Fight for what's right. Fight for your life.
Back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. No Jones today. Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring is here for a few more minutes where we were talking Red Sox Yankees. Didn't go great for the Red Sox. We started the show talking about the NFL draft and Mike Vrabel talking before the draft, his second press conference where he didn't really say a whole lot, but he is committed to his family and he won't be with the team tomorrow. And we will get to the Bruins coming up. Bruins lose Game 3 to the Sabres. But, Bradford, you just told me you watched the 4-part documentary about Hulk Hogan on Netflix.
Yeah, I had to lower
So
my.
did I.
I had to get away from baseball for a few minutes.
That makes sense. Yeah, you need a cleanse after some of these Sox games.
Yeah.
I've seen, there's an early brag, I've seen a lot of wrestling documentaries, right? Some are very good.
Yeah.
There's like the Beyond the Mat. There's like Wrestling with Shadows. There's like some really good ones. There's some that like the WWE is like pissed that they even like signed off
the
on.
Bret Hart one a long time ago.
Yes. So that one was good. There's like some good ones. Then there's some that are like made by and with WWE. So there's like a Shawn Michaels one that just came out, which was fine. It was just like highlighting some of his career, talking about what he does now. But they kind of like yada yada over stuff. Like they'll be like, then I was kind of hard to work with. But then I had this match with Bret Hart. You're like, wait a minute, why were you hard to work with? Maybe talk about that for a second. So Hulk Hogan's like, obviously he's dead. This was the last interview he ever did.
Yeah.
And it's a 4-part series. They're all like roughly an hour long. They interview a lot of people along the way. But what was your overall takeaway?
I would give it a B+, man.
Yeah.
I thought it was. They certainly didn't glide over anything other than not showing screenshots of his sex tape.
They didn't show that.
No, which I kind of, how they do that. They work around it, right?
I think that's one. Well, because he ended up getting $140 million from Gawker, and like that is, I can't speak to every corner of the internet, but I don't think that's like on there anymore. I think that's gone.
Well, it's gone. But what's interesting was he gets the money or whatever. He gets the settlement. And then immediately they come out with like whatever he said that was
the
bad.
transcript.
The transcript was bad.
He had a slur.
Yeah. And so he whatever good feels he had about making the money immediately goes out the window.
Right.
And then he goes the spirals that he have, and then you have I was interested in the reality show Hogan Knows Best. Hogan Knows Best.
So this is the big miss I think of the documentary.
Yeah.
Is he has 2 kids. One of them, his son, is like in the documentary a lot. They're, like,
but the daughter isn't.
Yeah, they had a huge falling out, and it's not covered in the thing at all.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She didn't accept a dime from his like estate when he died. There's something, I don't know the whole story. I was kind of curious as to what that was because she actually was the star of that reality show. But then Nick, you remember this? Like I don't know if they don't talk or like something's up with them.
I think they had a big falling out because I believe she denounced her inheritance when he died.
Yes,
it's like she's like, I don't want your money.
The impetus for the show, a big part of it was to make
help her
a star, a star singer.
But that was also years and years ago, so I don't know what had happened. But like the only time you hear her voice is from like a 2021 interview. Like you would think they talked to his ex-wife Linda, his most recent ex-wife, or I guess his widow. They talk to her, but they don't talk to the daughter.
What was the grade? I gave it a B+.
Yeah, I think B.
Okay.
I think it was good. They definitely. I don't know why they didn't get into that like at all. They didn't really discuss that at all. But they did mention sort of how he was viewed. It was hilarious that they had Trump in there. Trump is like, how about me?
How'd they ever get him?
Can you? He's like, look at me. I'm in the White House. They're like, yeah, we know you're in the White House. And he's like talking to him about it. And then they show that whole thing where he is like, so he's at the Republican convention and he like rips the shirt.
I
Hogan
didn't realize. So after he went political, right? Then he got booed like crazy in L.A.
We talked about this at the time because Netflix got Monday Night Raw. And so for their debut episode, it was in L.A. and they had like a lot of old stars there. And like they're just going for like nostalgia. They're doing everything else. And he got like booed out of the building. And everybody was like, oh, it's because he likes Trump. Wrong.
Really?
Yeah, Undertaker
That's
also
how they,
likes Trump.
by the way,
a lot of these wrestlers like Trump. And
but
they
that's
didn't
how
get
they
booed.
made it feel it in the doc.
Hulk Hogan's real American beer, brother.
Yeah. It was because of the beer?
It was because I think of probably saying the N-word.
Okay. It was still lingering. Yeah.
I think it was more so that. I'm sure there's some fans there that were annoyed about the Trump thing, but like Trump's a WWE Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Like Triple H is in a million pictures with him. Undertaker likes him. I think Kane, like all these guys like him. And so that's why I think they use that it's political, Hogan. That's why I don't think it was.
Can I give another thing that I didn't realize about the timeline of him was when he was in Rocky, was it 3?
Yeah.
Rocky 3, he wasn't that big. He wasn't.
He's pretty big. There was early WrestleManias.
Really? I mean, they made it seem like that was the thing that sort of changed everything for him.
Let's see. Rocky
Because
you're right. You're right.
No, because Sylvester Stallone was like, I was flipping around one night and I saw some random thing, and this guy, who is this guy? He's huge, and he has to be in my movie, and
you're actually 100% right. It was 82 was Rocky 3. WrestleMania 1 was 85.
Yeah.
So it really Rocky 3 helped promote that.
So is a Dork podcast going to review this?
I don't know.
Really?
We're up to our eyeballs in shows and movies. Yeah, a lot of stuff.
Well, the good news is
we could do this.
The good news is someone's coming out of hiding to be a co-host.
Dude, how about that? Lucas Giolito, friend of the show with the Padres.
Great place to do a Dork podcast from.
Good park to pitch it too.
Yeah. Did you see the? So he sent me the picture of his Padres locker. This is sick brag.
Oh, nice.
But the picture, and it was just my book, Damn Near Perfect Game, in his locker. But he had to hide the part where the Dodgers logo is on it.
Well, yeah, you can't have that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But I was happy for him. It's another element of stupidity with baseball where you don't sign a guy even though he gets outs. And
it's really strange. Had a good year last year too. It's not like he's coming off a bad year.
And he signed the deal. I know the deal he signed was even 2 weeks ago. That was not what he was eyeing.
No, it's too bad. But how soon is he going to pitch?
Oh,
do you think?
I got back in a couple of weeks. He seemed ready to go.
Yeah, he was working out. He was
listen. As far as I know, he's throwing 110 miles an hour when I watched him.
He's playing Minecraft.
Who knows? It was his reaction to winning to me presenting the Good Guy Award from the Boston chapter of the BBWA.
That was nice. That was really a double reason for you to go to that trip.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons I went on that trip.
All right, well, very good, Bradford. I didn't realize this. I didn't mean to put you so hard to work today. You're also going to be doing the pregame tonight?
No, can we put up a poll on the show page? What should I do between now and the pregame show?
All right, so the pregame show starts at 6:05.
Well, I will say this.
I see a couple movies.
I think I have to. I think I also have to pop on the afternoon show, my McFarlane appearance for the afternoon show. But
you're earning your check today,
man. Real quick, if I was, because that did cross my mind. What movie? I used to go to movies all the time.
It's a tough weekend for
really.
Supreme's now streaming. You can watch that again. Speaking of Lucas Giolito.
No, not streaming. I go an actual theater.
The Michael movie came out today.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to
What
see
is?
that. Michael Jackson movie?
Biopic.
The biopic?
No.
So the top movie top movies at the box office currently, because there's nothing new.
Isn't this sad? We
see.
we always used to know this.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a dull period of 3 weeks.
Super Mario Galaxy movie? It's terrible. I saw that. Project Hail Mary, good. Have you seen Project Hail Mary?
No,
yet?
well, yeah, I heard that was
Ryan
good.
Gosling in space?
Yeah.
It's good.
Oh, is it good?
Yeah.
All right.
It's still in theaters.
Lee Cronin's The Mummy and
this
the
is all
drama.
terrible.
The drama
This is
was
all
good.
terrible.
Drama's good.
I've walked out of more in the last year. Walked out of more movies.
But you walk out of movies?
I have.
How many?
Usually they're later at night when I want to take
you're a little sleepy.
So I told you about the Marty Supreme one.
You tried
where
to see
I
it a
walked out
second
because
time.
I was falling asleep in the middle of it for a second time.
I'm sure his nap time's in about 2 hours.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever walked out.
That's
of
the question, though. Where can I take a nap at about 3 o'clock?
All right, fair
There's
enough.
a couch down here somewhere.
All right, so you're here, Bradford, 2 or 3 more times today. So don't go nowhere. You'll probably hear his voice.
And all weekend long. There you go.
All right, we have a new show coming for your drive home. Listen Monday morning at 9 on the Greg Hill Show for a major WEEI show announcement. They will join Greg, Wiggy, Mego, Curtis, and Shime in studio. This will be a first. All right, we're going to talk Bruins. They fall to the Sabres last night in Game 3. We'll get to that coming up next.
WEEI.
Well, that's what happened last night in Game 3 between the Bruins and the Sabres. This is hour number 3 of Jones and Keefe, WEEI. No Jones today. He is in counseling. Taking your phone calls, though, throughout the rest of the program at 617-779-7937. It's the same number to text into the program. You can also watch on Twitch and on YouTube. We already talked draft and Vrabel. We talked some Red Sox. So that's all on the table for you as well. Plus, there is a Game 3 between the Celtics and the Sixers tonight as well. So it's a busy time. It's the busy season. But as for the Bruins game last night, frustrating, right? They take the 1-0 lead in the second period. And this is a team. I thought the Bruins were going to win this series. I'm still picking the Bruins. Ultimately, I'm still picking the Bruins. But I like this matchup against the Sabres, and they've just had a really, really tough time closing it out. Even in the game that they won, the Sabres showed some life and got back into it, scored a couple of goals, and kind of made it a little uneasy. Obviously, Game 1, we know what happened. And then last night, not the 2-goal lead that it was in Game 1.
Although, should have been.
So that's
Arvidsson had the penalty shot.
That's what's a killer, is you're up 1-0 and you get a penalty shot. And he really took his sweet time getting in there. I'm like, where's he going? Where's he going? He wanted to
They want to screw with the goalie a little bit.
I guess, well, it didn't
screw with him at all.
No, he was kind of locked in. Also, I guess credit to Lindy Ruff in Buffalo for going with Alex Lyon, who was good. Now, the goal that Tanner Jeannot scored was not like he probably should have saved that too, but he saved everything else. Lyon in the game had 24 saves, a good save on a penalty shot, and ultimately was the difference. And now I'm sure he has a ton of confidence, and they're gonna roll him out the rest of the series. So that was rough. You then give up the game tying goal after the penalty shot, not too long after that. But then, all right, it's 1-1 going into the third period. You're like, it's anybody's game at this point. And then there's something about the Sabres. I don't know is it the Sabres or the Bruins for Buffalo to score as many goals as they've scored in the third period in this series? I think is that up to 8 goals?
Yeah, it's up there. They usually come with like the last 8 minutes.
I
was joking last night. Like the Bruins need to score 4 more times to start the third period to feel safe.
Pretty much.
And then it was the Sabres that scored early, and you kind of felt it was over at that point.
Yeah, I kind of felt
they seemed pretty lifeless for most of the game.
And I thought that, and I wasn't at the Garden. I was watching at home, and so it didn't seem like as crazy. Like the Garden gets loud. It didn't seem crazy, and I wonder if part of it was like when they were down 2-1, it just sort of like that feeling of like, all right, they're not coming back. And obviously,
again, you're right. In the third periods, the Sabres have owned for the most part the third periods.
Yeah. They did get an empty net goal too, so like it's not like they beat Swayman 3 times or anything like that. But
Hagen's technically scored his first playoff goal though, so that was good.
Yeah, right. That didn't help. So he was a -1. I was waiting for that line to break out. Although we were all around it yesterday. Was it you, Nick, or was it Jones?
I said the fourth line.
Fourth line score. I thought we might get a Who's Nuts goal or a Hagen's goal or
and then I know
Fraser.
You weren't convinced Arvidsson was going to score, so were you rooting against the penalty shot?
Well, I didn't bet it. I didn't bet that one, so it's sort of a stay away. No, I was still steaming about my Yankee bet. Freaking Yankees win, and Schlittler pitches well, and I still lose the bet because he didn't have enough strikeouts.
Yeah, I looked at like 3 Ks when I looked through like 6 innings.
That was not happening. Like right away, when he didn't strike anybody out in the first inning, I was like, there you go. I thought he might have 20 strikeouts. The Red Sox lineup is that bad, but he didn't. But the Bruins, I mean, they needed to go into Buffalo and win a game, but now they come back and they immediately lose their first game. The Bruins were such a good home team, and I know Buffalo's a good road team. Buffalo is pretty much equal like home road, so they were like a really good, convincing regular season team. I had my doubts on how they were going to play in the postseason, but they've obviously been pretty solid.
If you're just going by wins, I think were tied with probably 5 other teams for the second most road wins in the league.
Yeah. But the Bruins at one point, and I forget how I don't recall how they finished, but they were 29-11-1 at home. That had to be towards the tops of the league. I think with like a month to go, they were like the best home team in hockey. Even though they weren't even like guaranteed a playoff spot, they were better than everybody else at home. And so I was like, all right, you have a chance to have 3 home games in this series. You need to take advantage of that. And then right away they lose this one. So it's frustrating. I wonder how you feel out there about the Bruins and their chances of winning the series. I said 7 before it began. Jones said 6. So if that's going to end up being the case, they're going to have to win out. I still think overall Swayman has played well, and I'm confident in him. But at some point, like, you're going to need Pastrnak to – I know he's got a bunch of assists in the series, but you're gonna have to look at him to maybe break through and score. Well, I think he had the goal in game 1, but he's the guy. Like if he's like the MVP candidate, like you're gonna need a little bit more out of him. He was in the game yesterday a -3, like not ideal. Obviously, he was just an empty netter in there, but
that was rough because that one went under his shin.
No, that's tough. And, like he was right there for it, and like whatever. But even still, all right, he was a -2. So like I think you need a little bit more out of him. It was a frustrating result. We'll see if they can bounce back. Game 4 is on Sunday, where we're gonna have another chance at the Boston parlay.
Which team screws it up this time?
Well, Red Sox are usually a pretty good candidate for that. I would say the Celtics, I don't think are going to lose. I don't think they're going to lose the rest of this series, although I was wrong. They got pantsed in game 2, so that was frustrating. Bruins, it's a 2:00 game for the Bruins on Sunday, home against Buffalo. I think they win that, but maybe I'm just not giving the Sabres enough credit. Maybe that's part of it, even like going into like the picks for this whole series. Maybe I haven't given them nearly enough credit for the team that they are. Our guy Marco Sturm, though, after the game, he talked about why they lost.
For some reason, first of all, they were just a little bit better than us. I gotta say, I thought we were a little tight right from the start. I could see a little bit on the power play too. So, but we were in the game and we were fine. But just those little mistakes, cost us the second goal there. But other than that, it was just unfortunate because we were really excited to be at home, and for some reason, like I said, we didn't play the way we did game 1 and 2.
Yeah, he did. They were the better team, he says. He doesn't know why. Maybe they were a little tight. Maybe they were, which I guess I don't really understand why. They're the underdog in the series. Even though, like, me and Jones picked them, like, what does that mean? Like, they are the underdog. You're going up against the division winner in this series. So even though the Sabres don't have a lot of playoff experience or almost no playoff experience, they had more points than you in the regular season. They were expected to win this series. It's tied after 2 games. But Sturm feels like they came out and played a bit tight. Power plays don't seem to be anything in this series, huh? The Bruins shut down all the Sabres power plays once again, but the
Sabres were struggling going in, and I think
it's a mess.
I think it's 0 for 30 something at this point.
It's growing and growing and growing.
But the Bruins penalty kill wasn't good.
No. The Sabres are just
Maybe
a mess.
Swayman standing on his head because when the shot started to get lopsided in the first period yesterday, it kind of felt like they were in trouble. Maybe that's Sturm's like, hey, the dam could break at any second now.
I mean, that's possible. The Bruins had a couple of chances on the power play, which were also frustrating. So I think they're up 1-0, and then after that, the penalty shot obviously stands out. But then there was another power play they had late. Then they had another power play. Now they were already down by 2 goals, so it actually not a power play, but like when they pulled it, they had something going there. And third period, they had good opportunities, weren't able to get it done, and now you're like Alex Lyon. You're like, oh God, is this guy going to be able to carry the series? Because Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, you're like, they're going to win the series if they stick with that guy. There's no chance. Even in the win, you were like, even in Buffalo's win, I mean, you're like, that guy's not going to be good enough to win that series. They make the change. Lyon gives up like a questionable goal there to Jeannot, but then other than that, he was good. So maybe you have the same approach for both goaltenders for Buffalo. It's like they don't even have to be quality shots. Just like pepper them with shots and see what happens. See if something is able to
I feel like
break
this
through.
team has an issue taking shots, though.
Yeah, I think so.
They always have the one too many extra passes.
Yeah, they're like, I guess they're like unselfish, which you're like, oh well, that's good, but not really. Not especially when I could see doing that when you're going up against like Vasilevsky or like an all-time goaltender, and you're like, look, we're like regular shots aren't going to beat this guy. Like we got to get the perfect shot, and then you're kind of playing it that way. But for these guys, for Alex Lyon,
like the one that sticks out was game 2 with Morgan Geekie not shooting at the wide open goal and trying to make that extra pass back across the crease. You don't need to do it; just shoot.
Nope. Yeah, Morgan Geekie he giveth and he taketh away is what I would say with Geekie. Oh, what was the Jones bet yesterday? Goal first 10 minutes?
Yep.
Didn't happen. No. First 20-something minutes didn't happen. So, yeah, what's your confidence level now in the Bruins? Nick, are you still taking them to win the series? Or no?
I was never taking
them
to
to
win
never
the
did?
series.
That's right.
Nope.
Okay.
I always had the Sabres in 7.
Son of a gun. And that may very well be the case. So, yeah, Game 4 on Sunday, and then they go Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. So we're guaranteed, at least 5 games in this series, and we'll go from there. As for the Celtics, I feel like Game 2 was the anomaly. We had Terp in here earlier this week talking about the 76ers shooting threes, and they made no threes in Game 1. They made a million threes in Game 2. They are, as a team, way closer to the team from Game 1. And I give Tyrese Maxey all the credit in the world. I think Tyrese Maxey had a top 10 season, top 15 at worst season. Like, he's going to be an all-NBA player. And he's been a tough guy for the Celtics to slow down, regular season, playoffs, whatever. But that's still kind of it to me. VJ Edgecombe had a good game. I would expect that to come crashing back down. Paul George is not even close to what Paul George used to be. You got Kelly Oubre out there. You got Bona, who starts for him and doesn't score any points. So, yeah, I thought the Celtics were probably going to roll in the series, and it's already going to go minimum 5 games. So that's a little bit different. But I think Jaylen Brown has a good game this go-around. Tatum has a good game. Maybe it was like a little bit of a wake-up call, too, because after Game 1, where they had the most lopsided win in playoff history in a Game 1 for the Celtics franchise, you probably did think you just show up and you're going to win. And you can have that too. Like that can sort of seep in a 7-game series when you think you're that much better than the other team. And they weren't able to turn it on. They weren't able to flip the switch. Fourth quarter, I still thought they were. I was still holding out that they were going to turn it around and they're going to win the game. Ultimately didn't happen. So you sort of tip your cap to Philly. And even though the series now shifts to Philadelphia, still not that worried about it. I think they're pretty mismatched. Now, the other Eastern Conference series.
But also, real quick.
Yeah.
Embiid might be making a comeback this series. I believe he was upgraded to doubtful yesterday.
Yeah, because he had his appendix out?
Yeah, he had appendicitis. So
This guy's got a million
if the
things.
Sixers can extend the series, they might get Embiid back.
All right, so the latest here is Joel Embiid participates in parts of practice listed as
Has
doubtful.
he ever practiced in full?
No, I don't think so. He's doubtful for Game 3. So usually, I don't need to tell you, but doubtful, I would be shocked if he did play. But if you're doubtful now, maybe you're questionable, I guess, for Game 4, and they sort of stretch the series out a little bit. Maybe we see him, but, we know it's going 5 games minimum. So if he comes back, he's obviously a great player when he's good to go. But, what version of Joel Embiid are you going to get? And does that throw off some of the other stuff that, some of the things that Philly did well in the last game? Does Embiid mess with that? Is he good with Maxey and Edgecombe taking as many shots as they did? I don't know. It's another dynamic. He is really good, but it still wouldn't scare me. Even if he was there for the whole series, I would take the Celtics. I don't know if you guys watched any of the Knicks-Hawks game last night, but the Hawks at home won again. So the Hawks lead the Knicks 2-1. So a long way to go in that series, but looking ahead to the second round a little bit, and you're like, it's probably going to be a rematch against the Knicks like it was a year ago. Not so fast, my friend, as Lee Corso would tell you. Hawks are good. Jalen Johnson, really good season. He almost had a triple-double yesterday. I thought that out of all the series on both the East and the West, the most likely upset would be the Hawks. Now, I didn't go full go and pick them, so I'm not trying to take credit for that or anything, but Hawks were a really pesky matchup for the Knicks. Maybe the Knicks are looking ahead a little bit to a matchup with the Celtics. And so we'll see where that series ends up. But right now, up 2-1, pretty good spot for Atlanta.
Both those games were decided by 1 point?
Yep. Oh, yeah, super close. I think it's going 7 regardless. But, Hawks look good. The other one, it looks like we might maybe have a series. The Raptors, after trailing 2-0 to the Cavs, they went and blew doors in Toronto yesterday. So that one's also 2-1. And then the late game last night, if anybody was even watching this, was T-Wolves Nuggets. Nuggets were, or the series was tied at 1. And Jaden McDaniels was calling out the Nuggets, where he was like, yeah, we just need to attack their bad defenders. And then the follow-up was like, well, who are their bad defenders? And he was like, Jokic, Murray, Braun, John. He named all the guys on the team. And
he backed it up last night.
Yeah, he dunked
shot 9 for 13. He
Yes.
went off. Jokic was a minus, 21 on the night.
Yo, and he had like a fast break dunk like on Jokic. Like he just absolutely stuffed it on Jokic. And so everybody thought he was going to get his comeuppance, including myself. And I mean, Jokic still had, 27 and 15 or whatever, but they did not have a good game. And Minnesota just kind of blitzed them. And so Minnesota has a 2-1 lead. So those are some of those series going on. But Celtics tonight, it is a, 7 o'clock prime video game. I fully expect the Celtics to bounce back. They are 7.5-point favorites. I would happily take that because when they were at home, it was 12.5, I think, in the first game, and then 14.5 in the second game.
And they overcorrected for the blowout.
Yeah, I think so. It's like, all right, the game's in Philly. Like, okay, like Philly's fine. Celtics are a good enough road team, so I don't think that part scares me. And I just think the Celtics aren't going to lose 2 games in a row to the Sixers. And if they do win, I wouldn't be surprised if they win double digits or better. Lakers, Rockets tonight, Spurs, Blazers. What's the Wembanyama update? Is he?
I think he's still in concussion protocol.
Yeah. All right. Well, that certainly changes things a little bit there. All right. So if you want to get on the Bruins playoff series and their loss last night to the Sabres, Celtics and their game against the Sixers tonight. Red Sox just got swept by the Yankees. They started a new series with the Orioles. And, oh, by the way, the NFL draft is going on. Patriots take an offensive lineman in the first round last night. They traded up 3 spots to get an O lineman who was the 7th tackle taken in the draft. How do you feel about that? And, oh, by the way, before the draft, Mike Vrabel had to hold his second press conference about his indiscretions, I guess you will call it, as he – I guess we'll be there for the draft tonight, but then he's going to be in counseling tomorrow for rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7, and any kind of potential trade calls or whatever else. So we can get into all that with you guys at 617-779-7937. But right now, here is David with What's Trending.
Now, here's What's Trending on WEEI.
Trending Now is brought to you by Ranch Roofing. The Bruins dropped Game 3 against the Sabres last night. Final score was 3-1. Tanner Jeannot had the lone goal for the Bees, while Jeremy Swayman made 25 saves in the loss. They'll look to even the series on Sunday at 2 p.m. Celtics versus 76ers shifts to Philadelphia for Game 3 tonight. This series is currently tied 1-1 after the Sixers won Game 2 on Tuesday night. Tip-off from Xfinity Mobile Arena is at 7 p.m. The Las Vegas Raiders drafted Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza with the first overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Patriots traded up with the Bills to take Utah offensive tackle Caleb Lomu with the 28th overall pick. The Bills received the 31st and 125th picks from the Patriots in the deal. The draft continues tonight with rounds 2 and 3 beginning at 7 p.m. The Red Sox were swept by the Yankees after losing the series finale 4-2 last night. Peyton Tolley made his season debut and allowed 1 run through 6 innings while striking out 11. The Sox look to right the ship this weekend on the road against the Orioles. Brian Bayo gets the start tonight against Brandon Young. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Rob Bradford begins at 6:05, followed by first pitch at 7:05. The greatest fear in home repair is the unknown, but families across Boston and Metro West trust the experts at Ranch Roofing to protect what matters most. With dedicated crews, an on-site project manager, and transparent pricing, you'll always know who's on your roof. Get your free estimate today at ranchroofing.com. Ranch Roofing. It's not just the roof, it's the people under it. I'm David Azer. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
WEEI. WEEI.
WEEI.
right, time for the Friday 4-pack here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. We are live from our Catches Law Injury Attorneys studios. No fee unless you win. Jones is off. Billy Lanny is off. So you've heard David doing the trendings. He is going to ask the 4-pack of questions today. And in addition to me answering them, the drop god, Nick, is also going to answer them as well. So, David, what do we got today?
All right, starting off here, how many players for the Red Sox will hit 20 home runs this season?
All right, so Zips famously projected 0 would hit 20, which I thought was low. Right now they are tied
Do
as
you still feel that way?
Yeah, 20's not that many home runs. Right now, Wilson Contreras has 4, which would put him on pace for 26. So there's some wiggle room there. Wilyer Abreu has 3. That would put him on pace for 19.
Which I believe came within the first 5 games of the season.
He's cooled.
A little bit.
He has cooled off a bit. I still feel like those are the 2 guys that can and will do it. Because even if Wilyer Abreu finishes the season with exactly 20 home runs, you wouldn't be like, wow, what a power season that was. Or Contreras. And Contreras has done it multiple times in his career. Abreu did it last year, didn't he? And he didn't play every game.
He played 130-ish games probably.
Yeah, he played 115 games and he hit 22. So I know it's super low. It's comically low. They have 14 home runs. The Dodgers as a team have 42 home runs. Like that's the gap. That's the top to the bottom. And so they have no power. But I still think they're going to get 2 guys over that number. I'm a little nervous that Roman Anthony is going to get there. He's hurt again. Did you hear him at all post game? I
did not.
He spoke yesterday, and he's like, well, I know my body. It's not like last year. And they were like, so you're going to be in the lineup tomorrow? And he's like, well, we'll see.
Wasn't he available yesterday? Like, hey, if we need him off the bench, he's available.
I think
he should play today.
Right, but then he wouldn't even confirm if he's playing today. Now, we don't have the lineup or anything yet today. You'll find out. Bradford, in fact, is going to be doing the pregame show tonight. So maybe Roman Anthony will play. But even when he's played, he's done a better job getting on base recently. He has 1 home run, and we're a month into the season. So I'll say 2. My final answer is going to be Wilson Contreras and Wilyer Abreu both get to 20, but I think that's going to be it.
I think I'm at 1. I think it's just Contreras.
Ugh. I mean, you might be right.
I don't know who, Wilyer, sure, but he's cooled off a lot. When it gets warmer, he probably will hit home runs, but I don't know who else it could be.
Because guys can get hot and they can hit 10 in a month, but I don't know.
Is Trevor Story going to hit 20 again? I don't think so.
No. He has 2. He strikes out a lot.
Well, that's his career.
He'll hit into double plays. He's hitting $186.
Oh, it's actually gone down too.
Trevor Story. Yeah, that's another thing about this team is they have, in addition to no power, all right, no power, that's one thing. So they must have some guys that can hit for, get on base. No, they don't.
Actually, the one guy that gets on base is currently hurt.
Yep. That's it.
I guess Yoshida, too. He gets on base.
They now don't have a single player with an 800 OPS. Now, Abreu and Contreras are close. They're in the 790s. But I was looking at this the other day when you were a box score came up. Story's hitting 186. Durbin's hitting 141. Jarren Duran, even with his recent handful of games with a bunch of hits, is hitting 197. Then Monasterio's hitting 194, and Connor Falefa's hitting 179. It's half your. Marcelo Meyer is finally above 200. He's hitting 203.
I think he needs to play more.
He should play every single day.
He should be playing every day.
Every single day. There's no excuse. Even against a lefty, I don't care. You don't have any other option.
He's the one guy that is coming up with the big hit recently.
Yeah.
So I would play him every day.
I absolutely play him every day. And I would put Durbin in the minors. That, to me, is the obvious thing to do. But they want to keep holding out hope that he's going to turn it around. And, if what Cora said this week is any indication, and if he feels 45 games is a real sample to know what the team is, all right, if he's still playing and still stinks at 45 games, you have to make a change. All right, question number 2.
What is the best sports card you own?
So there's 2 cards recently that just sold for a ton of money. There was a Michael Jordan, I believe it was, that was just sold for millions of dollars. And then there was another one that they were talking about, I think, on the morning show. So it's every once in a while these cards go to auction and they go for crazy money.
I thought this market was going to burst by now.
I know, same. But then they're still like But what it is it's not like standard cards that people would get. It's all like one of ones.
No, they're one of ones, rookie autograph cards. Like I get that, but still, I thought that would burst by now.
They got like a part of the jersey in it or whatever else. So I don't have any of that stuff. I did collect cards as most kids did a long time ago, and it would probably be the one that everybody has. So now it doesn't have any value, but at one point it did. It's just the '89 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr. card. That's like a classic. It was like. That launched Upper Deck as a brand. It was card number 1 of the set. And it was like the only card even back then that was worth anything. And now I can't imagine it's worth a ton. Maybe if you have like a mint 10 out of 10 card, maybe it's something. So that's probably what I have. Maybe like a Shaquille O'Neal rookie card. It'd have to be something from the early 90s that has value because that's when I was collecting cards. So I'd say Griffey or Shaq.
I never got into the card collecting.
Really?
Like I have cards, but they're just run of the mill like football and baseball cards that aren't worth anything.
Yeah.
Because I would get a couple packs here and then, but I would never really I need this rookie card.
Well, that's because you're probably that many years younger than me, where it kind of really had phased out by that point. I feel like people now it's sort of come back.
I don't remember the year, but when they started making, and I don't remember the brand either, but.
Don Russ?
There was a year where there's a cutoff year where every card made after that year is worth absolutely nothing.
It's just pennies
because they
made so many of them.
A million of them.
Yeah.
And I think those are the ones that I have.
Yeah, just a regular card, just like the ones that we got here at these.
Yeah, they're probably that 99-cent cards that Ken got.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. All right, what else we got?
What musician should get the next biopic?
All right, so one of Billy Landy's takes is there's just too many biopics, right? Billy Landy,
and he's right.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong, but people, they eat him up. The Oscars, they eat him up. So Bohemian Rhapsody, which was not a good movie nor a good performance, won Best Actor for Rami Malek. Timothy Chalamet was nominated for Bob Dylan. Somehow Taron Egerton was not nominated for Elton John. There was a Bruce Springsteen one, which I didn't see, with the dude from The Bear.
Yeah, I'm out on Springsteen, so I wasn't going to watch that.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Straight Outta Compton was awesome. That's more of a group than like a single person.
Now we got all these Beatles ones coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be so straight. How many people are going to go to the theater 4 straight weeks to see 4 different Beatle movies? Anybody?
I hope not.
That's wild. And then also, what order do you put them out in? What do you do?
Least important to most important?
You got to rank them.
I don't know.
So do you start with like John Lennon, or do you end with John Lennon? Do you start with McCartney? I don't know. I'm not a Beatles person.
I'm not either. We need Billy here for this.
Billy is a Beatles person. But yes, so I guess they're not going to throw them all into one movie. They're going to do...
No, we need 12 hours worth of
4
Beatles stuff.
separate Beatles movies. So this weekend is the Michael Jackson movie, which I believe has gotten mixed reviews.
Audience really likes it.
Oh, they do?
Critic hates it.
Okay, so something's got to give. Oh, my God. Audience score is 96%?
Yeah, the audience loves it.
Critic is 40%. 2 hours, 7 minutes, PG-13. Is it just his music, or is it like other stuff?
I hope it's not just music. I hope it's other things in there.
I don't know. Let's see. People, I guess critics are all right, so my answer, another artist that would need a biopic that hasn't had one yet, it'd probably be
Korn.
Probably Jonathan Davis and Korn. Now, 8 Mile is not a biopic.
I was thinking Eminem.
I was going to say Eminem might be...
Because you can go from D12 to Eminem to all the beefs that he's had. I think that would be pretty good.
It might be time.
And then, Eminem can play himself.
Yeah, he could.
He can go win an Oscar.
He might.
His movies always get nominated for Oscars.
Right, like an original song or whatever, and then you could win another Oscar. But, that's one that jumped to mind. Fred Durst, Limp Bizkit.
I was between Korn and Limp Bizkit for you.
Yeah, all the bands that we... Actually, has there
System of a Down need one?
Yeah, Serge Tankian. Yeah. Has there been a Kurt Cobain one?
I don't think so.
They could do that.
That'd at least be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. And they're gonna keep making these, I think, especially if this does well box office wise, which I bet it does. People are gonna see it. I do not want to see the Michael one, but if it does, this is gonna keep churning these out. All right, question number 4.
What are your updated Bruins and Celtics series predictions?
All right, so Celtics in 4 is out. It cannot be Celtics in 4. So I will change it to Celtics in 5. That'll be my updated prediction. I don't think they lose again in this series. I had Bruins in 7, so I'll just keep Bruins in 7. A little shooketh the way they have finished games and the way they have played in like the last 5 minutes, and how Buffalo, like, no lead is safe and they can like come back and like they play their best hockey there. So you need a 4-goal lead, it feels like, to beat the Sabres. But I mean, they already changed their goalie once. Alex Lyon was good in Game 3, but the Sabres felt like he wasn't even their best goalie to start the series. So I can't imagine he's going to be awesome the rest of the way. So I'll stick with Bruins in 7, and then I'll just update the Celtics in 5.
I'm keeping the Sabres in 7.
Okay.
Because I still feel good about that.
No, you should. They're up 2-1.
And I think I'm between Celtics, and I also had them in a sweep.
Yeah.
I'm between Celtics and 5 or 6. I'll take 5, though. I don't think Embiid makes his return. I think they kind of just close the door.
Yeah, and I also wonder, like, if they get up 3-1, and then it's like, hey, Embiid can play, and you're like, well, you know, I guess you could.
That might push him to 6. I still don't think the Sixers win the series in any way.
No, definitely not. All right, there you go. So those are our updated Bruins and Celtics predictions. You can weigh in on either of those series or the NFL draft from last night. It's night 2 tonight. Patriots currently scheduled to pick at the end of round 2 and at the end of round 3. Then they have a whole pile of picks tomorrow where, of course, Mike Vrabel will not participate in that. 617-779-7937. We got the weekend review, though, coming up next.
Tonight, Sox and O's, the Mass Mutual pregame.
weekend is bad here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. You have the Bruins in the playoffs, the Celtics in the playoffs, the Red Sox taking on the Yankees. Didn't go well. They lost all 3 games that they played against the Yankees, and if they played tonight, they probably would have lost that one too, and tomorrow as well. But they turned their attention to Baltimore, and it's NFL draft week. We had a couple more updates on Mike Vrabel. It's been a very, very busy week here on the program. And let's go back to Tuesday. Oh, yeah, because we weren't even on Monday. This is all the same week?
No,
Marathon
Red Sox
Monday?
game.
Holy mackerel. Maybe that's why the week went by so fast. But on Tuesday, we were talking about the big celebrity that Buffalo had right before puck drop between the Sabres and the Bruins to try to get the crowd all fired up. Yeah.
And there you see the guy banging the drum tonight. The quarterback of the Bills, Josh Allen, the 2024 NFL MVP.
Not to chug shame anybody, because people chug at their own speed. He had a 12-ounce Corona Light, and it took him a minute, 2 minutes. I'm like, dude, you were in college not that long ago.
Not yet.
You're still in the prime of your life.
You're in your prime, yeah.
You're in your drinking prime.
Yeah.
And he didn't even finish it. It kind of like spilled, and then he like spiked like the other half of it.
Drank those quicker at Greg's thing at Capitol Grill on Monday.
100%.
Yeah, like seriously.
Just like with dinner, you drink it faster than Josh Allen had it. I was embarrassing. I like Josh Allen. Hey, I don't know him personally, but he seems like a good guy.
But all of it kind of adds to how hateable the Sabres are.
Yeah.
Their fans, Allen last night.
Slow chugging a Corona Light.
Benson. What's the guy's name again?
Logan
The big giant goof like him out
Morgan
there as
Lindsay.
Whatever his name was. The big
Logan
giant,
Stanley.
That big giant stiff.
That was the other one Jones was calling it.
He was calling Morgan Lindsay or whatever.
He couldn't do it. Oh, did they? I must have missed it if they had anybody. Did the Bruins have like a celebrity fan?
Logan Mankins.
Oh,
he was the banner captain.
Okay,
last night.
banner captain. Okay, I must have missed that part. I don't know what I was watching. Maybe I was watching Red Sox. And I missed that
Maybe
part.
watching Mike Vrabel's press conference. That
Logan
was about
Mankins
the same time.
He could chug a beer. Oh, that was the other thing. They throw that at you.
It's all at 7:00.
So Red Sox Yankees started at what, 7:15, and then Bruins were right at 7, and then Vrabel comes to the podium at like 7:20.
Yeah,
nice,
busy hour.
Well, we need to do something to turn the Red Sox around, and I feel like any idea is a good idea.
Upstairs, Brian was downstairs.
Oh, that's confusing.
And I ran into him over at the coffee machine.
Filling coffee, yeah.
Were you guys talking coffee over there?
Well, no, he brought down some cups. We were out of cups, so he brought down some cups. And he says, "What are we going to do to get all 3 teams to win on the same day?"
Oh, I don't know.
And
Ask
I
my
was
bank
like,
account.
I was
A
like,
ritual.
well,
I'm getting demolished in these Boston parlays.
He said maybe a goat sacrifice, and I was like,
kill a goat. He said,
well.
Or like Tom Brady.
Yeah, I mean, for 3 wins. Oh, I see.
Leave Tom Brady alone. He's dealing with enough stuff right
it's
now.
upstairs, Brian. I didn't ask. Maybe he was suggesting
Well,
Tom
upstairs, Brian's goat's Caitlin Clark. Maybe that's who he's talking about.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
Quite a scandal.
Not good.
People aren't happy with you either, Keith.
With me?
Keith, damn. Finally, Jones mans up and doesn't act like a little bitch and wants to sacrifice a goat. Now, all of a sudden, Keith turns into a whiny little brat. I agree. Where's your man card?
Well, one
Keith?
guy did say it's actually harder to clean up the confetti guns than it is the sacrificial goat.
Oh, that confetti's still in here.
There
It's
is
still,
confetti
it's still
here.
in here. We're moving soon, so it doesn't matter.
What was that
but
for? The last confetti? Oh, making the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl,
Making
yeah.
the Super Bowl.
Keith,
Super
yeah,
Bowl.
making the Super Bowl.
Seems like a long time ago.
First one was Drake May's debut.
Yeah.
Second one was making the Super Bowl.
Yeah. It was when Mike Vrabel said nothing happened. We're like, yeah, he's right. My memory is so bad. I can't remember the Super Bowl wasn't that long ago. Feels like a lifetime
Feels
ago.
like an eternity.
It really does. That was 2.5 months ago.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeesh. No, not even 2.5 months because it's like middle of February now. So holy smokes. All right, with the Celtics playing Philadelphia and the Bruins playing Buffalo, we had to ask this question. But Buffalo wings is like, would you rather Buffalo wings or a Philly cheesesteak? But Buffalo wings is like one of the great foods of all time.
Yeah, now if you're asking me bone in versus a cheesesteak.
Yeah, that's the question.
Well, no, I can't choose a boneless buffalo wing. I can't choose
wing.
That. Yeah.
Well, wing would be bone in. You're on a tendy.
A boneless wing.
Okay, well, but if it's just buffalo wing, I think it's implied that there's full of bones.
Well, I might.
Am I wrong on that, Bill? If you hear buffalo wing,
yeah, it has bones in
you
it.
just assume
Because I think I say buffalo tender.
Tender.
Or
it's
boneless.
No, it's a boneless buffalo wing.
It's not a wing.
No, it's not a wing.
We'll go read. Talk
tender.
to the people who make out the menus.
But it sounds like you have to write boneless in front of it to let people know.
Buffalo wing is still what it's called.
If you take out the bone on a buffalo wing, it doesn't equal the same amount as a buffalo tender.
Yeah, boneless isn't a wing.
You're not getting
Jones,
a bowl
according to
of
the
chicken
Twitch chat.
All right, well then I'm going to the cheesesteak side then.
You want a chicken nugget?
I'm on the cheesesteak side then. That's not what I want.
Oh, you just grounded cheesesteak?
Yeah.
You want pulled
If
chicken.
I don't get my choice, I'm now on the cheesesteak side. Yeah.
All right, what are you loading up your cheesesteak with?
Oh, I go whiz wit. That's
whiz wit.
That's cheese whiz with the onions. Yeah, you want whiz wit.
You go ketchup on there?
No.
I like ketchup on my cheesesteaks.
What?
Yeah.
You know you got to put on one? Pickles.
I'm not anti putting
Pickles
ketchup
on a
stuff.
cheesesteak.
Try it.
Okay, I will.
Pickles on a cheesesteak.
Pickles on a cheesesteak.
I'm not
I like
rolling with that.
mushrooms on there.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, you're going more like steak
extra
bomb.
cheese.
You're going more like steak bomb.
I thought steak bomb.
I like a steak bomb. Peppers,
telling you.
onions.
Ketchup.
Salami.
Salami?
I think they throw salami on a steak bomb.
Wow.
I think there's diced salami in a steak bomb.
Really?
How about that?
I didn't want to call Bill out for that. Are you familiar?
I did do a quick Google.
Salami on a steak bomb?
Some of them put it on there, yeah.
All right. I mean, okay. It sounds good. I'll try. I don't think I've ever had that.
I like how it was originally cheesesteak or wings, and
Now
there were
it's
about 16 iterations of both discussed.
turned into a steak bomb versus a tender.
Yep.
Like, yeah, that's not what we had in mind. All right, we found out late Wednesday night that Mike Vrabel would be attending counseling on Saturday. Of course, Saturday also marks most of the NFL draft, and so we talked about what that could be like.
Vrabel said he will still be in contact with the Patriots on Saturday for the final day of the draft. I'm sure his wife's going to be thrilled about that.
I spit my coffee out.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby, I'm sorry. I know we're talking about what's going on in our marriage, and I really, really love you, and I love you so much.
No.
But, hey, baby, we're on the clock.
This is the first thing I thought of was you're sitting down, you have like the bonsai tree, you have like a little fountain in there,
A little sand with a rake.
Yes, and you have the shrink in there trying to talk to the counselor talking to the two, and they're like, all right, Mike, take your wife's hands, look into her eyes, and I want you to say 3 things that you love. Ring, 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 ring. 3 things. Ring, ring. Sorry, guys, I gotta take this. Hey, Mike, we're on the clock here. You want that linebacker or do you want a safety? Hurry up, we have 2 minutes on the clock. He's like, oh, sorry about that. Safety. Yes, as you were saying. I love my wife.
Jen, give me your hands.
Yeah, I love my wife.
If you could, look into your wife's eyes.
Take a look here.
And what do you see?
Ring,
Tell
ring,
her what
ring,
you see.
ring, ring. Mike, we just got a call from the Steelers. They want them to trade up. What do you think of that? Should we trade up or no? No. All right. Are you busy? You said you would be available right now. He's like, sorry about that. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys.
This is the most important thing to me, though. There's nothing more important to me than you and my kids.
This is everything to
my
me.
healthy relationship.
So that could be what it sounds like tomorrow. Also, we found out on the show yesterday, right in the middle of the show, we were trying to update everybody on the latest as it related to Mike Vrabel, his availability at the draft, different pictures that had come out with him and Diana Rossini, and right at high noon yesterday. So also set all your alerts for Page 6 of the New York Post because they could be
And TMZ Sports now.
TMZ trying to jump in late with like, oh, we're interested in this story
We
now.
didn't want this story originally, but now we do.
So TMZ had a story from 2024.
Yep, after Vrabel got fired from Tennessee.
So there's photos of Vrabel and Rossini from 2020, 2024, and then obviously a couple months ago, which is what the whole thing got going. So we saw these. This was a little bit more, smooch, a little more kissy in this one that we saw from 2020.
But they're in there just smoochy smooch, peck constant, not one, which is still too many, I guess, for a married man like Vrabel.
That's probably, if I had to guess now, early stages. You ever been with like a friend of yours that they're like too handsy with like the new girlfriend?
Yeah.
You're like, dude, stop.
Oh, yeah.
Like, cut it out.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's
gross, dude.
Gross.
Save that for
your Uber ride home.
Thank you. Thank you. This is my couch.
Knock it off. Cut the crap. Like, we get it. You guys like each other, right?
You don't have to prove to me that you like each other.
You're the man.
I get it. Yeah. That's awesome.
So there is some of that.
You guys are having intercourse. That's great.
Super cool.
Good for you. I was there once too.
So
that I can prove.
So 6 years later, now it's just interlocking fingers. But 6 years ago, it was constant smooch.
Great point.
Smooch, peck, smooch.
Pack.
Yeah.
Now it's interlock fingers and sitting 2
Hot
feet apart in the hot tub.
Talking about their day. Yeah. How's the draft?
You want to go to the room? I guess
so.
No, it's great. That's the arc of the relationship. Great
I have
point,
a feeling now it could have begun prior to this, but I feel like if they're all over each other, that's early.
Wow, you've nailed it.
There you go. Might be the origin story. All right, let's get to our Brag of the Week nominees. And we have a bunch of them, including our very own Adam Jones.
We were engaged for about a year.
Sick brag, bro.
We dated for some time before that.
Sick brag, bro.
We did move in very quickly.
Sick brag, bro.
Wow, that was just rapid fire brags there. Mego, who's been filling in for Courtney on the morning show.
Well, Jones and I both take the T a lot.
Sick brag, bro.
Wow, that's a self-brag and a brag on the behalf of someone else.
Mego's sneaky bragger.
Sneaky bragger, yeah. I wonder if it's just being on that show, or does she brag all the time?
Apparently, it's all the time.
Okay. Because speaking of that show, here is our friend Jermaine Wiggins.
There's not many like myself, but I am fortunate where I could triple screen it.
Sick brag, bro.
But I won't be doing that tonight because I'll be at the Celtics game.
Sick brag, bro.
So he has the ability to triple screen, but
There's
he doesn't.
not many like himself.
Right. I feel like it is fairly common now.
Being able to triple screen. You can do it on one app.
Yeah. Oh, I've been getting a lot of tweets from people that are from, is it YouTube TV maybe?
Yeah,
that
YouTube
has
TV, you can multi-view.
There's like 4 screens going. One guy texted me yesterday. What did he have? Or tweeted me. I don't know if I'll be able to find it now, but I think he had the Bruins game on, he had the Red Sox game on, and then he had 2 different drafts. He had like ESPN and NFL Network. He had like 4.
Oh, why do you need 2? It's the same picks.
Well, you get that 4th screen, I guess. Maybe you like the coverage of Daniel Jeremiah as opposed to Kuiper or something. I don't know. Oh, this is another word for word, one of the top braggers going would be Mark Schlereth.
I've talked to a lot of GMs.
Sick brag, bro.
Yeah, solid. What about Will Middlebrooks during the Red Sox game?
My first career homer was a grand slam.
Sick brag, bro.
They could use him.
That's a really good one. Yeah, no, they could. You can hit home runs. Get in there.
Middlebrooks, Daniel Nava, Spider-Man meme.
Oh, Will Middlebrooks is better than Caleb Durbin right now.
Oh, I believe that.
Like, guaranteed. But that's so good the way he said that. My first home run? Grand slam. All right, and a late entry caller from earlier in the program today, Rick up in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I watch the Red Sox every night.
Sick brag, bro.
Is that a brag or a cry for help?
Yeah, no, right now that may not be a brag at all. That's actually true. All right, so you have Jones, Mego, Wiggy, Schlereth, Will Middlebrooks, and Rick in New Hampshire. You have a lean on this one, Nick?
I'm between Wiggy and Middlebrooks, but I think you got to go Middlebrooks.
All right, let's go with Will Middlebrooks. Congratulations.
My first career homer was a grand slam.
Sick brag, bro.
Yeah, I think it's the way he says it, too. So I think the Wills will be on the call tonight. Red Sox and Orioles from Baltimore. 7:05 first pitch. That means 6:05 pregame right here on WEEI. All right, we got one more hour to go on the program. You can join us at 617-779-7937. Bruins lost to the Sabres last night in Game 3. Celtics taking on the 76ers in their Game 3 tonight. Red Sox swept by the Yankees. And we'll get back into the NFL draft as Mike Vrabel addressed the media once again prior to the draft. And then in the draft, they traded up 3 spots for a left tackle. So we'll talk about all that with you here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
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 I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Awesome, man. Hey, listen, we just made a trade. All right.
So we're gonna make you our first round pick, man. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
New England has submitted a pick. Kansas City is on the clock.
Caleb, how are you, man? It's Coach Vrabel.
I'm doing good, Coach. How you doing?
You're doing great, man. Congratulations. We're excited to have you. I hope you're with. Yep, I hope you're with your family, and you're enjoying this. And we can't wait to get you here and give you a chance to help the football team, man.
Can't wait to be there. Thank you, Coach.
Okay, here's Mr. Kraft, Caleb.
Caleb. How's it going?
Welcome to the Patriots. The New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah.
Now, every tackle and interior offensive lineman I had in my top 50 are off the board through 28 picks.
All right, there you go. There's some of the sounds from draft night. Patriots taking Caleb Lomu out of Utah with the 28th pick in the draft. So they actually moved up. Bit of a surprise. Although as soon as Vrabel spoke to the media prior to the draft, I thought, all right, maybe now they won't trade out so he doesn't have to talk. Because remember yesterday at this time, we didn't really know how that was going to play. The team had announced that after round 1, it could be Vrabel or Elliott Wolf. After round 2 and 3, same combination round on Saturday, Vrabel wouldn't even be there. So you're like, all right. And then more stuff came out too, right? We got more and more pictures, stuff from 2020, stuff from 2024, a lot of pictures of Vrabel and Rossini. And you're saying, all right, well, how is this gonna play out? And he addressed the media again. And now everything he says kind of stands out. I mean, he's just innocently enough to Caleb Lomu, he's like, hey, are you with your family? And you're like, you wouldn't normally think twice about that. Because he's like, as you know, Caleb, I'm a big family guy. Family's the most important thing, as you know. And so, as far as Caleb Lomu was like, hey, what's new with you, coach? What's good there? I've stayed off the internet, so I know nothing. But so there's a few different angles you can go with this. Let's just start with the player himself. Caleb Lomu is the 7th offensive tackle picked in the draft. So it was a pretty, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Joe. It was a tackle-heavy draft, and he was the 7th. Now, by all accounts, there's sort of a cutoff after that. Like,
it was straight off a cliff after him.
Yeah, so it's like these were the guys, whatever the order. Some of the draft guys had him as maybe the 5th best tackle, whatever. He ended up being the 7th, and then, yeah, there might not be one taken for a while, or if there are, they know there's a big gap there. So Shime was on with us earlier today. He obviously was on Greg's show this morning, and he hates the pick because he also doesn't really like the player. I don't like the picks. I don't like the position. I don't like when you have a giant need at edge rush, and there are a bunch of edge rushers available, and you go with a tackle. So we all watched the Super Bowl. We all watched the AFC playoffs. Drake May was running for his life. Drake May was getting hit a lot, especially against Seattle. And Will Campbell might have been the worst player they had for them in the postseason. And even one step further, he might have been the worst playoff player. Like, that's on the table. If you had to rank everybody in the playoffs, he might have been the worst player. But they're adamant that he's a left tackle. Mike Vrabel has said that at every turn. Elliott Wolf said that last night, too, I believe. Right?
He did. He was like, and then he said Caleb Lomu worked out a lot pre-draft on the right side, so he can play that side.
So he kind of doubled down on Will Campbell being a left tackle. And I don't know long-term if he will be. I feel like a lot of those early signs was that he was going to be a guard. He was serviceable during the regular season. And maybe you could say, well, prior to his injury, he was a lot better. Okay, maybe. Or ultimately, he's going to end up being a guard. But I feel like if you got an unbelievable season out of Will Campbell and he was a lock solid, you're like, oh, that's Tony Boselli. That's Orlando Pace. I don't think you draft Lomu with the 28th pick. Morgan Moses is in his mid-30s, so you could say, all right, well, how many more years does he have left in the tank? Maybe only one, maybe even less than one. We'll see how that goes. But right now they have a starting lineup with their offensive linemen. You need depth, so I'm not opposed to adding a tackle or two or even a guard or whatever later. I wouldn't have used a first-round pick on it. We tiered needs, like position group needs, and offensive line or offensive tackle specifically was up there pretty good. Where do we have that? Do we have that as a medium need or large need? Let me find the tiers. I think it might have been another viral tiers. So we had edge, top tier, supersized need. Large need, we had tackle and punter. Now, I also didn't want him to take a punter, though, in round 1 because I don't want for this team that has a couple of, like, starting jobs wide open, in addition to a lot of other, like, depth position stuff. I'm not taking a backup tackle who's not even the best tackle or the second best tackle or the third best tackle or the fourth best tackle. Like, you grab the 7th tackle and you moved up to do it. I don't love it. I don't love it. I would have gone edge. I would have gone Jacob Rodriguez, even a guy that might be able to start as a linebacker for 8 years and be flying all over the field making plays.
What do you think about Jermaine and East Boston's theory? Oh, Caleb on Thibodeau.
Good one. So Jermaine called in.
He said a second and a third. I don't.
Maybe
know
not
if it's
that
going
much.
to be that much. I think he's going into his contract year. The Giants have no room for him after taking Arvell Reese. I think it's worth a flyer and at least a thought.
I like it. I like that one. So if you missed it earlier in the show, Jermaine called in and was talking about how the Giants, who added another defensive player, they drafted a defensive player high. So what, top 5 picks each of the last 2 years? Plus they already gave Brian Burns a lot of money. So they're pretty loaded in the pass rush field. So if Thibodeau was to be traded for a pick tonight or something like that, yeah, I'd be in. I mean, when the year began, we were talking about like off-season moves. And I was all in on Max Crosby because I was like, this team, that's what they need. That was like the missing piece. And obviously Max Crosby was in 2 separate deals, but either way, they weren't here. And now it seems like they're going to be still going to be getting A.J. Brown, which makes for a good offseason. It doesn't address the need at edge rush. But A.J. Brown, and also the Eagles, if you weren't convinced the Eagles were moving on, they also used a first-round pick on a wide receiver, in addition to adding 3 in free agency. So they're all about moving on from A.J. Brown. So I think once they land him, they being the Patriots, that'll make the offseason feel a whole lot better. But I still don't love the draft. Now, things could turn a little bit if they get a good pass rusher in round 2, or if they even move up from where they are because they're late round 2. If they move up and grab one, I'd be in favor of that.
I'm going to say they were aggressive last night.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you think they'd be aggressive again tonight?
Yeah, because they have
a million day 3 picks.
Yes, they do. They have, and Vrabel's not even going to be there, so you might as well unload those.
Yeah, seriously, Elliott Wolf's making the decision, so make less decisions for him, please.
Yeah, but like, don't worry about it, Elliott. We're going to trade because they're
going to trade all of our 4th and 5th round picks.
Yeah, because we were looking at this earlier. The Patriots have 1 pick in the 2nd round tonight, 1 pick in the 3rd round. Then they have a 4th round pick tomorrow, a 5th round pick. Then they have 4 6th round picks and a 7th. So they traded one of their late picks along with pick 31 to move up 3 spots and grab Caleb Lomu. 6'6", 313 pounds. Apparently does not have very long arms, has small hands.
They are longer than Will Campbell's, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody's kind of are. But this is a new one to me. So Tyquan Thornton had the small wrists. Will Campbell had the small arms. And now apparently Lomu has small hands. All right. He also, I don't know if you saw
He's
this.
not running around with the ball that much, so I really don't know if I care.
But he is a good dancer. I don't know if you saw when
I saw his little intro video.
He had a little intro video, and he does like a little dance, which I feel like
he is athletic.
Yeah, yeah, it was graceful. I think the dance move it's not the last we've seen of it, because if he's really, really good, I think a lot of fans are going to use it, and if he's really, really bad, I think fans are also going to.
Well, if he's really, really bad, he might be pirouetting around because edges are running by him.
Yeah, there is that. But also, this is one of those weird picks where best case scenario, he doesn't play. Like best case scenario, Morgan Moses is healthy again this year, and Will Campbell proves he is a real left tackle, and then he just doesn't play. Or like, is the more likely scenario he plays for either one of those guys only when they get hurt, but Morgan Moses kind of like somehow with duct tape and glue was able to get through the regular season last year and the playoffs. Maybe this year he doesn't have that same kind of luck and good fortune that Lomu ends up playing some right tackle. Maybe that's when you see him. Or are we talking about 2027 and Lomu's your left tackle and Campbell's your left guard? I think it's possible. I just feel like as much as they have, and I give them credit for this, like they're at least publicly, like Vrabel and Wolf, they're all in on their guy, Will Campbell. They're not looking at a bad Super Bowl and saying, like, freaking out. They're not doing that. A lot of us are. They're not. They're committed to him as a left tackle. But then your first-round pick, and not only your first-round pick, but you trade up 3 spots, is to get a guy that plays the same position as him? I don't think that's great.
Let's just say he has a bad first 3 weeks.
Who, Will Campbell or Lomu?
Will Campbell.
Okay.
It's going to get real loud, like, hey, what you see in this Caleb Lomu kid. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, and then play it out one step further. Will Campbell struggles first 3 weeks. Vera Tucker gets hurt, which he probably will. You might even say, well, move Will Campbell to guard, put this guy at left tackle while Vera Tucker recovers from an injury. Like, that could be in play. Because right now you still have...
I kind of wonder if this guy could also... He'd be a bigger guard. I wonder if he could do it, too.
He'd be tall guard, but, yeah, I mean, it's possible. Our guy Taylor Kyles was tweeting about him being like the third tight end or like the third tackle in on some of those like big packages.
Swing tackle, 28. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you're that good. I know you were just in the Super Bowl. I don't know if you're that good to be grabbing a depth O tackle, swing tackle.
Plus, those swing tackles are usually good at run blocking, which Caleb Lomu not good at.
No, that's not his thing. And then they're also like, well, he needs to like add weight. But it's like, well, sometimes these guys add weight and it like slows him down or like whatever. Like, I don't know if that's automatically going to make him a better player.
He will add weight, though. He's young.
Yeah, so he's not
Regardless,
one of those...
he's going to fill out and add weight.
True. Yeah, he's not one of those guys that's like coming into the draft.
He's not Matador. He's
Right.
not 25 or 26 years old coming into the league.
He's not a doctor. No, he's not a doctor. So that's that. It's funny. I've also seen different places have him listed at different weights. I don't know if you saw that. Like, I think ESPN had him at like 306. Somewhere else had him like 313.
Oh, yeah. I did notice that because I was looking at Jacob Rodriguez this morning. It had him at 200 pounds, and then ESPN at 231.
That's a difference.
So it must be their college weight versus their pro day weight.
Yeah, Loma's only 21.
Oh, no, he's real young.
Yeah,
he does have potential to actually be good.
Yeah.
It's just he might not play this year. And you're right. If he does play this year, something probably did go wrong.
Yeah.
But in 2-3 years, he could be a good tackle.
Yeah. And it just feels like, all right, unless you really didn't think any of those edge rush players were going to be a big difference, or going to like start for you right away, then I guess you can justify it. But it seems like you've gone this whole offseason without really addressing it. I know they brought in, was it Draymond Jones?
Yeah, I think he's the only one they brought in, Draymond Jones.
But then they also lost Chase on. So it's like you swap those guys, and there's no guarantee he's even better than him. I don't know what to really expect, if anything, out of Harold Landry. So it's like a big need. It's far and away the number one need on the team. Maybe they get a guy tonight, and that guy ends up being really good. We've seen a lot of second-round picks be good right away. So, I mean, that's a possibility. I didn't love the pick. And I was surprised, too. Like, when you saw them moving up, you're like, all right, who's this going to be for? Did you have a guess at the time when you saw that they traded up?
I thought it was Zion Young. I thought they were going up for an edge because I thought they wanted to hop the Chiefs for an edge player.
Yes, yeah.
Because the Chiefs were also heavily linked to edge rushers.
Yeah, that made sense because, let's see, who went right after was Peter Woods, the Clemson D tackle. Omar Cooper, the wideout, went to the Jets. And then Keldrick Falk, the edge from Auburn, went with the pick that the Patriots gave up, 31. And you see the other Notre Dame running back went last pick of the draft.
You want to talk about a fall off after the tackles? Fall off after the running back is the Grand Canyon compared to what the tackle drop off is.
Jeremiah Love is going to be nice, though.
I don't like the pick for the Cardinals, though. I do think that Jeremiah Love was the best player, but they're in a money issue with Jacoby Brissett of all people. And they don't have an offensive line. Like, you're not a running back away. So pick doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that is sort of a weird one. And, like, if he went to a better team, he'd probably be even better. But he'll probably get the ball a ton. Like, fantasy-wise, Jeremiah Love will be good.
I believe the Cardinals have $60 million guaranteed dollars tied up in their running back room.
Oof.
The second most is the Saints, but they have Alvin Kamara and Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Or Etienne, I guess is how it's pronounced now.
He's like a Marchand Marshall
I believe
situation?
he's like, hey, by the way, my name is not pronounced Etienne.
Awesome. Like, all right, well, we're going to go back and change everything. Yeah, it's sort of like a weird draft. Like, you had the quarterback, Heisman winner, undefeated national champion at the top, but I don't know how many people. I don't think he's going to be great. And he's in a bad spot too, so it's going to be tough for him to be really good. Jeremiah Love, I think, is going to be good, but he's in a bad spot. Carnell Tate could be really good. Sonny Styles. So the real surprise had to be Ty Simpson going 13th and going to the Rams. Now the Rams have to like look ahead for the Stafford replacement, but using the 13th pick, it's just funny with the Rams. Like, for so many years they didn't have a first round pick, and then they do, and in my mind overdraft him. Like, he might be the second best quarterback, but he's not the 13th pick in the draft. Do you think Ty Simpson to the Rams or Michael Penix to the Falcons is a stranger pick?
Oh, Ty Simpson to the Rams. Because it doesn't seem like McVay was involved in that pick at all.
That's weird.
It seems like a less need pick and a less need pick only. I've never seen Sean McVay more miserable in a press conference than I did last night.
Weird.
They were asking about him. He was giving one-word answers. Like, yeah, he's gonna compete with Stetson. He's never seemed less thrilled in his life.
Yeah, he was like, let's make it clear it's Matthew Stafford's team. I didn't hear Orlovsky's take on it. I'm sure he was pissed that his friend has a backup now.
Well, should Ty Simpson sit for 2 years? Actually, wasn't Ty Simpson his favorite quarterback in the class? Because Fernando Mendoza didn't play any big games.
Oh, you're right. That was another wild Orlovsky take.
So Orlovsky should love it.
Oh, he's going to be so confused now. His guy Stafford now is real competition because in his mind, it's the best guy in the entire draft, Ty Simpson. Yeah, that was weird. Although I think there's a lot to look for in round 2 and as it relates to the Patriots. Shyman and I, we tweeted this out at Jones and Keefe. Some of the best players still available. A handful of the guys that I was looking at 31 going into the draft are all still available. Now, I don't know if they make it all the way to 62, but some of those pass rushers are still available.
I will say, if you thought the first round was kind of weird with where players went,
you think this is
the
going to be
second and third round?
Yeah.
Because I was reading a couple weeks ago that, and Dan Jeremiah had this a couple months ago actually, that people between 45 and 70.
Oh, want to trade?
No, they don't. There's not a lot of difference between the players for a lot of teams. So you could think a reach for somebody, but another team might love that player and take him way earlier than anybody thought.
Yeah, so that's possible. Eli Stowers is one to keep an eye on. So as much as they need an edge rusher, this is the clear-cut second tight end in the draft. He went to Vanderbilt, and if he's still there, that's one where you can at least play him with Hunter Henry, and then you can always maybe take over for Hunter Henry in a couple years or whenever it might be. Plus, some of the pass rushers who had they were mocked anywhere between 25 and 35. Like, there's a whole bunch of those guys still available too. So, I don't know, some intrigue for round 2 in the NFL draft. Also, going back to Mike Vrabel. So, Mike Vrabel spoke beforehand, and it's like how they've gone about this is just seemingly wrong at every turn. Whether they were warned about more pictures coming out or not, it seems like they've been caught off guard each and every time. And so the original statement that Vrabel and Rossini both made looked ridiculous. And then they've had to come out, and Vrabel still kind of talks all around it without really saying much other than he's focused on his family, and family is the most important. One thing that jumped out yesterday, and he was asked a lot of questions about, 5 questions. I don't want to say a lot. He was asked some questions.
Yeah, I would say 5 questions with the same answer to all of them.
Yeah, and so he's obviously very pro-family. He's a family guy. The other thing I've noticed, and I know it's a really weird situation that he has put himself into, but there was something about Vrabel when he would talk to the media, when he would talk on Greg's show. He was a really confident guy. He was cocky, but I felt in a good way. Sarcastic, he kind of carried himself that way. Now he's these last 2 press conferences, he's kind of nervous. He seems and again, you're not really talking about football, so I think he's afraid to say the wrong thing. He comes across very differently, I would say, the last couple of times we heard him talk. But one of the questions was, all right, you're now missing football stuff. Being there, the head coach, who we think has a lot of say in the roster, is not going to be there for 4 rounds of the NFL draft. That, to me, is a big story. And one of the questions was, do you plan on missing anything else? And he didn't say no. He was well,
it depends on what day counseling falls on.
Right. So, obviously the extreme, I don't think he's going to miss a football game on a Sunday. But also, how do we know? I didn't think he was going to miss the draft. He might miss. Is he going to be there at minicamp? Is he going to be there at training camp? Is he going to be there at all these other things? What if something pops up? So it's I don't know. We say this in jest a lot. It's the best ability is availability and all that. It's well, there is something to that. You have a job to do. Because I heard some of the argument this morning, and they're hey, people deal with a lot of stuff in their personal lives everywhere. True. We don't know what everybody's dealing with. True. But you also do have a job to do, right? And so is it getting in the way of your job? Yeah, you could have 20 affairs, but if you're showing up every single day to work, I think people will be all right, well, he's doing his job. He's here. But Vrabel already, when this has come out, how many things has he even had to be at since all this came out? A few things? He had a couple of those little voluntary things.
Yeah, those just started last week, I think.
Yeah. So 3 or 4 voluntary quote unquote practices and then 3 days of the draft, and you're already missing one of those. I don't know. This doesn't seem great. All right, we have a new show coming for your drive home. Listen Monday morning at 9 on the Greg Hill Show for a major WEEI show announcement. They will join Greg, Wiggy, Mego, Curtis, and Shime in studio. This will be a first. All right, we have Grab Bag coming up, but right now here is David with What's Trending.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending Now is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. The Bruins dropped Game 3 against the Sabres last night. Final score was 3-1. Tanner Jeannot had the lone goal for the Bruins, while Jeremy Swayman made 25 saves in the loss. They'll look to even the series on Sunday at 2 p.m. Celtics versus 76ers shifts to Philadelphia for Game 3 tonight. This series is currently tied 1-1 after the Sixers won Game 2 on Tuesday night. Tip-off from Xfinity Mobile Arena is at 7 p.m. The Las Vegas Raiders drafted Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza with the first overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Patriots traded up with the Bills to take Utah offensive tackle Caleb Lomu with the 28th overall pick. The Bills received the 31st and 125th picks from the Patriots in that deal. The draft continues tonight with rounds 2 and 3 beginning at 7 p.m. The Red Sox were swept by the Yankees after losing the series finale 4-2 last night. Peyton Tolley made his season debut and allowed 1 run through 6 innings while striking out 11. The Sox look to right the ship this weekend on the road against the Orioles. Brian Bayo gets a start tonight against Brandon Young. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Rob Bradford begins at 6:05. Followed by first pitch at 7:05. Head to the 99 Restaurant this weekend for a 3-course prime rib dinner. Enjoy a slow-roasted prime rib, 2 sides, and a free 3-course meal upgrade. Available Friday after 4 p.m. and all day Saturday and Sunday. You gotta love the nines. I'm David Azer. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the local like you want sports. Celtics Sixers game.
it's time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. No Jones today, getting some counseling. He will be back on Monday. Fingers crossed. He'll be back on Monday. We are coming to you live from our...
Counseling won't go that long, will it?
Listen, I'm not sure. It could be. I guess it
was multiple quilt cons.
It depends on how the first couple sessions go, I would imagine. He did say he'd be available to us, though, if we needed him. So if we wanted to check in and get like a quick Bruins take, we could always call. We'd FaceTime Jones. We are coming to you from our Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win. Red Sox have been an absolute mess. We had Rob Bradford in earlier today to discuss the team, and he's even willing to go make a trade. I was wondering if you'd be like, that's one thing. I don't like the, hey, it's early argument. I mean, they're 25 games into the season, but when you're talking about making a trade, I'm like, well, what other team out there would want to trade anything significant right now? I think you got to wait till May, June. I know the deadline's not till July, but like May, June for something really to happen. But he's willing to do that. I think the shakeup is more with some of the players you have and move them around on the field. Doesn't seem like there's any indication that would happen, meaning like Rafaela into second so you can play all your outfielders. But it's Red Sox and Orioles tonight, 7:05 first pitch. That means it's a 6:05 pregame here on WEEI. Brian Bayo on the mound for the Sox. He's 1-2 with a 6.75 ERA. Last time we saw him, he gave up 4 runs in 4 innings in a 4-1 loss against Detroit. They're going to win a lot of games scoring 1 run, as proven by the last series against the Yankees. For Baltimore, it's going to be Brandon Young, big Haas righty.
Haas of the week?
Well, let's see how he pitches. I think Tolley should just be like the de facto Haas of the week.
That's between him and Zadorov. Zadorov had a good week.
Oh, Zadorov's shoving guys around. Yeah, that's a good point. Brandon Young, though, for the O's is 6'6", 230. Not Brandon.
All these pitchers are like skinny, too skinny.
Yeah, it is a little skinny. What about, although even the guy the Patriots drafted last night might not be Haas. Probably needs to add weight, right?
6'3", whatever, 315.
I guess. I mean, he's like an everyday Haas, but is he like a left tackle
average guy of the week?
Yeah, our average guy of the week. He can be our average guy of the week. But anyway, there's Sox tonight. Listen to him here on WEEI.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Jones and Keefe Show and the Grab Bag Flavor Water. Bring it on! Listen up, here we go. It's a grab bag world and a grab bag place. Everybody's judged by the grab bag face. Grab bag dreams and a grab bag life. A grab bag kid with a grab bag knife. Grab bag moms and a grab bag dad. Grab bag cop with a grab bag badge. Grab bag job with the grab bag pay. And a grab bag boss is a grab bag day. Grab bag press with the grab bag lies. Will keep us in the back with the grab bag eyes. Hey, everybody knows grab bag.
Excellent. If they end up doing a Fred Durst biopic, do you think they would use that? They'd play that?
I think it'd be the intro. I think it'd be the credits. Yeah. The intro credits.
Even inspired some great grab bags. All right, Celtics are in action for Game 3 tonight against the 76ers. This is what I'm cooking up for my Sportsbook Rhode Island pick of the week. How do you feel about this? Celtics covering the spread, 7.5, 8. I think it might be 8 on Sportsbook Rhode Island right now. Tatum over 10.5 rebounds.
And get that in the first half.
Yeah, you might get that right away. Lickety splits. Jaylen Brown. How do you feel about over 37.5 points, assists, and rebounds?
Oh, okay. I feel better about that.
Not just points. Although he practically got, what he had, 36?
36 the other night.
So points, assists, rebounds, 37.5. Tatum, 10.5. Celtics cover the spread. Add those together. It is plus 454.
God, how's Jaylen getting all those boards if Tatum has 11?
Well, he might have assists and points.
Jaylen Brown has that many assists?
Jaylen Brown might have 5 assists. So you're saying no. You don't like this one.
No, he might have it on points, though. That's what I'm saying.
He might have it on points. He is, let's see. What did he have last game? Jaylen Brown at 36, 7, and 4. The game before that, he was 26, 4, and 3. So I guess he wouldn't have had it that game, but he had it in the.
He's all around it.
He's all around it. That's the smart money. So I think that's going to be my official pick of the week.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Georgia and Keith will disagree. They bitch and moan to the 10th degree. Everybody's looking for grab bag.
What's your profanity?
Yeah, please. That's a kid.
It's vacation week and they're running wild.
Yeah, they are going nuts. Too much sugar. Too much sugar gone. We had a kid caller in the grab bag a couple of days ago. Remember? Was it in the grab bag?
I remember that. Sure.
They everybody thought he was milk drunk in the Twitch chat.
Oh, that's right.
What I thought the problem was. Bruins lost last night. We talked about that. They will play Game 4 at the Garden Sunday at 2:00. I do think they bounce back. I think they get the win. Look at the money line odds, slightly weighted in their favor, -115 to Buffalo's -105. So I think slight lean towards the Bees, but I do think they get it done.
If Josh Allen was the drum beater for the Sabres in Game 2, who did the Bruins roll out if the Sabres went that big for Game 2?
I mean, Drake May, right?
Let's get Drake May there.
Wouldn't that be the pick? I would think so.
That liquor's still in my system, and I cannot concentrate because I keep seeing Miss Davis fat
Grab bag.
in my face, bouncing, and look, I'm hungover too, all right? We gotta suck it up, we gotta put one in the end zone.
All right, NFL Draft is tonight, rounds 2 and 3. Patriots currently picking at the end of both of these rounds. Fingers crossed. If they walk away from me with Cassius Howell, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M, or Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker out of Texas Tech, or Eli Stowers, tight end out of Vanderbilt, I'll feel a lot better about them taking a tackle in the first round and trading up to do so yesterday. So that's the hope.
Oh, it's grabbing, you know, Jones and Keith midday show. It's grabbing, you know, let's go win Super Bowl.
All right, in addition to Celtics Sixers in the NBA playoffs tonight, you have Lakers Rockets with the Lakers up 2-0 in that series. I definitely thought the Rockets were going to win. They still could, but trailing 0-2 does not look great. They are big favorites tonight, 8.5 points at home. And then Spurs Blazers, Trail Spurs at 10:30 Prime Video. Series tied at a game apiece. Victor Wembanyama still in concussion protocol. So, I mean, if he's in there for too long, I know the Spurs have like good other players, don't get me wrong, but Scoot Henderson had a monster game in Game 2. Like, I don't know, they could be on upset watch, that's for sure.
I put on my blue sweat shoes and I boarded the grab bag.
I always forget he's got the peanut gallery there yelling at him. All right.
Do another take.
You know, he's like, this is the one. This is the best one. I felt the strongest about this. Hockey playoffs tonight. If you're looking for a little hockey playoffs, Lightning Canadiens, Game 3. That series is tied at a game apiece. That's at 7. The Golden Mammoth series also tied 1-1. And the Oilers and the Ducks series also tied 1-1. We got a lot of really competitive series in the NHL playoffs, that's for sure.
Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag.
All right, new streaming movie this weekend for you, Nick. You mentioned how Michael is going to be in the theaters for people who want to go see the Michael Jackson biopic. The new Netflix movie that is streaming, I think it's out right now. It's called Apex. Let me tell you this.
Dinosaurs?
Well, a grieving woman seeks solace in the wilderness only to become ensnared in a deadly game of cat and mouse with a serial killer, starring Taron Egerton, Charlize Theron, and Eric Bana.
Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, it's a survival thriller.
Netflix let me down with their last release.
This will probably also suck.
Oh, it's going to be bad, but it's got to be better than Thrash.
Yeah, I think it's got to be better than Thrash. That's probably true.
So I'll relate this little bit. It happens more than I'd like to admit. Late at night, she knocks on my door. She's drunk again and looking to score. So I know I should say no, but it's kinda hard when she's ready to go. I may be dumb, I'm not a dweeb. I'm just a
grab bag.
All right, the question, is A.J. Brown a Patriot yet?
Yes.
It kind of feels like it.
It's all but confirmed at
I
this
don't
point.
think his jersey's in the pro shop yet, but I think they're printing them.
They're printing them for
yeah,
sure.
They got to be making them, and that'd be a good one. That'd be a nice little gift.
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star.
Oh, it was a misfire.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
I may have tipped my hand a little bit as to who the best NBA performers were last night. I was doing so many things. I was going to ask, has Bob Ryan tweeted?
Gonna go with yes.
No.
Uh-oh. Too busy. There's too much stuff on last night.
It is busy. It's a busy time. So yeah, unfortunately there were no tweets from Bob Ryan.
Grab bag. Grab bag.
All right, let's find out who the best NBA performer was last night. Nick, was it?
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star.
He had 33 points, 5 rebounds, and 11 assists in the Raptors win. Was it OG Anunoby, 29 points, 9 boards? Was it RJ Barrett, 33, 5 and 5? Karl Anthony Towns, 21, 17 and 4? Or was it Ayo Dosunmu, who had 25 points and 9 assists?
Could go Scotty Barnes.
It's got to be
Scotty Barnes.
I would say he had an incredible game.
But I'm a creep.
Grab bag.
All right, let's find out who the best baseball performer was from yesterday. Was it Mickey Moniak, 4 for 5, 2 home runs, 3 runs scored? Brandon Marsh, 3 for 4, 2 home runs, 3 RBI. Ozzie Albies, 3 for 4, home run, 4 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Cam Schlittler, 8 innings, 1 earned, only 5 Ks. Or Tyler Glasnow, 8 scoreless, 9 Ks.
Oh, gotta go Glasnow. I was gonna go Schlittler. Gotta go Glasnow.
Glasnow had a good game.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez.
Curtis Leskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, no Jones, no Billy today. So, Nick, you have a random player? And
I do have a random player today.
David and I will guess?
Yep.
All right.
We'll get David in on this.
Okay.
So we have a right-handed starting pitcher, 16 years in Major League Baseball.
Bartolo Colon.
No, it is not, thank God, because you usually get it on the first guess. This guy, 0 accolades, but did finish 7th in the Cy Young voting one time in 2012.
That's good.
He started out with Minnesota in 2001. And then he ended his career with Texas in 2016, but he did have some stops along the way.
Kyle Loesch.
He got it.
I'm just glad I got to like 5 clues.
That's
on
fun,
that
though. That's how you play. That's how you play random baseball player. Very exciting. All right, that'll do it for the grab bag. We will wrap up the program. Get you ready for WEEI Afternoons coming up next.
WEEI.
All right, back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI, wrapping things up. Jones was off today. He will be back in on Monday, as will Lanny. Great job by David filling in for Lanny. Great job by the Drop God all day long today. Also want to thank Chris Scheim, who joined us for the first hour of the show as we talked NFL draft. Scheim, not a fan of the draft pick at 28. Now, maybe things will change. Maybe he'll enjoy, or we'll all enjoy what happens in round 2 and 3. Scheim will be on with Mego tomorrow at 9 to recap night 2 of the draft, as well as game 3 with the Celtics and 76ers tonight at 7. Also want to thank Rob Bradford for joining us. You're going to hear him later this afternoon and during the pregame. So it's the busiest man in radio, Rob Bradford. But
interrupt his nap time.
That's true. Well, he can still sneak in like a mini nap here, depending on how quick he can go to sleep. But we talked Red Sox and Yankees, and it was just, is this rock bottom? Probably. Scoring 3 total runs in 3 games and losing at home to the Yankees 3 straight games. For this season, anyway. I'm not talking about like all-time rock bottom. I mean, for this season, the 2-8 start was pretty bad. It might have been, at that time, rock bottom. 10-game sample, 2 wins. But now you're 9-16?
And you don't know if Roman Anthony's healthy or not.
Good one. Yeah, Anthony's hurt. Sonny Gray's on the IL. You can't score runs.
You can't pitch.
You can't pitch. Tough combination. So, yeah, I'm staying away from the Boston parlay on Sunday, but that is...
The anti-parlay?
Oh, no, I can't pick the Sixers.
Okay, this is almost the anti-parlay. Take one leg and
maybe I
do
go
Celtics.
Bruins, Celtics, Orioles.
Oh, there you go.
Just sort of embrace the Orioles.
That'd be the one game the Red Sox win.
Most likely. I've had a hard time picking that one. Is that Crochet?
I think it's Crochet Rogers.
Oh, that's pretty good. I mean, it should be good. Crochet obviously has not been. Yeah, you're right. Tomorrow at 4, yeah, Crochet Rogers. And then Connolly Early pitches the finale on Sunday. Then they're back in Toronto on Monday. So there you go. That's
a team that's at least not good.
True. Right. They've had a lot of injuries, but it doesn't really matter. The Red Sox aren't going to score any runs. That doesn't really matter. All right. Well, that'll do it for us. We have a new show coming for you on your drive home. Listen on Monday morning at 9 on the Greg Hill Show for a major WEEI show announcement. They will join Greg, Wiggy, Mego, Curtis, and Scheim in studio. This will be a first. So check that out Monday. No crossover, but if we did have a crossover, it'd be brought to you by the 99s. Visit the 99 for Prime Rib Lovers Weekend. Enjoy a prime rib and get a free 3-course meal upgrade. Available Friday after 4 p.m. and all day on Saturday and Sunday. You gotta love the 9s. Thanks for listening. Go nowhere. Christian Arcan and Ted Johnson coming up next year on WEEI.
going to end the ball game. Throw across to first, picked out by Rice, and the Red Sox are swept by the Yankees. A disaster of a homestand for the Sox. They fall 7 games below 500, 7 games behind the Yankees. The bullpen does not hold a lead tonight. And on a night where Peyton Tolley was great, the Red Sox once again scored 2 runs or fewer.
The last couple of series have gone. How much do you worry, if at all, about the size of the hole you're digging for yourselves early on?
I mean, we just got to keep playing, you know. That's it. It's still early. It's April, so we just got to play.
Good afternoon. Welcome in. It's WEEI Afternoons here. Christian Arcan, Ted Johnson. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney studio. No fee unless you win. Nice to have you with us today. And that's the way it ended for the Red Sox last night at Fenway with a whimper and a sweep. The New York Yankees come to town, put the Red Sox over their knee, and go belt to ass for 3 straight games. Cam Schlittler, I'd say appropriately, slams the door on this team. And in a game where you actually had something that you could feel kind of good about, Ted, you had a nice performance from a young pitcher getting called up, going 6 innings, which used to be all you needed, right? You needed your pitcher to go 6 innings.
That won most of their first 6 games doing it that way.
You get that, you get a win. Not today. Not yesterday. Instead, what you had was a meltdown from the bullpen and another pathetic effort from the offense and a sweep. And the type of sweep that I think is going to leave a mark as they head out on the road. And we'll hear from Alex Cora a little bit later on. Because after the game, he was asked about, hey, is it good to get out of town after a homestand like that? Where he had an answer that made me do a double take. So we'll get to that in just a little bit as well. There's a lot to get to today, obviously. We're opening Red Sox here, and we will continue with this for a bit. We will get to Mike Vrabel and his statement last night. We will get to the Patriots drafting another left tackle. We will get to the Bruins getting absolutely manhandled by the Buffalo Sabres. And the Boston Celtics have kind of an important one tonight here in Philadelphia. You know, Game 3, they split in Boston. Series doesn't start until the home team loses a game, and so far that's happened. So there's a lot on the table here, and because of that, what we're going to do is tell you that 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll open up the phone lines early and often, and if you would like to chime in on any of those topics, anything at all, we will have room for you today here on WEEI Afternoons. All right. The Red Sox, 4 hits, 2 runs. Oof. And that's basically been the theme of this entire homestand, Ted. I mean, this offense, I know they've gone up against some good pitchers. They've gone up against Skubal. They've gone up against Schlittler last night. They've faced good arms. But this is unacceptable. I mean, this is unacceptable offense that we're seeing here. There is not a player on this team with an OPS over 800 after tonight, after last night.
Yeah.
There was 2. There was Abreu and there was Contreras. And both of them now are slumping a little bit. And there's now nobody with an OPS over 800 on the Boston Red Sox. That is unheard of. Like, that really is. That's the type of thing that I think has to prompt some very serious conversations about the entire direction of the organization.
It's amazing how the hitting has been such a huge issue for this team. But this team is supposed to be built on pitching and defense. So as long as we take care of business there, the hitting will be fine. No. It all sucks, and all the major hitting categories. If it's runs batted in, OPS, or strikeouts, or anything you home runs hit, they are pretty much at the bottom in all those categories.
I have the numbers. We will give you these numbers because they're to be believed. You have to actually see them and go through them and see how far down they are in all of these categories. It's awful. I think that there's a lot of arguments that can be made here about where this came from, whose fault it is. The offense, I think, is where you have to start because I know that they emphasize pitching and defense and that hasn't really been good either. But you can't win games 2-0 every night, and this team is barely even giving you 2 runs. 2 runs or fewer is basically the theme.
In the last 7 games, I think they've averaged about 2 runs.
Brutal. And earned runs, because that game where they had the 8 runs against Detroit, almost all of those were unearned. It was Flaherty. They should have been earned, by the way. That's one baseball rule that I hate, is when the pitcher commits an error, then the run should be charged to the pitcher. You can't say, well, it's not his fault. Yes, it is his fault. He committed the error. They should count that. It's just a random kvetch that I have. But either way, that was the only time they ever played at any runs. The entire homestand at Fenway Park, which, by the way, is where they're supposed to be giving you some offense. Okay? That's a hitter-friendly park. It's Fenway. You built the team so you can go, and instead, what, you're going to go to Camden Yards all of a sudden? That's where you're going to find your offense? You're going to go to the Rogers Center? Like, these are not the type of hitters' parks that Fenway is. Fenway's supposed to give you that advantage, and they have shown no real capability of taking advantage of Fenway or any other park in the whole league so far. I mean, this is brutal. We'll give you some of the numbers here, okay? Just to give some perspective on this. They are at the bottom of the league in slugging percentage. As a team, they are slugging .331.
No power, people. That means no power.
That's their slugging percentage. That would not be a great on-base percentage. Their on-base percentage is .305, which is be a great batting average, but their batting average is .223, which ranks 27th. That on-base is 26th. Their OPS, they're 29th. They're tied for the last in the league in home runs, 26th in RBI, last in the league in total bases. Grim. I mean, this is grim, this offense. And I don't mean it in like, hey, things are starting to look up here. Any progress you thought might have been made after the first couple of series seems to just be completely undone. And not only that, but undone at Fenway. Undone at Fenway. That's when you're supposed to get your offense going.
They're usually a much better hitting team when they're at home for obvious reasons.
Right.
So can we just go down the lineup from yesterday? Just
Absolutely.
Real quick. Just one by one.
I mean, do we have to?
Just real. I mean, we got 4 hours,
Sure.
so we got a little bit of time, and we're talking Sox. So let's just kind of go through the lineup and so batting first, leadoff, Jared Duran, who's kind of a spot player now. He doesn't.
Right.
He's not even an everyday player. That's your leadoff hitter.
Roman Anthony out again with that back injury, and they said that he would be available to come in and pinch hit, which he didn't.
Yep.
He didn't come on.
I thought
and
it was
pinch hit.
kind of be a one-game kind of thing too, and now we're 2 games into it.
That's what Bradfo said. We'll talk to him at 5 o'clock.
So,
We'll get an update there.
Jared Duran, who's hitting a little bit, but he did. I guess he in the WBC he had this high leg kind of thing. He was bringing up his, and I thought he looked good in
on
the
his
WBC.
swing. You mean?
Yeah, on his swing.
Right,
And,
yeah.
well, he started the season off with doing that, and he sucked. So now he's gotten a different approach. So he's a little bit better, but still, it's Jared Duran, who's really not an everyday player anymore for you at your leadoff. Cedane Rafaela, no hits, doesn't get on base yesterday. He's typically hitting 8th or 9th. Now he's your 2 guy.
And he'd been hitting well 8th or 9th. He started off the year, his average was .320, like he was getting on base. He was, one of the few bright spots in the lineup. They immediately say, well, let's move him up in the lineup, and all of a sudden now he can't do it anymore. Like a reverse Trevor Story, although Story can't hit anymore either. Okay, sorry, go on.
Nope, you got Yoshida. We're going to go one by one.
One
so
by
this
one,
is good.
right.
Yoshida, he's in the 3-hole. Okay, Yoshida, he gets on base. He's got a .262 average. But yesterday, nothing.
Grounded out. I think he grounded out to second every single time he was up.
Well,
it seemed like that, at least.
The Red Sox love to do that. I think they're the team that hits grounders the most. So then you got in the 5-hole, Wilson Contreras. Couple strikeouts yesterday.
Starting to
cool off.
Yep.
Wilyer Abreu
also
in the 6-hole, starting to cool off. Trevor Story, who there was no way he was going to even come close to matching the production he had last year. Right? I mean, I didn't see it. And he's got a 186 average this year.
Yeah.
Terrible, and he's making errors in the field at the 6-hole.
Slugging under 300. I just like him to get to the Mendoza line because it seemed like when they dropped him in the lineup, Story, it seemed like something clicked there a little bit. He was driving in runs. He was, set up better to succeed, and now that's kind of out the window too.
Like the third 3-hole, I think.
No, he was the number 2 hitter.
He was the 2 hitter,
right? Yeah, behind Anthony. It was Anthony Story, and listen, they figure Story's our best right-handed hitter. We got to put him at number 2, and we've gone through such this crazy analytic. Driven everything with this team now that even when it's clearly not working, well, we got to get a righty up there. Cedane Rafaela, you're the new guy. Contreras, they're just going to cycle through every single one of them, even though it doesn't really seem like any of these guys are well suited to be number 2 hitters. But the computer says they have to be. So this is the life we've chosen.
In the 7-hole, you have Marcelo Mayer, who is batting just above 200 at 203. Actually, he had a hit and a run scored yesterday.
He had that RBI double, right?
But here's a guy that stopped playing every day. So and he's in his second year of the big leagues as well as 3 other starters. And then you got Caleb Durbin in the 8-hole. Yikes. I mean, and you got Caleb Durbin in the 8-hole batting, 141. And you know what? You got, what do you got? Nick Sogard down at the lower levels.
Nate Eaton, Sogard.
And Nate Eaton. And those
Christian
guys.
Gamble, if he could ever play again, I don't know. He can't be worse than this.
Like, what are those guys thinking about Caleb Durbin,
Probably
being
the same thing we're all thinking about.
What the
Durbin,
hell?
what's going on here? Yeah.
And then the kid who was a rookie last year, again, another second-year player, just like Durbin, just like Marcelo Mayer, just like Roman Anthony. You have a second-year player in Carlos Narvaez who had a good year to start last year, then cooled off. He's your 9th hitter, and he's batting .225.
He homered last night. He's Johnny Bench compared to the rest of them.
In yesterday's performance. So, but if you just go through the lineup, it just is, and you really look at each guy one by one in this lineup, it's scary. It's scary to think that this team has any chance at all of ever recovering from how they've been playing so far.
Yeah. They had, over the course of this homestand, there were 7 games, and they had 7 different lineups. And I know that there's a lot of teams out there, the Dodgers and these other teams that are good teams and have a lot of different lineups, and that's something that's just common in baseball right now. But when you can't get any of these combinations to give you more than a run or two, that's when it starts to really sink in that you're on the wrong end of this here, folks. Like the Red Sox now are 7 games under 500 on April 24th. And you heard Cora at the end of that little bit we played before the game, before the show, which was, hey, it's early, it's still April, we just got to keep playing.
I mean, how long can Alex Cora keep saying it's still early?
It's only one more week, and then it's May, so you got one more week here, and I don't think they're going to go 7-0. I don't know. Baltimore. Listen, the Orioles are a good example of a team that did a lot in the offseason, right? They brought in Alonso. They got Chris Bassett. They got a bunch of guys. Like, they were active. They made moves. And they were so bad, it just sort of seemed like, okay, a team with some, good players in their young core, Henderson and, all those guys, they should be able to put something around them. And they're off to kind of a lousy start, too. Yeah. The Blue Jays are off to a bad start. The Orioles are under 500. Right now, it's the Yankees and the Rays up at the top of the division.
The Phillies were expected to do better than they're doing.
There's disappointing teams out there. But those disappointing teams, Juan Soto eventually is going to start hitting. That the Blue Jays are built to be able to, eventually crawl their way back into, and they're not really that far back. They're only a couple games ahead of you, but they're like 4 or 5 games under 500.
The Phillies are coming back too. Come on,
Phillies will come back. I think they will. It's a Dave Dombrowski team. He'll make some move to help him out. I don't know what the Red Sox are going to do. This is why when you're a team that doesn't really ever do anything at the trade deadline, you can't just sit here and watch a 7-19 or 9-16 team toil away and think, oh, well, yeah, they'll figure this out and bring in somebody. No, they won't. They'll sink to the bottom and they'll get a draft pick, and then they'll just reload and cut money in the next offseason. That's what this team will do, and they'll chalk it up to, well, hey, this is what happens. No, it isn't. This team's in last place way too often. They finish seasons in last place, Ted.
Yeah. Oh, I know. This team, a lot of people thought, the Alex Bregman was, he's overpaid. He's not that important. Did you see after his injury, he didn't hit that much. But people couldn't see the value, and I don't think the nerds over there can either. How can you quantify leadership? How can you quantify vibes and just interpersonal relations? That doesn't. You can't put that stuff into a computer and spit out what to do. So they don't know what to do, I think, when it comes to that. But the value of having an Alex Bregman, a veteran that guys looked up to, that just, I don't know, when things weren't going well, he kind of calmed things down. I think just made the entire locker room a better, kind of more cohesive unit. They got a bunch of independent contractors on this team right now.
Yeah.
Everybody looking out for themselves. Nobody's really, it feels as if, is taking the leadership role in this team.
And it's hard to do that when it's your first season with the team. You can't keep cycling through your leaders.
And that's what the powers that be need to see.
Right.
They look at, when they build a team, they got to look and go, okay, Wilson Contreras, I mean, yeah, he's a leader, but in his first year, you can't expect him to be. Trevor Story, can you expect him to play like he did last year? Probably not. So when he's not hitting good, last thing he wants to be is that guy. It's not going to be Jaron Durant, and it can't be a pitcher in Garrett Crochet. So who's it going to be? Roman Anthony, 21 years old, you're putting it all on that kid, and that's how they thought, I think, that Roman Anthony could go from playing, 70 games his rookie year to all of a sudden being this veteran leader on his second year. I think it was absurd.
Yeah, and not just that, but you got to carry the offense too. Sorry, kid. Bregman's gone. Devers is gone. We're expecting you to get so much better from last year to this year, even though you only played the 70 games, that you'll be able to make up that. You'll be able to make up the absence of those guys. And also Caleb Durbin and Wilson Contreras will help you out, which they're not really. Contreras is. Durbin definitely isn't. And listen, I mean, this team won the World Series in 2018. Since then, they've finished in the top 2 in the division once, and that was 2021, and that's it. Last year, they were in 3rd place in the division. The year before that, same thing. The other 3 years, and now this will be the 4th, if things don't change, last place, since winning in 2018. And that was a team in 2018 that had a young Mookie Betts, a young Rafi Devers, Xander Bogaerts in his mid to late 20s. You had a lot of things there right in front of you. And I know it doesn't last like that forever. And the 2019 team was a big bust, but boy, did they pull the ripcord on that and then just sign up for just an indefinite amount of whatever this is. That's where we're at. And you got to wonder at what point. Ownership is present. They're here. They're at the park, and they're watching this like a hawk. And I think there's probably going to be some big conversations that are going to get had and some big decisions that are going to get made. And I'm not talking about Pete Fatsy here, Ted.
You're talking bigger than that? That's not a big enough fish?
I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be enough to get people to want to tune into this thing. And I don't know if it's going to matter at the ballpark. I don't know if it'll matter at the gate. It probably won't. People still go to the games. They're going to show up this summer. But it'll matter for NESN subscriptions. It'll matter for us at night. That's where it'll start to matter. And I think that they're going to notice that. They're going to notice their, various revenue streams. And that's going to be a problem. That'll be it.
The best predictor of the future, a lot of times, is sometimes it's just looking at the past. In the past, Alex Core's kept his job. I mean, Alex Core, he comes in 2018, gets suspended for a year. They bring him back. And since then, he's had 3 different general managers. So if you look at their past behaviors from the Red Sox, Alex Cora is not going anywhere. They're going to love the one they're with Alex Cora.
It's true. If
it's got to be a bigger fish than Pete Fatsy or Andrew Bailey to go, then the next guy that only makes sense where they're got to be considering making a move is with Craig Breslow.
This is Cora's 8th season. Terry Francona was here for 8 seasons and won 2 World Series, and then they cut him loose. Cora will pass Francona for games managed by a Red Sox manager this year if he lasts the whole year. I'm starting to wonder if he's going to last this whole year. I think that's a legitimate question to ask at this point. And it's not because I have any animus towards Alex Cora. I certainly don't. But I think we all have animus towards this team and what they're doing. And it's a question of, can you fire 25 players or do you fire the manager, make a statement like that, and then, see what you do?
It's tough to expect a chef to make something that really delicious with some salt and some pepper and some, I don't know, paisley. Parsley. I don't know. It's the ingredients that he's been given. I don't know how you look at this and go, oh, this is clearly a manager part. If you want to say, oh, they're not listening to him, they've tuned him out. There's so many new guys on this team. There's 4 guys that are just in their second year in the leagues. You have a couple of free agents that you brought in, several free agents that you brought in that are new to this team. So they've tuned him out, they're not listening to him kind of excuse doesn't fly with me.
Yeah, and I think that is another part of this, another element of this that needs to be discussed.
I think it'd be hard to justify letting go of Alex. I think it's more about who the players they brought in more than it is the guy managing them.
Sure, and you may be right about that, and that may be something that falls on Craig Breslow. Maybe it's clean house and get rid of everybody and start over again. I think in the case of Breslow, when they brought him in, they said, this is your manager, right? So he never really got to pick his own manager. I wonder if they'd at least give him a shot to do that. Usually I feel like that's the way those things go.
So he was the 15th guy on their list. You're not going to say, here, you decide who the manager is. That guy has no power.
Not after this offseason. After this offseason, I don't want him doing anything. So, that's where we are. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We're off and running here. WEEI Afternoons. It's Art Ken. It's Teddy. It's you at the phones. Again, 617-779-7937. Red Sox on the table. Whatever you want to talk about. We got Bruins, Celtics, Vrabel and the Patriots, the new left tackle controversy. All of that here to make sense of it all is Stiz. We'll get you caught up on what's trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
That's a tall order, Arkham, but I'll do my best. The Bruins dropped Game 3 to the Sabres last night. They lost 3-1 at the TD Garden. Tanner Jeannot scored the lone goal for your Bruins. Jeremy Swayman, 25 saves on 27 shots. That series will stay in Boston. Game 4 Sunday afternoon. Puck drops at 2 p.m. Celtics will be in Philly tonight for Game 3 against the 76ers. That series currently tied at 1 game apiece. Celtics have a clean bill of health for tonight's game. The Red Sox were swept by the Yankees after losing the series finale 4-2 last night at Fenway. Peyton Tolley made his season debut and allowed 1 run through 6 innings while striking out 11. The Sox are in Baltimore tonight to face the Orioles. First pitch at 7:05. You can hear that game right here on 93.7 WEEI FM or on the Odyssey app all across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox network. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh. Rob Bradford will get you ready for the game starting at 6:05 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. And the Patriots traded up with the Bills to take Utah offensive tackle Caleb Lemieux with the 28th overall pick. The Bills received the 31st and 125th picks from the Patriots. Rounds 2 and 3 of the draft will continue tonight. Trending brought to you by Mario's Roofing. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Stiz. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons coming up.
we like it at home. We like playing at Fenway. We like to sleep in our beds. So, I know it was a tough one, but two tough teams. They pitch a lot better than us. They got clutch hits, and we got swept. That's it.
Yikes, Alex. You like playing at home? You do? I wish you would have lied to me and said that we didn't get to sleep in our beds. All of our apartments are getting fumigated at the same time, and we all had to sleep outside on like a park bench somewhere, and that explains this homestand. You like playing at home where you're 5-8? Like this is the good version of the Red Sox? That was terrifying to hear that after the game. We like playing at home, going on the road. And I understand the question. The question was, hey, after a homestand like that, are you happy to get out of town? And he's like, no. Like, we like playing at home. This is where we're supposed to be good. This is where we're supposed to get home cooking and shake off a bad road trip. This isn't where we're supposed to come in and then we need to get out of town. That's not the Red Sox. That's not Fenway Park. But here we are. And I think Cora just told you it all right there. We have a lot of calls here. A lot of people want to weigh in on the Red Sox. So we will get to that. We'll get to some more numbers for you as well. They are not good. Not good numbers. Let me, I got to grab this mouse here for the caller screen. Thank you very much. All right. Just doing a little in-show production. Here we go. All right. Josh is in Walpole, the home of Cam Schlittler. What do you got there, Josh?
Wow. First of all, you guys do a great job.
Well, thanks.
I love listening to you. You're knowledgeable. You're baseball people, and I love that.
Ted especially is
no doubt. Mr. Baseball.
Baseball people,
yes.
You know that most of us there's a little bit of superstition involved in it. We've all got our little things. Didn't the Yankees dig up half of the new Yankee Stadium to get the big Poppy jersey that they thought was buried there? So here's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot enough to live in Walpole and listen to Cam Schlithead beat up on the Sox at Fenway. It's difficult enough. I was in Rico's Pizzeria last night, and we're all just standing around like, what kind of home training is that? Like, what kind of upbringing is that? Anyways. It's hot enough to deal with that and live in Walpole. I mean, Will Fleming needs to put a gag on his Yankee love, because that whole series, it's like, you just got to admire Aaron Judge and his slugging percentage is this and that. And it's like, dude, you're like the Derek Jeter jersey in the booth.
All right, Josh, thanks for the call.
He just wants to cover a team that's, relevant, has stars like the Yankees team.
If you heard the end of that game, both Fleming and Middlebrook sounded very depressed, I thought. I mean, they don't sound like they're happy about it. They don't sound like they're in awe of Fleming. Either one of them don't sound like they're in awe of the Yankees. You have to say what you have to say about the Yankees. They're the number one team in the East. You can't just go on there and be like, Yankees suck. Like, you have to tell everybody what's going on. That's our job, is we can come on and say Yankees suck even when they don't. By the way, the Yankees sunk chance in the middle of getting swept.
We need to stop.
Just stop, all right? All right? You want to get in the fist fight, be my guest, and you're never going to go to a game again.
Or just the Yankees.
But stop with the Yankees suck chance while they're kicking your ass.
Chance sucks at games where the Yankees aren't playing, or at a basketball game, or can we just stop it there too?
Yeah.
Let's stop.
It really doesn't work unless there's like an actual. It's actually competitive.
I think,
and this was not competitive.
And Will Middlebrooks, and I feel like Will Fleming gives Will Middlebrooks the green light to kind of They are hard on the Red Sox.
They are being harsh this year, but this team deserves it.
I agree, and they're as befuddled as anybody. I did take it. I thought it was interesting that Will Fleming's like, I don't know, Will. Like, do we need Nate Eaton up here? Do we need Nick Sogard? Is that gonna? It's like there's nobody on this big roster or on the AAA, AA. I say that, and then Peyton Tully comes in, but there's nobody on their roster that is going to all of a sudden make this team a good team. It's not.
I think maybe last year you had Garcia, the password. You had him, but he gets traded for, was that for Sonny Gray, I think? Or I forget. Oviedo was one of them. I forget. There were all these trades this year. But he's gone. That was one of the guys that you could bring up and maybe hope to hit a little bit. Sogard, Nate Eaton. I mean, these guys aren't exactly like young spring chickens. These are, quadruple A guys. That's what they are. And there's nothing wrong with that, obviously. And if they come up, they could probably outperform Caleb Durbin. But they're not saving your team.
I mean, Eduardo Rivera came in 2 days ago and had a nice little kind of,
he's a bright spot.
Yeah, but
And Tolley was last night, too. I mean,
it's
Tolley
not
was,
enough. It's not enough. Sorry.
Definitely not enough. And Tolley, listen, that's a shame what happened with Peyton Tolley because he was awesome. I mean, he legitimately was awesome. He went in there. That's a Yankee offense that have been finding their stroke and, really been blasting all over these teams lately. Kansas City and, Rice with all the home runs and Judge. And then Stanton comes here. He's hitting home runs.
Yep.
And then Tolley comes in and just, locks it down. They did. Someone homered off Tolley. Who was it? Chisholm?
Yeah,
Chisholm?
and
Which
to
was a
right
sneaky
field.
little BS home run.
Yeah, the wind blew it over to the pole there.
Yeah, so whatever. I thought that Tolley was excellent, and he deserved much better. I think everybody thinks that. And if Tolley can come up and give you something, great. But, the whole point of this team in the offseason was that we are not going to need Peyton Tolley. We're not going to need any of these guys because we've loaded up on our starting rotation. And now so far, Early and Tolley are like your two best guys.
Do you know the name I keep hearing over and over from the two Wills is as a guy they just desperately need, and nobody's talking enough about middle relievers and how important it is Justin Slayton. Justin Slayton, if he was healthy, the season wouldn't be looking as bad as that. That's a stretch, but a lot of people think that not having Justin Slayton on his team is killing them and not helping. Obviously, them winning these games because the middle relief has been so bad because they've been overtaxed because the starters haven't been able to go long enough in games.
It's true, and that was not the case last night. Last night, Peyton Tolley went 6 innings, and Garrett Whitlock sat on the bench. Whitlock, by the way, has pitched 9 innings this year and hadn't pitched since 420.
This year?
This year he's only pitched 9 innings. All right, Whitlock has not thrown a ton of innings. It's not you don't want to burn him out, obviously, but it's not like they're really overtaxing him. Right. And he hadn't pitched since 420. So you'd had a couple of days.
Nice.
And, yeah, right. And there it is, 6th inning. Here comes Danny Kawam. In the 7th inning, and there he goes. Gets Grichuk out. And then all of a sudden, the bases are loaded. It's like, okay, well, now it's probably a good time. No, all right, let's bring in Greg Weissert. Oh, that didn't work. And Weissert, I know, had a very good outing against Detroit, but he's not someone that you can rely on this year. He gives it all up. And Whitlock never comes in the game. It's Samaniego after that, and then, that was the 9th inning. So, your best guys are on the bench with a lead.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand. I'm at the point now where I just don't understand what is happening. Like, that's on the manager there. That wasn't on Craig Breslow. Not going to Whitlock there in the 7th, 8th inning of a game when you trying to avoid a sweep and you have a 4-2 lead. Come on. Mm-hmm. He can only pitch the 8th. Like, that's where we're at. Like, that sucks. 617-779-7937. Back to the phones we go. Who's been waiting the longest? How about our guy Casper in Worcester? Hey, Casper.
Hi, Christian. Hi, Ted. Christian, I mentioned this to you 2 days ago. The long-term future of the Red Sox is at risk here by ownership. They have no direction. 19 minority partners. All they care about is that bottom line. That 40% of John Henry controls all financial decisions. For the Red Sox to have any sense of not only native but local ownership is to control that 40%. And I am saying this, and I meant every word of it.
You're doing this again, Casper, huh?
Yes, I am. Linda Pizzuto was accomplished. She's done a great job with Liverpool.
Yep.
And to retain any possibility of keeping somewhat of local ownership here is for her
to take over
eventually.
Thank you, Casper. Thanks a lot. I think you're better off with Nate Eaton and Nick Sokar, personally. I think that'll probably work out better for you than if he turned the whole thing over to Linda Pizzuti, made her the new owner. Then again, who knows? Who knows how much worse it could get. Like, really. You could start spending less money. Things could start going that way. It's not like they're really cheaping out. They're not extending themselves, all right? The Red Sox and the ownership group, they're not extending themselves. That's clear. They could be doing that. They could be doing not what the Dodgers are doing at $600 million or whatever, but they could be going a lot closer to that than they are. They're choosing not to. They're choosing to try and work through this within a budget and make that budget work, and it's not really giving them the ROI.
12th in as far as spending in the major leagues, but Casper's 2 big points were no plan and they care about the bottom line. You know what you could see? It's unbelievable. I think we hit this a little bit yesterday, but it's still worth mentioning today. We talk about the bottom line, them caring about it. They're selling Yankees merchandise in Fenway.
Mm-hmm.
That's
like a whole
insane.
aisle.
That is
Yankee
insane.
crap, yeah.
And then the no plan.
There was like a plate with all of their World Series on it. I was like, oh man, like a hat or something, a shirt, fine. But you're gonna have a whole like merch section here? Is this really
That's
what's going on?
That's shameful. That's embarrassing.
Jersey Street, man.
And the one
come
thing
on.
about the plan, it feels as if they decide what team they're going to be based on the contracts they're able to sign, and then once they sign these guys, they go, oh, this is the team we're going to be. We're going to be a pitching and defensive team, and it's all based off of the guys that they were able to lock up to contracts. So it favors them being those types of teams. But they have no plan going in this year, Christian. No plan.
No, really not. And what the plan was didn't happen because Bregman didn't go, and so they pivoted to this other plan and kind of half-assed that one too. That's what it looks like. Wally in Fall River, go ahead.
What's up? What's up, guys?
Hey,
I mean,
Wally.
it can't get any worse. I mean, what would Eck and Remdog say about this team right now? They'd be steaming mad like everybody else in New England. There's really nothing you can do right now. What are you going to do? Like you said, fire out 25 players? They all stink. What are we going to do? They're not going to hit 100 home runs this year, are they? We've only got 3 guys with home runs. But I don't know what you do. You have to ride it out. You have no choice. You look at all these other teams that come into Fenway Park. They're not afraid of it. They're going to walk all over us. I mean, the Yankees must be laughing their fannies off when they left last night. These are the Red Sox. Oh, my God. I can't wait till we play them again here next time so we can kick more sand in the face. But I don't see nothing improving, guys. I really don't. Whether you're going to have a fire sale in July or not, I don't see nothing improving.
Thank you, Wally. Yeah. That's a question that'll come up. Selling off pieces, getting prospects. I don't know how much trade value any of these guys have right now. I mean, other than Chapman maybe, but Chapman's 39 years old. You're not making a long-term investment on him. He'd be a guy that you pick up for, half a season or something like that if you're another team out there. Other than that, who wants any of these guys?
I don't. I think Jared Duran's values come way down.
He's no value right now.
No, I agree. I agree.
Even someone like Yoshida, who got off to a good start hitting the ball. He didn't get a hit last night, but he's off to a pretty good start on this team. You can't put him anywhere. He's a DH. That's it. He's a light-hitting, lefty, singles-hitting DH, which there's not a big market out there for a guy like that either.
You talk about his agent. I mean, not a guy that doesn't play the field, and he's you call him a light-hitting DH, and he makes, what, $18, $19 million a year?
Yep.
I bless him, man.
I mean, hey, listen, go out and get it. Get it while you can. David in Florida, hey.
Hello, Arcan.
Hi.
Hold on, I'm going to get you off speaker.
Thanks.
All
What's
right,
up?
You're welcome.
Hi, David.
You there?
Yeah, we're here, bud.
We're here, Dave.
What do you got?
All right, I got 4 things to say.
Oh, boy. Man, okay. Let's get
4 quick
through
things
one.
to say.
Let's get through the first one.
Number one. White syrup belongs in the way back Wasden and Upper Deck Beck Club.
Okay. Number
If
2?
you remember them from the 90s.
I do. I remember, yes. Number 2.
Number 2. Cora never should have taken Peyton out last night when he did so early.
I agree
so
with you.
prematurely.
Yep.
Number 3?
Number 3. Cora, Breslow, and Henry are the 3 blind mice.
Yep.
All right, we're going to stop at 3. I think that's a good one to end on. Thank you,
I know
David.
his
Very
fourth
good.
one. I know
Very
his
good. Hit
fourth
the
one.
buzzer there. It's good.
His fourth one was, I'm guessing he was going to say Breslow's got to go.
Yeah, probably.
Because that's what the tag said on his.
Peyton Tolley was up to 93 pitches when they took him out.
Yeah.
That's a reasonable time to take him out.
Yep.
He was mowing him down and, looked about as good as any starters looked against him so far, or as any starters looked really in the last couple of weeks. That includes, well, I guess that's not true. Some guys who have done okay, but he went out there and was pitching very well. Is that a time you want to overextend a young kid getting called up? I mean, I don't know. I understand why they took him out. I don't understand why it wasn't
Whitlock that
you're going to
seventh
at the
inning,
beginning or after Coulomb got in trouble. That's when that should have happened. Let's take one more here before the break. Ralph's in Cranston. Hey, Ralph.
Hey guys, you mentioned Cora. Cora's way of managing is the way he's always going to manage. He does not choke. He does not. Let's wait. They'll come around. They'll hit. And be patient. That worked last year. That's not going to work this year. But when you mention money, and I've said this before, they decided a year and a half ago, let's sign these guys before we know what they are. And Anthony Campbell, Rafaela, Bello, even Yoshida, they kind of choked on him.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked okay. That's nice, but they didn't have to pay those guys that money this early in their career, and it would have had more money to spend. With that kind of money, you could have signed Alonso and maybe somebody else too. You did not, even Anthony, as much as I like him, you did not have to open up the vault for this guy that early, figuring 10 years down the line we'll be glad. So now you have a team, they don't really care about winning. Kennedy is smiling here. You got 35,000 still showing up every night. Guys, nothing's going to change with the way they run this team. We're
Ralph,
stuck with it.
I think you're right. Thanks for the call. That's a good point. You know, Cora talked about that, and then he got all upset when people implied it was negative and him kvetching about these, young players getting these contracts. Well, yeah, you're right. Now you got all these guys. They're paid out for 6-7 years, some of them, and they're going to be here, and they aren't very good. But what's the incentive to do anything about it? That's where you're at.
There's truth to that. If you don't have. I'm constantly, all I do with my, you're going to do this with George. You're going to constantly dangle a carrot in front of George. and then once he, gets close to the carrot, you're going to start back it up a little bit. And you're constantly, that's how you kind of, these guys had no carrot dangling in front. They basically got paid. So there is psychologically, you might take your eye off the ball. You might not work as hard. You not be as locked in. You might not be as good of a player as you would have been if you had that carrot kind of dangling in front of you. And the other thing is, I think, I've read something somewhere where the history would show you that you actually come out better if you pay these young guys bigger deals just on speculation,
right?
Than if you were to overpay for the aging veteran. Okay,
or the guy in his prime.
If you're looking to save money, okay, yeah, that might be the right way. If you're looking to win games, that strategy might not work.
It would not. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We're going to take a pause on the Red Sox because last night, a big night for the New England Patriots. Mike Vrabel spoke before the Pats made a single draft pick, and then they made a draft pick. We'll get to all of that as we continue with this conversation here right after this.
WEEI.
Tuesday to now deciding to go to counseling? What is that process?
Well, that's a private and personal matter. I don't think that those comments. I think that was, always an attempt to protect your family, and I would never be dismissive. But I think my family and this football team are the most important thing, and that's what I plan to do. And I'm excited about the challenge with both of those things.
Oh boy, Mike Vrabel last night. Right after we got done, Ted, a rap sheet a bunch of people had it that the Patriots were planning to make Mike Vrabel available to the media at 7:20. Before the draft, before any picks get made, Vrabel's going to come out, he's going to talk, he's going to take questions, of which he took 3, I think, 3, 4 maybe. And then, boom, out the door. And off to start a left tackle controversy, which we'll get to here in just a moment. But first of all, when you heard that he was going to speak, what did you think that meant, Ted? What did you think he was going to say before he talked? What were you thinking that was?
More. I thought he was going to say more. More than what he said on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I don't. I feel like, since Tuesday, since he talked on Tuesday, there was the new pictures that came out in the New York Post in Wednesday's edition, and then the announcement that he was going to be not available for the third day of the draft on Saturday to go seek counseling. So a lot had happened between the time he talked on Tuesday till last night when he talked, and so I thought there would be maybe a different tone, a different tenor, maybe some new
buzzwords,
or
best version of myself. We heard that about a dozen times.
Kind of direct apology as opposed to kind of
more contrition.
Yeah. And it was really pretty much the same press conference that he had on Tuesday that he had last night. Now, I don't want to steal your thunder, because what you said in the group text was dead on accurate, and it became, and I'll let you say it, it became very kind of obvious at the end when it was done what really I think that was all about, which is what?
He said it at the end. He said, now this is all I'm going to say about it. I've said what I've made myself available. We'll take questions here, but this is it, and I'm not going to address it any further. And I think that was the point of it. You can't go into this now that a whole new batch of pictures is dropped. You can't go into the draft without at least putting up some kind of shield and saying, hey, this is it. You're saying this, and that's going to be it, and now we can focus on the kids.
So you guys wanted your pound of flesh. Where this is a press conference. You guys are allowed to ask questions about this one time. You have. Now it's over and done with.
Yeah, I think that's what that was the point of it.
The
that
best
was
version of me going forward.
And it was the best. We heard that, at least a half a dozen times.
Just from a strategy standpoint, how do you think the Patriots have kind of handled this up to this point?
I think they've handled it in a very corporate and kind of ghoulish way, honestly. I think it's not been...
Was it effective?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
I don't. Do you think it was?
I think time will tell.
Yeah.
But I feel like they controlled it. They controlled it, I thought, pretty good on Tuesday. People weren't satisfied enough, so okay, all right, let's bring them out again. And then
Well, he speaks Tuesday, then Wednesday, the Post tells him we got more pictures.
Right.
And then Thursday, well, it's the draft. We got to do something. They were kind of rushed. I don't think they had a lot of time. It's for the second one anyway. I think this one maybe caught him by surprise. And maybe Vrabel, too, speculating wildly here, but told him, yeah, that's it. There's nothing else.
Do you still think there's a fervor to hear more from Mike from this point on?
Yeah, I think that there's probably some unanswered questions that people have, but I don't know. I mean,
I if there's a new picture, we said yesterday, the only thing I can maybe keep the story going, like if we see pictures of him, and we did,
right?
New pictures come out of him and Diane Rossini. It wasn't just from this last Sedona pictures, they were taken a couple months ago, and it wasn't just 2020 when they were in the bar. Now pictures have come out in 2024, just days after he was fired from Tennessee at a casino down in Biloxi, Mississippi, that have come out. It's like, okay, if all of a sudden people start giving pictures to the New York Post, seeing them out together, that's not a new story. It's the same story being repeated over and over again.
Yeah, it's true, but it is now, I think, adding depth to it and giving people more of an idea of just how bogus his initial statement was and how he's, and we played it there, that acknowledgement of, well, I just said that because I needed to protect everybody.
Does the tonality of it, him saying, I did that to protect my family, not really owning up to it. How do you think he did last night.
I think if he was trying to protect his family and saying that first initial statement, he didn't do a very good job of it because now his wife, there's the write-ups about his wife in the Post. It's this whole thing, you know? Like, I don't think he did them any favors. I don't know. It might have been damned if you do, damned if you don't. I'm not saying there's a directly right way to do it. I've never been in a crisis like this, so what the hell would I know? But, you know, for him to be like, I was just protecting my family. You didn't protect your family very well. Like, that's what I would say. But, again, I mean, this is a story that I think now, at the very least, because we're not going to hear from him for a while. You didn't hear from him after the draft pick last night. I will say this. When he first came out and started talking, he kind of went through the same, this is a thank you all for all of this. And then he paused. And it was a long, kind of pregnant pause, and he kind of looked down for a second.
I get emotional.
I thought he was going to resign. I thought after that he was going to say, and I've decided to resign. Like, that's what I thought was coming. It was that kind of timing, right? Just the way that he just stopped. It was almost like he stopped mid-sentence, and he just kind of looked down, and, you know, it was just, oh, God, what's about to happen here? What's he about to say? And then it was just, you know, nothing really. Yes, this.
Did any part of you guys feel bad? I got to admit, like, and I was one of those ones, like,
in that
Vrabel
moment, yes.
I felt he looked like a broken man. And just as a man on some guy code stuff, I was like, "Oh man, what a bad hit! I feel so bad for this guy."
I felt like he was more confident. I thought he was considering what this story has become and the pressure that's got to be on him. I don't know. I didn't see it like that. I saw him. I thought he was kind of, I don't know, just more. I don't know.
More of the same.
More the same.
Yeah.
I didn't see like a broken guy. I didn't see like a guy that was beat up. I didn't see a guy that was, you know, kind of exhausted and ready just, you know, he just seemed like, I don't want to say defiant because that's what his opening statement was. But
the shield was still up, though.
I still feel like he's still kind of, I know his energy level was down, but he didn't feel like a guy that this was getting to him as much as maybe you would think it would if it was you in that position.
Yeah, no, I agree. It wasn't, you know, we'll get into this. We'll put a pin in that and get into it as we continue here with this conversation. Still the number one football conversation. Sorry, Caleb Lomu. We will get to Caleb Lomu, though, and the new left tackle controversy. Someone on the text line is very mad that I called it a left tackle controversy. Like, that's the most inflammatory thing we've been saying here these days. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll talk about what they did with that pick, trading up to go get this kid at left tackle. Second straight year they draft a left tackle in the first round. And more on Vrabel's comments, more on the statement. It's all coming up right after this here. It's WEEI Afternoons.
WEEI.
WEEI.
handle these matters when they're personal matters, and they have a lot more information that can benefit everyone involved.
Three o'clock here, Christian Arcan, Ted Johnson, WEEI Afternoons. This hour brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. Ted, by the way.
Yes,
sir. Not sure if you heard. We got a new show.
Yeah, I've
debuting on Monday. Did you hear about this?
It's a little buzzy around here, so I've heard some things. Yeah,
I've seen a lot of guesses as to who this show is.
So have I.
A lot of stabs in the dark. A lot of names being thrown out there.
Ken and Curtis.
Some random things.
I've heard that. Yeah.
I have too.
Monday morning at 9, all will be revealed on the Greg Hill Show. Major announcement. They'll be joined by everybody in the morning. Greg, Wiggy, Mego, Curtis, Shime. First time this has happened, I think, ever, that we've rolled out a new show like that.
Huh.
At 9 a.m. on the day that it debuts, which is very cool. So that's all coming up on Monday, and it should be a lot of fun. So, in the meantime, in terms of fun, not a lot of fun last night there. Roger Goodell answering questions about Mike Vrabel and basically saying, we don't want any part of this. We don't want to get involved. We screw up everything we get involved with anyway. I'm kind of glad the NFL is not getting involved.
What?
I don't know how they'd mess it up somehow.
Yeah, I don't know what their role would be. What are they investigating exactly? What
I think
rules were breaking?
The one thing that you could say they looked at was the transmission of information, right? I know that was a poorly chosen, but the information, right? I mean, this is a number one reporter. This is a head coach who's been going on for however many years.
Yeah.
What sort of transactional? Yeah. Now that we know about it and it's out there, and I'm not being naive to say. I know you're laughing at that. I'm not being naive to say this is the first time something like this has ever happened, but it might be one of the first times it's been put in 4K like this.
I think it probably might be the first time.
You think so?
I do.
That a coach and a
what?
Insider.
Female insider,
of which there aren't many, right? You know,
That's
it's not like
it's not like there's a lot of female insiders.
Sure, but I guess if they were going to look at anything, it would be that, right?
And what though about that? So if they had relations,
tampering, getting info about other teams.
Do you know if you were to go down that road where it would never end?
Sure.
So you got to go back to if they had if knowing what we know now, it's safe to assume that they had a relationship at least since 2000. So that's 6 years. Are they going to go back to 6 years of reports, 6 years of voting, 6 years of transactions, and to get to the bottom of this?
I'm sure they don't want to. I'm sure they're not interested in doing it.
I mean, I think that maybe the juiciest one, at least I've heard so far, is the year 2020. Ryan Tannehill. She was reporting on what the Titans were doing with the quarterback.
Right.
Tom Brady was going to maybe come down there, and no, she was basically talking about how nope, the Titans are going to stay with Ryan Tannehill. But I just think if the NFL wants to go down that road, I think it would be a never-ending road, and they couldn't. Yeah. It'd be amazed they couldn't find
Pandora's box. It's just once it's out, then everything's out, and then you got to hunt down everything. And I'm sure they don't want to do that. And I think you're right. And you asked me what would they go? That's the one thing I could think that they would have any sort of real concern about. They're not concerned about an affair, that's not something that they're going to be upset about, but they may look at it as, okay, well, what sort of information was being relayed over the course of this however long it was relationship. Be very hard to, I think, but yeah. So that's one aspect of it. One element of it, it seems like the league is going to be staying right out of it. It seems like the team is not going to be, we read the statement at the end of the show yesterday. The team is standing behind Mike Vrabel and his desire to move on from this. And before you stop talking about the affair, who cares about the affair? It's not just an affair anymore, okay? It's not really just an affair anymore. Now I have to leave the team in the middle of the draft to go work on myself and my family and get help and sort of all of that, which we talked about at great length yesterday as well. There's one more day of the draft that he's going to be part of. That's today. And then tomorrow when they have 8 picks to make and trades to make, who knows? Maybe they're going to take some of those picks. I heard Keith talking about this. Is it 7?
Yeah, 7 now.
So Keith was saying, why not just trade up, all into this day? And then Elliot Wolf won't have anything he can screw up tomorrow. I said, okay, fine. That's fine with me. If that means you're going to move up and pick higher here in the second and third rounds, I'm okay with that. The problem, though, is that if he's not there and it's just Elliott Wolf and Cowden and whoever else making the calls, he's going to be available to him, right? Didn't he say that? He's like, yeah, I'll be available if necessary.
I believe he did say that, yes.
He's really having it both ways with that, too. All I care about is my family and the football team, but I have to be away from the football team, but I'll be available to that. It's like, okay, you don't want to pass judgment on a guy trying to help himself, trying to improve his situation, but I also think that there's a lot of ways you can kind of point to this and say, what's really going on here? Like, was this so important that you could only miss one day, or was it not important enough to miss the whole draft? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I still find myself confused as to the point of just missing one day of the draft. It makes it seem like it's not really important enough for either side, is what that seems like.
Do you lean on the, like, if you're going to, why can't you wait one more day? Like, why is it a Saturday or what, the counselor or the therapist, whoever you're being with, only could beat you on one of the more important days on the calendar for your team? That is a little weird. Because it's not a substance abuse issue,
right?
Why you can't wait until Sunday or Monday or the fact that you have to leave on the day of drafting, the last 3 rounds of the NFL draft is a head scratcher to me. I'm trying to figure that out. And he was asked if he would miss more days. Like, is he not going to be here Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday? And I believe, I don't know, Stiz, if you have that. He was
not
asked,
yet, Teddy.
Okay, well, anyway, he was like, well, I'll do whatever my family needs. So
right.
He left it kind of unanswered and ambiguous. So it is a weird thing to me that you're missing such a big day to go seek counseling on a weekend day. It's not adding up to me.
And if it's the family so important, it's like, yes, I got to be there for my family the day after tomorrow after I do these 2 important things at work first. And then it's like, okay, well, it's just that none of it really tracks. None of it really squares the circle, I don't think. And I think that's maybe what people who are still not really satisfied with what he's had to say. I think it's probably something to do with that. It's kind of a little bit of half of this, a little bit of half of that. You don't want to be there for the family. You want to be there for the team. Those are the 2 most important things. Well, okay, one has to be the priority, though, right? Which one does it seem like is the priority right now? He's doing 2 days of the draft and missing one for the family. I don't know. It's just it's hard to say.
Maybe the priority, maybe in the family's eyes for a long time was more football.
Could be.
And now, how about let's just say the 2 most important things to me are my family, and football. And what order they come in. Some people, I don't know. Some people have the different priorities and which one comes first. But I don't know. It's just interesting, fascinating, all at once. I don't understand missing the 3rd day when it's not a life or death situation with Mike.
Yeah.
Where, like, if it was a drug or alcohol issue, okay, there's a life and death piece to it, but it's not. So I don't know why you have to leave and miss such an important day.
Agreed. I heard Michael Holley last night on NBC Sports Boston say that he is now has it on the table or considers it a possibility that this could end up costing Vrabel his job. Says he's not convinced that he's going to start the year as the head coach. We know that Bedard sort of switched up on that as well.
That was odd.
It's now become part of the narrative. I'm still not there yet, but other people are, and let's includes Dave in Phoenix, Arizona, who's on the phone right now and believes that as well, right, Dave?
Yeah, guys.
Hi, Dave.
Great summary of the situation here. I'm a lifetime Pats fan. I saw my first Pats game at Boston College Stadium, Schaefer Stadium, Fox Sports Stadium. I have never missed a game, either on the radio or television.
Big fan.
Ted Johnson, one of the greatest Patriots of all time.
Thank you,
it's an honor.
Thank you
to be on the phone with you. Tremendous Patriot, and what Mr. Belichick did to you was just outrageous. And I've read that article about what he did, what he subjected you to. This isn't about Belichick now. This is about the locker room, and I think, Ted, you know more than anybody as to how a coach needs to be able to control a locker room and have the respect of the players. So I put it to you, Ted. I ask you, can Vrabel recover from a situation where he traveled to 500 miles after being discharged from his job at Tennessee to Biloxi, Mississippi, I suppose, where he thought no one would be noticing him, which is 500 miles away from Nashville.
Dave, we're going to let you go. Thanks for the call. You want to answer the question? Thanks for checking in, but we got to move it along a little quicker.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words.
Yes.
Yeah, Biloxi is an interesting place to. Hey, let's go to Biloxi.
Never been.
Whenever once I
heard it's lovely this time
somebody
of year,
say that, but the players, you know what? The players aren't going to have. There'll be some that'll look at them a little differently, but this really shouldn't impact the players' thoughts or feelings of him unless he becomes, I don't know, like if there's an issue down the road where he punishes somebody that unfairly when he maybe did something similar, right? Where they go, okay, you can't be hypocritical. So he's got to be very, very. He can never be hypocritical. You cannot ever be judgy when someone messes up because of the transgressions he's been exploited about. So the players will look at him differently, but it shouldn't impact. I don't think his effectiveness to do his job.
Can he coach the same way though? Can he coach with that same bombast and all that? Like, is that going to still is that going to be considered sincere anymore?
It could be looked at as theatrical or performative,
right.
And that's the one thing is I use the word authenticity all the time. Authentic.
You can tell when a coach is being performative, can't you? Right? Like,
yeah. So I'm just saying, any issues around family or accountability or that kind of stuff, he's got to steer away from because there's going to be guys that are look at him like, dude, you don't have any. But no one's going to look at him and go, I don't want him to coach me anymore because of what he. I'm sorry, they're not. There's a lot of people in this business that have done similar things. They've just never been caught, and players know that. So I don't think they're going to look at him all that different.
Let's try Mike in the car. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, so, Ted, one thing that you keep saying, or, you've said a couple of times, the last couple of days is, why Saturday, why he can't wait a day or he can't go sooner or whatever the case may be. I think the one thing that nobody is taking into consideration here is, I don't know what his wife does for work, if she works, if she's involved in charitable organizations. I don't know what his kids' schedules are like. I don't know what all the peripherals are. So maybe the answer to your question as to why he's waiting till Saturday is that his wife or his kids couldn't get away sooner because we're to believe they're all going away together or whatever to resolve it. So maybe she couldn't get away sooner, and she said, hey, I can't get away until Saturday, but rest assured, we're going on Saturday, like it or lump it. So it's something to consider. Maybe it's the schedules of everybody else involved.
He can't go to them?
What's that?
He can't go to them?
Can't go to who?
Mike Vrabel can't go to where his wife is or where his kids are. You're saying, well, maybe their schedules don't work. He can't just go there. He's missing a day of the draft anyway.
Right, but my point is we don't know what she may have going on or what the kids may have going on, that if he's just going to sit around doing nothing anyway, so maybe that was.
All right, fair enough. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hang up. Maybe I understand.
He's not sitting around doing nothing. He's working. I don't.
Right.
I don't believe Jen to have. I don't know. I don't understand.
You could be right. We don't know. You don't know. We don't know. I mean, that's basically it. But whatever it is, it would seem like if it's important enough that you need to leave the draft to go to counseling.
Well, I would think it would be really important.
Right. I would think that would be important for all of them. I mean, because whatever happens with him in his future directly affects her and the kid and everybody else too. So whatever they're doing, you think they'd probably want to drop it and go do whatever they have to do for that. I would think. But I have no idea. I don't know what's going on with them. That's, we can speculate on that, I guess, but it's impossible to know that. So unless one of them want to come out and say it. I don't think they do. 617-779-7937. How about Owen out in Westford? Go ahead, Owen.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hey, I'm talking the Red Sox. I'm not talking Vrabel. I don't really care about it, but it's the worst hitting team I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you get 2 runs on them, 3 runs. You can say to whatever team it might be, well, just relax. They might get a couple of hits, maybe 3 or 4, but it's just a joke. And I really thought that Durbin was going to be something. I know it's early. I know it's early for a lot of them. But what cracks me up is hearing about Durant. He had a year in 2024, one of the best ever that I've seen. But right now, what are you going to get for him? What are you going to get for Cassis? And Yoshida, you're going to have to pay. You're going to eat a lot of his salary. So, I don't know. I think they're in a tough bind, but they do need to make some changes.
Thank you, Owen. Appreciate it.
You know what the weirdest thing is to me is the fact that they basically outsourced their hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't heard Driveline brought up as much this year. Last year, it just seemed that everybody was talking about Driveline. But if Driveline is still working with their hitters, does Driveline work with the hitters in AAA and AA, or only when they get to the big leagues? Does everybody have the same exact approach at the plate? Based off of what Driveline wants?
Which is the swing and miss and also take fastballs right down the middle. That's what Driveline is right now, and then ground out to second base. 617-779-7937. I missed this, but I had a couple of people text me and say after the game on Nesson that Jim Rice and Will Middlebrooks were trashing Driveline. Just trashing it. And good for Jim Rice, by the way, because last year that's when someone came up to him and said, hey, stop telling player X how to swing. We do a Driveline style over here. And Jim Rice was like, bleep you. And that was that. And now here we are. I mean, look, who looks more justified than Jim Rice right now with this Driveline stuff? Absolutely. 617-779-7937. How about Corey in Connecticut? Hey, Corey.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Corey.
Hey, so the Vrabel and Rossini incident,
Yes.
I don't know. I've been thinking about it lately, and as a married man and as a working man, I feel like he's just kind of trying to play both sides and make it work both ways. I feel like his wife kind of gave him the ultimatum, and he kind of just went with, all right, well, I won't do round 1 and 2, but I'll take off round 3. So he's kind of just trying to play both sides and get through this, in the best way he can.
Corey, I think you're right. I think that's exactly what's happening. I think there was something like that. He said, I can't miss the whole draft. Well, you got to do something. All right, well, how about day 3? And that was the compromise. I think this was a compromise.
What is she asking of him? What's the ultimatum she's issuing to him?
Some kind of your job or your family type of thing. What do you mean?
What I'm saying is, if you don't go away with us right as soon as possible, then I'm divorcing you. Like, is that what
maybe?
Can't wait till Sunday before you. Like, it has to be right now, today. Like, she's been a wife for a football wife for a long time.
True.
She knows how important the draft is. She's lived a good life because Mike's been a head coach in this league. Like, it's weird that it would be an ultimatum on her part, to me, in my mind. Because
this is pretty bad, Ted. I mean, she's getting embarrassed pretty publicly here. I could see wanting some kind of something for it. Like I could see, hey, you need to show me something.
Is he coming back Sunday? Is he going to be there in the office on Monday?
I don't know.
I don't. So I think he was asked.
I don't know what they're doing.
But he was asked like how long he would be away, and he didn't give an answer to that. To me, I don't know. At this point, like, what's waiting one more day to go get the help that you guys need? That's
fair point.
That's the only thing I'm saying.
All right, 617-779-7937. Full phones today. People are worked up about the Red Sox, worked up about this. We didn't even get to the Bruins yet. We'll get to them eventually. But we'll continue with your phone calls first. Here's Stiz with What's Trending.
Now, here's What's Trending on WEEI.
All right, let's get you caught up with what's trending this hour on WEEI and WEEI.com. Trending brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Bruins dropped Game 3 to the Sabres last night, losing 3-1 at the TD Garden. Tanner Jeannot scored the lone goal for your Boston Bruins. Jeremy Swayman, 25 saves on 27 shots. The series will stay in Boston for Game 4 on Sunday afternoon, puck drop at 2 p.m. Celtics, they'll be in Philly tonight for Game 3 against the 76ers. That series currently tied at 1 game apiece. Celtics have a clean bill of health for tonight's game. Red Sox were swept by the Yankees after losing their series finale 4-2 last night at Fenway Park. Peyton Tolley made his season debut, allowed 1 run through 6 innings while striking out 11. Sox are in Baltimore tonight to face the Orioles. First pitch at 7:05. You can hear that game right here on 93.7 WEEI FM or on the Odyssey app all across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh. Our guy, Rob Bradford, who will also be joining us later in the 5 o'clock hour, will get you ready for the game starting at 6:05 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. And the Patriots traded up with the Bills to take Utah offensive tackle Caleb Lemieux, with the 28th overall pick. The Bills received the 31st and 125th picks from the Patriots. Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft will continue tonight. Again, trending brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. Ready for a round of golf? Cover your greens fee with the money you found at FindMassMoney.gov. You could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll checks, or a refund check that never got to you. It takes less than 30 seconds to search your name. FindMassMoney.gov. It's fast, it's easy, it's free. I'm Stiz. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More coming up with Afternoons.
WEEI.
Odyssey app and take Boston Sports Original everywhere you go.
Well, I mean, I'll obviously try to be to communicate with Elliot and Ryan and Stretch or Robert if that's necessary. But I don't anticipate, I have to do what's needed of me with my family.
More from Vrabel yesterday, before the draft even started. We will get to the draft pick that got made, because I do think there's a little bit of juice there. Even when the Patriots pick a tackle at the end of the round, it's still kind of interesting. It was like, oh, okay, well, now we got another young left tackle. That's interesting. But more interesting than that, of course, was Vrabel kind of falling on the sword, kind of dodging the sword, kind of not really engaging with the sword all that much in his statement, taking some questions, and then abruptly walking out. After that last question, he was out of there. Just like a cloud of dust, and boom, see you later. And again, as I said when we first brought this up, Ted, when he first started talking and then paused, and it was like 5 seconds he paused there and kind of, was just searching for the next word. And I
thought he got choked up.
I thought it was either going to be, tears.
I thought he was getting choked up. That's why.
Or maybe I am resigning my position. It seemed like it was a heavy thing he was about to say. He fought back whatever it was and then just went on with the whole, best version of myself, and kind of, I hate to say it, but kind of recycled narrative that we already heard on Tuesday. It wasn't much different.
Did you learn anything last night that you didn't already know?
Let me think.
On Tuesday.
Not really. It was when he said we had the difficult conversations. That's as close as you really ever got to
admitting anything. Yeah. So no real admitting it. He referenced family.
I guess we learned. Sorry, we did learn when he said the initial statement about it's all laughable was an attempt to protect his family. That was new. That was something new. But I guess you could have figured that.
I guess. Does that satisfy the tonality of that
definitely
message?
Not, definitely not. But it was something. Yeah. You asked if it was something new. That's the one thing I could think of. But all in all, it was an awkward, sort of surreal moment. Really, this whole week has been surreal. It's been a very surreal week, just in terms of, not even what's happening here, but in terms of just the world of sport and this story that now has crossed into, everybody knows this story now. This isn't just a sports story anymore. This is all over the place.
Something I gotta get off my chest that I found very interesting. I'm curious what you think. So when they panned away to show Mike walking out of that press conference last night, did you notice anything when they did that? I don't know if you saw that, but I found it.
Who was not there? Yeah, nobody was there. You're right. There were no Patriots. You're right about that. Yeah,
I didn't even see Stacey James, who's usually off to the side,
off by the doors or something, right? Yeah.
Mike said thank you. There was nobody there to say, all right, we're done. Mike decided that they were done.
Yep.
He walks out, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna see Stacey James. I'm gonna see one of the interns. I'm gonna see the lady that works below Stacey. I forget her name. I was gonna see Jonathan Kraft. I was gonna see Robert Kraft. I didn't see anybody from the organization in that press conference with Mike. I found that to be very interesting.
Yeah, he was on his own. He was on an island for sure. He didn't, no players, no nothing. You're right about that. That's interesting. And yeah, when they panned back, you just saw the media sitting there, and he's gone, and that was it. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, they put out a statement saying that they support him, but they didn't show up for that.
They did not
for sure.
show the support last night.
Didn't show it in person, that's for sure. 617-779-7937. We'll get to your phone calls here in just a minute. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney studio. No fee unless you win. Back to the phones we go. We'll start down in New Bedford. Bob is down there. Go ahead, Bob.
Hey, how's it going? Long time listener. Listen every day on my commute home from work.
Cool.
Big fan of the show. I just wanted to touch base really quickly on the deal that's being made of Mike missing the third day of the draft. Something about the program that he was big on from the beginning was family first.
Yep.
And you could say, obviously, the idea of the affair and the speculation that strays from the family, I believe Ted said it's not squaring off. I do see in a different lens how this could be squaring off because, yes, the draft is important. But what this is indicating to us that his family is more important than the draft. Whether there's an ultimatum being given to him, I don't think so. I think that, there may have been some options on the table, and he was willing to go with the option that says, I'm putting my family first. You could look at it in this lens when he comes back to the team and he has to hit that message on the head again going forward in the future that we're big on family. Family is incorporated. Family is first. The team's not more important than your family. in this sense, that's what I think he's doing. I'll leave it to you guys.
Thank you, Bob.
And last thing I want is I just raised I'm curious why you have to can't wait till Sunday, but I don't want people to think that I am criticizing Mike for not being there.
I didn't think you were. I didn't think you were.
I don't want people to get that impression.
And I agree. It's not always great to go full speculative on stuff like this, but that's all we have to go on. I mean, we didn't get clear answers about it. As fans and as commentators, we want to know why the coach isn't there, and why he's only picking that day. Like that's fair to question.
It's the word I would use, the word that comes into my head when I think of you're gonna miss third day of the draft, which is an important day, is emergency. It's an emergency session. That it is a day in which wherever they're going, that is the day they can do whatever they need to do. And so if it's an emergency with your family, then go, man. I'm not judging that at all. I don't want people to think I am questioning that.
Norm on the Cape, go ahead.
Hey, Christian, you said you thought during that pause Vrabel might resign. He should resign. He is under the thumb of his wife. This is a total punitive measure. She said, we're going Saturday. You're missing the draft. We're doing it. And he said yes. And that's what he's going to do for the rest of the season. What if she says, hey, this Sunday, we need an emergency session. You can't coach Sunday. He's going to say yes, family first. That's what he says. So he is unfit to be coach. If he stepped in it. This is his problem. He did it. He's got to resign. He is unfit to be coach.
Norm, thanks for the call. I don't know.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
It is. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I don't know her. You probably would know better than I would if she'd do something like that. But I don't know. You could be right. Could be. I also, in him bringing that up, you have to worry about the wrath of your spouse in a situation like this. But are we maybe whistling past the wrath of Diana Rossini, who now has her whole narrative blown up and nothing to lose by going public with her side of this story, which may not be super flattering to Mike Vrabel? You know what I mean? Like, should we be thinking about this here a little more than we are?
I would be shocked. I'm not sure what ammo she feels like she has. What is she?
Ted, I don't want to speculate on that, but you've been reading the same weird rumors online that I have.
I don't know how Diana Rossini can be sitting there looking at Mike and thinking he's got one over on her, or that he needs to pay, or that he contradicted her statements, and so now I'm gonna.
Not even so much I'm gonna get him back. It's I'm gonna try and save myself. And if that means I got to throw him under the bus somehow with some piece of information of this whole affair that the public doesn't know about, but I do, and it'll make me look good, but it's going to end up destroying him, well, I got to do what I got to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, when two people are in something like this, there's a lot of secrets. And she may have some that she's ready to come out and talk about.
Can I just make some? Diane, if you're listening, just worry about you. Like, if you're
work on you, girl.
If you're thinking of being vengeful or getting somebody else, making someone else pay for the situation that you're currently in, then you have no chance of ever figuring this out. Because if you don't see yourself as the main culprit in your problems in your own life, then you got big problems. So she should just look at herself as opposed to thinking who she can get even with.
All right, this is John Doe in Rhode Island. Do we have like a voice scrambler here, Stiz, like they have with the CIA? No, we don't. John Doe, go ahead.
Hey, listen, I've been through something similar. Is she giving him an ultimatum? Absolutely. It's very difficult because you don't expect something like this to happen, and it does. She probably had either knew about it and it hadn't hit the news yet, and she was trying to get him out of it, and he was probably trying to get out of it. But once it hit the news, the stuff hit the fan. So, yeah, did she say, we're going on Sunday if you want to save this marriage? Absolutely.
Okay.
So it's if she gave him the ultimatum and said that the only way that you can stay with me is to go on Saturday, then fine. Then you're going to go on Saturday.
But does it end there?
There's you can also look at it this way. It's like maybe sometimes people aren't meant to stay married. That's another thing. Is it meant to be? If you've had this behavior if this was a one-off, okay. If this is something that's been repetitive, then is it worth all this? Is there a point in which you just say, it's not going to work?
I'd have my eye on a few Birkin bags if I were her.
Yeah, probably some love bracelets.
I mean, there's a lot of people that get divorced after being married for over 20 years.
Absolutely,
it happens all the time.
People
So,
in the public eye, they
people
barely last 20
yeah,
years.
It's like you're forcing something to work that just isn't going to work, too.
Right.
So,
and they don't have little kids, like there's not that element of it. So yeah, I mean, you may just be right about that. How about Guy in Rhode Island? Go ahead, Guy.
Yes, I was taken by Ted Johnson's comment about it's a tough business. A lot of people in this business have probably done it and not got caught. I don't excuse the coach's behavior, but I live by a creed that says, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. He made mistakes. I think he's contrite about it. I don't think this guy should lose his job over this.
Okay, thanks, Guy. I don't necessarily either. I don't think he's under the thumb of his, I don't think that's going to be a problem this year. It's a problem right now. It is a problem right now. Him not being there for the third day of the draft is a problem. That is a problem of his own creation. No one else put this problem on him. It was him. He was there. He was a willing participant, and now he's missing a day of the draft. So right now it is a problem. And, you can talk about he was without sin. I'm not casting stones at the guy. I don't sit in judgment and stuff like that. You're not doing that either, Ted. You haven't done that once. So I don't, if anybody, you guys think you're so perfect. I know I'm not perfect, and Ted knows he's not perfect. And we are not claiming to be perfect, all right? But it's something we have to talk about, and this is the part of the conversation. It's a hard conversation to have. But as far as what the caller just said, I don't
think he was accusing us of being judgmental.
No,
I
but
think
other people are, and I just want to put that out there. That's certainly not the tone and tenor I'm intending with this, and I know it's not for you either. And I just hear a lot of you all think you're so perfect. No, we don't. I don't.
I give talks all the time about how flawed and imperfect I am.
Right.
All the time.
TED Talks.
It's I go around talking to different companies all the time with my other side gig. So I'm the last guy that would ever throw stones.
I go around and people tell me how flawed I am all the time everywhere I go. So it's kind of the same thing. John is in Maine. Go ahead, John.
I don't get it. He doesn't pick the players. He worked them all out. He wrote his reports. Elliot Wolf's executive vice president, player operations, head of it.
John, you don't really believe this, do you? You don't believe that Elliot Wolf has final call on this stuff, do you?
Oh, no, it's Jonathan. He's the executive vice president, so it's Kraft's son, I believe.
Who has the last say on draft picks and personnel? John, you don't really believe this, do you? You don't believe that? You think Mike Vrabel doesn't have final say?
Why isn't he the GM? Why isn't he the GM?
Because he doesn't need to be, first of all. There was already a guy in place that he wants to be his GM, and that's Cowden and Stretch and those guys. Elliot Wolf's already there just to be an arm of the Crafts. But who has final say on all this? Mike Vrabel has final say on all this. Come on. You're being naive if you don't think that at this point, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. That to me, it's pretty obvious.
Mike Vrabel's like the CEO of the team. He's not the GM. He's the head coach, but he's like the CEO of the team. Yeah. That's how you describe it.
Yeah. I mean, you saw the free agencies, the free agent pickups they brought in, the guys that they cut, and the people that they drafted all indicate Mike's got the power.
If Mike Vrabel and Elliot Wolf disagree on a player, who do you think wins that argument?
It's Mike Vrabel.
Of course he does. Does Jonathan Kraft come in and overrule them? I don't think he does that. I don't think so. Although 2 years ago, you saw him mapping out plays on offense. Remember that? Him and Robert were up there with the notepad, and they're writing down the play. I was like,
you're right.
What's going on there?
Jonathan? Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a good thing, but hey, listen, what do I know? 617-779-7937. We'll continue with the Vrabel calls. We do have some Red Sox news, and it's not good. And we got to get to the Bruins because they had a tough night last night as well. It's a tough night all around. Really a tough night for everyone, especially Will Campbell. And we didn't even get to it, but there's another new left tackle on the Patriots. We have to get to that as well.
Controversy.
Don't go anywhere. It is Christian Arcand, Ted Johnson, WEEI Afternoons.
The Greg Hill Show.
My story about the
some of the pro day workouts that he did were on the right side, and we were comfortable with that. Again, he's very athletic, so I don't think either side will be a problem for him.
That's Elliot Wolf talking about the newest member of the New England Patriots, Mr. Caleb Lomu, who plays left tackle, and the Patriots traded up to get him. Moved up to 28 from 31, swapping out with Buffalo. What was the return on that? Do you have the number there?
Yes, it was. The Bills received the 31st and the 125th picks from the Patriots.
Okay, 120. That's probably like in the fourth round-ish, something like that. So, okay. The first and a fourth to move up 3 spots and select Caleb Lomu, 6'6", 313 tackle out of Utah. Here's the pre-draft analysis. Lomu has very good feet and a solid change of direction. Plays with balance and functional movement skills. That's good. It's good to have functional movement skills.
It is, no doubt.
Allows him to mirror and sustain in pass protection. Imagine if he had dysfunctional movement skills. When bull rushed, he can anchor with a bend-not-break mentality. The Lomu generally shows good hand placement. He does not have the strongest hands, which can lead to issues sustaining blocks. In the run game, he's more of a positional blocker, not a player who will consistently move defenders to create running lanes. When climbing in the second level, he's inconsistent when bringing his hands. But when he does, he can move smaller defenders. The post-draft analysis is as follows. Watching Will Campbell struggle in the Super Bowl and realizing that Morgan Moses is 35 years old, it felt as if offensive tackle was a very important position for the Patriots in round 1. This is from ESPN. Lomu's experience is exclusively on the left. He didn't give up a sack last season. There's an opportunity to try him on the right side if he can add strength in his lower body. As a run blocker, he's a work in progress. As a pass protector, he's very clean. A redshirt season might be in his future, but he could be the team's long-term play at right tackle. Utah, Pac-12, they had a great season last year. This kid didn't give up a sack. And whether you think this is the most pressing need for the Patriots or not, they think it was because they moved up for this guy when there were plenty of edge rushers who were all roughly around the same, early second, late first pedigree. They moved up for this kid, and they prioritized offensive line when there really isn't quite as much of a vacancy there as there is at edge rusher. What do you think of the pick, Ted?
I don't mind the pick. I was happy with the offensive tackle. Just the profile of the pick. Do I know this kid that well? No, but I mean, didn't give up a sack this year. That's cool. I'm trying to think. You trade up 2 spots. You give up a 4th-round draft pick. I mean, did you think? I mean, you had to have thought that either the Chiefs or the Jets in front of you were gonna pick him. So I wish you could have waited. But he was the 7th offensive tackle selected, and they basically said there was 5 to 7 worthy offensive tackles they could go in the first round. So they got basically the last guy. Right. Some things I've read, he was rated the 5th best offensive tackle. So he's considered at the bottom end of those offensive tackles, still a first rounder. I don't mind the pick. It is weird that you're basically drafting a first rounder to maybe be a developmental player. A lot of times you just think first rounders should be plug and play guys. But there isn't really a glaring hole at any position, I think, on this team. So I think you could afford to kind of get a semi-developmental guy at that spot. So I like him. One of the things I really like most about him is I think he's going to – when you draft – I used to watch the draft when I played.
Did you like that little dance he did?
Yeah, I didn't mind it. Yeah,
he's moving that thing.
I want offensive linemen to have personality. I like when they do. I want them to be nasty. I want them to be fun. I want them to be energized. It was a little goofy dance, but you know what? He's got personality. That's good.
He's got rhythm too.
But his athleticism is his best physical trait.
And he's big, and he's got long arms, and he's all those questions that you had about Campbell physically. You don't really have about this guy, right?
So instead of having short arms, he's got small hands.
Yeah.
So I do like a guy with heavier hands, but hey, whatever. Well, it's give me longer arms as opposed to smaller hands.
I watched one Utah game last year. It was Buffalo's against the Utes. You know the score? It was 53-7. Utah won.
Oh,
they did. Buffalo's got on the board though. So
they had the first offensive lineman to go off in the draft was from Utah, so they had a hell of an offensive line. But what I was going to say is, draft is communicating to your players without talking to them. They are basically communicating to to Morgan Moses and Will Campbell. I think Will Campbell was just given his position last year. He was always with the ones, never competed for that job, was just handed that job. There's going to be a little bit of doubt in Will Campbell now that they've drafted this player.
Should be.
And it should theoretically raise his game. All right? So I love that there's going to be competition. He's really probably competing for the backup swing tackle job with Marcus Bryant. And then I don't think he's not going to outperform Morgan Moses. But it will light a little bit of a fire, I think, under Will Campbell to know that this kid they drafted in the first round plays the same position you do. And I think that's a good thing. I think Will Campbell needs a little bit of competition in this camp this year because he had zero of it last year.
Yeah, agreed. And even when, Vidarian Lowe came in and played well, you knew he was going to get the job back. And thinking about it now, Vidarian Lowe, if you kept him, you could have drafted somebody else here, right? Like if you had made an offer to him and kept Lowe around, you wouldn't be making this pick. You'd be going at edge rusher. You'd be okay with your swing tackle. You may not have the tackle of the future, right? That may still be Campbell, and you work Lowe and Moses and sort of figure that out. But if you had just kept him around, which I can't believe I'm saying kind of looked like an attractive move when he played well last year, then this is a different pick that you're making. So, just something to think about there. 617-779-7937. To the phones we go. Let's hear from Jake in Boston. Go ahead, Jake.
What's up? Before I get into draft, to rehash an old school hit, if the Sox fire Cora and put in Jason Varitek on Sunday night, he could be with Hazel May on Monday in Toronto. That said,
good one,
to
Jake.
revisit some predictions, though, boys, from earlier in the week, what you both thought was crazy 48 hours ago. Diana Rossini's only move is to sell her story, and it's going to make you look bad when she does because she's done. TMZ and the Post will be camped out in the seaport because, honestly, no one believes this counseling story is real, especially on day 3 of the draft. And then TMZ got pantsed by the Post yesterday, so they need to do something. So they may be camped out.
They put out those casino pictures, right? Wasn't that a TMZ thing? Those pictures of them at the casino from like 24? Yeah.
Desperate move after being spanked by the Post yesterday. That said, since you're talking about our first-round pick, I find it a bit funny that after the last 2 weeks, the Patriots went full LDS with this pick. That means Mormon. So there are worries, obviously, about the kid not having enough edge. But maybe Elliott is the real GM, and love that this low-T individual is the opposite of the New York Post enemy number 1 right now, who just had his 6-year affair unveiled in front of the world. Maybe he likes the fact that Caleb Lomu has only been with one person his entire life and might not have done anything with that one person until they got married here in March, which also lines up with your quarterback who hasn't done a whole lot because he's been with his middle school girlfriend forever.
We're making a lot of assumptions here about who's doing what and not doing what with who and how many people they did it with and all of that. Making a lot of assumptions about football players. Guys who were pretty popular in high school. I'd imagine that girls liked you in high school. Even if, that's some wild assumptions being made there by Jake in Boston.
That might be Jake's biggest kind of leap that I've ever heard him make. That's why they brought him in, because he's only had one girlfriend.
Yes, that's exactly. You got it. That's
some programs look at that as maybe like, really, that's all you could only get one girl. Well, then do we really want to bring you in? But Jake's looking at it the other way.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a
Jake
leap.
delivers, boy. I'll tell you.
She does, man.
You don't know what he's going to say, but he does deliver. Tim in Hanover, before we get to the top of the hour. Go ahead, Tim.
What's up, Christian?
What's up,
Ted?
Tim?
Good afternoon.
What's up, Tim?
Hey, I want to say, you know what? There's no assumptions. Will is not going to be a guy for tackle. He's not going to cut it, man. At God, I think he can do a great job. He don't have the agility, but this kid from Utah is a good player. He's got a lot of agility. I watch a lot of college football. And I just want to comment on Vrabel. Vrabel's the only one Vrabel really has to answer to, I think, in my eyes. 1 out of every 2 people are divorced today, man, in the United States. The thing is, you know what? He just has the office to say yeah, no, and be honest with. Everybody else, man, who cares, man? It's the way of the world today, unfortunately. Just don't rob people. That's the only thing.
Thank you, Tim. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not do all that stuff. No adultery. It's all in there. Yeah. It's all right there in the commandments, folks. Moses brought him down the mountain. We were all witness, right?
Yep. That's right.
That's
right, man.
Amen, brother. Travion Henderson somewhere is like, yes,
Finally, they're speaking my language on sports radio. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We'll continue with your phone calls here. Red Sox on the table. Vrabel and the Patriots. New draft pick on the table. And the Bruins. The Boston Bruins. Oh, the sweet, simple Bruins got absolutely curb stomped at TD Garden last night by the Buffalo Sabres. We will get to that with your phone calls next.
Original. WEEI.
WEEI.
New England's
As we move into the 4 o'clock hour here, Christian Arcand, Ted Johnson, WEEI Afternoons. We are coming to you live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We mentioned this already, but I feel like it's worth repeating. There is a new show coming for your drive home on Monday morning at 9 a.m. on the Greg Hill Show. There will be a major WEEI show announcement. I'll set my alarm. Ted's setting his alarm.
Oh, yep.
New show is going to join Greg, Wiggy, Mego, Curtis, Scheim in studio. First announcement like this of its kind here at WEEI, so make sure you got your alarm set for that. Monday morning, bright and early. Bright and early for me, anyway. Not for Greg. Bright and early for Greg is like 4 a.m.
Oh, brutal.
For me, the 9 a.m., that's, actually not these days.
God
When you have a
guys.
kid, then it screws your whole thing up.
George has gotten you up early.
He has. And you know what sucks is I can't go back to sleeping in now. I'll have a day off. I'll have a morning off, and I try and sleep in, but I can't. Like, my brain won't let me. Like, I can't do it anymore.
Oof.
I think I'd have to, things that have to go really south in my life where I could sleep in, and retrain my body to be able to do that where I have nothing to do in the morning. Things would have to have really changed in my life for that. But you never know, right? It's a jungle out there. Anyway, that's coming up on Monday. Don't want to miss it. It's Christian Arcand here, Ted Johnson, as I mentioned. And that was the end of the Bruins game last night. Bruins outclassed.
It shows you how busy we are of a news day it is when we get to the Bruins at 4 o'clock.
At 4, yeah, in a playoff series. And we haven't even mentioned the Celtics yet in this important game that they have tonight. The Bruins last night looked like a 7 seed going up against the 2 seed. That's the first time I really thought that in this series. I know in Game 1 they got outshot and they ended up losing that game, but they had a 2-0 lead for almost the entire game. I mean, they were up and they were really frustrating that team. Swayman was playing his ass off, and then it all fell apart. They bounced back from that with a very impressive win where they score 4 goals in Buffalo. And then when you think they have a little momentum, the Stanley Cup playoffs tell you that that's not a real thing. It just isn't. It's not a real thing. There's no momentum. There's nothing. There's no home ice. Not for these Bruins anyway. Oh, my God, did I think that this home ice thing was going to be real this year. I really thought, Ted, for the first time in like a decade, that you could look at the Bruins and say, yeah, whatever it was their problem in the playoffs at home over the last 9-10 years. That's finally over. Look at how strong they finished at home. 17 out of 20 wins at home down the stretch of this season. And then they go out there and they play like that. We talked to Razor. He said, those guys are going to be pumped up. They're going to feed off the crowd. They didn't do any of that. The skaters were slow. They were sloppy. They were in mud half the game. The only line that really showed up was your fourth line, and if that's the case, you're not going to win another game. You're just not. They've been so good at home all year. They get to the playoffs, and it's like they're playing in Siberia, someplace they've never even seen before. And, oh, man, it's been going on for so long, and it's really annoying, especially when you have Buffalo on their heels in 2 straight games. I know they didn't win both games, but they had Buffalo reeling in Game 1 and in Game 2. Game 1, they came back and beat you, but Game 2, they didn't, and it's like, okay, maybe you finally figured something out with this team. And instead, it looked like the exact opposite. It looked like the Sabres figured out something about you, and that is that you cannot get the puck out of your own end. And, as good as Swayman is, you get the stick down and a deflection here and there. No one's going to stop all of those, and that's all they needed. That's really all they needed. Blue line's killing me. Hagen's I didn't think was very good. I thought Swayman was okay. What'd you think, Ted?
Yeah, I think the home ice is a great place to kind of start. It was, I think they're 3-9 in their last, what is that, 12 home playoff games?
Yeah.
And
that seems high, honestly.
This team, they get tight. I mean, they get tight. They get tight at home. They're just these guys. They just all the upchucking in their own zone, couldn't get the puck out, like you said. I mean, for Sturm to say this is the worst game they played of the series so far. Really, you just went. Your first game at home in front of your crowd, and then you lay an egg. You don't come out like you need to. You're kind of waiting for the game to come to you. That's kind of like what Celtics. I thought we're done doing is where they let's see how the other team feels tonight before we really impose our will. That's kind of how the Bruins did, and it bit them in the ass. So they were getting out physical They didn't really have any edge to them in that game like they did in game 2. You basically knock out their goalie. Not that their goalie UPL was all that good, but you get to their second guy in line, and you can't make him pay. The 5-on-5, I think the 5-on-5 was atrocious, and they could not. Their half court game was terrible last night. They got a lot of their goal on rushes.
Yep.
They were great in the penalty kill, but just no.
Buffalo sucks on the power play. Is what that is.
They do.
Yeah.
But
they have
couldn't-
a
they
big
can't-
drought for them.
They can't get any shots on 5-on-5, which is, come on, are you kidding me? So it was just inexcusable considering, and when they stop playing their game, doing the things that it makes them a good team, and they start kind of freelancing and doing their own thing, it just is not a good recipe.
Agreed. The third line, Minton, Hagens, and Husnudinov, who I thought have shown real flashes of being something this year. And, with that second line being so consistent and those guys kind of moving around, those guys were up on the top line with Pasta before Hagens got there. Minton and Husnudinov were playing with Pasternak for a long stretch this year before Lindholm and Geekie went back up there before the playoffs started. And the three of them managed one shot on net the entire game. The entire game. Corrali, Kastelik, and Jeannot were really the only ones that put a lot of pressure on. I thought Lindholm, Geekie, and Pasternak, even the second line, just didn't really have that same kind of firepower. It seemed like they were getting pushed around. And my God, every time Buffalo dumped the puck in, it was an adventure to get it back out of there. Every single time. McAvoy is probably keeping this thing afloat all by himself. The rest of the blue line is a mess. Lindholm, oh my God.
Has he ever really kind of sparked at all since he's been here? Every now and then, but it's just the guy's never really been worth it in my opinion.
Buffalo sees them in a corner. They see Aspero in a corner. They see Lohrei down there, and I know Lohrei had a couple of hits, but McAvoy had that one big hit early in the game. I thought, okay, here we go. You keep doing that. Keep showing them that you're not going to be able to push us around, and then they get the puck in their own zone, peak whoever, and they would just get shoved aside, sloppy breakouts. Meanwhile, you dump it in on Buffalo, and they take it right out like it was all part of the plan. It was just,
easy.
oh God, it was awful. It was awful watching that contrast, because that's really important, and I think the own end play, that's going to make or break the Bruins in this series. If they can't clean that up this weekend, start the buses, all right? Because they're not going to be able to overcome that.
That's been an issue all season long. Just mistakes in their own end, turning the puck over in their own end, not being able to get the puck out on their own end. That hasn't just been an issue last night, but that's been kind of something they've had issues with all season long. It is weird. Like you go to the Bruins game. I remember watching that. It was a 2019 St. Louis Blues, and they game 7. The minute something goes wrong, the crowd kind of tightens up, and the players feel that, and it just impacts, I think, how they play. The TD is when it's rocking and rolling, there's no better place. But man, when things get tight, the fans get tight, and the players feel that, and you can see it affect their play.
Yeah, and listen, people are telling Arcan, what about all those big hits in the beginning of the game? What about all the energy they played with? There was energy in the beginning of the game, yeah, sure. And I love that hit. I forget who McAvoy hit, but he laid one of them out, and I thought that was great.
What about the second period? What
fine.
about the third period?
And then in the second period, Jeannot comes out and scores, and you're starting to think, okay, here we go again. But after
at the end of that period, you could see they were starting to lose steam.
They got absolutely manhandled. I mean, really, they got outworked. They got out-physicaled, outshot. The shots weren't a huge disparity like it was in Game 1, but it's still, you're getting outshot again. You got out-hit again. And I thought that just showed a real lack of fire, a real lack of any ability to come back. It was tough. It was a tough one. What did you think of Swayman?
Oh, I thought he was. I didn't think he was.
I thought he was fine.
I thought it was the guys in front of him that was more of an issue. I mean, he's clearly outplayed their goalies. I think at least through the first 2 games, it wasn't even close. And I didn't think
that Lion guy looked pretty good.
he did. He did. But you're right. So
Swayman, though, those goals were like deflections off of in traffic. Like people used to rip on Tuukka for that. I always thought he deserved kind of a break. If you're waiting for Tim Thomas to come out and save everything again, you're not going to get that. That was a once-in-a-lifetime type of run. And, Swayman played well enough to win.
The one that went high right, high right, and so his glove side, he was shielded off. He didn't see it.
Yeah.
So I'm not mad at him. No, it's the defense in front of him that was the biggest issue.
Yeah, and it was very, very noticeable.
Can we get more out of Pasta? I think he tied Bobby Orr last night for most points in playoffs, which is that's impressive. But I think he's got 5 points in the first 3 games. But have they been impactful? Have they been the kind of plays that make a big difference? I don't know. I'd like to see Pasta kind of show up more in these games and have more impactful plays than he's had.
I think if they lose this series and things keep going the way they're going now, Pasternak's going to be looked at as a big reason why. And I don't mean that to say that he's having a terrible series, but he is not necessarily risen to the superstar level that you hope for. And he's had in his career playoff runs where he disappears, right? Like really, you don't see him. He gets either out physicaled or they're just, taking runs at him and no one's backing him. I don't know, whatever it is. But that's happened before. He's had good playoff runs before too. It's not like it's all been that. But this is starting to look like one of the former, not one of the latter. 617-779-7937. How about David in the car? Go ahead, David.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So, it is a concern that, these teams, the Bruins, the Celtics, the Red Sox, their home games, it's not like what it used to be. It is like you can't count on sure wins anymore. It's like they lose the momentum. It should be the other way around. You come home, you should be proud. You should play for your fans. Ted, you remember those days. It's like you couldn't wait to come home and play for the fans. It was just in you. You wanted to do that. You wanted to win for them. Seems like these guys don't care. They don't have the mind setting that it takes to win at home, and that's a shame.
David, just in case you think David's just blowing smoke here, just in the last week, the Red Sox got swept at home by the Yankees. The number 2 seed Celtics dropped a game at home to the Sixers, and the Bruins, who just had a great split in Buffalo, come home and they lose decidedly to the Buffalo Sabres. All that happened right here in Boston in just the last week. So is he onto something or what?
Do the athletes that come in and play in Boston that feel this pressure that the teams that came before them didn't feel, or maybe ignorance is bliss? I don't know. I feel like there's athletes come here knowing that there's a ton of pressure and they don't live up to it. Maybe we knew it back then. We knew this was a tough place to play, but we rose to the occasion.
Right.
The teams that I played on.
And the Celtics just won a championship 2 years ago, so it's not like those guys don't know how to win at home for the fans or whatever. I'm not suggesting that, but there is the matter of the Red Sox right now in the home field, which I don't know if that has more to do with the fans or the fact that this team's just not very good. Right, like the fans could be the best.
There's
fans
a lot of new guys
world.
that maybe is Caleb Durbin? Can he handle playing in this park? And there's a lot of guys that maybe just aren't wired.
If he can handle any park,
to play.
Right now.
That's true. I mean, he handled Milwaukee last year, but
it's true.
But the point is, there's a lot of new guys on the Bruins. Maybe they can't. There's a lot of pressure playing in this town, and so you just wonder if that's an effect on these guys.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I think that. From a fan perspective, like I've been at Fenway a lot this year, Bragg, and you notice, it's early on, it's cold, and it's not really the same kind of summer conditions, baseball conditions, but this is the time of year where people are generally the most excited about the team, right? It's the start of the new year. People are here. I'm not catching that at all. I'm catching disgruntled, sort of angry fans. Not necessarily booing and throwing batteries on the field or anything like that, but definitely not the normal kind of buzz and din that you get from Fenway when Fenway's rocking. It's very different.
Back to the Bruins real quick. I want to ask you, did you see how chippy they were with Swayman when he get the ball, or the puck in his glove?
Yes.
Okay, can we do that to their goalie, please? Can we do the same thing? Can we whack at their goalie's glove when he's holding the puck? Can we get into the head of their goalie?
I think he got into the head of the last one. He couldn't stop it. He couldn't stop a tumbling muffin there.
But the fact that they're getting away with just this constantly hitting Swayman's glove with the puck in it is driving me nuts. And it is upsetting.
Sturm said something about it. He talked about it afterwards. He's like, referees got to be able to see that and know that that's happening.
Well, let's go.
And listen, in Game 2, when Benson was doing that, Zadorov lifted him off his skates like he was a little kid.
They didn't do anything.
Slammed him on the ground. Last night, it just kind of happened. They just let it happen. So that's a good point, Ted. That's something you gotta do. And again, I think Swayman played pretty well. And if you look at his numbers so far here in the playoffs, they're pretty good at 2.38 goals against and a 9.29 save percentage. Those are both way ahead of what he did this season. One thing about James Higgins, because we talked with Razor about this last night before the game. I thought he looked overwhelmed last night, noticeably overwhelmed. When he whiffed on that one-timer in the first period, I thought, oh, God, what's going on? Is he, BC kid? He's playing at the guard, it's that type of thing, maybe the pressure, I don't know. But Sturm noticed it too because in the third period, Hagen's only got 3 shifts. And that third line was, I mean, all 3 of them were ghosts in that game.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought Hagen's looked like he was just, it was way too fast for him out there. And he's supposed to be the fast guy.
But that's, I mean, not surprising, just being called up recently. But that third line has been their best line through the first 2 games. So, momentum doesn't matter in this game, right? Like, it doesn't, Bruins come out Sunday and just look like a different team. That's what I feel like. So it's weird. I can't really predict what's going to happen on Sunday, but I can't imagine them having. They're going to be a lot tougher. Their forecheck will be better. They'll be more physical. They'll have an edge from the jump, is my guess, and they'll play a lot better in this fourth game than they did in the third game.
Yeah, there's 2 things I'm worried about and hoping to see. One that I'm hoping to see is a big Pastrnak game. One thing I'm worried about is a bad Swayman game because he hasn't had like a bad game yet. I'm worried there's like a bad Swayman game lurking somewhere, and I know this sounds weird for me to be saying because I'm Mr. Swayman, but like, you know what I mean? Like, just all it takes is one. In the playoffs, all it takes is one. And I'm worried that Buffalo could just get hot. You've seen them get hot really quickly. Most of the game, Swayman looks like Patrick Waugh, and then you get down to the last couple minutes in the third period, and all of a sudden everything's going in. And that's not all Swayman's fault. But in the first 2 games in Buffalo, you saw that a couple of times. So I do feel like there's still that possibility there, and I hope I'm wrong.
Hey, do you think the Sabres are a lot better than the Bruins? Like, do you think the Bruins got to play their game and Swayman's got to play a great game for them to win, or do you think they're more evenly talented?
I think on paper that they're pretty even, but I think that if you watch these games, you can see where Buffalo really has an edge on them, and that's when they just dump it in. All they got to do is dump it in, and they can keep it in the Bruins' end for basically as long as they want to until the fourth line comes out and muscles them out, which is basically what was happening. I mean, that's how it worked out. And it was just, cycling through that for 2 periods until you're just hoping someone can break out. I don't think – because that didn't happen in the first 2 games. So, I don't know. I mean, you make adjustments. You hope a guy like Sturm can – be there against someone like Lindy Ruff, who's been the coach of that team for a long time and knows all the tricks and knows his team very well, is considered a great coach in this league. So, I don't know. We'll see. You're right. I think we'll see the whole new team next game, and that could be what happens through the rest of the series, however long it lasts. 617-779-7937. It's Christian Arcand. It's Ted Johnson here, WEEI. We have not yet mentioned the Celtics, the Boston Celtics. Home court advantage not going to apply tonight because they're in Philadelphia. How are we feeling about that? How are we feeling about your Boston Celtics, the 2 seed, having split in Boston going on the road? We'll get to that with your phone calls right after Stiz. Get you caught up on what's trending.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, let's get you caught up with what's trending this hour on WEEI and WEEI.com. The Bruins dropped Game 3 to the Sabres last night, losing 3-1 at the TD Garden. Tanner Jeannot scored the lone goal for your Boston Bruins. Jeremy Swayman had 25 saves on 27 shots. That series will remain in Boston for Game 4 Sunday afternoon. Puck drops at 2 p.m. Celtics, they're in Philly tonight for Game 3 against the 76ers. That series currently tied at 1 game apiece. Celtics have a clean bill of health for tonight's game. Red Sox were swept by the Yankees after losing their series finale 4-2 last night at Fenway Park. Peyton Tolley made his season debut, allowed 1 run through 6 innings while striking out 11. Sox are in Baltimore tonight to face the Orioles. First pitch at 7:05. You can hear that game right here on 93.7 WEEI FM or on the Odyssey app all across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh. Our guy Rob Bradford will get you ready for the game starting at 6:05 with our Mass Mutual pregame show. And quick note, tomorrow's Red Sox game between the Red Sox and Orioles, that was originally scheduled for 4:05 p.m. That's been moved to 12:05 due to weather. And the Patriots traded up with the Bills to take Utah offensive tackle Caleb Lemieux with the 28th overall pick. The Bills received the 31st and 125th picks from the Patriots. Rounds 2 and 3 of the draft will continue tonight. I'm Stiz. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons coming up.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Coming up on 4:30 here, WEEI Afternoons, Christian Arcand, Ted Johnson. We can get to you at 617-779-7937. Some Bruins calls on the line that we will get to. However, your Boston Celtics took 2.5 hours to get to this, but your Boston Celtics are playing a pretty important game tonight. You may disagree in the importance of it. Arcand, they're going to win. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. That was a fluke in game 2. Yeah, maybe it was. Maybe it was a fluke in game 2. Maybe it was.
They won't shoot that bad, right? I mean, you can't shoot that. Can you shoot much worse?
For multiple games in a row? Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
Last year against the Knicks.
Right.
That's exactly what happened. And by the way, I don't think the Knicks thought they were going to be going down 2-1 to the Hawks either. Right? The Knicks are the team that beat you last year. And now they're going up against the 6-seed Hawks team who had a great end of the season. Atlanta, I mean, they came out of nowhere and really muscled their way in out of that play-in tournament.
They needed to trade, what's his name?
Yeah, Trae Young. I think
Trae Young to Washington.
Definitely took off after that. They got rid of Porzingis. Like, they did all this stuff. And, they really took off. And now they're up 2-1 on the Knicks, which I don't think the Knicks were expecting. They split at Madison Square Garden, and then they went back to Atlanta, and Atlanta got him again. C.J. McCollum is
balling out right now.
Killer all of a sudden. Where did that come from?
How long? He's been in the league for like 35 years, something like that?
I don't think it's 35 years, but he's been in the league a long time. I remember him and Dame in Portland were awesome together. And I remember him in college. He went to some small school.
Too,
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. CJ's been around a long time.
CJ played in like the Patriot League, I think.
Did he really?
I think so, yeah. I look it up in a second, but yeah, I've been a fan of his for a long time, and he is killing the Knicks right now, absolutely killing them. And I think that the Patriots. How about the Celtics are better than the Knicks, and they're definitely better than the 76ers.
Please.
No question about it.
No doubt.
But you got to show up and you got to play. I thought they were better than the Knicks last year too, and the Knicks took it to them, and they fell into bad habits, and they didn't crawl out of it. And I just sort of felt like, and I know we talked about this the other day, Ted, but I sort of felt like we were past all that. We were past all that with this team, with these Celtics, with Joe Mazzulla, with this type of offense, which, by the way, is not as rife with three-point gunners at all 5 positions like you were last year. Garza will make one here and there, but Vucevic isn't a big three-point shooter. He barely makes them. Keita doesn't shoot three. Like, you don't have that same kind of spread the floor, everybody shoots, everybody's a threat. Like, it's just, that's not the offense anymore. And that's also not Jaylen Brown's game anymore. And when Jaylen Brown was, by himself for 7/8 of the year, they didn't really play that way. And now it seems like, okay, well, the playoffs are starting, Tatum's back, and we got to go with, if they're giving us open shots, we got to take them. Well, not if you're missing them all. Not if they're not going in. And in that game, too, they had a bad first half, and then they had a bad second half, and there was no adjustment. It was just keep shooting. We asked Chris Mannix about it the other day.
He didn't seem too worried about it.
They're going to keep shooting.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. So like it, don't like it, I got to eat lunch either way, but that's what's going to happen.
The most important, and this was, I think it said this 2 years ago. He might have said it last year, but I think he's basically, you haven't heard him talk about it as much because the three-point shooting has gone down slightly for the Celtics. Instead of being by far the biggest three-point volume shooting team, they're like the second most volume shooting team for three-point. So it hasn't been as big of a story as it has been in the past. But he basically has said the most important stat is the volume of threes you shoot. They don't have three-point sharpshooters, but they have a system in which they encourage guys to just shoot threes.
Done.
Over and over and over again. All right. If you want to do that, it's just, I think it leads to poor defense because the 76ers were 50% from shooting from the field and from 3-point last game. And I think part of that has to do with the drop coverage that they kept playing and they didn't go over the screens. But it's also because they get discouraged when their 3-point shots aren't getting going in. Then they slack off, I think, on defense. And so that's the problem with when your 3-point shot is not falling. I think they suffer on the defensive end.
Yeah, you're right. And listen, you may not like the way that Gilgeous-Alexander and those guys on the Thunder play, but they score points other ways. They score.
Aggressive.
They get to the free throw line.
Jason Tatum only got to the free throw line one time.
Yeah, and Brown lived at the free throw line, so he's getting that kind of treatment. You can't complain about that. I think it's funny that right after they played the Thunder, you remember this time? Right after they played the Thunder, Jaylen Brown gives this big rant after the game about how Gilgeous-Alexander plays the game the wrong way and blah, 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 blah. He goes on and on and on. And then since then, Jaylen Brown's been getting more free throw and foul calls than almost anybody. He's the one at the line all the time, just as often as Gilgeous-Alexander is. He's not as much of a flopping baby as Gilgeous-Alexander.
No, that's true.
No one is. At least you can say he goes strong to the basket. He's more like Giannis than he is like Gilgeous-Alexander.
Agreed.
And it's tough. Gilgeous-Alexander, James Harden, guys like
better
that.
free throw shooter too.
Yeah, definitely.
He's actually improved his free throw shooting considerably since years past, which is good.
But it's still not great.
Can I mention one thing about Jaylen Brown? Can we see what just graded me is and this was kind of a question that was going to be asked when Jason Tatum got back and was healthy again, is how do they look at the end of games? Is it offense going to run through Jason Tatum, or is it going to run through Jaylen Brown like it has all season long when Jason Tatum was hurt and actually looked really good? This last game, it went back to Jason Tatum, dribble, 5 wide. It drove me nuts. They got to within 2 points of the 76ers with 6 minutes left in that last game, and they went right back to their old habits of finishing games where it was Jason Tatum walking the ball up the court, slow, shooting the ball, late in the shot clock because it was a step-back three. Stop doing that. Let Jaylen Brown take the game over at the end like he was all season long. It looks so much better if they let him do it.
Yeah, it looks slow, it looked predictable.
Oh.
Like, I could get that if you have Tatum bringing it up slowly, you think you're about to go into an ISO, and then you run a pick and roll, just to keep him off balance or something. But that's not what it was. It was give Tatum the ball, let's give him his big moment, let's, let him take his guy, and the shot wasn't falling. It's like it wasn't falling the whole game, which is weird that's what you resort to down the stretch, which is another thing with Joe Mazzulla, which I also thought we were past. This idea that down the stretch, instead of running plays, you say, here, Tatum, make a read, and that's the play. Okay, it's not that I think Tatum can't make a read or that Jaylen Brown can't make a read on their own, but I also think that when you're in the weeds like that, trying to come back on a team that you shouldn't be having this much trouble with, run a play, run something that it just seems
get
like
some action going.
Yeah,
get guys moving around. If everybody's standing around on offense, it doesn't look good. When the Celtics, the ball is moving and the ball is popping, and guys are moving, setting screens, doing two-man games, it just looks so much better. But when they get all tight and they say, JT, do your thing, it just looks stagnant, and it just isn't nearly as effective.
Yeah, and I'm not talking out of my backside here either. You've heard Mazzulla say that after games. What was the call? Well, I told Brown just to take it in and make a read, and it's like that was the play. Like, I could have told him that. Anybody could tell him that. Like, that's not that type of thing. When you see it fail at the end of a game, it becomes suddenly more of an issue than you think it should be. Mm-hmm. And I think that Mazzulla has coached this team brilliantly this year. So I don't want to take away from that. I think this year has been a real triumph for Joe Mazzulla. And I know he'll say, it doesn't matter. It's the players, it's the staff, whatever. It's Joe Mazzulla. He had a great year coaching this team. Great. But I'd hate to see that all come undone here in the playoffs.
I think his biggest blind spot is coaching playoff games at the end in crunch time.
Yeah.
Out-of-bounds plays, after timeouts, knowing what to do, calling timeouts, what kind of play do you run, are you executing out of the timeout? That's, to me, is his biggest weakness. And if these games are close at the end of games, then I just feel like I don't trust the Celtics to win it and to execute like they need to.
The year they won the championship, they had a bunch of close games against Indiana in the first round. You remember
they did.
Brown hit that corner three, and they had a couple other close games.
They literally they won 4 games, but by a combined total of like 13 points or something. Yeah.
And then the rest of the series weren't very close, including the finals. And they've been to the playoffs and lost more often than they've gone there and won. So you're probably onto something there, too. 617-779-7937. Let's head up to Portland, Maine, talk to Jay. He agrees with your take on Tatum. Ted, go ahead, Jay.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Ted, you're 100% with that. Tatum ball is back in effect. That looked good for the first 15 games, when he was hanging back, he was hitting mid-range jumpers. But now that last game and him walking up the ball, that reminds me of the finals a couple years ago when they lost. He just put it in his hands. He didn't know what to do with it. They need to get back to mid-range jumpers, getting Derek White with the ball or Peyton Pritchard with the ball or even Jaylen Brown with the ball, bringing it up and having Tatum on the wing, to get ready for what he needs. But, yeah, I totally agree with what you just said. Thank you for my call.
Thanks, Jeff.
It sounds crazy, but just having Tatum just be, just kind of go up the court without the ball and just stand out on the three-point line. Teams don't know how to defend you when you're not the primary ball handler. And what it also does, when JT is the one dribbling up every time, the role players are just sitting there and they don't know what to do. And you saw them have a terrible game. I just don't think. I feel like we've seen enough with JB, with JT out being injured. What the potential this offense can look like if it runs through Jaylen Brown as opposed to Jason Tatum.
Yeah, and I think that you'll see that. You'll see adjustments get made for that. What I'm concerned about adjustments-wise, maybe concerned is the wrong word, what I'm looking to watch tonight with adjustments is how they defend Maxey and Edgecombe. Because if you let Edgecombe get hot like that again, he's tough to guard. Like you're going to have to run different guys at him. You're going to have to fight over the screen. You talked about the sag-back defense, and that got absolutely torn apart by those guys. Oh, did they kill them? And I think that,
And no adjusting, like the whole game. It's like they're killing you with the thing.
They just assumed they eventually were going to start shooting like the Celtics were shooting, and they never did. They just kept hitting their shots and hitting step-backs and crossovers and really just leaving guys in the lurch. And I expect that from a guy like Maxey. I feel like Maxey, as good as he was, probably has another level he could get to. He's probably got a 40-point game in him, I'd say.
Yeah.
And Edgecombe, I don't think Edgecombe's going to give you 30 and 10 again, but you've played that team, 6 times? And he's really kicked your ass in like 2 or 3 of those games.
Yep.
And this is a rookie here who, was in the top something of Rookie of the Year, but we all watched him in that first game. We're like, this kid's the Rookie of the Year.
He was ridiculously good in that first game.
He
was great in that last game.
Yeah, and that's sort of what you're left with. And then there's the Embiid factor, which is still kind of a,
He's not scheduled to play tonight.
No, he's not. And I don't necessarily know if he's going to play at all in this series. We'll see how long the series even goes. But you do have to account for him. You have to account for what he is. And listen, I don't think he's going to be speeding up that fast break or anything.
No.
But he could be starting it. He's a guy who'll pick a rebound. Drummond gets rebounds too, but Embiid's down there. He'll get that rebound. He'll have that outlet pass, and Maxey's up the floor, and you don't have to worry about it.
They're a better team with the Embiid on the court.
Agreed. And he can stretch the floor, too. He can shoot threes. Yep. Drummond can't. He's a big body. He can play physical. Maybe just, get him a little elbow in the appendix, and you'll be okay.
Can we get our guy, our CU buff, to start making some shots? He had a couple blocks.
Nothing would make me happier than Derek White getting high.
One of those guys has to go off, either Peyton Pritchard, D. White, or Hauser. You'd like to see when Derek White goes off, this team never loses.
You're right.
They don't. And he just has not been able to find the rim like he has the last few years.
Yeah, they've been dogging him, too. He gets out there, and they're on him. Jim is in Weymouth with a thought on Joe Mazzulla. Go ahead.
Hey, this is 100% on Mazzulla. When they weren't hitting any threes, and they just kept shooting them, you got to change it up. You got to drive to the basket. You got to let Jaylen Brown be Jaylen Brown. You can't just keep beating your head against the wall like that.
Yeah, Jim, sorry, I had my mic off, but yeah, I agree with you. That's something that, as stubborn as Mazzulla can be, he's got to be able to move past. You've got to be able to coach around that.
He doesn't make adjustments in game, Christian. I know he can coach a lot of regular season wins. I got it. I know he be able to manage these personalities. There's so many qualities that make him a good coach, but there's specific, I think, red flags in his coaching.
Blind spots
that just keep cropping up. And I think making adjustments to what teams are doing to you the whole game is a big problem for him.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So when you attack the rim, defenses collapse. Then you can kick out. Now guys have better shots from three. It just makes more sense to just start attacking the rim when the three ball isn't falling, and he never makes that adjustment.
617-779-7937 is the phone number. Bruins on the table. Celtics on the table. Game 3 tonight in Philly. Red Sox just got swept by the Yankees.
Some new news on the Red Sox, too.
We have some news on that, and you know what? Let's get to that next because I want to touch on this news and then reset at 5 o'clock on the Red Sox, Mike Vrabel in the draft, and whatever else you want to talk about at 617-779-7937. Don't go anywhere. We got an update on the Red Sox next.
WEEI.
WEEI. New England Sports.
one time, Mark.
Did
I
you
like
really?
this song.
Pretty good.
This song, if you think about it, if you listen
Is
to
this
the
a
words,
one-hit wonder band, right? What's
this
up?
this is some. What was the guy's name?
Gautier.
And the whole song is just him bitching. And then the girl comes on at the end and is like, you know what? Shut up. And like her part is so much better than his part. His part is so whiny and annoying. And then at the end, she just puts him in his place. I'm like, yeah, you go, girl, whoever your name is. They never identify her. It's Gautier and this other person.
But we all have that person, like
We do.
somebody you used to know.
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
Yes, we do.
This is amazing that this isn't the beginning of a Vrabel segment, by the way, but it is actually the beginning of a Red Sox segment. And that Red Sox segment is to say this. The Red Sox are in Baltimore tonight. We have the game for you right here on WEEI. Joe Wild, the Wild thing. Or is it Boardman tonight? Actually, I think it's Boardman tonight. Or no, I'm sorry. It's Bradfo tonight. Rob Bradford on the pregame show, who's also going to be joining us here in about 10 minutes. So get ready for a lot of Bradford tonight. We already heard him on Rich Keefe. On the Rich Keefe show, let me clarify. And now he's going to be on this show, and then he's going to be on pregame. So it's like all Bradfo all day.
Tough year for Bradfo.
It is. And a tough year for Roman Anthony, who tonight will miss his third straight game with this no big deal back
This
problem.
was a minor kind of nothing to really worry about kind of thing.
Brian Bayo is starting, and here's your starting lineup. Jaron Duran leading off in left field, followed by Ceddanne Rafaela, because that worked out great last night. Masa Yoshida, number 3 hitter DH. Wilson Contreras batting cleanup, followed by Willier, followed by Story at short, followed by Meyer, Durbin, Narvaez. Is that the same lineup?
Same lineup.
The exact same?
Exact same lineup as last night.
Well, when you're
hits.
when you're raking like that, you got to keep going.
Wow.
I know I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here because I just said that they had 7 games in the homestand and had 7 different lineups. But now this is the one that you repeat?
Wow. They've had 24 games. I'd be curious how many different lineups. I guess 20.
Probably,
So
yeah.
rarely do they put the same. You know what? They had the same lineup for like the first 8 games. Because it was early. And then they finally, I think, started making adjustments. So,
we have another update, too, by the way. Tomorrow's game, which was supposed to be at 4 o'clock, has been moved to 12:05, which means the John Lyons, Christian Arcand NFL Draft Extravaganza show tomorrow, I guess, is canceled, right? It's at noon to 3. I can't, right?
Yeah.
Did we get an email about this? I haven't checked my email.
Mike Thomas did email me. I'm not sure. I didn't see if it went out to everybody. It was in my 4 o'clock trending, but yes, tomorrow's game that was originally scheduled for 4 moved to noon.
Hey, Christian, just so you know, you're not doing the draft show tomorrow. I'm here to tell you that.
I'm not.
I guess not.
Thanks, boss. Tickets dated for Saturday's game will still be valid. No action is needed. And 20,000 fans will still receive a hockey jersey giveaway presented by Lato Pizza.
Oh.
For all you Baltimoreans. Is that what you call people from Baltimore? Baltimoreans?
Never heard that.
I've never heard anyone say that
before.
before.
But what would be the cause of moving the game up?
Weather. Yeah,
weather. It's a weather thing.
It's some inclement weather is what they're saying. And that may be the best news the Red Sox could possibly have if they just called the game altogether. And then maybe they could get a break. But, yeah, Roman Anthony out of the lineup again. That's 3 straight games. And I'm ready to talk to Bradfo about this because Bradfo tweeted after the first one, no big deal, he should be back tomorrow. And I guess he was available yesterday. He was available to pinch hit, never got to him. They're down late in the game, didn't pinch hit for him. They let everybody else hit, but didn't bring in Roman Anthony, and now he's not in the lineup again. What's going on here?
I don't know. That's weird. It's
back tightness. What's that?
Well, back's never good, right? Yeah. He missed a lot of games last year from an ab injury. That's different. But I don't know back. I don't know if is it the cold weather? Did he have a swing in which he tweaked it and now it's out of alignment? It's still spasming. I don't know. But the way it was presented to us when he missed his first start of 3 games ago was that it would be a momentary thing. I was surprised he didn't play last night.
Yeah.
So for him not to play tonight, oh boy, are you kidding me? The guy that's the straw that stirs the drink is going to miss more games. Then this is not good. Not good news.
This is very bad news. I mean, this is very bad news considering what everybody sort of pinned to him in terms of
unfairly,
but not just this year, but in the future. Like, we're talking about the future of the team, the future of the league, even everybody was saying. He got hurt at the end of his rookie year. He goes in the WBC, pushes himself and all of that, and now we're not even the May, and he's already on the shelf for 3 straight games?
Like, guys, like this is bad, and it's not like when he's out there he's tearing the cover off the ball this year either. Like, this is not the start or anything that I was expecting for him. And I know, because I argued with Lou about this and other people saying, well, you get a full year of Roman Anthony. You will. You know you're going to get a full year of Roman Anthony. You don't know that. You hope you will. But realistically, do you think we're getting a full year of Roman Anthony? It's April 24th.
I have my doubts.
And this is his third straight game he's missed.
There was a game in which they had a day off. I forget. It was a couple of weeks ago where it was like he didn't play the game after the day off, and it was such a what? This is your best player, and you're not playing him. I forget what series it was. There's something I don't know. I start to wonder if it's more than just they're just saying it's a physical thing when there's something mentally that is not right, and they're not putting him out there because of that. But this has me concerned. 3 games. Supposedly the next face of not of the franchise of the league is not playing. That's not good.
No, it isn't. And I'm not saying that he tweaked his back because he played in the WBC. That's not the point I'm trying to make here.
Definitely not.
I'm just saying there is now a pretty noticeable correlation with this guy and staying on the field and nagging little injuries that all of a sudden become injuries that have to keep him on the shelf for the rest of last season. And these are all happening when he's 21 years old, okay? This is when your body's supposed to be able to recover quickly and not have these kind of debilitating problems. And I'm not saying this one's debilitating yet, but the one last year definitely was. He played 70 games, and they had to shut him down. 617-779-7937. Oh, look at this. Allison in Cambridge. Hi, Allison.
Hello there, guys.
Hi.
I just wanted to say that when I think of lower back pain, it's always stress. This happened to him last year, and then it turned into something else. That's what's going on. When Alex Cora talked about the players like getting money, it's not a malaise or the communist thing where you have no incentive to do anything. What the problem is it's incredible stress. But I don't even think it doesn't matter. Marcelo Meyer hasn't been paid. I mean, that it doesn't matter. They're being put in a stress situation. People coming in, Wilson Contreras, he was out with the back already. This, to me, is the litmus test. Remember, like, there was a thing that when the players were on steroids, that there was some kind of physical ailment that you knew they were taking steroids. I forgot what it was.
Their head got all big. That's what it was. The Barry Bonds, Meg Holliday.
Yeah, there's also something else. But anyhow, regardless, this to me, for me, lower back pain, tightness, soreness. It's happened to Wilson Contreras, and now Roman Anthony. It happened to him last year too. It's stress, and this is. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Allison, thanks for the call.
Allison's
you always
great.
get a good, strong take from Allison.
She comes. Her voice is strong
every
too.
time.
Like
It's a back pain, stress, bam.
I don't know if I'm stressed. It's in my shoulders, like in my traps.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. But
Depends. People hold stress in different parts of their body.
They do. So
who's to say?
Who is to say?
Roman Anthony being stressed out to the point of an injury
That's
3
not good
weeks
news.
into the season is pretty bad. I'd say that's bad news. I'd rather it was just he tweaked it, on a bad swing or something like that, than it was stress related. Because I have a feeling the stress of this season is not stopping here. All right, I think this is going to end up being until no one cares anymore and everyone stops watching. This will be a pretty stressful season for all those guys. Let's try David out in Bedford. Go ahead, David.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. What the Red Sox are doing is not working. So my idea is if they would just target local players or players that were born in this area, New England.
To do
and, then we could, we could root for our guys.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Hey, the Yankees, they know that New England is a hotbed for baseball talent.
Yeah, we don't need to go to the Dominican Republic. We don't have to go to Venezuela and all those places.
You want to get people to really cheer for your team? Get local guys.
Yeah, Charlestown. Let's go over there. See what's going on in the Charlestown Rec League these days. 617-779. I will say
that's the Bruins theory.
Hyde Park. Manny Del Carmen. Manny Del Carmen came out of Hyde Park.
Didn't know that.
He's still around. I see him down around the way. Once in a while. He's on Nesson now too. I see him. Man,
of all the major sports, what is the most local athletes come out of this area to play what major sport?
Hockey, probably.
Hockey,
I would think.
Yeah, that's probably right. Wow.
But I'm not sure.
Basketball's up there a little bit.
Football lately, there's been more guy, but I wouldn't say compared to like Florida and Texas and the actual states where it matters. But yeah, probably. And there's been basketball players lately too. There's a lot of local basketball players in the NCAA tournament this year.
like all throughout the different conferences. So that's starting to become more of a thing. The prep schools around here are really good.
Yeah,
so
they are
send
good,
the players there. But yeah, I'd say it's probably that hockey or basketball. I'd say. What do you got, Stish?
Oh no, I was just.
Oh,
thinking,
you're
I think
leaning in. I thought you were
sorry,
about to say
there were two. I believe there were two masked kids in the NFC Championship this year for football.
That sounds right.
Yeah, I believe that, and I think one of them, maybe two of them, were from Everett.
Okay.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Who was that? Dang it. Everett's got some talent.
Yeah.
All my life, Everett's been a powerhouse.
Yep.
Everett, yeah, they got good athletes in Everett. All right, 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We just started in on the Red Sox, swept by the Yankees, trying to lick their wounds quickly and head out to Baltimore, an Orioles team that's not been playing well lately, but they've been playing better than the Red Sox. We'll get to that. We will reset on Mike Vrabel and the Patriots and the draft. As night 2 of that is coming up here in just a little bit as well. Final hour, WEEI afternoons, right after this. Final hour here, WEEI afternoon. Zarkan, Ted Johnson, taking you up until just around 6 o'clock. And then it's Bradfo, pregame. But we decided that's too long to wait to hear from Bradfo. We just heard him on the Rich Keefe show. He did a full hour on the Rich Keefe show. But now it's time to hear from Bradfo again, right now. Bradfo, you there?
I am,
Hi,
yeah.
Bradfo.
First of all, McFarland to you both.
McFarland to you too, sir.
Always good talk with you. I was trying to think of the best way to pass the time after I finished with Rich at noon. I could have gone to a movie before I do this hit and then obviously do the pregame show. But no, the best way to pass the time is just listen to your guys' excellence for the last couple hours. So that's what I've done. I appreciate it. Great show. Although I would say this, Ted, it hasn't been a bad year for me. It's actually just been the opposite. I don't necessarily care how they do. I just care how I do. I'm very selfish that way.
I get it, buddy.
Bradfo, by the way, brought to you by McFarland Energy. Upgrade your air conditioning system before the summer rush. Visit McFarlandEnergy.com. Bradfo, talk me off the bridge here, buddy. I mean, it's not May yet, and it seems like this season is circling the drain very quickly.
I've never...
Did we lose him?
I think we lost him. He jumped off the bridge. That's what happened.
That's a cliffhanger right there, baby.
Right off. I said, talk me off the bridge. He said, yeah, I'll talk. I'm going to say? I'm going to jump first.
What do you think he was going to say? I never...
never, ever have I ever made love in a hot tub.
Oh, I was thinking more...
Something like that.
I've never seen a roster this bad with the Red Sox.
I mean...
Maybe he's going to say.
In the 90s, I remember when I was a kid in the 90s.
Seen a lineup like we're seeing tonight.
There were a couple of years where, like, Jack Clark was the power hitter. He was, like, your number 4 hitter, and, like, Phil Plantier, Tony Pena was on the team. And,
you can look at this roster,
Carlos
though, and make an
Quintana
argument.
and
It's one
those
of the
guys.
worst rosters they've had.
It's the worst I can think of since that era.
Yeah.
Like, really, since, like, the early 90s, like, when I first really started getting into the Red Sox. And when you're a kid, you think the baseball teams they're all great. But then you realize, right, yeah, here's Nomar and Manny and Pedro and all these players, and it's like, oh, yeah, those teams I liked back then were dog crap, and the Yankees kicked their ass, and it was like, it was just terrible. But now, here we are, all this time later, 2026, and I'm starting to feel those kind of feelings about this team in this offense. Yeah. It's about as bad as I can remember.
So much of the enthusiasm for this season was based around guys doing things they've never shown they could do. If it's Caleb Durbin actually being the legit starter, or if it's Marcelo Mayer taking the next step, Roman Anthony taking the next step, Brian Bayo doing something he had never done, in his young career. So there's a lot of guys that are on this roster that we were projected to do things they've never done before, and that's a scary kind of place to I don't know, make your predictions for the season.
Yeah. You know what I think is the most damning indictment of Driveline is the fact that, there's veterans who you say, oh, is Bradfo back? All right, I'm going to make this point first. Bradfo, you just wait on the sideline for a second. But there are veterans out there who, this is the way that I hit and I can't change it, and that's not, But then there's young guys on this team like Meyer and Anthony and Christian Campbell, guys like that. How's Driveline working for them? These are guys, it's still easy to mold young players in their early 20s, and this is what they're coming up on, and it is not working for them at all, let alone the veterans, let alone anybody. It seems like it's just failing them all, for no matter what level of experience they have with it. Bradfo, are you there? Do you agree with me?
I totally agree, and I apologize, but I would say this, is that I had a great rant, man. Oh, my goodness.
You said, I never,
ever. And I said, I think I can actually duplicate it. I've never seen anything like this. And what I was saying was, I've never seen anything like this because you look at it where there isn't these solutions to this problem. And every time you actually have something good happen, like last night, for instance, good things happen, right? Peyton Tolley was good. Marcelo Meyer gets the double. Narvaez hits the home run. And every time something good happens, you're like, wow, that's what it looks like. But I've never gone through a month, especially in April, where you say that's the case, that you're so surprised that good things are happening. And by the way, and then conversely, once they happen, you get down a run and you're just like, I'm out of here because I know they're not coming back. And I said this where you go back to April 2022, which when they were actually had a worse offense, and they had this May, after having this terrible month in April of 2022, they had this May where they hit 37 home runs after hitting 14 in April. But the difference is that you had J.D. Martinez, you had Rafael Devers, you had Xander Bogaerts. You had guys that had the benefit of the doubt. This does not have that in this group. And we knew that coming in, and that's the problem. You were dealing off of a lot of projections and not a lot of certainty. And I think that as we go forward, that's the problem, that we don't have any evidence that you're going to get to the level, even to it's going to get better, but to the level where it's acceptable that you can dig out from this hole.
So, Bradfo, do you feel as if there's
That was a good rant, Bradfo.
That was actually
very good.
Are you kidding me?
It was better the first time, but I thought I caught the spirit of the thing. I think.
So,
right?
is it? Maybe you just answer. There is no answer. Like the lineup changes or trying different combinations or heck, I mean, I heard Will Fleming suggest it, and he didn't say it with like this would 100% work, but do they need to bring up Nick Sogard or Nate Eaton? Like, they talked about missing Romy Gonzalez from last year and not having a guy like him on the. I mean, is there answer on this team now, and we just don't know it, or it's just what they gotta love the ones they're with, and basically the roster that they have is the only. This is the only chance they have is with the guys they got now.
Yeah, Ted. I mean, I think it's a good point and an important one. I think that I would burst out into song. Love. They do have to love the ones they're with right now. And I think that's the problem, is that they have banked on these guys. They have put their eggs in the basket of these guys, including, by the way, 21-year-old at the top of the order, and Roman Anthony, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But there isn't a lot of safety nets here. There isn't a backup plan. And they have drafted in the last few years a ton of pitchers. And the one position player that they drafted in the first round, they traded in the Crochet deal. So now what you have is that, you have some really interesting pitchers, but you don't have a lot of answers when it comes to filling in the gaps here, whether it's on the major league team or even in Worcester. I think Nick Sogard's a major league player. I think Nate Eaton's a major league player. I think Mickey Gasper's a major league player. But are they going to solve your problems? No, they're not. They're what they are guys who can play and fill in the gaps on teams that already have the stars. What this team doesn't have is a lot of stars, a lot of certainty, and the type of alphas which we just saw the Yankees come through with Judge and Stanton and Rice and Bellinger. They don't have a semblance of that right now, and they don't have the backup plans.
No, they certainly don't. Bradfo, you just mentioned it. Roman Anthony, now that's 3 straight games. After he missed the first one, you tweeted, sir, that he was probably going to be back tomorrow, and he was available yesterday, but they didn't use him. Now he's out of the lineup again. I assume, is he available off the bench this time, or what's going on here?
Yeah, well, first of all, that tweet was literally just saying what Cora said, so I take no responsibility.
I blame you, though.
But I should know better. No, honestly, Christian, I should know better because I've covered Alex Cora's press conferences enough to know that it's almost never that way. It's almost always a little bit, at least a little bit longer. I do still think, and I haven't seen what has come out of Cora's press conference down in Baltimore yet, but I do think that probably it isn't that serious. If it was that serious, they would have put him on the IL. I did see him that first day before they announced it. He had that stim thing on his back. I think that the biggest thing is they know that they can't lose this guy to an IL stint, so they got to be somewhat careful. B, you have that oblique injury from last year, and if there's any connection to it at all, you know that would be disastrous. But it comes back to the same thing that I said before, and this is what we're experiencing, which is we knew that how much they were putting on Roman Anthony, and that if it didn't work out with Roman Anthony, or you don't have Roman Anthony, then you don't have a lot of guys who can play to the level they thought Roman Anthony was going to play to. And we're experiencing that right now, and here's the evidence. The last 3 games against the New York Yankees. I don't care how good the pitching is. I don't care. You have to have guys in the lineup which the other team knows are going to be threats. And I don't think the Yankees pitchers felt like that was the case.
Do you think, Bradfo, Allison from Cambridge, awesome caller to the show, she suggested stress is why he's got back issues, stress, and it's an interesting theory. But just go with me on this. Like, is stress, like, do you feel at all like Anthony is stressed that he is kind of put in this position to lead this team? And it's a lot to ask for a 21-year-old. Do you feel like at all that might be getting to him, or that the core senses it and maybe they're throttling back, and that the back is okay, but just so much has been put on this kid that they don't want to burn him out with having this, a season which is a disappointing, and he's kind of the face of it?
No, I don't. I don't. I think that they, and Alex Cora and everybody else in that organization, they understand that this was going to be the deal. And they also understand that there was a chance that he wasn't going to be the WBC version of Roman Anthony, or even last year's version, that you go through some lumps and you go through some problems. But I think that in a perfect world, you're right. I mean, you don't have this stress. This is one of the flaws of how this team is built. And it wasn't a second guess. It's the first guess. You have a guy who you think is going to be an all-star, but he's 21 years old. He's figuring things out. And you're basically saying you're the alpha, you're the be-all, end-all, whereas almost every other team has other guys around him to support. And they have good, they have potentially some good hitters, but they don't have that guy around Roman Anthony that is going to protect him and or even allow him to drop down deep in the order, and why he figures it out. So to answer your question, I think this is a legit back injury. I wouldn't expect him to be out a long time, but I also know this is that they really, really need him to be good.
Yeah, they certainly do. We're talking with Rob Bradford here, WEEI, WEEI.com. Bradfo, as you watch the pitching staff, and I know the offense is what it is, of course, but as you watch this pitching staff, in particular, Peyton Tolley getting called up and pitching brilliantly last night, I thought he was excellent.
Yeah,
and you look at Kyle Harrison, and you look at guys that got traded away who are doing well in their new rotations, vis-a-vis the guys they got traded for. Your Sonny Gray, who's on the IL right now, Oviedo, IL, Ranger Suarez, you used the Bregman money on, Slayton's on the IL. You didn't trade for him in the offseason, but you know what I mean? Yeah. Like guys that you just picked up here recently, and you think about the young arms that went out the door in order to acquire a lot of these guys. It's a pretty easy second guess, isn't it? I mean, is this something that you sort of look at Craig Breslow and his strategy and really take issue with?
Well, I think that they power ranked. I love a good power ranking.
Me too.
They power ranked the guys that they wanted to hold on to. Conley Early was at the top of the list. When they talked about with the Minnesota about Joe Ryan, Conley Early was never even introduced. Tolley was, but Conley Early was never introduced. They held on to Conley Early in deals. I know that with deals that talks they had with the Cubs, they were holding on to Early. Same thing with the Diamondbacks. So that was number one. Tolley wasn't that far behind. And when they looked at Kyle Harrison, they said, well, he's a step down. But as we saw with Quinn Priester, you go to Milwaukee, right, you figure it out. And there's been too much of that, I think. Absolutely. But I think that they felt they had enough with Conley Early and Peyton Tolley. I think the biggest thing is, and Sonny Gray, listen, I mean, he's hurt now. We'll see where it goes. But I think that the Ranger Suarez thing, I know that he was bad for 2, really good for 2, and then just for the last one. He was a luxury item. Like, that's the thing. When I look at the building of this team, I have a real hard time getting my head around, because we're sitting here and we do think Peyton Tolley's a major league pitcher. If that's the case, then why did you go out and prioritize getting Ranger Suarez when you should have prioritized the thing that you said you were going to prioritize early in the offseason, which is the guy who's hitting home runs, the guy that they're facing in Baltimore tonight, and Pete Alonso? That would make a whole lot more sense. And then you could even trade a Duran for another pitcher if you want more pitching depth. But the $130 million luxury item didn't make any sense to me when you have guys like Early and Tolley coming up. So, I don't think it's a second guess. It's a first guess, especially considering they can't hit any home runs.
I think I just got your answer here to this one, too. But who is this more on, Craig Breslow or Alex Cora?
Oh, I think Breslow. Yeah, and I think it's, it's Breslow's. And also, it's an organizational thing, right? It's a philosophy thing.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of people, like, say, giving advice and giving their feedback and everything else. You get to this point, everybody should be taking a look in the mirror. But I do think that with this team, as I said, I don't remember it being so cut and dry where you say this team, as currently constituted, doesn't fit right. It's not made to compete with a team that you just saw in the Yankees. And Alex Cora, just look at you. I think you guys were talking about the lineup earlier. They've had 7 guys in the number 2 spot. 7. That's almost like scientifically impossible. So Alex Cora is doing his best to try to figure this out. But when we all sit here and we're all trying to figure out, give our opinion, I don't think there's any good opinion. I don't have a good opinion. I like Contreras number 2. I'm fine with Anthony at number 1. After that, good luck. We can talk about Masa Yoshida being one of the best hitters on the team, which he probably is, and having this walk-off the other day. And this is no knock to the Yoshida family, but that walk-off was like a ground ball that bounced over the first baseman's head.
With the infield brought in, yeah.
Right. And so like he's a useful player, but on this team right now, he has to hit third, he has to hit fourth. So it's the same old stuff. I mean, I just think that, they have to find the better versions of themselves, obviously. And I do think they probably have to be more proactive than they ever wanted to be in late April.
All right, Bradford, I want to compare last night's game to the Red Sox first game of the season, which I feel like if you can remember back the first game, they played the Cincinnati Reds. They won 3-0, the Red Sox did. The way the game played out, it's like how they would want every game to play out if they could. So Garrett Crochet goes 6 innings, all right, doesn't give up any runs. Slayton comes in, pitches for an inning, no runs scored. Whitlock comes in the 8th, no runs. And then Chapman finishes it off with a couple of strikeouts, and they win the game 3-0. Last night, Peyton Tolley pitches 6 great innings, and then all hell breaks loose. And you sit there and go, is Slayton that important that to this middle relief staff? What was the decision to not bring Whitlock in earlier in the 7th and with a 4-2 lead last night? Because that to me was a bad decision.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm glad you brought up that game because I think it's a good example of how we were sort of fooled into a sense of security with this team. And Slayton, to answer your question, Slayton is huge.
Okay.
And we understand that because Weissert hasn't been able to be what Slayton was in that game. And that's obviously where he pitched last night. And I would have probably brought in Whitlock in that time because you knew sort of the game was on the line right then and there. And they've proven that that's when he's going to bring in the high leverage relievers these days, whether it's a 7th or 8th inning. But if you juxtapose that game compared to what we've been seeing, remember, I mean, that game and mea culpa, like we were all sort of seduced by it a little bit. Like, oh, that's how it can work. Yep. 3-1. Pitching and defense, timely hitting, you're winning ABS challenges, Roman Anthony's on base 4 times, all of that's how it works. But what we've come to understand is pitching and defense, run prevention, you can't do it for 162 that way. You do need home runs because as we saw, the pitchers have more and more and more pressure on them than ever because they know that if they give up a run, then they're probably not getting it back. Guys, last night was a 4-2 game. It was a 2-run game, but it felt like a 10-run game.
Yep.
And don't think that we're the only ones thinking about that. The pitchers know that as well. So every little thing matters. And it didn't feel that way that game 1, but it will absolutely continue to feel that way throughout the year if they choose to not add something offensively.
Rob Bradford, you can hear him on the Mass Mutual pregame show coming up in about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Bradford, take a break, and we'll hear from you later when you talk to Cora and Will and everybody else. All right? Good stuff today.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Thanks.
Thanks, Bradford. That is Rob Bradford, brought to you by McFarland Energy. Upgrade your air conditioning system before the summer rush. Visit McFarlandEnergy.com. We have another update on the Mike Vrabel-Rossini situation from TMZ, which we will get to in just a moment, along with your phone calls. Celtics, Red Sox, Patriots, Bruins, whatever you want here as we wind down the hour. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Here's Stiz.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, let's get you caught up one last time before we get out of here with what's trending right now on WEEI and WEEI.com. Trending's brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. The Bruins dropped Game 3 to the Sabres last night, losing 3-1 at the TD Garden. Tanner Jeannot scored the lone goal for your Bruins. Jeremy Swayman had 25 saves on 27 shots. Series will stay in Boston for Game 4 Sunday afternoon. Puck drop at 2 p.m. Celtics will be in Philly tonight for Game 3 against the 76ers. That series currently tied at 1 game apiece. Celtics have a clean bill of health for tonight's game. Red Sox were swept by the Yankees last night after they lost the series finale 4-2 at Fenway. Peyton Tolley made his season debut and allowed 1 run through 6 innings, striking out 11. Sox are in Baltimore tonight to face the Orioles. First pitch at 7:05. You can hear that game right here on 93.7 WEEI or on the Odyssey app, all across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox network. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh. Our guy Rob Bradford will get you ready for the game starting at 6:05 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. And quick programming note, tomorrow's Red Sox game between the Sox and the Orioles, that was originally scheduled for 4:05. That has been moved to 12:05 due to weather. And the Patriots traded up with the Bills to take Utah offensive tackle Caleb Lemieux with the 28th overall pick. The Bills received the 31st and the 125th picks from the Patriots. Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft will continue tonight. Again, trending brought to you by Mario's Roofing. Homeowners, choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Stiz. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons coming up.
Of the NFL doing anything about Mike Vrabel, which I think we all expect.
They want this story to go away.
Do they ever? Christian Arcand, Ted Johnson. It's WEEI. I want to remind everybody we have a new show coming for you. The announcement will be made Monday morning at 9 a.m. on the Hillman Show. Greg, Wiggy, Mego, Curtis, and Shime will be joined in studio by the members of the new show. I'm excited, Ted. You excited?
I'm can't wait to hear what this is all about.
Many of us have been getting flooded with text messages. Who is it? What's it going to be? What's the show? I don't know.
You talk about, I'd put this industry up against any hair salon in the world.
Oh, yeah.
When
everybody's
it comes to
under
gossip
a hair dryer in here.
It's insane.
No question about it. But I can tell you for sure that Ted Sarandis is not going to be a part of it. I know that. I know that for sure. It's one thing I can tell you. And that is not an insult to Ted. I was told that under no uncertain terms that Teddy Sarandis will not be rejoining the station.
So all those...
Which breaks my heart,
a lot of
personally.
people...
I used to love Ted Sarandis.
I've heard stories. What year was he? Was I playing for the...
You definitely were playing for the Patriots when Sarandis was on the air. No question about it.
Yeah.
He was on at night.
He's got an unmistakable voice,
before Mikey, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and then I think he got into local politics. Sarandis did.
Okay.
Or he ran for something. I don't know if he
won. You say Mikey? Is that the Mikey?
Mike Adams.
Mikey Adams.
Yeah, playing on Mikey Adams.
Oh my gosh,
that's my guy.
I did a TV show with him.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, and what's the station? But yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it's not. It was NECN.
NECN. Yeah. And he had that set with the right.
It was. You talk about just buckle up and hang on to your ass. That was Mikey Adams, man. He was. There's very unique personality. I love Mike.
So Mikey's the reason. He's kind of the reason I broke into the industry at this station is because it was him and John Ryder, and they let Ryder go, which I thought was a terrible mistake. I love John Ryder. He helped me break in too. And then they put Mikey with Mutt. And the two of them just hated each other, really hated each other. And the guy at the time was this guy, Joe Zarbano. And he called me, and I was doing, headlines. It was called the Sports Flash back then. And he called me, and he said, hey, Arcand, I need you in studio with Adams and Mutt because I'm worried they're going to, hurt each other.
Kill each other, yeah.
I said, okay. And that was my big break. That was my big break is because those two didn't like each other. I know. It's very foreign to you guys, I'm sure. But, yeah, that's how I got my break.
You were the buffer, huh?
I was the guy. The family had a lot of buffers. So there you go. 617-779-7937. Let's go to the phones here. Got a lot of people waiting patiently to talk about all sorts of stuff, like Louie in New Hampshire. Hey, Louie.
Hey, great show. I like Ted Johnson, but what would you think? I'm kind of old, and what would you think straight up right now, Tatum for Giannis or Tatum for Jokic?
I do Tatum for Jokic. I wouldn't do Tatum for Giannis. Although Jokic had a stinker last night. He did not have a good game.
That's the
one of the few times in his career he's had a bad game, but he wasn't very good. I would trade Tatum for Jokic. The Nuggets wouldn't do that. And as for Giannis, I don't know.
I'm not into the Giannis thing. I think his game won't age well.
Giannis and Brown together, I don't think would work. Giannis and Tatum might, but Giannis and Brown, I think, are just too similar.
Yep.
In terms of their aggressiveness going to the basket, being physical, they both. Neither one of them. I mean, Brown's got a much better jump shot than Giannis, so I don't want to act like they're equal as far as that goes, but that's not the main strength of their game.
If Giannis is on this team, how many three-point shots are they taking?
If he's kicking them out, probably a lot, but he's not shooting them.
He's the only one. He's the one kicking them out. He's never taking them.
Yeah. And you don't want him taking. You don't want him going to the line. You don't want. There's a lot of things. And Giannis is a great player. I mean, he'll give you 30 points and 13 rebounds.
Age well.
All day, every day. But he is getting up there. You're right.
Yep.
And his game hasn't really, translated so far. I also think he's in a situation that is toxic and he wants out of. And I think that can sometimes affect your overall performance too. But you're right. I mean, a guy's 7-foot-tall guy like that who bounds up and down the court like he does. He's this big bounding 7-footer who can outrun people. You can't do that forever. And he's not like a post player who's just going to be able to stand there in the middle and give you a skyhook like Kareem. That's just not his game. So I don't know. That's all way down the road anyway. I don't think any of that's realistic.
God, it's crazy how different the game is now. When we were younger, I mean, you guys literally put their hand up in the post.
Yep.
You never see that anymore.
The big men back then.
It was a big man's game back then.
Ewing and David Robinson and
Olajuwon.
Sure. I mean, that was
run down, stand at the low post, put your hand up, they dump it down.
Mm-hmm.
Fake left, fake turn around, jump shot. I mean, all day.
And if there's a double team, you hit the open man.
That's
it was pretty simple, but now it's a lot different. It's much, much different. You're right about that. Let's go to Jake in Rhode Island. Hey, Jake.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I just called I called originally with just a question about the Red Sox. I have to address some stuff that Brad Post said.
Okay.
I'm sick of the ownership sort of putting a makeup on a pig. It's very clear this team needs more than just one home run hitter. He said, we tested the whole trying to play defense, don't give up runs, but that didn't work. But that's bullcrap, man. Everybody knows you got to score runs to win baseball games. It's just a matter of ownership, not wanting to spend. My question though was about Garrett Crochet. Is it just me being a little bit of a PTSD Red Sox fan, or does this kind of feel like Tanner Houck type situation?
Okay,
thanks, guys.
Jake, thanks for the call. I brought that up, I think, before anybody else, the Tanner Houck thing, which, is not necessarily fair to Garrett Crochet. He's a higher caliber pitcher than Tanner Houck on his best day.
Oh,
but
you did. That's right.
Tanner Houck last year had a game where he gave up about 10 runs. I forget, it was against Tampa maybe or someone. And then he had about 3 or 4 starts in a row that were okay, and then he got bombed again. And then he went on the IL, and he has not gotten off. We haven't seen him since. He was your number 1 starter 3 years ago.
So you think there's an injury potentially for Crochet that he's
trying to pitch through or hide an injury, yes. Yeah. And I think that the velocity, the location, the arm slot, which is not anything I've noticed because what the hell do I know? But, guys like DiNardo and Merloni and everybody else looking at him, he looks different. His arm angle looks different. These things look different. Why are you changing your arm angle? Cy Young Award winner or, runner-up. What are you changing it for? Injury, maybe? I mean, what else would you do it for? What else are you going to be switching up your whole technique for when you're one of the best starters in the league? That's an easy thing to come up there. By the way, we're coming to you live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney studio. No fee unless you win. Let's talk to Johnny in Winchester. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Can I just say something? I don't like how we have 2 teams in the playoffs right now. And when I'm listening to 93.7 this morning, on the Greg Hill show, and now I tune in and they're talking about Vrabel. Can I just put this to bed that I don't think a lot of people care about the Vrabel situation, and we would rather talk about the Bruins.
Johnny! Stop lying to yourself and stop lying to the people on these airwaves. Lots of people care about this. It's a huge story. And not only that, you want to say people don't care about the personal life? It's not just his personal life anymore. The draft is going on right now of the team that he coaches, and he's not going to be there tomorrow to make 8 picks. So stop telling me people don't care about this. People absolutely care about this. It's one of the number 1 stories in the country, okay? It just is. You can say, talk Bruins, talk stuff. First of all, we did, and I can't be responsible for what happens on the Greg Hill show or Jones and Keefe or any other show. Only the show that we're doing, right, Ted? That's it.
That's it, bub.
But don't call in and lie to yourself and lie to me and lie to the Lord and lie to everybody else here and say something like people don't really care about this story. People care deeply about this story. Whether they care about his personal life or not, it has now transcended that to the fact that if you're a football fan, Patriots fan, and you care about this team in this draft, he will not be present for the 3rd day of it because of this story. So don't tell me it's not important. Don't tell me people don't care because you're lying to yourself, all right? You're lying to yourself. And I don't like to see that, Johnny. I don't like saying people deceive themselves. Because if you can't be honest with yourself, you can't be honest with anybody else. Right?
No doubt. Can I read?
Am I yelling? I'm yelling.
Can I read a text?
I'm going to read
I like it, though.
I'm yelling a lot here.
This is, there are, every now and then you hear people calling in with this take, and you're right to push back. It is a major story. I got a buddy that does radio down in Houston. He texted me this a few days ago about this story. He goes, dude, this story has been oxygen for me and my co-host.
I'm kidding.
We've played that guy's audio and every piece of retro Rossini audio that's surfaced. And then he goes on. But the point is, this is a major story in all the big markets. It is. Sorry.
You know what's funny is that Johnny in Winchester, we weren't even talking about that just now.
No, we weren't.
We were talking Red Sox.
We
talked Celtics and Bruins. But since you mentioned it, we have an update to the Mike Vrabel story from TMZ. And you can decide how important you think this is. I'd find this interesting. TMZ headline, Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, Arizona photographer, not a private eye, not hired by a spouse.
This is, we were...
The plot thickens.
Everybody was asking this question. I find this to be an interesting piece of the story.
I not to brag here, but I did call this. Photographer who snapped the pics, TMZ writes, of Vrabel and Rossini looking cozy in Arizona was not a private investigator hired by a scorned spouse. In the wake of the Page 6 photos, Fans speculating that Jen Vrabel or Kevin Goldschmidt, the husband and the wife, recruited a PI to catch Vrabel or Rossini in the act was a rumor, but it is juicy as it is. It's not the truth. In reality, TMZ Sports has learned a local couple happened to be vacationing at the Ambiente, or whatever it's called, the boutique resort in Sedona, the same day as Mike and Diana. We're told the husband is a big sports fan. He recognized Vrabel, took pics of them hanging out at the pool and in the hot tub. After the story dropped, Vrabel and Rossini denied they were doing anything wrong, insisting they were part of a larger group. They never provided proof that that was true, and to make things worse, more photos have come to light. You know the rest of it. However, the spouses, whether you thought Jen Vrabel or what's his name, Kevin Schmidt with the Shake Shack, you thought they were sending private investigators there following him around. Nope. It was just a guy who happened to be there and happened to recognize Mike Vrabel, who, by the way, Ted, you know this, you're a big recognizable guy. If you're the size of Mike Vrabel, people are going to know who you are. You just played in the Super Bowl. A lot of people watch the Super Bowl, guys. Like, they're going to know. They would have known you before then. But after the Super Bowl, you thought you could blend in at a resort with someone else other than your wife? What are you, nuts? Like, that's ridiculous.
I will say this. You're not expecting the guest of a resort that costs $2,000 a night.
Might be right about that.
To care enough and be, I don't know, just dirty enough to take time out of his vacation to snap pictures of you from morning until night, and then for four figures, go peddle them to an outlet like TMZ or to the New York Post. You'd think that guy would have better things to do. So that's shocking to me that it was just I thought it'd be an employee who needs the money, not somebody who's made a ton of money. If you can afford to pay $2,000 a night for your hotel room, then you're doing pretty good. That he would take the time out of his vacation to make that effort. Wow. I don't know, man. That's woof.
It sucks.
That's,
if he was just,
being a public figure, that is woof.
But
just some rando dude
taking pictures,
taking your world down.
You out there with your wife, it's not a story, So
it's
he had a story because Vrabel was there with Rossini. Like otherwise, it's just a guy taking pictures of Mike Vrabel.
But he's taking these pictures, and then he has to go to the internet and go, okay, who he's with is not his wife.
It's not his wife.
Oh, so I'm going to get him in trouble. Like that's a lot. That's just that guy's psychology is woof.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still their fault. I'm just saying, man, that's kind of surprising to me.
Surprised he didn't hit up Vrabel first. Like, hey, I can not send these out. But
yeah,
I
how
want
about
season tickets or something?
What are they worth? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Something like that.
Damn.
I can't imagine Page Six gave him that much. Like, in retrospect, whatever they paid this guy for these pictures, they probably got the deal of a lifetime, right? Because I can't imagine they paid millions of dollars for these pictures, but they're getting millions of dollars worth of clicks out of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So this was a good investment for Page Six, no question. 617-779-7937. We have, what are we doing, Stiz? We're going a little over, is that right?
Yeah, a little extra baseball tonight.
Okay, we got a little bonus baseball for you. We'll come back with more phone calls and some thoughts on the Red Sox, Patriots, Bruins, Celtics, whatever you want. And we'll go over a little bit to get Bradfo some time to get ready as we get to Red Sox baseball, the Mass Mutual pregame show starting at 6:05. Don't go anywhere. It's WEEI Afternoons.
WEEI.
Christian Arcand, Ted Johnson, WEEI Afternoons. Nice to have you with us here this afternoon. We are going to go a little bit over as we have to get ready for the Mass Mutual pregame show. The Red Sox in Baltimore tonight taking on the O's. I know it's not been fun, but you can't start a win streak without going out there and playing. It's Brian Bayo and Brandon Young, your starters, and no Roman Anthony for the third straight game.
Do they have bets for how long a pitcher will last in a game?
Yes.
I wonder what the over-under is for Bayo tonight.
Usually they do it like by outs.
Okay, not
an
by
over-under
innings.
of this many outs he's going to record. So,
Okay.
like, if you think he's going to go 6 innings or more, then you put it at 18.
I'd put it
That's
under.
what you put for, like, Crochet
I'm
on a
going to
start.
say if it's 18, I'd say I'm guessing the under.
Like 15 probably is what you'd put for him.
He is who he is. He can go one and a half times, maybe 2 times through an order, and that's it.
Yeah. His whip's almost 2, and his ERA is just under 7. Bayo last year, I thought had a breakout season.
Until September.
Yeah, and then he really fell off. But, the offense a lot of stuff fell off in September. And here's a guy who's in his prime years as a starter, right? He's 26, 27 years old. It's a prime baseball career. And I thought this could be really good for him now that the pressure's off and he doesn't have to be the number 2 starter. He's further down in
the 1 2 years ago.
rotation now, and he's getting hammered. I mean, he's just getting rocked. And that is a big-time disappointment on a season and a team that's had a lot of those here to start the year. 617-779-7937. We'll continue with your phone calls. Connor's in the car with a thought on Mike Vrabel. Hey, Connor.
Hey, so I was just wondering if you guys watched Entourage and think Vrabel's going to pull an Ari Gold and hide his BlackBerry in his sock at counseling so he can take calls for the draft.
It wouldn't shock me. I saw that
that's
clip
right.
going around a few times.
I love that show. That was
I
a
have
show.
to take this.
The line, dude. Can I just tell you, man? It's no secret. I've been in different treatment centers in my last 20 years, and I was in a treatment center, and this dad was there for Family Week, and his son's going through a lot of issues, and he's taking phone calls. In the middle of a meeting, he's had to go outside to take a phone call. It was just like, you haven't learned a damn thing, have you, man? Your son's here in rehab, and you're just taking these phone calls because you have to get to him, I guess. Anyway, that reminded me of that guy. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to bring the party down.
No, it's
My
okay.
bad.
No, it's not.
It's
It's perfectly fine.
If your son's at rehab, why don't you just put the phone away? That's
right.
all.
If you have to be away, right? He said he's going to be available. So he's going to be available through the counseling. And I don't know, is it going to be like a counseling session? Like, there's a big difference between counseling and going to rehab or something like that. You go to rehab, you got to surrender your phone. It's all that stuff's got to happen. You go to counseling, you go to a session for an hour, and then you go home. Does that have to take up the whole day? That's the other questions that you have about this whole arrangement. Let's go to Boston Bar Guy. What's up, Boston Bar Guy?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm really enjoying your show.
Thank you.
Hey, Ted Johnson. I'm a good buddy of Steve Doiggs. He came in for a cup of coffee back in the day. I met you one time with Steve, and he couldn't say enough great things about you. And you're one of the best Patriots to ever play the game, no doubt. I know we're going through a tough time right now with all this Vrabel stuff, and I love the way you're handling it, Ted. I got to tell you, I really do. I know you don't condone what's going on, but you got your boys back, and you're trying to do the best you can. And he just can't, what are you going to do? He messed up, and it's tough it's tough, but I really respect how you're handling it, buddy.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Kudos to you, pal.
All right,
I
Boston
appreciate
Bar Guy.
that.
Thanks.
Thank you for the kind words.
I think you're handling it terribly. No, I'm just kidding.
I just don't want to make headlines for
Right.
how I'm handling it or not
Mhm.
handling it. Like, it seems, it's just, there's a lot of people that are kind of getting, in trouble they were on the sidelines in this story. So I try to do my best I can by just being honest with how I feel.
Yeah, there's been headlines. You're right. I mean, people have made headlines from their reactions to this. Headlines from not talking about it.
Correct.
To headlines for crazy conspiracy theories about
Correct.
it.
Correct.
There's middle ground, obviously. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, that shows you how big
the
the story is when people so many people have been impacted with their job status.
Yeah.
On how they weighed in on this story.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It's one of those. It's one of those type of
Yeah.
stories which can take on a life of its own. That's the truest part of all of this, is that it's taken on a life of its own. And for everybody continuing to shout on the text line about how no one cares about this, you can live in fantasy land if you want to. I'm not going to tell you, this is a free country, America, the United States. You have free will as a person, and you can live in fantasy land if you want to live in fantasy land. The rest of us will live in reality, where this is a big story that affects not only the dialogue around the head coach, but also now the fact that he's missing a day of the draft, which is an important day on the NFL calendar, in case you football fanatics didn't realize that.
If I can just comment on that one thing, I wanted to say this earlier and I forgot, but now you just reminded me of it. If I'm questioning just the Saturday, missing the third day, the actions from Mike, it's if I was advising him, I would advise him not to, and this is why. If things go bad early on in the season, people will reference he couldn't be there for his own draft. So if you just wait a day, that you can't use that as part of your argument for a bad start. He can't even be at his own draft. He's got so many problems, that kind of thing. So if you can make it for that third day, that's all I'm saying is I would advise him to do that. But if he can't, he can't. But I just know people are going to throw that in his face if they get off to a bad start.
All right, we got one more call to take, and I probably am to blame for this. John in New Hampshire has a crazy Vrabel conspiracy theory. Go ahead, John.
Conspiracy, brother. Hey, what
Keithspiracy.
if all this talk that we're enjoying right now, going on with Vrabel and everything, were just a couple of chicken nuggets, but there were to be another shoe to drop that would be like a whole damn rotisserie chicken. So what if Amy Strunk Adams and the Titans were to file a lawsuit against Vrabel stating something to the effect of abuse of funds for travel expenses, and they had subpoena power? If they had subpoena power, they could go through all of his communications, emails, texts, and everything else. So that would provide.
Well, how could they? They'd have to have real probable cause that he committed any kind of fraud. I don't know that we know that he did that, John. Thanks for the call. I don't know. Like him being out at a bar doesn't mean that he took advantage of a travel, right? Like that doesn't mean he committed fraud to the team. I'll say this: my wife, of all people, who does not work in sports, came home from work the other day, and she said one of my coworkers married a guy from Tennessee, and he is convinced that Amy Strunk Adams is behind all of this, that she's like Don Corleone pulling the strings in the background because she's so mad about the way that Vrabel left Tennessee. And I said, that's probably not true, but, it's something. It's something in the, again, not in sports. She works at...
I love the girlfriends' wives' opinions on sports stuff, though.
Best.
Some of it is like, oh, you know what? You're right.
I don't think you can rule anything out.
I don't rule out a single
Well,
thing.
The latest report
I'm going to say probably
tells
not,
you that it
yeah.
was a guest of the hotel, so
yeah,
with the
guest
pictures.
name Strunk. That's so weird. Anyway, all right, we got a few minutes left. Teddy, you can take off. Just a couple of minutes while I'll get everybody ready for Red Sox baseball, and then we'll hand it over to the Mass Mutual pregame show with Rob Bradford. Keep it right here on WEEI.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
What's up?